In front of you are two treasures. One is the supreme treasure, the human emperor's banner, capable of capturing souls, commanding millions of resentful spirits in battle. The other is the unparalleled technique, the devouring heaven demon technique, capable of devouring others' Tao fruits, transforming from mortal to demon, defying the heavens to achieve immortality. Ha, only fools make choices. In this life, you shall have it all. In your previous life, you possessed the supreme bone and the heavy pupils, with exceptional talent, and at the age of 20, you ascended to immortality after crossing the heavenly tribulation. While traveling in the mortal world, you coincidentally met the saintess of the immortal realm, Yaoqi, and journeyed together, gradually developing feelings for each other. The immortal and demonic realms also ceased the endless war that had lasted for countless years because of you and Yaoqi. However, all of this was a conspiracy. On the day of the grand wedding, the immortal realm launched a massive attack. You were ambushed by the holy maiden of Yaoqi in the bridal chamber, and your bright eyes and supreme bone were even gouged out by her own hands. Ha! You suppress your voice and let out a roar like a wild beast. Since you are reincarnated, in this life, you are destined to become the most ruthless demon in the world. Inside the celestial prison. I have killed so many people, never thought I would be able to kill the crown prince today. You look at the burly man approaching step by step, and say in a cold voice, killing me will only make you die faster. The old eunuch will directly kill you, eliminating all future troubles. And my brothers and sisters will avenge me. Squeezing you to death is easier than squeezing an ant. The burly man looked at you gritting his teeth. We are facing a capital crime. Death is inevitable, might as well take you down with us. You continued, I can save you. The burly man paused at your words, his expression changing. Seeing this, a slight smile curved on your lips. The crisis had been averted. You have been deposed, not the crown prince, but a useless person. So what if you've been deposed? So what if you're not the crown prince? In just a moment of speaking, you also understand your current identity through the memories in your mind. The original body saved a severely injured girl, who left after recovering from her injuries. However, a few days later, representatives from the Immortal sect came to question you. The girl you saved turned out to be a Demoness from the reviled Demon sect. Fearing the Immortal sect's investigation, the Emperor Qin directly stripped you of your position as the crown prince. At this thought, you couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. How similar this was to your past life. And the next moment, your heart was in agony. Only the Emperor and Empress of the demon realm can guide you back into the cycle. They burned their demon emperor Tao fruit, sacrificing their souls to ensure your safe return to the cycle. With this in mind, you immediately sink your thoughts into the sea of consciousness. As expected, within the silent space of consciousness, there is a black flag emitting boundless black aura, the supreme treasure of the myriad souls, a white scripture surrounded by a sea of blood, containing the unparalleled technique of the devouring heaven demon art. Even if this body lacks the heavy pupil and supreme bone, being just an ordinary vessel, you can still transform an ordinary fetus into a demon fetus. In that case, why bother compromising yourself? With this thought, you coldly smile in the next moment. Originally, he intended to subdue these few individuals, but now it is unnecessary. Following the piercing screams, the strong man kept struggling, blood flowing down his neck. The other prisoners were startled by this sight. However, what frightened them even more was yet to come. A boundless black energy erupted from your body, instantly engulfing the entire prison cell. In the next moment, a black flag slowly condensed above your head, a terrifying pressure enveloping the dungeon, as if time and space had frozen in that instant. 10,000 souls banner. Gather. A faint voice echoed. After a moment, within the black mist behind the black flag, a black soul slowly condensed, its crimson eyes filled with a violent and bloodthirsty intent. Several prisoners were frightened by this horrifying scene, their faces pale with fear, their eyes full of terror as they quickly knelt down. Your Highness, this humble one swears allegiance unto death. After a stick of incense burned out, several more bodies appeared in the prison cell, while within the flag of 10,000 souls, new resentful spirits were slowly gathering. After gaining some self-defense power for the time being, the next step was to cultivate the devouring heaven demon technique. Glancing at the bodies on the ground, you found them too weak to be of any interest to you. Outside the prison, two palace maids escorted a young girl in a green dress. The girl wore a green princess gown, resembling a fairy in the forest. The guards did not dare to stop her and immediately cleared a path. Xinyu lifted her skirt and ran towards the prison without caring about her princess image. From a distance, Xinyu saw the body on the floor of the prison cell, her face turning pale in an instant. Looking at the young woman in green in front of her, you put on a smile that you thought was kind. You err, the crown prince is fine. Xinyu saw your abdomen covered in blood, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, you're Dantian. Father, how could he bear to do this? You smiled and said, you err, don't blame him. I colluded with the demonic sex enchantress, and my current fate is a result of my own actions. Upon hearing this, Xinyu saw his once spirited elder brother's Dantian being crippled, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Elder brother, this is not true. In fact, Father Emperor never intended to pass the throne to you from the beginning. The matter with the witch this time, the Immortal sect didn't investigate at all. Father Emperor, he simply wanted to depose you. Moon, do not speak nonsense. You glanced at the two maids beside you, sternly interrupting Chinyu. After a moment, only you and Chinyu were left in the cell. Through your conversation, you learned that the court had recently destroyed several sects, and those proud individuals who refused to submit were all imprisoned by the Emperor. Upon hearing this, your eyes instantly lit up. In this way, there was no need to rush to leave the dungeon. The sudden silence made Chinyu think that mentioning the dungeon had made you unhappy. Brother, you will ask father to let you out. You shook your head and said, there's nothing wrong with the dungeon. At least, there's no deceit and scheming here. Go, and don't come to the dungeon again in the future. The last sentence was spoken without any emotion. In this life, since I am on the devil's path, I should cut off all love. Royal brother. You. When Chinyu heard this, her eyes instantly misted with water. Her tearful eyes and her heart was like a twisted pain. In her opinion, Imperial brother loved her as much as ever, and said these words in order not to drag her down. I must save my royal brother. Chinyu made up her mind to go straight into the palace after leaving the heavenly prison. In the Golden Palace, a bright yellow dragon robe of the Qin Emperor Qin Shao is reviewing the Zhang folds. Chinyu flopped sound kneeling on the ground. Father, please spare your royal brother. Qin Shao said indifferently. You err, how dare you? You dare to break into the heavenly prison. Father, Yuer is willing to go to the behemoth kingdom to make peace. Only then did Qin Shao slowly raise his head and smiled and said, on the day of your marriage, I will decree. Chapter 3, Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique. Crazy Boost. The night is like ink. Inside the heavenly prison, a few dark shadows quickly moved forward, avoiding the guard's vision and wandering within the heavenly prison. The occasional guard saw a flash of darkness and only thought he was hallucinating. And these black shadows were naturally the unjust souls manipulated by the 10,000 soul streamer. Overnight, Qin Feng maneuvered the grievous souls to map out all the inside of the heavenly prison and found the cells of those heavenly pride that Chinyu had spoken of. In addition to that, Qin Feng also found quite a number of qi refining realm cultivators. This place is simply a holy land for practicing the heaven swallowing devil technique. If I can devour all of the cultivators' Dao fruits within the heavenly prison, not to mention allowing me to step into foundation establishment, at least it will allow me to step into the 9th level of qi refining. During the daytime, Qin Feng didn't act due to the injustice being too obvious. Period. The guards within the heavenly jail had made many rounds outside Qin Feng's cell, but seeing that Qin Feng had been lying motionless in place the entire day, coupled with the fact that they knew that Qin Feng's dantian was shattered and his limbs had been wasted, the number of rounds gradually became less frequent. Into the night, Qin Feng, who was in a state of laziness, snapped his eyes open. His eyes blossomed with a brilliant light as he looked towards a spot. For the first one, let's start with you. Inside the cell 100 meters away from Qin Feng, Xiao Chen was sitting in meditation and practicing. His physical body blossomed with glittering precious light, and from time to time there were crackling and popping sounds like firecrackers. 9th level of body forging. Qin Feng looked at his first chosen target through the perspective of an unjust soul and quietly waited for the other party to finish their cultivation. A quarter of an hour later, an extremely strong force of blood qi erupted inside the cell, blowing the thatched grass on the ground and rolling it up. The peak of the 9th level of body forging. Xiao Chen opened his eyes filled with hatred. Great Qin dynasty, Qin Shao, destroying my Shao family and still want me to submit? Humph. One day, I will destroy your great Qin. A gust of cloudy wind hit the room and the sound came to an abrupt end. Xiao Chen collapsed to the ground with a horrified expression, and beside him, 4 wandering grievous spirits kept him firmly under control, unable to move. What alarmed him even more was this. A black flag bubbling with black gas slowly coalesced in the void. You are, abolished Prince Qin Feng? Xiao Chen looked at the person in front of him with a face full of shock and disbelief. The moment he saw the small black flag, his eyes went black, and when he reappeared, he unexpectedly left his cell and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Obviously, this is all Qin Feng's doing. Qin Feng, wasn't your dantian destroyed? Qin Feng leaned against the wall and said indifferently, Xiao Chen, let me borrow your Dao fruit. Hearing this icy voice, goosebumps rose all over Xiao Chen's body and a chill rose from his heels to the back of his neck. Wait, I can help you get back to the prince. The words were not yet spoken. Wow! Qin Feng's black hair danced wildly as radiant white light violently erupted from his body, seemingly holy but with an extreme sense of evil. Next moment, white light enveloped Xiao Chen. At once, Xiao Chen's flesh slowly dried up, and a body of Dao fruit surged into Qin Feng's body, while a trace of blood gradually appeared on Qin Feng's pale face. Even more amazing, the changes that were occurring within Qin Feng's body, the divine patterns flowing in his abdomen. The broken dantian was healing again. The broken limbs were blooming with a faint white light, and the broken bones were healing. Half an hour later, the broken dantian healed and the limbs grew back. It's truly amazing, taking the fruits of others' Dao to make up for their own. moving his limbs, intact as before, and able to restore his spiritual chi within his dantian. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Past life. He was born with heavy pupils and supreme bones. His qualifications were unparalleled, and the heaven-swallowing devil technique was too overbearing and detrimental to heavenly harmony. So the Mother Empress did not allow him to cultivate it. The moment. Qin Feng knows why devouring heavenly devil technique is called the first devil technique of the heavens, devouring other people's Dao fruits and melting them into his own body, forging a supreme devil body. The more Dao fruits he devours, the stronger his devil body is, and the higher his realm is. Keep devouring. 1.5 hours later, Qin Feng stepped into the first level of body forging. 2.5 hours later, Qin Feng stepped into the second level of body forging. Time passes slowly. Xiao Chen's body on the ground became more and more dried out, as if it was dehydrated, and Qin Feng's aura became more and more amazing. Finally, before dawn, Qin Feng completely devoured Xiao Chen's entire Dao fruit. Overnight, against all odds, from the broken dantian, unable to cultivate the invalid, back to the road of cultivation, but also directly stepped into the forging body 3 times. Heaven-swallowing devil technique. You've given me too many surprises. Subsequently, use the 10,000 soul streamer to return Xiao Chen's body to the cell, while placing Xiao Chen's wrong soul into the body. You can make some simple movements to avoid others from seeing that Xiao Chen is dead. A.M. A jailer came in and carried out the bodies of several prisoners. I don't know if it was because of Qin Yu's arrival yesterday, but for the next few days, no one came to trouble Qin Feng again. Qin Feng was devouring the heaven's remarkable Dao fruit every night. His demonic body was rapidly strengthening, and his realm was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. 5 days. Qin Feng devoured 5 heavenly prides. 5 heavenly pride Dao fruits casting the devil body. The talent is already not weaker than the number 1 person of the young generation, Lu Bai, and the realm is even stepping into the 9th level of body forging. Within the 10,000 soul streamer, there were also a few new sets of unjust souls. Period. Qin Yu came to visit several times, but was treated indifferently by Qin Feng and left sadly. Next is the Qi refining realm. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with demonic aura, and demonic patterns flowed. Night. Qin Feng picked one person from the cell as usual, only this time, the one chosen was a Qi refining realm heavenly pride. The effect of the forging body realm on Qin Feng's enhancement was no longer as great as it had been earlier. If you wanted to step into the Qi refining realm, you had to devour the Dao fruit of the Qi refining realm. Amidst the other party's terrified gaze, Qin Feng directly executed the heaven-swallowing devil technique to devour his Dao fruit. Due to being in the Qi refining realm, the time required to fully devour it was also beyond the forging realm. First night, Qin Feng devoured part of the Dao fruit and tamped down the 9th level of the body forging realm. The next night, Qin Feng stepped into the peak of the 9th level of body forging. Third night, Qin Feng violently opened his eyes, his demonic aura surging around him like black waves, his fleshly body blossoming with glittering precious light, his pressure enveloping the entire cell. Qi refining realm. Success. 9 days time, from Dantian shattering to Qi refining realm. Such a terrifying rate of improvement. Compared to the previous world, it's only slightly inferior. Qin Feng was incomparably emotional. This was only the early stages, and when the demonic body was forged, the speed of devouring Dao fruits would increase. In the later stages, it would often take thousands of years for an onlooker to raise a realm, while the heaven-swallowing demon technique remained unrelenting, and this was the true terror of the heaven-swallowing demon technique. It's getting light. Qin Feng intended to return the body to the cell. Suddenly, Qin Feng's movement stopped and he looked in one direction, his complexion cold. Inside the heavenly prison, a team of black-clothed men quickly shuttled around with a very clear target, pointing directly at the cell where Qin Feng was. A quick battle. His Majesty has decided to release the abolitionist prince. We must kill him tonight. Head. Does a person with a shattered dantian and wasted limbs need our help? Your Highness felt that there was something unusual about the dead prisoners, and that there was something wrong with the Crown Prince abolitionist. Weren't those prisoners Princess Luna who happened to stumble upon them and kill them? Your Highness said that those few prisoners were dead before Princess Yu arrived, and except for one of them whose neck was bitten off, not a single wound could be found on the remaining few. Could it be that there are still people secretly protecting him in the heavenly prison? With or without, no one can save. Tonight, the voice came to an abrupt halt. Outside the cell, one by one, the team of black-clothed men stared wide-eyed, their pupils filled with fear. Inside the cell, Qin Feng figure straight, hands behind the back, although a prisoner's clothes, but it is difficult to hide the extraordinary temperament. Face cold, plump god-like jade, not the slightest look to see the abolition of the appearance of the eyes swept over a crowd of black people. Said lightly, I heard that you guys are trying to kill me? Chapter 4, Assassin Attack. Taking in the first henchman. How is that possible? Weren't you invalidated? The black-robed man looked at Qin Feng in the cell, incomparably shocked. His limbs were sound. His breath was thick and vibrant. Where was this half a bit of a ruined look? Daggers appeared in the hands of the leader of the black-clad captain. He's pretending to be a god. The 1,000-year-old lord himself shattered his dantian. There's no way he'll recover. Do it. Kill him. Hearing this, the crowd of black-clothed men instantly woke up, and various assassination weapons appeared in their hands. Giggle. Giggle. The concealed weapon cut through the air at great speed, leaving a trail of residual shadows. In a matter of moments, it arrived in front of Qin Feng, and Qin Feng didn't make any movements as if he hadn't reacted. It really is posturing. The crowd of black-clothed men were relieved to see the scene. However, the next moment, the voice came to an abrupt halt, only to see Qin Feng's prison uniform bulge steeply as pitch-black demonic chi overflowed from his body. One piece of concealed weapon hung in front of Qin Feng, imprisoned by the demonic aura. Unable to come an inch closer, chi refining realm. The pupils of the crowd of black-clothed men shrunk violently, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. Scrapped Prince Qin Feng. Not only was he not scrapped, but he also stepped into the chi refining realm. Qin Feng waved his hand casually, and the concealed weapon hanging in front of him reversed its direction and shot back at a faster speed. Pust. One by one, the black-clothed men at the forging realm were unable to react in time, and their eyebrows were pierced by the concealed weapons, leaving finger-thick bloody holes, and they fell to the ground. In an instant, the leader was the only one left of the small group of black-clothed men, his aura rolling around him, isolating the concealed weapons, staring at Qin Feng with a deadly stare, his heart lifting up huge waves. Great Qin royal children, the most talented person is the second prince, the 5th level of chi refining, and the only royal child to step into the chi refining realm. And Prince Qin Feng, the imperial city is known. Its qualifications are mediocre. More than a dozen years of cultivation. The realm is less than forging the body 6. If there is no special chance, this life will stop forging the body 9. Abolished Prince Qin Feng. You've hidden so deeply that even His Majesty has been concealed from you. The black-clothed leader's heart went cold as a kind of fear filled his entire body. Qin Feng didn't bother to say much to this kind of ants, and pointed out with a finger. His body's devilish chi tumbling around him, transforming into a devilish dragon that suppressed towards the other party. No matter how much you hide, you can't keep your secret. The man in black laughed coldly and similarly offered his means, his light blazing, his aura transforming into a palm print. Boom! The devil dragon touched with the palm print, and the palm print instantly shattered, and the devil dragon drove straight in. The black-clothed person's pupils shrunk violently. She was the 2nd level of chi refining, but she was not a one-sided enemy of Qin Feng. Next moment, the demonic dragon blasted into his chest, and the leader of the black-clothed men flew out backwards like a cannonball. Qin Feng looked at the figures fleeing towards the outside of the heavenly prison with a bland expression. A few moments later, the black-clothed man who had disappeared at the entrance of the heavenly prison reappeared, his body imprisoned by several unjust souls, and brought him to Qin Feng. What means? The man in black sounded horrified. These unjust souls were too bizarre and terrifying. Appearing out of thin air, the refined Chi Realmser had no power to fight back in front of these unjust souls. Qin Feng still did not open his mouth and pointed a finger towards the other party's brow, demonic chi shooting out from between his fingers like a black sharp blade. Feeling the cold killing machine, the black-clothed man struggled up and panicked. Your Highness the Crown Prince, spare your life. My subordinate is willing to serve your Highness as the Lord and help your Highness regain the throne of the Crown Prince. Under the struggle, the scarf slipped, revealing a delicate face, eyes like water, pulsating with love looking at Qin Feng, the meaning of which is self-evident. Giggle. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he pointed out a finger. Put. The female assassin's eyes widened as an additional blood-colored hole appeared on her white forehead, blood slowly flowing down as her body collapsed. Any beauty like jade, flavorful, in the eyes of Qin Feng, but also white bone skeleton, another chi refining realm Dao fruit. Qin Feng looked at the corpses on the ground and directly executed the heaven-swallowing devil technique. Outside the heavenly prison, a line of guards stood, and 2 men in front of them were arguing. Vice Commander Ning Yi frowned. Although the abolished prince has been abolished, since His Majesty has not ordered him to be killed, no one can touch him. Ning Yi, I'm the commander. Remember who you are. Zhu Hang, the commander of the heavenly prison. Rebuked, this new guy dared to challenge his authority. Zhu Hang was very displeased. Ning Yi didn't budge. My identity is the vice commander of the heavenly prison. And within the heavenly prison, no one is allowed to commit murder. A good vice commander Ning who knows how to repay his kindness. To repay his kindness, he took the initiative to apply for a transfer to the heavenly prison. Ning Yi, I'll tell you plainly, the abolitionist crown prince will surely die. If you dare to step into the heavenly prison half a step tonight, I'll let you accompany him to the Yellow Springs. Zhu Hang laughed coldly. His figure was poor, his aura rolling around his body, ready to strike at any time. When Ning Yi heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran furiously towards the inner heavenly prison. Seek death. Zhu Hang looked at Ning Yi's back. Killing intent filled the air as a divine ability was offered, and the spiritual light transformed into a fist seal that blasted towards Ning Yi's back. Just then, an overcast wind blew. The fist prince then dissipated. Zhu Hang's face changed drastically. Who? Your Highness. Ning Yi ran wildly within the heavenly prison. The air was filled with a rich bloody odor, and seeing the black-clothed corpses on the ground from afar gave Ning Yi an ominous premonition, and his heart was incomparably anxious. But, when he arrived at the cell, he was instantly stunned. Your Highness, you took the initiative to apply to come to the heavenly prison? Qin Feng stopped his heaven-swallowing demon technique and looked at Ning Yi. He had heard all of the conversation outside. Ning Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately knelt down, kowtowing 3 times in a row as 2 lines of clear tears fell. In the past, my father was framed by that eunuch, and the Ning family was decapitated. It was your Highness the Crown Prince who spoke out in defense of justice, so that Ning Yi and my sister could survive, and the Ning family lineage was not cut off. Your Highness's great kindness and greatness is unforgettable. Ning Yi originally intended to take my sister to the door to say thank you to your Highness, but I was worried that bringing the body of the crime would bring your Highness unnecessary trouble. I only hate that Ning Yi is too insignificant to sway His Majesty's orders, so I can only apply to be transferred to the heavenly prison to guard His Highness in the heavenly prison. Ning Yi looked at the corpses on the ground, his agitated expression tinged with the slightest hint of indescribable frustration. I just didn't realize that your Highness didn't need Ning Yi at all. Qin Feng's memories did indeed include the Ning family. The Ning family has been generals for generations, and in this life, Ning Yi's father Ning Fei is the Marshal of Great Qin, leading the million-strong army of Great Qin, recovering 3,000 miles of rivers and mountains, and blocking Great Zhou, Great Xia, and beaming from the borders, which is a great achievement, and likewise, a great achievement. Since ancient times, those who have made great achievements have had a predictable end. The original body cannot bear generations of loyal Ning family extinction, so the prince identity for the petition for mercy, Ning Yi and his sister to avoid a disaster. It's just that what Qin Feng didn't expect was, in the past, although he gave grace to a lot of people, and now everyone avoids, but Ning Yi took the initiative to come. In this word of prophet in the courtroom, is really rare. This person, on the contrary, can be used. Ning Yi, do you know who is killing me? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Ning Yi's face revealed a look of indignation. Must be that old eunuch, scourge of the dynasty, set up loyal and good. The Crown Prince Highness repeatedly blocked. This old eunuch harboring hatred, set up your Highness, and now also want to put your Highness to death. A eunuch, no matter how powerful he is still just a dog of the royal family. If a dog has no one to back him up, how would he dare to devour his master? Qin Feng shook his head and continued to guide. As the son of a general, Ning Yi was naturally not stupid, and said, Your Highness, do you mean that all of this is the work of the second prince? No, without His Majesty's order, that old eunuch would never have dared to befriend the prince in private. Ning Yi shook his head violently, his pupils shrinking violently. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Feng looked towards Ning Yi and spoke indifferently. Your Ning family has been loyal to Great Qin for generations. Let me ask you, how do you feel about the word loyalty? Ning Yi's body shook as he heard an unrivaled cloak of aura from His Highness's calm tone. At the same time, he heard other meanings as well. His Highness was testing him. Ning Yi immediately knelt down and bowed without hesitation. The Ning family has been loyal to Great Qin for generations, and now that the Ning family has been repaid for their national favor by having their entire family killed by His Majesty, from today onwards, Ning Yi will only be loyal to your Highness, and will go through fire and water without hesitation. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the other party's reply. With the credit of these men in black, will you be able to become the heavenly prison commander? Ning Yi looked out of the heavenly prison with some difficulty. The subordinate is sure. It's just, Qin Feng said indifferently, you don't have to worry about those out there. After Ning Yi excused himself, Qin Feng continued practicing the heaven-swallowing devil technique, devouring the qi-refining corpse Dao fruit. His realm was rapidly rising. He had only broken through to the first level of qi refining last night, and now he was on the verge of touching the threshold of the second level of qi refining. What does your Highness mean? Ning Yi walked towards the outside with the corpse of the Forge Realm black-clothed man, Qin Feng's words confusing him greatly. Could it be that Zhu Hang is one of your Highness men? Hiss. Arriving outside the heavenly prison and looking at the corpses of the guards on the ground, Ningyi sucked in a breath of cool air. That's what your highness said about not having to worry. Killing the heavenly prison guards silently. And among them is Zhu Hang, who is in the 3rd level of Qi refining. Just how far has your highness's strength reached? Chapter 5, 9th level of Qi refinement. Out of the heavenly prison. Early the next morning, Ningyi brought a new team of guards to the heavenly prison. Your highness, those outside are all from frontier generals. If not for your highness, they would have already been beheaded along with my father. They are grateful to your highness and would never betray. Ningyi carried the wine and dishes and respectfully placed them in front of Qin Feng, poured another glass of wine for Qin Feng and said. Behind them, a group of brown men looked at Qin Feng with excited faces. Qin Feng said, for the next period of time, you lead them to guard the heavenly prison. Your highness, aren't you going out? Ningyi was a bit stunned as he thought that Qin Feng would leave the heavenly prison. After all, once what happened in the heavenly prison was leaked, the second prince and that old eunuch Lu Jin would inevitably still send people over. And Emperor Qin would not let Qin Feng off the hook. It's too early for that. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a demonic qi shot into Ningyi's body without warning. From now on, you will practice this technique. Ningyi felt the subtle gungfu in his mind. And in just a few moments, his bottleneck at the 9th level of body forging showed signs of loosening. Many thanks to your highness for granting the supreme technique. Ningyi's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Your highness, I wonder what the name of this method is. Qin Feng said indifferently. This method is called Blood Fury Devil Technique. It is a top-level devil technique created by a patriarch-level great devil, devouring the blood of living beings to enhance cultivation. The more you devour, the faster your realm improves. When fighting with people, you can turn your body into a pool of blood, cultivating to a high level of profundity. You can transform into a sea of blood. Back then, someone once transformed into a sea of blood, devouring a realm. Although Ningyi didn't know what a patriarch-level demon was, he could sense from the word patriarch that this was definitely a supreme figure. And his eyes turned red. My subordinate will never dishonor the bloodshed demon technique. The next few days, with Ningyi guarding the heavenly prison, Qin Feng did not need to be concerned and began practicing the heaven-swallowing devil technique day and night, devouring Dao fruits. 2 days later, stepping into the 2nd level of Qi refining. 5 days later, stepping into the 4th level of Qi refining. 15 days later, step into the 7th level of refinement. 1 month later, inside the heavenly prison. Boom! Shoo away. Pitch black demonic aura rolled. Demonic patterns flowed, and a pressure was released from Qin Feng's body, enveloping the entire heavenly prison. 9th level of Qi refining. Qin Feng opened his eyes and 2 ghostly lights shot out. After a month of cultivation and devouring nearly 10 Dao fruits of the Qi refining realm, he managed to step into the 9th level of Qi refining from the 9th level of body forging. The alchemy realm prisoners in the heavenly prison had been devoured by him in full. If you want to step into the foundation establishment, you must have a Dao fruit of the foundation establishment realm. There were no cultivators of the foundation establishment realm, nor were they imprisoned in the heavenly prison. It's about time to get out. Your highness. After Ningyi received Qin Feng's order, he came with a group of guards. January. Ningyi practiced the bloodshed demon technique bestowed by Qin Feng, devouring the blood of the prisoners within the heavenly prison, and his realm had also broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refining. After receiving Qin Feng's permission, Ningyi passed on the bloodshed demon technique to a group of guards after deleting some of it. And now, the realms of the group of guards had also all risen from the initial 5th or 6th level of body forging to the current 8th or 9th level of body forging. The moment. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with incomparably wild eyes. If it weren't for your highness, they would have stepped into the Yellow Springs long ago. Not only did his highness save them, but now he has bestowed upon them the supreme dharma, a favor that can only be repaid with one's life. Qin Feng said, how many foundation establishment realms are there in the capital city? Your highness, in the imperial city, there are only a handful of foundation establishment realms. Most of them are in the imperial palace. The old eunuch who made a move on your highness earlier is a foundation establishment triple. In addition to that, the second prince's master is a foundation establishment realm. Ningyi's body trembled with excitement as he knew that his highness was about to make a move. Qin Feng said indifferently, then go to him. Yu Wang's mansion. Still no news from inside the heavenly prison? Second Imperial Prince Qin Ke was frowning. After Qin Feng was abolished, he was in a very happy mood. However, the events of the past month had cast a layer of gloom in his heart. The commander of the guards said, Zhu Hang is dead. Now Ningyi is in charge of the heavenly prison. This guy is loyal to the abolished crown prince. Our people can't even get into the heavenly prison. Listening to his subordinate's report, Qin Ke's face was a bit ugly. What happened in January was so fishy. Zhu Hang was one of his men, and the black-clothed man who assassinated Qin Feng was also one of his men, but these two groups of people died together, and on the contrary, the only one who was loyal to Qin Feng, Ning Yi, survived. Master, is it because father doesn't want Qin Feng to die, or is there someone behind Qin Feng protecting him? The one who was called Master by Qin Ku was a kindly bald old monk with snow-white eyebrows drooping down his face, holding a string of rosary beads in his hand, and opened his eyes when he heard Qin Ku's words. What is the truth? Lao Di will personally go to the heavenly prison tomorrow night to see. Qin Ku's face showed joy. Then I'll trouble Master. There's no harm in it. Since His Majesty has made Lao Di as your Highness's master, he naturally has to share His Highness's worries. Suddenly, the old monk's eyes became stern and incomparable. His gaze seemed to pass through the building and see outside. Your Excellency has great guts. How dare you spy on the Imperial Prince's residence? Several people in the hall were very startled when they heard this, especially Qin Ku, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement but hadn't detected the slightest bit of it. Master, who is it? The aura is unfamiliar. His realm is the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. A few people were getting more and more surprised. Qin Ku's rightful consort said, one step away from the Foundation establishment realm. There are only a few people in the capital whose realm is at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Grandmaster Yuantong and all have seen them and know their scent. So how could an unfamiliar scent suddenly appear? The old monk twirled his Buddha beads and said, since your Excellency is here, then show yourself. Why hide your head? Do you have to let the old lineage do it? Old bald donkey, how dare you have the audacity to disrespect His Highness? A chorus of voices rang out. Ningyi appeared in the royal palace from the sky with a team of heavenly prison guards, and battled the royal guards. At this point, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. In the center of the fighting slowly forward. Wherever they passed along the royal guards bang 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 exploded, turned into a mass of blood mist. Qin Feng, aren't you wasted? Qin Ku looked at the ever-approaching figure, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. A month ago, the believer he sent out saw Qin Feng's dantian and limbs being wasted with his own eyes. 9,000 years old Lu Jin was incompatible with Qin Feng, and would never leave Qin Feng alone. But now, Qin Feng was not only showing no signs of being half-disabled, even, surprisingly, he couldn't even see through Qin Feng's realm anymore. Abolished Prince. Stop! The commander of the guards shouted and flew out from the hall, waving his fist seal towards Qin Feng. Giggle! Qin Feng waved his hand casually and rolling demonic chi surged out. Boom! The fist mark shattered. The head of the guard commander exploded. Red and white things splattered, and his body flew out backwards like a rag. The air fell into a silence, and several people in the great hall were stunned. The leader of the guards was at the 6th level of Qi refining, but in Qin Feng's hands, he hadn't even lasted a single move. Qin Feng, you've been hiding your clumsiness. Qin Ku's face was ugly. He has always been known as the most gifted of the royal family. Today it seems to be a joke. Qin Feng directly ignored Qin Ku. This kind of mole was not worth his time. His gaze fell on the bald monk. Tsukiji, yes, Qin Feng said indifferently. Old monk, I'll lend you my Dao fruit. The old monk sensed Qin Feng's killing intent. His robes bulged out and glittering Buddhist light bloomed around his body. It seems that your Highness has come here today for the old lineage. The demonic aura is thick. Karma is entangled. You have fallen into the demonic path. The old man has come to ferry you. Giggle. The old monk threw a string of rosary beads in his hand into the air, and instantly the Buddha's light made a great deal of noise, reflecting the entire hall into a golden color, and a mighty and magnificent atmosphere enveloped everyone. This is a Buddhist treasure, the heritage of the ancient temple. A number of monks to open the light. The old monk is even sacrificed for nearly 100 years, specializing in restraining the devil cultivator. The power is extremely terrifying. Chapter 6, Stepping into Foundation Establishment. Entering the palace. Outside the great hall, Ningyi as well as a group of guards saw the old monk striking and their hearts were in their throats. This old monk was a foundation builder. Wow! Qin Feng's palm spread out and rolling demonic chi overflowed from his palm, transforming into a black barrier. Bang bang bang! The dozen or so rosary beads that were as fast as they could be stopped violently in the air, as if they were in a quagmire, imprisoned by the black barrier, and hanging in front of Qin Feng. Good tactics. No wonder you dared to come to Lao Di. The old monk's face changed slightly, and he struck out several channels of spiritual energy into the rosary beads, and the rosary beads' Buddhist light was so loud that it wanted to break through the confinement. Wow! Qin Feng similarly manipulated the demonic chi and poured it into the rosary beads. At once, the demonic chi and aura attacked each other within the rosary beads. The precious beads that were originally blooming with Buddha's light were gradually tinted black. How is that possible? The old monk exclaimed. The rosary bead that he had been sacrificing for nearly 100 years had unexpectedly broken away from his control, and Qin Feng had forcibly severed the connection between him and the rosary bead. Go! Qin Feng's voice was calm as he waved his palm. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The dozen or so rosary beads that were drenched in demonic chi returned the way they came, like a streak of black lightning, shooting towards the old monk in a skywide pattern. Dang! A trace of sweat seeped out of the old monk's forehead, no longer having the contempt he had earlier. His sleeves vibrated and a copper bowl flew out. This was a Buddhist treasure not inferior to a rosary bead, with a great glow and mysterious Buddhist patterns flowing, condensing into a defensive light screen. Seeing the curtain of light blocking the rosary beads, the old monk breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng's methods were too bizarre. He was able to suppress the Buddhist treasure and even force it to become a demonic soldier. Even those Foundation Establishment realm demons suppressed in the temple's demon-subduing pagoda were far less bizarre than Qin Feng in terms of weirdness. Giggle! Qin Feng pointed out with a finger, and the demonic chi coalesced around his body, transforming into a demonic dragon roaring towards the old monk. Click! The defense light curtain shook. A crack appeared as if it would break at any moment, and the copper bowl shook. Master! Qin Ke saw this scene and panicked a bit. Qin Feng was surprisingly strong to such an extent that the 9th level of chi refining was not only able to battle a Foundation establishment, but also suppressed a Foundation establishment. Buzz! The old monk had also been sweating profusely. Sitting down on his knees, reciting words in his mouth, the Buddha's light around his body violently erupted. Arcane golden Buddhist patterns spat out from his mouth, like a tidal wave sweeping towards Qin Feng. This was an extremely powerful scripture that could ferry living beings and convert them to Buddhism, and was a common tactic used by the Buddhist sect that not many people could resist. Devil, the old lineage will ferry you. With you being a Foundation establishment, you also want to transmute me? Qin Feng sneered. He didn't make a move, allowing these golden Buddha patterns to enter his body. Next moment, a radiant white light erupted from his body, directly dispersing the golden Buddha pattern. Put! The old monk who had just released a bold statement to ferry Qin Feng violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His copper bowl crashed to the ground, and the Buddha light on his body steeply dimmed, as if a candle flame had been forcibly extinguished, and he collapsed towards the back. What was even more terrifying was that the old monk's entire body began to overflow with wisps of demonic aura. Master! Qin Ku exclaimed. You! The old monk looked towards Qin Feng with fear in his eyes. He tried to ferry Qin Feng, but instead of succeeding, the Buddha's light on his body was instead eroded by the demonic energy. He chanted the transmigration scriptures and saw the world shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura. A boundless sea of blood and white bones. You're not a devil cultivator. You're a real devil? Who exactly are you? The old monk's voice trembled. Qin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. Waving his hand, a black rosary shoots, like a black lightning. Put! The old monk's head was directly pierced through. A Foundation establishment realm existence had fallen just like that. Struck down by the chi refining realm's Qin Feng without the slightest ability to fight back from start to finish. The moment. There were only 3 people left in the Great Hall, so quiet that even a pin falling on the ground could be heard. The Wan Fei's body was as if it was boneless, paralyzed on the ground. Her voice was filled with supplication, and she said in a pitiful manner, Imperial brother, there is a misunderstanding. Qin Ke's legs trembled, but his tone still carried a threat. Qin Feng, if you dare to kill me, father will never spare you, and great Qin Wan, either. Qin Xiao? Qin Feng said indifferently, don't worry, him, I'll kill too. My senior brother is the first heavenly pride of great Qin, Lu Bai. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Princess Qin Kewang sensed her own fate and made a final struggle. But, it's futile in the end. Qin Feng turned around and directly left the Grand Hall. The moment he stepped out of the Great Hall, the 2 rosaries in the air shot out, piercing through the eyebrows of Qin Ku and his wife. Your Highness! Ningyi led a group of heavenly prison guards who were thrilled to see Qin Feng come out. All of them were drenched in blood, though most of this was the blood of their enemies. With Ningyi, a chi refinement 3rd grader, and a group of heavenly prison guards at the 9th grading of body forging, coupled with the fact that all of them were practicing the bloodshed demon technique, they were completely crushing these guards of the royal palace. The moment. Everyone gazed at Qin Feng with incomparable fervor. A great battle. They were all surprised by their own strength. What shocked them even more was still His Highness, the 9th level of chi refinement cutting down the Foundation establishment in reverse. What kind of terror was this? Don't spread the news here for now, Qin Feng ordered. He intended to devour the old monk's Dao fruit here and step into the Foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Once he stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, with his battle prowess as well as the 10,000 soul streamer, no one would stop him in the great Qin capital city again. Don't worry, Your Highness. My subordinate has long since sent people to blockade the royal residence. ensuring that not a single fly will fly out. Ningyi patted his chest in assurance. After Ningyi and the group of guards left, Qin Feng returned to the Great Hall. This Dao fruit should be able to help me step into Foundation establishment. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng directly operated the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Rolling demonic chi surged out from his body, wrapping the old monk's corpse, and a strand of Dao fruit entered Qin Feng's body. At the same time, the 10,000 soul streamer flew out of his body and hung above his head as a mysterious power surged out from within the 10,000 soul streamer, enveloping the entire royal mansion. The unjust souls in each corpse were forcibly detained and appeared within the 10,000 soul streamer, being continuously refined. Nowadays, in the 10,000 soul streamer, thousands of unjust souls in the heavenly prison had been refined, and these thousands of unjust souls were fighting with each other, breeding stronger unjust souls. Every 100 wrong souls could breed a high-level ghost, and in a month's time in the heavenly prison, these thousands of wrong souls had already birthed 10 ghosts of the chi-refining realm. This was the terror of the 10,000 soul streamer. The more unjust souls it devoured, the more powerful ghosts it could spawn. Mother once devoured billions of unjust souls with the 10,000 soul streamer, and even cultivated several ghost emperor-level existences. It's just a pity that in that battle, the billions of unjust souls were dispersed, and several ghost emperors were killed. In this life, I will re-refine hundreds of millions of wrong souls and revive the mighty name of the 10,000 soul streamer. Time passes quickly. It had been 5 days since Qin Feng had left the heavenly prison. The old monk's entire body of Dao fruits had been devoured in half, and his flesh had shrunk quite a bit. Qin Feng sensed the threshold of the Foundation establishment realm, and was only a foot away from it. Early the next morning, Ningyi came to report. Your Highness, there is a letter from the palace to allow the second prince to enter the palace. My subordinate is using the second prince's illness as an excuse to delay for a while, but I'm afraid it won't last more than a few days. Qin Feng said indifferently. It won't take long. 10 days later. Boom! Boom! Devilish chi rolled and overflowed from the Great Hall, like waves from the depths of the sea, surging violently, with bursts of low rumbling sounds unceasingly. In the main hall of the royal residence, Qin Feng snapped his eyes open and a terrifying pressure swept around him. The foundation has been built. It's time for business to begin. Commander, is His Highness going to step into Foundation establishment so soon? The crowd of heavenly prison guards looked in the direction of the Great Hall and felt the powerful pressure. Excited. With Your Highness's strength, how difficult is it to step into Foundation establishment? Ningyi looked fervent. The words just fell. Qin Feng flew out of the Great Hall. Your Highness! The crowd flushed and cried out in unison. Qin Feng swept his gaze over a few people. Ningyi's realm had broken through to the 4th level of chi refining, and a few of the guards in the group had also stepped into the chi refining realm. Do you know what you are going to do tonight? Qin Feng said indifferently. Ningyi and the group of guards roared without hesitation. We swear to follow Your Highness to the death. We swear to follow Your Highness to the death. We swear to follow Your Highness to the death. Inside the great Qin Imperial City, a carriage drove into the palace, attracting the attention of the entire population of the capital city. The second prince has been sick for 10 days and is finally cured. The old crown prince was deposed, and the second prince has entered the palace this time, so he should be preparing to enthrone the crown prince. My great Qin has really been blessed with good things in recent days, and the sight of the beaming kingdom has also subsided. Wanting to conclude a 10-year non-aggression treaty with my great Qin. Your Highness, second prince, the palace is an important place. Attendants are not allowed to enter. Inside the carriage, Qin Feng faintly said as he heard the voice of the Imperial Guards. Kill! Ningyi and the group of guards made a direct move. You guys! The Imperial Guards were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and nearly 100 of them were instantly killed in half. The remaining half reacted and immediately fought with the heavenly prison guards, but the gap between the two sides is too wide. Although the heavenly prison guards led by Ningyi were only a dozen or so, their realms were all above the 9th level of body forging, and they practiced the blood fiend demon technique, which could manipulate blood and turn it into a pool of blood, which was bizarre and incomparable. And from time to time, people collapsed as the blood in the body of the Imperial Guards rushed away from the top of their heads. Chapter 7 I will moderate the world and rule the heavens. Second Prince, are you going to rebel? A chorus of voices rang out. The commotion at the palace gates alerted the hidden inner guards of the palace. Several figures moved above the palace like ghosts, and in a moment they arrived outside the carriage, surrounding it. Get out of the car at once, or don't blame us for the following offense. Someone chortled, and rolling waves surged towards the inside of the carriage. Wow! Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he casually waved his hand and several channels of demonic chi rushed through the curtain. Poo poo poo! A succession of dull sounds rang out. Before the DNEI guards around the carriage could react, they were struck by the demonic chi, their chests instantly exploding. and they flew out backwards like cannonballs. It's you! At the last moment of death, a Demoness guard at the peak of the 9th level of Chi refining saw the face in the carriage through the lifted corner of the curtain and was filled with horror. It wasn't the second prince in the carriage. Instead, it's the abolished prince. Qin Feng. Bang! Demonic Qi surged out from Qin Feng's body and the carriage was directly shattered into pieces. Qin Feng had his hands behind his back as he stepped forward in the void, and a palace quickly retreated under Qin Feng's feet. Follow the memory in your head. Qin Feng arrived directly outside the Golden Palace. Bold thieves, daring to come to the palace's forbidden land to spread their wildness. Several powerful auras appeared and flew out of the palace. Qin Feng, you, how is that possible? The old eunuch Lu Jin looked at Qin Feng in front of him, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. A month ago, he clearly wasted Qin Feng with his own hands. Lu Jin, what's going on? The remaining few inquired. These people are all great Qin worship, Foundation realm existence, the palace of the powerful top of the existence of perennial seclusion. For the Imperial dynasty knows very little. Hear Qin Feng of the Qin surname. They detected unusual. He is His Majesty's first son, the old crown prince of the Eastern Palace, colluded with a demonic Demoness, and was abolished as crown prince by His Highness a month ago, and I personally shattered his dantian and limbs in the heavenly prison. Lu Jin stared at Qin Feng deadpan, wondering if someone was deliberately pretending to be Qin Feng. The result made his heart tremble. The person in front of him did not use the method of disguise. It was really Qin Feng. Hear that? The remaining few offerings were stunned in disbelief. The person in front of me. Where is the half of the appearance of a wasted dantian? Qin Feng, how on earth did you do that? Lu Jin's expression was somber, his eyes filled with killing intent and a hint of curiosity and greed. If he could obtain the secrets on Qin Feng's body, he might be able to go farther on the Foundation establishment path and even have a chance to step into the Jindan realm. Giggle. Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with these Dao fruits. His body flashed and disappeared into a shadow. Next moment, he appeared in front of the old eunuch. His demonic aura wrapped around his palm and slapped down at the old eunuch. What? Lu Jin's face suddenly changed. Stunned by Qin Feng's terrifying speed, he didn't even have time to offer up his magic treasures, and hurriedly cast a defensive aptitude, rolling aura gushing out from his body, transforming into a shield in front of his body. However, this aura shield was extremely fragile in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng slapped his palm on the shield. A ripple of aura spread in all directions. Bang sound. The shield instantly exploded, turned into aura dissipation. Ka! The palm wrapped in demonic chi landed on Lu Jin's head. Ah came the scream. Lu Jin's head sank directly into his neck. His vitality instantly extinct, and he fell toward the back. The whole process was extremely smooth, without the slightest hint of procrastination or killing. If it were someone else, having been shattered by the old eunuch's dantian and wasted his limbs, now that he had risen again, he would definitely want to tease the old eunuch and raise his eyebrows. However, Qin Feng did not open his mouth the entire time. In his eyes the old eunuch was nothing more than a mole cricket. In his previous life, this kind of mole cricket did not even have the qualifications to enter his field of vision. What's the fun in teasing an ant? Pure waste of time. Outside the Golden Palace, there was silence. Eunuch Lu was slapped to death? Some eunuchs and palace maids who heard the commotion and ran out stared in disbelief. Lu Jin and the Qin Emperor Qin Shao is still young, followed the left and right. Deeply trusted, Qin Shao ascended to the throne. Lu Jin in charge of all the eunuchs and courtesans in the palace, known as the Old Ancestor. The status of the lofty, the cultivation is also deep. Such a pinnacle of the Qin dynasty, even so killed? He's only in the first level of Foundation establishment. Lu Jin is in the third level of Foundation establishment. How is that possible? A few Foundation establishment realms were even more alarmed and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of scorn. The first level of Foundation establishment crossed the border to kill the third level of Foundation establishment, and it was still a second kill. The person in front of him was not only amazingly qualified, but his battle prowess was even more amazing. Qin Feng, according to seniority, you should call me Imperial Uncle. With your natural talent, you are worthy of the position of Crown Prince. If you tell me of any grievances, Imperial Uncle can help you regain your position as Crown Prince. Among the offerings, a middle-aged man wearing a bright yellow python robe looked at Qin Feng, his tone sounding very sincere, with a charitable look of an elder, as if he was truly concerned about Qin Feng. However, a hint of killing intent and greed flashed under its eyes. Unlike the other few offerings, he was clear about Qin Feng's invalidation and knew why Qin Feng was invalidated. To save a devilish young girl who was being pursued by the Immortal Sect, the originally mediocre Qin Feng had quickly risen to prominence after saving the Demon Road Girl, and it was inevitable that the other party had left Qin Feng with extraordinary treasures. The Crown Prince's seat? Qin Feng glanced at the other party. These people are pretty funny. He was the young lord of the heavenly demon realm, standing at the top of the heavens, and the crown prince position of a small dynasty wanted to lure him? The most help I need from you right now is for you to die. You obviously won't kill yourselves, so let me kill you. Giggle. Qin Feng's figure flickered and disappeared once again, killing towards several people. Stubborn. You're given a chance and you don't appreciate it. A few of the confessors were also enraged, offering their respective magic treasures, their spiritual light shining brightly, and their powerful auras suppressing towards Qin Feng like a tidal wave. Kid, you only killed Lu Jin under a sneak attack. Don't think you can use the same means against us. 10,000 souls. Looking at the several Dharma treasures that came from suppression, Qin Feng spoke indifferently. A pitch-black soul streamer silhouette coalesced in front of Qin Feng, demonic patterns flowing, ghostly light flickering, and a terrifying pressure sweeping across heaven and earth. Bang bang bang! A magic treasure exploded and turned into pieces. What kind of tactic is this? Several people spewed out blood, their figures staggering as they looked at the soul streamer shadow in the air, horrified beyond measure. Giggle! Qin Feng once again moved forward, raising his hand and waving his fist print. Brilliant white light erupted. Overbearing and overwhelming killing intent filled the four directions. An aura of reincarnation flowed. This was the six-path reincarnation fist, a battle technique created by a top-level powerhouse in the upper realm. In his previous life, Qin Feng had fought with this person, and his heavy pupil had captured the essence of his opponent's boxing technique, inscribing a Dao rhyme, which was now reproduced. Put, put. Several people in the field spat out blood one after another, and they were bombarded by Qin Feng as they kept retreating. Struck by the reincarnation fist seal, his breath quickly withered, his hair began to turn white, wrinkles grew on his skin, and his vitality was declining. Although today's Qin Feng was only able to display 1/10th of the six paths reincarnation fist's divine might, it was an absolutely irresistible and terrifying means for these foundation establishment. Damn it, what kind of bizarre divine ability is this? A few offerings were horrified, a few short exchanges, their hair was already snow white, their faces were covered with wrinkles, turning from middle age to old age, and the most miserable one, whose lifespan was already not much and whose hair was white, now the white hair on his head fell off with only a few strands left, and his body was hunched over, and at any time he would run out of gas. A few people were afraid that if they continued, they would become a withered bone. Qin Feng, stop, we won't stop you. A person gave in and wanted to make way for Qin Feng to enter the Golden Palace. Put! Qin Feng blasted out with a fist, his fist prints filled the air and pierced through the opponent's head. When the remaining few people saw this scene, their temples jumped violently, no longer able to rise up to resist, and hurriedly fled. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of these foundation establishment Dao fruits and chased after them, killing several of them one by one. Qin Feng, stop, you and I are of the same clan, have something to say. The man who called himself Qin Feng's imperial uncle and wore a bright yellow python robe shouted in terror. The words were not yet spoken. Put! Qin Feng directly shattered the opponent's head with a punch. The same tribe? Qin Feng was disdainful. The great battle at the foundation establishment level had long attracted the royal sons and daughters of the palace. The crowd looked at the silhouette in the air with incomparable horror. The 5 foundation establishment realm confessors have been killed. Who is this person? A Jindan realm powerhouse? To be able to kill 5 foundation establishment with the power of one person, who else can do that besides a Jindan realm powerhouse? In my great Qin dynasty, there are only 2 Jindan realm powerhouses. The Sword Pavilion Master Fengyun Wuji and the Abbot of Vajra Temple, Master Shixin. Could this person be one of the 2 of them? He's Qin Feng. Suddenly, an Imperial Prince exclaimed in shock when he saw Qin Feng's face. What? It's really Qin Feng. The rest of the royal sons and daughters also saw the looks of the figures in the air and their voices trembled. Didn't father give the order for Eunuch Lu to abolish his dantian? Big deal. The faces of the crowd of imperial sons and daughters turned white. Royalty has no affinity. Since Qin Feng had been abolished, they had more or less done things that had fallen down the well, and if Qin Feng were to return to the position of the crown prince, they were afraid that they would all be liquidated. And at this moment, Qin Feng, after blasting the last foundation establishment, broke open the door of the Golden Palace and entered it. The gilded hall was empty. Qin Feng's eyes were tightly closed, and his body was surrounded by demonic aura that filled the entire hall, with threads of demonic aura soaking into the ground. A few moments later, Qin Feng opened his eyes and came straight to the dragon chair, shattering it with a punch, and a passageway appeared below. Qin Feng entered the passageway and quickly moved forward in the passageway. A few breaths later, the eyes opened up. There are other places under the Golden Palace. This is a dungeon not inferior to the Golden Palace. The surrounding walls of copper lamps neatly arranged. Long bright fire will be the dungeon illuminated as day. The bed of ice in the center emanated a gust of cold mist. The middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe was practicing on his knees, and the four directions of spiritual chi surged madly towards his body, converging in the dantian, and a quail egg-sized golden dan was slowly taking shape, emitting a powerful pressure. Boom! With the arrival of Qin Feng, the golden dan shook violently, showing signs of collapsing at any time. Fenger, you really surprised father. Qin Shao opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng in front of him with shadowy eyes. He had long sensed the battle in the outside world, only that he couldn't make a move at the critical moment of breaking through the Jindan, and had thought that the 5 Foundation establishment realms in the palace would be able to capture Qin Feng and interrogate him personally when he was out of the gate. However, he didn't expect that instead of capturing Qin Feng, the 5 Foundation establishment realms didn't even manage to stall for time and were suppressed by Qin Feng with just his hands. He was abolished a month ago and stepped into the Foundation establishment realm a month ago. Killing intent filled Qin Zhao's heart. Sure enough, this sinner had received heavenly benefits from the Demoness of the Devil's Path, and even if he was invalidated, he was still unwilling to hand it over to him. Qin Shao forced back the killing intent within his heart and squeezed a smile on his face as he said, "Effective immediately. Father restores you to the position of Crown Prince." Wow! Qin Feng did not say a word as demonic chi surged in his palm, condensing into a pitch-black demonic spear. Qin Zhao's face changed slightly. "Windy, you're already a prince and got what you wanted. What more do you want? I will control Great Qin and rule the heavens." Qin Feng's voice was cold as he threw his demonic spear, transforming into a black lightning bolt that broke through the void and blasted at the Jindan. "Seek death," Qin Shao coldly rebuked. His Jindan violently erupted, and his majestic spiritual energy surged towards Qin Feng like a sea wave. Boom! A big collision breaks out. The results were unexpected. The demonic spear offered by Qin Feng was as powerful as a bamboo stick, directly piercing through the majestic spiritual power and striking the Jindan. Bang! A crack appeared on the surface of the smooth Jindan. Like a plague, a rapid spread. In an instant, the surface of the Jindan cracks all over, and then broken. Violent energy outbreaks swept through the underground palace. Broken Jindan into a wisp of aura dissipated, floating in the underground palace. No! Qin Zhao's eyes were red and he hissed to the sky, looking like a madman. When the Jindan was destroyed, hundreds of years of hard cultivation turned into flying dust, and in the future, the possibility of him wanting to step into the Jindan again was slim to none. Sinner, you seek death. Qin Shao went crazy. His body flashed and appeared in the sky above Qin Feng. His palm formed a claw and grabbed towards Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng stood in place without the slightest movement, and behind him, a body of unjust souls coalesced. In a flash, thousands of souls appeared, densely packed. Whimpering sound echoed in the palace, as if in hell, very oozing. Qin Shao looked at the bizarre unjust souls that were killing all over the sky. His scalp was numb, and the anger in his heart seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water, so he exclaimed in shock and retreated violently and explosively. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Thousands of unjust souls. The weakest breath was also forging body. Among them, there were more than a dozen of chi refining. If it was only like this, he was confident to deal with it. But there are still 6 unjust souls of the Foundation establishment realm in here. Qin Shao violently stopped his body and turned around. But the speed of the injustice spirits was even faster. The 6 Foundation establishment realm injustice spirits left a residual shadow in the air and instantly surrounded Qin Shao, entangling him, and the thousands of injustice spirits at the back also chased after him one after another, like a tidal wave, surrounding him layer by layer until his body was completely submerged. Ah! Asterisk 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 off. Qin Shao hissed as a divine ability was sacrificed and spiritual light erupted. Boom boom boom. A grievous soul was dispersed, but there were too many grievous souls. As time passes, thousands of unjust souls dispersed and returned to the 10,000 soul streamer. On the ground, Qin Shao was pale, extremely weak, and his breath was like swimming. He looked at Qin Feng who was approaching step by step and hurriedly said, "Fenger, I am your father. Do you want to kill your father?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "My father, from the beginning, is only one." Hearing these words, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up and hope for life surfaced in his heart. "But not you." Qin Feng stepped out, accompanied by a poof sound. The underground palace completely quiet. Outside the Golden Palace, the Imperial City's own troops rushed to escort Ningyi and a group of heavenly prison guards. The armor on all of them was engraved with a white tiger. This is one of the 4 major battalions of the Great Qin capital, the White Tiger Battalion. Although the 10,000 men of the White Tiger Battalion were all just forged, they practiced special military formations for years, and were extremely powerful. Even when faced with Jindan, they could still fight. The breathing of these 10,000 people were kept in unison, their essence coalescing as one. and a giant white tiger silhouette appeared in the sky above, emitting a tyrannical aura. Chapter 8, Conquering the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Battalions, Pacify the Imperial City. Ning-yi, surrender. Bai Shun, the leader of the White Tiger Battalion, has hard features, a knife-like face, and is unsmiling. Ning-yi grinned. Bai Shun, you're the one who should surrender and follow His Highness with me. Marshal Ning has recovered 3,000 li of mountains and rivers. The Ning family has been loyal for generations and has built up the Great Qin. Are you going to destroy the loyal bones of the Ning family that have been accumulated for thousands of years? Bai Shun's words were deafening. He did not want Ning-yi's last bloodline to dissipate, and was giving Ning-yi a chance. Ha! Ning-yi smiled. Generations of loyalty for what? What result did you get from recovering 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers? If it weren't for your highness, how would Ning-yi be able to stand here today? Ning-yi's life and death is nothing. But what about the dozens of people in the Ning family? Speaking of the end. Ning-yi's eyes were red. Baek Soon was silent. Before commanding the White Tiger Battalion, he had fought on the frontier and learned a lot under Marshal Ning, who could be said to be half his master. The matter of the Ning family had shocked the dynasty and the countryside at first, and many people were secretly clamoring for their injustice, and he was one of them. It's just that imperial orders cannot be disobeyed. Baek Soon sighed. Ning-yi, if the king wants me to die, I, for one, have to die. Ning-yi's fists clenched tightly, creaking. He was furious, but in this era of heaven and earth, ruler and teacher, he couldn't refute it. Your June, what if he dies? A faint voice rang out. Qin Feng flew out of the golden palace and casually threw the corpse in his hand onto the ground. Your Majesty. Bai Shun looked at Qin Zhao's body on the ground. His eyes red. The great Qin son of heaven was killed. Bai Shun felt that the sky had collapsed, and all the generals of the White Tiger Battalion were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Your Highness, you are regicide and patricide. Bai Shun looked at Qin Feng, his eyes red, looking like a madman, the long spear in his hand raised. Qin Feng said indifferently, I am the king. Bai Shun coldly said, Great Qin has many imperial sons and daughters. Even if His Majesty dies, the throne is not your turn. You reminded me. Qin Feng signaled Ning-yi. Ning-yi immediately comprehended this, and while the White Tiger Battalion's generals were lost in thought, he rushed out of the encirclement with a group of heavenly prison guards. Next moment. Ah! A crowd of royal sons and daughters screamed miserably. Stop! Baek Soon came back to his senses and hastened to stop it, but it was still too late. With Ning-yi's 4th level of Qi refinement plus a team of heavenly jail guards above the 9th level of body forging, dealing with these royal sons and daughters who were less than Qi refinement and had an average realm at the 4th or 5th level of body forging was as simple as picking up a bag. Your Highness, do not dishonor me. Ning-yi brought a group of heavenly prison guards to resume their duties, their armor already soaked in blood. Qin Feng looked at Bai Shun. Now, do you have any questions? He intended to take in Bai Shun. The other party was the commander of the White Tiger Battalion. If he submitted, it would save him a lot of trouble. Bai Shun looked at Qin Zhao's corpse on the ground, and then at the royal bloodline on the ground not far away, and his gaze finally landed on Qin Feng with a struggling expression. Ning-yi walked over and patted Bai Shun on the shoulder. Bai Shun, your Highness's true and majestic lord, the one to whom heaven's destiny has been given. Who can rival your Highness in the great Qin imperial family? Return to your Highness. The future you will be immensely grateful to your present self. Baek Soon was a little shaken. His Majesty is dead. The imperial sons and daughters have also been slaughtered. And now in Great Qin, the only one who carries the bloodline of the emperor is Qin Feng in front of him. If he didn't submit, even if he killed Qin Feng, Great Qin would be plunged into chaos. Sessions. It just cheapens those neighboring countries around it. Nowadays, only Qin Feng succeeding the Qin emperor could stabilize everything. Bai Shun, willing to submit. Bai Shun knelt down at Qin Feng, and the 10,000 White Tiger Battalion behind him followed suit, shouting in unison, Greetings, my emperor, greetings, my emperor, greetings, my emperor. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids saw this and also knelt down like a tidal wave, shouting long live. In a split second, outside the Golden Palace, Qin Feng was the only one who was independent. Baek Soon, subordinate, you take the White Tiger Battalion and immediately go to suppress the 3 battalions of the capital. The Green Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, and the Xuanwu. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. Qin Feng waved his hand and 4 Foundation Establishment Realm and Justice Souls appeared in front of Bai Shun. They assist you. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the wrong soul, Bai Shun was incomparably shocked in his heart and immediately said, Your obedience, Ning-yi. Qin Feng continued to order, subordinate, from now on, the establishment of the Brocade Guards, with the right to monitor the 100 officials, the right to first decree, You are the chief commander of the Brocade Guards. Tomorrow, I want to see the 100 officials submit. Qin Feng raised his hand, and similarly, 2 Foundation Establishment Realm and Justice souls appeared in front of Ning Yi. Ning Yi was incomparably excited. My subordinate obeys. Wait for everyone to leave. Qin Feng stood in front of the Golden Palace, his hands behind his back, his expression draped. Control of the palace. Control of the capital. This, just the first step. In a day, news of the great change in the Great Qin Imperial City spread. Something big has happened. I heard that His Majesty was killed by the abolitionist prince. Hiss. How is it possible? His Majesty is at the peak of Foundation establishment. There are still Foundation establishment realm envoys and Imperial guards in the palace. And the abolition prince has already been abolished. So how could he kill His Majesty? They said that the abolition prince not only wasn't abolished, but instead stepped into the Foundation establishment, casually suppressed the 5 Foundation establishment realm offerings in the palace, and killed His Majesty with his own hands. Foundation building? The scrapped prince is not even 20 years old this year. How could he step into Foundation establishment? My great Qin's most radiant pride, Liu Bai, only stepped into the Foundation establishment realm at the age of 22. Hundreds of people are talking, curious about what is going on in the palace. There are all kinds of claims, both true and false, and the interest is high. Among the crowd, the heavenly prison guards, or should I say, the Brocade Guards were shuttling around, but whenever anyone uttered any disrespectful words towards Qin Feng, they would immediately disappear without a trace. Gradual. Someone noticed something unusual. The person they had just spoken to had disappeared out of thin air, alive or dead. It sent chills and creeps down their spine, and they didn't dare to babble anymore. Qin Feng didn't die and even broke through to the Foundation establishment realm? A few young girls with black veils couldn't help but mutter as they listened to the murmurs around them. That's not what the lady said. Didn't Miss say that this fellow Qin Feng hasn't even stepped into the Qi refining realm? At less than 20 years of age with Foundation establishment, this guy's qualifications are considered to be among the best in the 100 dynasties, so maybe there's a chance that he'll become a fellow disciple with Miss in the future. Since he's fine, let's hurry back too. Miss is really too. It's almost hard to protect herself, and she still has time to worry about others, making us trek thousands of miles to come here. Qin Feng saved Miss before. You all know that Miss always knows how to repay favors and doesn't like to owe others favors. Let's stop talking. Let's hurry back and support Miss. Inside the Golden Palace, the devilish aura was dense and filled the entire hall. Qin Feng performed the heaven-swallowing devil technique, and in front of him was a corpse of the Foundation establishment realm. Being in charge of Great Qin is certainly important, but the realm is the root. After passing down a command, Qin Feng began to devour these several Foundation establishment Dao fruits with his heaven-swallowing devil technique. As strands of the Dao fruit disappeared into his body, Qin Feng's aura grew stronger and stronger. The Dao fruit of the Foundation establishment realm. The devouring time is much longer. To break through to the first level of Foundation establishment, it will take at least 10 days. And if you want to step into the 9th level of Foundation establishment, it's going to take 4 months. Qin Feng opened his eyes and shook his head. When did I become so greedy? In my previous life, I was carrying a heavy pupil and a supreme bone. My natural talent was unrivaled, and it took more than a year to break through the Foundation establishment, but now I was able to break through the Foundation establishment in 4 months, more than doubling my speed. With such a speed of ascension, I'm afraid that only the heaven-swallowing demon function in all the heavens and all the worlds can do it. And when you reach above Foundation establishment, the normal cultivation speed will be much slower, and the advantages of the heaven-swallowing devil technique will be even more obvious. Cultivating devilish techniques had an effect on the state of mind after all. Qin Feng was all disturbed and became a bit agitated. However, Qin Feng had reached the immortal realm in his previous life and quickly adjusted his heart. Greetings to your majesty. Long live the emperor. When the 100 officials saw Qin Feng walk out of the Golden Palace, they immediately performed the ritual of kneeling. At first, these officials are very backbone and are unwilling to submit, but after Ning Yi's killing of the chicken to make an example of the monkey, it was instantly honest. Qin Feng, the son of a rebellious courtier, regicide, patricide, mutilation of flesh and blood, indiscriminate murder of officials and doctors, like you and other disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous people, everyone has to be put to death. And you still try to get your hands on the throne of my great Qin? What face do you have to live in the world? Suddenly, among the 100 officials, a figure stood up, standing on a crane, cursing at Qin Feng in a torrent. Chang Sun Zhang, how dare you? Ning Yi big heave, both angry and self-condemnation. As a Jinui, he was actually deceived by Gong Sun Zhang. The other party previously pretended to return to obedience, is in order to in front of the Golden Palace, in front of the civil and military officials to scold Qin Feng. Qin Feng interrupted Ning Yi, who was about to strike, and said to Chang Sun Zhang, I'll give you a chance to write an edict of enthronement and announce it to the world. Ha ha, you're delusional. Chang Sun Zhang sneered, everyone deserves to be punished for being a rebel. You are not qualified to let the old man write a word for you. Qin Feng said, since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. What's the harm in dying? If you were to exterminate the 9 clans of my husband, I wouldn't write a single word for you, son of a messenger. Go ahead and come. And 10,000 generations from now, when the world talks about today, they will spit on your bones and extol the good name of my husband. Ha ha, Chang Sun Zhang held his head high and laughed to the sky. He was fighting for his name with his death. Beautiful name? Qin Feng's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, pass on my decree to exterminate the 10 clans of Chang Sun Zhang, erase all records about Chang Sun Zhang, and abolish the Chang Sun surname. You shall not die a good death. Disorganized son, you shall die a horrible death. When Chang Sun Zhang heard this, he immediately panicked. He wasn't afraid of death or having his entire family copied, but he was afraid when Qin Feng wanted to erase all of his information. Once that happened, he was equivalent to disappearing completely. There had never been a person like him in the world, let alone a beautiful name. Pop! Ningyi stepped forward and slapped half of Chang Sun Zhang's face, taking away the already crazed Chang Sun Zhang. For people like Chang Sun Zhang, he was very disdainful. To exchange a full family for your reputation alone, Chang Sun Zhang, the Chang Sun clan has had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have someone like you. The 100 officials are quiet as if they were chilling. With that out of the way, the officials no longer have any small minds. Qin Feng took in the crowd's expressions. A Chang Sun Zhang is nothing more than a mole cricket to Qin Feng, borrowing this guy's 10 clans, quickly deterring the top and bottom of Great Qin, and completely controlling Great Qin. This is his purpose. At this point, Bai Shun, who was dressed in a basalt iron armor, came in. His body was stained red with blood, but he was incredibly excited. Your Highness, fortunately, the 3 camps of Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu all submitted, with the commander of the Vermilion Bird Battalion taking the initiative to submit, and the commanders of the Green Dragon and Xuanwu battalions attempting to resist, and were killed by my subordinates. Vermilion Bird Battalion Commander Nie Xiaoqian, see your majesty, of the 4 major battalions in the capital city, the Vermilion Bird Battalion is the one that stands out, with 10,000 generals who are all daughters. Nie Xiaoqian knelt on the ground, but her eyes peeked at Qin Feng with some complexity and curiosity. Obviously a month ago, he was still a ruined prince, and in such a short period of time, he swept away everything and became the Lord of Great Qin, which is really amazing. With immediate effect, the Green Dragon and Xuanwu battalions are cancelled and merged into the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions, which will continue to be led by the 2 of you, guarding the capital city, and anyone who dares to make a mess will be killed without pardon. Qin Feng ordered. He had no time to care about Nie Xiaoqian's mind, nor was he too lazy to do so. The way of the imperial court, use it when it is wise, kill it if it is not. It's simple. Subordinate obeys. Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian both led the order. Giggle. Qin Feng waved his hand and 2 channels of demonic qi surged into Bai Shan's and Nie Xiaoqian's eyebrows respectively. The 2 men were stunned at first, but soon became ecstatic. An additional gong method appeared in their minds. What was in Bai Shan's mind was the White Tiger True Scripture, which, when cultivated to its fullest, possessed the power of the holy beast White Tiger, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. In Nie Xiaoqian's mind, on the other hand, is the Vermilion Bird True Scripture, which can be practiced to great completion and lead to nirvana with desire. These 2 techniques were once created by a great power who traveled through the heavens after becoming an immortal, passing through the White Tiger realm and the Vermilion Bird realm, observing the holy beast White Tiger and the holy beast Vermilion Bird fighting and creating top-notch techniques. So don't fail to live up to them. Qin Feng said. The great power he spoke of was naturally himself. In the gongfu taught to the 2, he planted a prohibition with the heaven-swallowing devil gong. As long as the cultivation, the 2 people's lives and deaths are all in his thoughts. Your Majesty has bestowed the divine technique. My subordinate is unable to return the favor and will not dishonor this technique. Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian's faces flushed with incomparable gratitude. They vaguely felt that the gongfu in their minds would change their destinies and break their future shackles. A heavenly opportunity. You too, contact the Great Qin generals. Those who are willing to submit, everything will remain the same, and their official positions will remain unchanged. Those who do not submit will be killed without mercy. Ning Yi, you assist the 2 of them. Qin Feng ordered. Since the imperial city has been controlled, the next step is to control the Great Qin army. As long as the control of the Great Qin army, Qin Feng is the real Great Qin emperor. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. As the son of Marshal Ning and a member of the Ning family, Ningyi still has some influence in the Great Qin army and may be able to exert a strange effect. Yes, as the elite battalion of the Imperial City, Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian had contacts with generals from all over the world on weekdays, and the two of them immediately left the palace to contact the generals from all over the world after receiving the order. Qin Feng looked at the 100 officials again and said, "Announce to the world that in 3 days' time, an enthronement ceremony will be held." With Chang Sun Jing's example, the 100 officials naturally didn't dare to have half a word of opposition. After explaining all matters, Qin Feng returned inside the Golden Palace. "If the heavenly demon realm is destroyed, I will recast a demon realm. It all starts with Great Qin." Qin Feng's black hair danced wildly as killing intent filled his body. "Yaoi, one day, a Great Qin demon kingdom that is far superior to the heavenly demon realm will appear in front of you. I wonder if you will be surprised." Wow! Boundless demonic chi surged out from Qin Feng's body, wrapping around the Foundation establishment corpse on the ground as Qin Feng continued to cultivate the heaven-swallowing devil technique, devouring the Dao fruit as he stepped towards the second level of Foundation establishment. Surprisingly, there are no records about Yao Qi here either. Inside the Great Qin Royal Treasury, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He flipped through tens of thousands of books, but he couldn't find any information about Yao Qi, which made Qin Feng feel a hint of surprise. Yao Ji's talent is not inferior to me in my previous life. Its city mind is even more rare to be compared to. And even more so, he has obtained the heavy pupil and the supreme bone. It is impossible that he has not left his name behind. There's only one possibility. The Great Qin dynasty level is too low and knows nothing about the worlds of the heavens. Sure enough, even the heavenly demon realm and the immortal realm are not recorded. Qin Feng guessed. After looking through many more ancient books, the end result confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 9, Enthroned as Emperor. Passing on the great formation of the stars and battles of the heavens. 3 days later, the enthronement ceremony went off without a hitch. Abolished Crown Prince Qin Feng was officially crowned as the Emperor and became the Imperial Lord of Great Qin. For a moment, Great Qin shook, and the world shook, abolishing the Crown Prince. No, His Majesty today is so skillful. From being a prisoner to becoming the Imperial Lord of Great Qin in such a short period of time. It's unbelievable. It is said that today's sire has been in hiding. He has long stepped into the Foundation realm. That day in the palace, he killed 5 Nirvana. The old Emperor Qin Shao Foundation 9 Peak. All today's sire hands are not the slightest resistance. Hiss. In that case, Lu Bai, the number 1 person in the younger generation of my Great Qin, is not as good as your Majesty. The people of Great Qin were murmuring, full of interest in Qin Feng, the heir figure who had been deposed a month ago and had now leapt to become the Great Qin Imperial Lord. By the Great River, a white-clothed youth quietly sat on his knees holding his sword, his stance erect as a pine, his long hair casually tied up and fluttering slightly with the wind. Shoo! Between breaths, the youth spat out a stream of white breath, transforming into a white sword, shooting tens of meters before dissipating. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes, flicked his wrist, and the sword held in his arms instantly came out of its sheath, and chopped out at the Great River with a single sword, his movements flowing without a trace of procrastination. There was a loud boom, like a thunderclap. The monstrous river was actually chopped off hard, and the rolling river water tumbled to the sides under the impact of this powerful force, like a roaring beast being instantly tamed. Senior brother Lu Bai. Something has happened in Great Qin. The second Prince Qin Ku and his senior sister have been killed. At this point, a young girl came with a sword. As Lu Bai listened to the young girl's words, his face gradually turned cold, and a strong killing intent filled his body as sword chi surged around him. Qin Feng. Hide. Interesting. I'd like to see how much you've hidden. Strike that. Lu Bai turned around and left the big river. Senior brother Lu Bai, if you go to the capital city, won't you be too late for the 100 Dynasties competition? There's no harm in killing that guy quickly. Then it's still too late to participate in the 100 Dynasties competition. Western Great Qin. Vajra Temple. In the Mahamudra Hall, the monks are gathered. Wouldn't a golden lynx be a thing in a pool? Once it meets the wind and clouds it turns into a dragon. Such a character has actually appeared in the Great Qin imperial family. Abbot, Yuantong was killed by a devil. This matter must not end. Send the 18 Vajra forward to the imperial city to kill this devil. Bimbo Nation. A young girl with a green dress lying on the bed, her long skirt broken, as if it was torn by wild beasts, revealing a green piece of skin, a purple piece of skin. Her face was pale and very emaciated. Even her breathing was very difficult, and it seemed that she would leave this world at any time, which made her heart feel pity. Princess, the maid, with her hair disheveled and her long dress in shreds, stumbled in and flopped down beside the young girl's bed. Agitated. Princess, there's been a drastic change in Great Qin. When the young girl on the bed heard this, A vivid color appeared on her pale face and she hurriedly inquired. It's the royal brother. Out of prison? Count the time. Father should issue a decree to let Emperor brother out. Speaking of which, the young girl bit her lip lightly. Sadly, it's just a pity that Yuer and Imperial brother will never see each other again in this life. However, as long as Imperial brother is unharmed, Yuer has no regrets. Seeing that the princess had a death wish, the maid hurriedly said, "No, princess." His Highness killed his way out of the heavenly prison. He fought his way into the palace, killed the Palace Foundation establishment realm provider, killed His Majesty, and has now ascended to the throne as the Imperial Lord of Great Qin. The young girl's eyes steeply blossomed with a glimmer of light, like a returning light. What you say, is it true, royal brother? I knew it. I knew it. The sound got smaller and eventually disappeared completely. Princess. Only the maid's heartbreaking cries remained to echo through the palace. Qin Feng's ascension to the throne has caused the Great Qin, which has been quiet for many years, to set off a monstrous wave, and his legendary experience is even more enjoyable. The Imperial Palace. Inside the Golden Palace, civilians and military officials gathered. Your Majesty, 6 of the 10 Great Qin generals are willing to follow Your Majesty's orders, and they control a total of 600,000 troops, while the remaining 4, who are stubborn, have defected to the 2 county kings, and openly rebel under the name of purging the side of the king, and now occupy 6 states of Great Qin. The abbot of the Vajra temple has initiated a demon extermination order, and the brocade guards saw the 18 great Vajra leaving the Vajra temple yesterday, and getting up towards the Imperial Palace. Lu Bai entered the capital yesterday and has issued a letter of war to His Majesty to fight His Majesty to the death. An 800-mile report has come in from the border, and De Xia and De Zhou are foolishly suspected of staging troops at the border. Above the dragon chair, Qin Feng listened to the crowd report, his face as normal. As far as he's concerned, these so-called King Junbi and Vajrapani are nothing but jokes. Rather, it was Lu Bai's challenge that made him somewhat interested. After devouring so many Dao fruits, my demonic body has reached a limit. The role of Dao fruits for unusual body types is already minimal. This Great Qin's first heavenly pride, born with a sword body. All the Dao fruits must be extraordinary. Perhaps it will allow my demonic body to break the limit for the first time. In addition to their own cultivation, Qin Feng also intended to unify Great Qin in the shortest possible time. The population of De Qin is 100 million, and if all of them cultivate magic, it would be 100 million magic soldiers. If 100 million demon soldiers practiced the killing formation, immortals could also be slaughtered. Bai Shan, Nie Shaoqian, your subordinates are here. Bai Shan and Nie Shaoqian emerged from the 100 officials and knelt down to bow. I will pass on a set of killing formations to the 2 of you, and with immediate effect, the 2 of you will lead the White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion to work together to refine this formation. Qin Feng waved his hand and 2 channels of demonic chi flew towards Bai Shan and Nie Shaoqian. At once, an incomparably majestic and vast amount of information appeared in the 2 men's minds. It was as if the 2 saw a star orbiting, interconnecting, and forming a terrifying array that enveloped the entire universe. Brilliant starlight erupted, directly grinding out a large world. This formation is called the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation, based on the reasoning behind the operation of the stars in the heavens. Ordinary formations are limited by the heavenly Tao, but this formation captures the creation of heaven and earth and has no limitations. The stars are as endless as Shashua, and this formation is also endless. The more people who set up the formation, the more powerful it will be. After the White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion have integrated this formation, you 2 will extend it to the Great Qin Army. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. The Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation was one of the topmost grand formations in the heavens and the worlds. It is rumored that in ancient times, the Demon Emperor created it, simulating the way of star operation with hundreds of millions of demons, and the killing power is amazing, which can explode into infinite might. This formation has long since disappeared into the River of Years with the destruction of the Demon Court. Qin Feng also obtained this formation by chance. The year. In his excitement, he traveled to the ruins of the demon race's abandoned heavenly court, originally only intending to feel the glorious days of the former demon court, but he didn't expect to find a withered bone. Age is like a knife. Even the brilliant to the extreme demon court has been chopped away, but left a withered bone. I do not know whether it is a coincidence, or the destiny of the underworld. Qin Feng evolved this bone with his heavy pupil and saw the Demon Emperor, hundreds of millions of demons, and the stars and buckets of the heavens, which led to the creation of this circumstellar dipper formation. Many thanks to Your Majesty for the formation. Bai Shan and Nie Shaoqian were thrilled. As the commanders of the White Tiger Battalion and Vermilion Bird Battalion, they naturally knew a lot about formations. Both battalions only had 10,000 men, not because of the limitations of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions, but because of the formation limitations. The topmost formations in Great Qin could at most only accommodate 10,000 people in a formation together, and the perimeter Star Dipper formation that His Majesty had passed on to them, this formation could hold up to 100 million formulators. Even more amazing was the sight in his mind, the array enveloping the universe and slaughtering a world with a single strike. The two could already not help but imagine how terrifying it would be for billions of people to set up the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation at the same time. Chapter 10, Qin Yu's Body Falls. I will destroy Behemoth. Ning Yi. Subordinate. Do you remember the Jinyui duties? My subordinate remembers. Inspecting the 100 officials and decapitating them first. Ning Yi said excitedly. I am sending you 16 words today. Imperial license. Scouting and apprehension. Monitoring the world. First to kill and then to report. Qin Feng said. Immediately expand the brocade guards. Wherever my great Qin lands are. Wherever my great Qin officials are. I see the brocade guards present. Under the sky. There is no one who is not the king's land. And there is no one who is not the king's subject when he leads the land. Great Qin is both Great Qin, my Great Qin, and I will not allow any clan, force, or organization to dare to be independent of Great Qin. Ning Yi, I want you to rate the brocade guards and immediately clean up the clans and forces within the imperial city. Those who obey will prosper and those who oppose will perish. The domineering voice resounded through the Golden Palace. The civil and military officials were appalled. The new emperor was trying to completely unify Great Qin and take control of everything, not allowing any opposition. In this way, the power of the 100 officials would be greatly reduced, and instead of the Son of Heaven and the 100 officials ruling the world together, Emperor Qin alone would rule the world. The civil and military officials were unwilling and foolish in their hearts. However, thinking of Changsun Zhang's miserable end earlier, he pressed down the impulse in his heart. Your obedience. Ning Yi's expression was exuberant, and his heart was even more incomparably grateful. To repay you for your intentions on the golden stage, carry the jade dragon to die for you. His Majesty trusted so much and gave the brocade guards such great power, he could only repay it with his life. Bai Shan and Zhu Yao were very envious. Imperial authority to authorize, scout and arrest, and monitor the world. First to kill and then to report. This is the exercise of royal power on behalf of His Majesty. The eyes and hands and feet of His Majesty. What kind of authority is that? It can be said that it is really one person, 10,000 people. But, the two were envious, but there was nothing to be jealous of. They also knew very well that Ning Yi was the first to return to His Majesty, and did so at a time when His Majesty was in the heavenly prison and in a time of danger. Not something they could compare to. 6 generals at your service, subordinate. From now on, you will lead the Great Qin army to suppress all rebellions, and those who dare to rebel will be killed without pardon. Your obedience. The 6 generals bowed. Qin Feng waved his hand and 6 channels of demonic qi surged into the minds of the 6. This is the absolute heavenly battle scripture, proving the Tao with battle. Prove the way by killing. The more you kill, the faster your realm improves. The more you battle, the more amazing the battle. I want the 6 of you to spread this method throughout the entire army, and with the blood of the rebels, forge my Great Qin Supreme Divine Soldier, the Jedi Heavenly War Scripture. This is the supreme scripture practiced by the battle race. This race does not have a strong physique and qualifications, and can only be considered as the middle or lower among the countless races in the heavens and the worlds. But the battle race has made a great name for itself in the heavens by virtue of this scripture, and every living battle race being is a powerful warrior to the extreme. Qin Feng would pass this method on to the Great Qin army, and one day, these Great Qin soldiers might also be able to metamorphose into peerless warriors that resounded through the heavens. The 6 generals were trembling with excitement as they felt the supreme technique in their minds and experienced the powerful battle intent as majestic as the sea. Most of the army soldiers, with ordinary qualifications, were unable to cultivate. However, this technique disregards qualifications and uses battle to enhance the realm. So even if you don't have the qualifications, you can still cultivate. This is absolutely supreme dharma. This is the perfect army practice. Many thanks to your majesty for the war scriptures. We will not fail your majesty's expectations and lead our Great Qin generals to kill all the rebels and traitors. The 6 generals swore their assurances. The 6 of them have an army of 800,000 men under them. The rebels are only 600,000, and the advantage is mine. Now that he has obtained this war scripture that feeds on war and gets stronger the more he fights, he will be able to kill rebels and suppress rebellions handily. The court meeting dispersed and the civil and military officials withdrew. Qin Feng moved to the True Dragon Hall. This was the place Qin Feng had picked for cultivation and rest. Taking out the old monk's corpse, Qin Feng practiced the heaven-swallowing devil technique, devouring the old monk's Tao fruit and stepping towards the second level of foundation establishment. Not much longer. There was a sound from outside the temple. Ningyi and Nie Xiaoqian seek an audience with your majesty. Qin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at Ningyi and Nie Xiaoqian, who were looking complicated and wanting to speak in front of him. Say what you have to say. Don't swallow. Ningyi took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, a month ago, Princess Yu agreed to Qin Zhao's request to go to the Behemoth Kingdom to make peace in order to save you from the heavenly prison. Qin Yu? The figure of that young girl wearing a long green dress appeared in Qin Feng's mind. While he was deep in the heavenly prison, the young girl came to visit him several times. Back, Qin Feng, in order to cut off his love, spoke coldly and told the young girl not to come again. He vaguely remembers. When he said this, the young girl's small face was filled with disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. How dare you choose to go to a peace offering to save him? Qin Feng was in a trance for a moment of silence. Qin Feng swept away all sorts of emotions in his mind and said indifferently, My great Qin will not make sacrifices of its people for peace. Send my words to the Beaming Kingdom and tell them to send the people back. When you come back, give her a fiefdom. Your Majesty, the maid has sent word that Princess Yu Shi suffered inhuman abuse in the Behemoth Kingdom, and has completely left the human world yesterday. Nie Xiaoqian's voice was low, and 2 lines of tears slid past the corners of her eyes. Beaming huge size, brutal temperament, born with animal nature, passed to the Beaming country and relatives of the people did not have a few survived. She and Qin Yu grew up together and were like sisters. She had even persuaded Qin Yu many times before she went to the marriage, but Qin Yu was determined to go to the marriage, and no matter how much she persuaded her, Qin Yu did not change her mind. Ningyi and Nie Xiaoqian left the True Dragon Hall. Nie Xiaoqian's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind. The news returned by the Maids of Honor. Princess Yu Shi has been in a stupor lately, caring every day if His Majesty had left the heavenly prison, until she heard that His Majesty was safe and sound and had ascended to the throne. Then she came to her senses and left the world with a smile on her face. Qin Feng was lost in thought. A month ago, the young girl in the heavenly prison to see him that scene constantly reappeared. The young girl's joy, worry, happy all sorts of appearance as a slideshow, in front of Qin Feng flow. Somehow, Qin Feng's heart suddenly felt a pinprick of pain, which was fleeting but incomparably real. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! The True Dragon Hall erupted with a huge roar, rolling demonic chi churning, like the eruption of a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years, raging to the extreme, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. A suppressed and low voice came out from within the True Dragon Hall. Behemoth, I, for one, will destroy you. 3 days later, a white sword chi cut through the Qin River that ran through the capital city of Great Qin. The rolling river flowed backwards, just like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. Countless rivers waved in the void, like a handle of rain swords. Sword intent grand capital city. Subsequently, the white-clothed swordsman came riding the wind with his sword. Qin Feng, come out and fight. A faint voice resounded through the imperial capital. This is Great Qin's #1 heavenly pride, swordsman Lu Bai. Such a huge commotion attracted thousands of people in the capital city. Looking at the white-clothed youth in the air, some people recognized Lu Bai's identity and exclaimed in shock. How did Lu Bai come here to challenge His Majesty? Your Majesty shouldn't have crossed paths with him, right? How is there no relationship? Lu Bai is a Sword Pavilion heirloom. Previously the Yuwang Qin's royal consort was a Sword Pavilion disciple. Although Yuwang's royal consort has already separated from the Heavenly Sword sect and entered the mundane world, but she and Lu Bai are master and brother. When His Majesty today kills the Yuwang's royal consort, Lu Bai won't be indifferent. Even without the matter of Princess Yu, Lu Bai would still challenge His Majesty. Sword sect disciples walk the world. That is, to compete with the world's pride. His Majesty has been hiding for 20 years, and once he strikes a chord, he will soar to the heavens. Lu Bai will not miss such an opportunity. The crowd in the capital was talking. Daring Lu Bai, is His Majesty's name something you can call out? A chorus of voices rang out. Scarlet streams of light crossed the sky and stopped in front of Lu Bai, and pools of blood surged, gradually transforming into Ningyi's appearance. Chapter 11 Great Qin's First Pride. Lu Bai? One move to crush it. Lu Bai looked in all directions. A figure dressed in blood-colored robes appeared at an unknown time and stood on top of the building and palace, numbering in the thousands, scouting and apprehending and monitoring the world. In just a few days, it has grown to such numbers. The brocade guards, they really live up to their name. Lu Bai looked towards Ningyi and said, Commander of the Jinui, Ningyi, it took 20 years to cultivate to the 9th level of body forging, and in just 1 month's time after following Qin Feng, he stepped from the 9th level of body forging into the 4th level of qi refining. Qin Feng, you really are extraordinary. I can't imagine that the famous sword pavilion Lu Bai also knows about my Jinui. Ningyi said coldly. In that case, don't tie your hands. Today's His Majesty is the destiny of heaven. Submitting to Great Qin and submitting to His Majesty is your way out. Lu Bai laughed. In this world, the person who can make me, Lu Bai, submit has yet to be born. Ning Yi, you're no match for me. Stand down and let Qin Feng come personally. Arrogant. Ning Yi let out a broken cry, and blood qi surged around his body, turning into a pool of blood that swept towards Lu Bai. Clang! Lu Bai slashed out with his sword, the white sword qi breaking through the void and sweeping towards Ning Yi. Put! The blood pool was directly chopped open, and Ning Yi's main body was forced out, flying backwards like a cannonball. Lu Bai said faintly, I told you, you can't. Surprisingly, he seriously injured the commander of the brocade guards with a single sword. Is this the strength of the number one swordsman, Lu Bai? The crowd exclaimed in shock. These days, the Jinui eradicated many clans and forces in the capital city, and their ferocity was so great that they were in the ascendancy for a while. Commander Ning Yi means all the blood pool demonic power, but also people are afraid of the wind. To refining 4 cultivation even killed several refining 6 above the cultivator. No one had expected that there would not be the slightest resistance here in Lu Bai. Emperor Qin, aren't you going to show yourself? Lu Bai looked in the direction of the palace as another white sword qi coalesced in front of him, chopping towards Ning Yi. This sword qi was even more terrifying than the previous one. Ahem. Ning Yi gritted his teeth and tried to cast the bloodshed demon technique to resist. However, it was not possible to move because he had just been injured by Lu Bai, and his chest was penetrated by a sword mark, with blood flowing in rivulets. In an instant, the sword qi had already reached Ning Yi's body and was less than a foot away from Ning Yi's brow. Commander! The thousands of brocade guards on top of the building and palace exclaimed in shock, wanting to step in to support them, but it was simply too late. Your Majesty, Ning Yi is useless. Your Majesty's great favor can only be repaid in the next life. Ning Yi closed his eyes and didn't beg for mercy. Jinui, even if you die, you must not degrade His Highness's reputation. Wow! A close call. In the direction of the Imperial Palace in the distance, a pitch-black demonic aura flew out from the True Dragon Hall, cutting through the void and appearing in front of Ning Yi. Ka! The white sword qi shattered. The pitch-black demonic qi tumbled like a wave, gradually evolving into a humanoid form, eventually transforming into Qin Feng in a black dragon robe. Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor! The brocade guards knelt down and shouted, and many of the people of the capital city had not seen Qin Feng before, and when they heard the brocade guards' voices, they also knelt down in a hurry. Your Majesty! Ning Yi looked at the figure in front of him and said with guilt in his excitement, Ning Yi is useless and is ashamed of His Majesty for passing down Ning Yi's kung fu. Your realm is too different and your foundation is weak. When you step into foundation establishment and are at the same realm as him, he's no match for you. Qin Feng said indifferently. As one of the top demonic techniques of the heavens, the bloodshed demon technique is not only extremely fast in cultivation, but the divine means are also the top of the heavens. Cultivating to a high level of profundity, one can contend with the brightest and most powerful figures of the heavens and the worlds. What does a mere Lu Bai count as? Your Majesty, Ning Yi has remembered. Ning Yi's eyes blossomed with luster as his fighting spirit was rekindled. How can he be discouraged by a single setback when His Majesty is so bold? Since Your Majesty's sights are on all the realms of the heavens, I, Ning Yi, will follow in Your Majesty's footsteps and set foot in all the realms of the heavens, sweeping away all incoming enemies for Your Majesty. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Ning Yi. Wow! Blood qi tumbled. Ning Yi's eyes were tightly closed, and behind him, a blood sea shadow suddenly surfaced, ancient and grandiose, and the entire person's aura was rapidly metamorphosing. By chance, the belief in the bloodshed demon technique was fit. Qin Feng had a hint of surprise. Although the bloodshed demon technique was only a technique, this kind of top-level technique of the heavens and the worlds, like divine weapons and magic treasures, would pick their masters. Only those who were recognized would have the opportunity to cultivate the bloodshed demon technique to its great completion. And wanting to be recognized by the bloodshed demon technique could be as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Even in the past, not many of those heavenly prides of the top races of the heavens and the worlds were able to obtain the recognition of the bloodshed demon technique. For Ning Yi to be recognized, it meant that Ning Yi already had the qualifications to break the shackles of this heaven and earth, walk the heavens, and compete with the pride of the 10,000 races. Sure, qualifications were only qualifications, and compared to those powerful races with billions of years of inheritance and countless resources of all kinds, Ning Yi was merely a mole cricket. But this mole followed him, and one day it would become a tree in the sky. What a mouthful! Lu Bai's face sank slightly. For what Qin Feng said, he was very dissatisfied, feeling that he had been underestimated, and it was the first time he had been belittled since he stepped out of the sword pavilion and walked the world. At the same time, he also disliked Qin Feng's condescending stance. Qin Huang, you're a Foundation Establishment one. I'll let you have 10 moves, lest the onlookers say that I'm bullying the small with the big. Stupid. Qin Feng snorted. But any heavenly pride, when dealing with an enemy, which one isn't going all out? When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. This world, after all, is still too weak. Qin Feng waved his sleeve and 18 incomparably black Buddha beads drenched in demonic gas pierced through the void and shot out. He didn't bother to say much, and only wanted to obtain all the fruits of the other party's Tao. Lu Bai's face changed. These beads were just unusual magic treasures, but the demonic qi that tainted the beads was extraordinary. There was a kind of extreme demonic evil that gave him a sense of death. The let's make 10 moves has become a joke. Giggle. Lu Bai didn't dare to be arrogant and chopped out with a sword. White sword qi rolling out. Pff. Buddha beads instantly by the sword gas chopped 8. And the sword gas is also depleted. The remaining Buddha beads pierced through the Lu Bai chest. 10 finger-thick holes blood while flow. Was born to fly out. The crowd sucked in cool air as Lu Bai, who was at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, was actually seriously injured by Qin Feng, who was at the 1st level of Foundation Establishment, with a single blow. This is too unbelievable. Lu Bai is the heir to the Sword Pavilion. Great Qin's #1 heavenly pride, has repeatedly crossed the border to kill the older generation of great powers. Brilliant to the extreme. In front of the Qin Feng unexpectedly did not have the power to resist. Lu Bai staggered and flew out of the Qin River. His body's white robe was soaked by the river water. Blood stained the white robe. Very wretched. The moment. Lu Bai said seriously as a look of gravity appeared on his face. Qin Feng, you really are extraordinary. I admit that I underestimated you just now. Wow. The water of the Qin River under his feet churned violently, creating waves. Behind Lu Bai, a sword qi coalesced. Dense white sword qi, a big river. Waves surging. Terrifying killing power swept, as if to destroy everything in the world. This is Great River Sword Intent. Lu Bai has actually comprehended the Great River Sword Intent. Some people looked at the long river of sword qi behind Lu Bai, recognized what it was, and exclaimed in shock. Sword Intent. This is the lifelong pursuit of countless sword Dao practitioners, but only a few can realize. But wherever you can realize the sword intent, it means that the person in the sword road has excellent talent. The future is unlimited. Chapter 12, Punishing Sword Intent. One sword to kill Lu Bai. 3 days ago, I comprehended the Great River Sword Intent by watching the Great River flowing. This is the first time you've performed it, and you're proud enough to die under the Great River Sword Intent. Lu Bai raised his hand and pointed a finger at Qin Feng. Wow! The water of the Qin River tumbled up like a waterfall flowing backwards, transforming into a sword qi that carried infinite killing intent spreading out towards Qin Feng to suppress him. Qin Feng's expression was calm. In all the worlds of the heavens, there was once a clan called the Sword Clan. Everyone was born with a sword body, born with their own sword intent, and their battle power is amazing. But before him, the Sword Clan also bowed down. But having comprehended a small sword intent, how dare you go wild in front of him? Sword intent? Is it great? Qin Feng's tone was light as he brought his fingers together, using his fingers instead of a sword to slice through the void. Buzz! A burst of crisp sword sounds resounded through the heavens and earth. Behind Qin Feng, a 10,000 feet blood-red sword qi shadow slowly emerged, blazing blood light shining brightly, and majestic sword intent permeating heaven and earth. Sword intent! The crowd exclaimed. This is also sword intent. Emperor Qin, surprisingly, had also comprehended sword intent. And this sword intent seemed to be countless times more terrifying than Lu Bai's Great River Sword Intent. The surrounding space and time seemed to freeze. Their bodies stiffened. And in the 4 directions of this 10,000-foot sword qi, it was as if there were immortal corpses falling, a magic weapon shattering, and blood staining the heavens and the worlds. Exorcist sword intent. It can kill the immortals and the Buddhas. Qin Feng pointed out with a finger. And behind him, 10,000 feet of blood-red sword qi shattered space and time, chopping down towards the front. Boom! The 2 sword qi blasted together. Horrible energy fluctuations spread in all directions. Click sound. The sword qi river instantly collapsed, was cut off from it, turned into countless spiritual light dissipation. The 10,000 feet of blood-colored sword qi was strong to the extreme, and its momentum did not decrease as it chopped towards Lu Bai. Bang! Lu Bai's defensive aura around his body was instantly shattered, and the several magic treasures he offered were also chopped into pieces. This is what sword intent? Lu Bai looked at Qin Feng in a daze. His eyes filled with disbelief. The Great River Sword Intent he was so proud of was as fragile as a toy in front of Emperor Qin's sword intent. But he'll never get an answer. A stream of blood spurted out from his head as Lu Bai's body turned into 2 halves, his corpse falling towards the Qin River below. A tremor ran through the crowd. Lu Bai was killed. Even after comprehending the Great River Sword intent, he was still no match for Qin Feng, and was killed by Qin Feng's strong strike without the slightest ability to fight back. The moment. There were huge questions in everyone's mind. Why had Qin Feng also comprehended sword intent? And it was even more powerful than Liu Bai's Great River Sword intent? Could it be that Qin Feng's sword talent is still above Liu Bai's? And that hiding his clumsiness has been hidden to such an extent? Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. The Immortal Execution sword intent was the top battle intent of the Sword Clan. And even though he had not fully comprehended it, and had only partially insight it by relying on his heavy pupil in his previous life, it was a handful to deal with a tiny Liu Bai. Your Majesty's divine might is invincible. Your Majesty's divine might is invincible. Your Majesty's divine might is invincible. Thousands of brocade guards bowed down and cheered in excitement, their voices resounding through the Imperial City. Senior brother, this devil's ferocious flame is too strong. Do we still need to make a move? Among the crowd, the plainly dressed 18 monks looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the air with heavy faces. They were none other than the 18 Vajra sent by the Vajra Temple to avenge the death of Yuantong at the hands of Qin Feng, only to witness Qin Feng strike down Liu Bai. This devil's strength is beyond expectation. Go back and report to the abbot and think long and hard. The head monk shook his head and led a group of masters and brothers to prepare to leave. Suddenly, his pupils' temples jumped, and a chill enveloped his entire body. Not good. This devil has found us. Go! Air! Qin Feng didn't know when he looked at them, his dark eyes not carrying the slightest bit of emotion. If you're here, why are you in a hurry? 18 foundation building Taoist fruits. If he were to devour these 18 Dao fruits, it would definitely help him step into the 9th level of foundation establishment. Qin Feng would not let it go easily. His body flashed and disappeared into the air. Next moment, he appeared over the 18 monks. Giggle! Qin Feng swung his fist. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out. Brilliant light erupted. A fist seal suppressed. The power of reincarnation stirred. Put! The 3 monks couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the fist prince, spewing blood and flying backwards. The power of age flowed through several people, and by the time they landed, the 3 monks who were originally in their prime had become old and decrepit. What kind of sorcery is this? When the remaining monks saw this scene, their scalps went numb and their bodies went cold. They had never seen a bizarre fist technique that could trigger the power of the ages and directly age people. This demon is too strong to be defeated. Set up a formation. Use the Vajra formation against him. 15 monks on the body of the monk robes exploded. Flesh as copper water pouring, blooming bright golden light. Look solemn, chanting the Buddha's name in unison. Golden light surging, vaguely condensed out of 15 furious eyes of the King Kong silhouette. The pressure of the solemn, exuding an extremely horrible tyrannical atmosphere. Bodhisattva's heart. Thunderous means. This is the Vajra formation of the Vajra temple, which can summon the Vajra void to possess you. Someone exclaimed, very shocked. This is the top-level Buddhist formation of the Vajra temple, extremely restraining for the devil cultivators. The Vajra temple has suppressed many great devils with this formation. Suppress the devil. A mighty voice rang out from the underworld, and the angry eyes Vajra shadow merged into the 15 monks. At once, the breath of these monks suddenly changed. Their eyes glazed over, as if they had changed into a different person. With you guys, you also want to suppress me? Qin Feng sneered. Not to mention these Vajra shadows. Even if the Vajra reappeared, what could they do to him? In front of him, he also has to bow down. In his previous life, it's not like he didn't kill King Kong. Boom! Qin Feng slapped his palm. The rolling demonic aura transformed into a large pitch-black handprint. Around the palm print, a star's silhouette shattered. A continent was ground down, and even space and time were reduced to pieces. Shattering star palm. The heavenly demon realm was once created by an ancestor-level great demon. A palm out can shatter stars, break continents, and obliterate space and time. In his previous life as the young master of the heavenly devil realm, Qin Feng had been personally taught by that ancestral-level great devil and had deeply understood the essence of this palm technique. Rumble! The pitch-black palm print collided with the brilliant Buddha light. A deafening roar resounded, and the Buddha light was instantly worn out. Wow! The palm print landed on the chest of the Vajra temple monks. The power of the shattered star erupted and didn't enter the body. These people's bodies shook tremendously, and the angry eyes Vajra's shadow was directly shaken out, as if their souls were out of the body. The crowd sucked in cool air. The Vajra temple's Vajra formation had been broken by a palm, and the Vajra void had been knocked out. What kind of tactics was this? Boom! Qin Feng continuously slapped and rolled his demonic chi to kill all of these monks. Scholar, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Suddenly, a Buddhist cry rang out. A round, full, grape-sized orb flew out from a monk. The orb blossomed with radiant Buddhist light. The void boiled. and the Buddhist light coalesced into a shadow. It was an old monk, shrouded in a layer of mist, emitting a divine light, surrounded by Buddhist runes, like a god. This is the presiding officer of the Vajra Temple, a great power of the Jindan realm, manifesting himself with the relics of a high priest. The crowd exclaimed in shock. The Jindan realm powerhouse was the top existence of Great Jin. Standing at the top of the pyramid, a single person was able to fight against 10,000 armies. In the whole of Great Jin, only the 4 battalions of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu can fight against Jindan, and apart from these 4 battalions, more ordinary generals can't help the Jindan realm. Sure, the 4 battalions are only able to resist the Jindan. Once the Jindan realm existence wants to leave, the 4 battalions can't stop it at all. That's the power of the Jindan. And that's also the reason why the Vajra Temple has been able to stand for thousands of years in the Great Jin and not be destroyed. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Scholar, you've already killed my Vajra temples Yuantong, and now you've killed 3 of my temples Vajra. Are you going to commit more killings? If you put down the butcher's knife, everything can be turned around. If the monk is persistent, I will definitely come to the Great Jin capital in person, so that the monk can meet the thunderous measures of the Vajra of the Old Diamond. Chapter 13, Exterminate the Sword Pavilion. Exterminate the Vajra Temple. The old monk's voice was gentle and his face was peaceful, but the crowd in the arena sensed a cold murderous spirit. The 18 Vajra are too important to the Vajra Temple. These 18 people were all foundation builders, the strongest group of Buddhahood in this generation of Vajra Temple. A few years later, these people will become senior monks of the Vajra Temple, and even, some will take over the abbot's position. With you, you also want me to put down the butcher's knife? Xin Feng's expression was bland as he pointed out with a finger. Black runes filled the air, spectral light bloomed, and a demonic aura, like a black lightning bolt, cut through the void and struck at the Sherpa. Bang! The sound! The Sheridan's Buddhist light stirred and vibrated wildly. Next moment, the relics exploded abruptly, turning into dots of Buddhist light that dissipated into the sky and earth. The old monk's silhouette flickered continuously and disappeared for the last moment, staring at Qin Feng with a deadly stare. Since you are unrepentant, the old line will come for you, between heaven and earth. The old monk's voice echoed. Qin Feng looked as normal. Would he place the threat of a small Jindan in his eyes? Casually slapping the 15 monks of the Vajra Temple to death, Qin Feng returned to the palace. Your Majesty's strength, how could it be so terrifying? The crowd was incomparably appalled as they watched Qin Feng's disappearing back. Only earlier had he killed Lu Bai, and now he had killed the 18 Vajra of the Vajra Temple. Qin Feng's terrifying strength had really overturned their knowledge. Palace, in the Golden Palace. Qin Feng summoned by Shan and Nie Xiaoqian. Back soon. Subordinate. How well has the White Tiger Battalion practiced the perimeter Star Dipper formation? Your Majesty, the generals of the White Tiger Battalion have initially taken control of the circumstantial Star Dipper formation. Baek Soon looked exuberant. This door formation was too powerful. Too much more powerful than he had imagined. White Tiger Battalion is only a preliminary mastery of the formation. The combat power will exceed the previous 30%. If this formation is fully controlled, to the point of pure fire, and what will be the combat power? Qin Feng said, pass on my order. The White Tiger Battalion will immediately mobilize and head to the western border of Great Jin to slaughter the Vajra Temple. My subordinates will follow your orders and vow not to return until the Vajra Temple is destroyed. Baek Soon kowtowed and was very excited. Before the change, he still had fear for the Vajra Temple. But now, with the perpetual Star Dipper formation and the White Tiger true scripture taught by His Majesty, he had no fear of the Vajra Temple. As the White Tiger Battalion commander, he also couldn't wait to see how far the White Tiger Battalion had gotten nowadays. Nie Xiaoqian, subordinate, I order you Vermilion Bird Battalion to immediately set out to the East Realm Sword Sect. If the Sword Sect is willing to submit, leave them alive and bring the Sword Sect Patriarch for an audience with me. If you dare to rebel, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Your obedience. Nie Xiaoqian answered with the same confidence. Wait for the two to leave. Qin Feng arrived at the True Dragon Hall and began practicing the heaven-swallowing devil technique. De Qin is an important part of his plan, but his own cultivation is even more essential and important. Wow! Rolls of demonic qi surged out from Qin Feng's body, wrapping around the old monk's corpse as the last trace of the old monk's Dao fruits flowed towards Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's aura grew deeper and deeper, and his realm was climbing at an astonishing speed. 3 days later, boom! The True Dragon Hall shook. Second level of foundation establishment. 10 days to step from the first level of foundation establishment to the second level of foundation establishment. Qin Feng opened his eyes. Pitch-black demonic light flickered. The heaven-swallowing demon technique was worthy of being the #1 demonic technique in the heavens and the worlds. Next, focus on upgrading the demonic body. Qin Feng took out Lu Bai's corpse. Although Lu Bai was not considered a heavenly pride in Qin Feng's eyes when compared to a top-tier race like those of the 10,000 realms of the heavens. However, in terms of Great Qin, it was already in existence with the topmost qualifications. The demonic body has reached its limit. I hope that your Dao fruit will allow me to complete the first breaking of the limit. Qin Feng was also a bit agitated. Past life. He had heard his mother say that the heaven-swallowing devil technique devoured the heaven's pride Dao fruit and forged a devil body. And every time the limit was broken, the devil body would be strengthened by several times, and either a certain part of the body would undergo a mutation, giving birth to a divine ability, or a divine ability would be awakened. What ability will I awaken with my first limit break? The faint voice echoed in the true dragon hall. Rolling demonic chi wrapped around Lu Bai's corpse. At the time when Qin Feng was in closed-door cultivation and attempting to complete the first breaking of the limits of his demonic body, Great Qin shook up because of Qin Feng's series of moves. His Majesty killed Lu Bai and also killed the 18 Vajra of the Vajra Temple? The people of Great Qin were shocked. The people of Great Qin were full of curiosity about this former Crown Prince, later abrogated Crown Prince, and now the Lord of Great Qin. Many of the old-timers were very unhappy with Qin Feng's rebellion. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's terrifying strength, these people gradually changed their minds, realizing that this new sire, perhaps the majestic Lord, could lead Great Qin to an even more radiant pinnacle. Is this guy Qin Feng crazy? The two rebel county kings laughed in unison when they heard the news. 6 generals surrendered to Qin Feng, and 2 of them were at a disadvantage in terms of the number of troops under their command, so they chose to cooperate against Qin Feng. Even so, they were still at a disadvantage. My Great Qin's 2 major Jindan clans, the Vajra Temple and the Sword Pavilion, all have Jindan realm powerhouses, and within the clans, there are dozens of foundation builders. Qin Feng offended 2 of them at once. He's asking for his own death. The 2 were overjoyed. Qin Feng was giving them a chance. At this point, Your Majesty, it's not good. Anxious voices rang out from outside the Great Hall, and the general with bloodstained armor ran in. Panicking, the army is defeated. This state cannot be defended. It must be abandoned. The Tianshui County King and the Fufeng monarch's faces sank. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great, and the enemy was superior to us, so it was impossible to fight against them. On top of that, there were those unjust spirits and ghosts, which were so bizarre that they could not be killed by ordinary means, and in just a few days, 2 of the 6 previously occupied states had already been lost. Immediately contact the Sword Pavilion and the Vajra Temple, and tell them that as long as they help this king set things right, kill that traitor Qin Feng, and seize the throne, the Sword Pavilion and the Vajra Temple will be the state religion of my Great Qin from now on. Yes, the men led the order to leave the Great Hall. Your 2 princes. Qin Feng is so sharp that I'm afraid that the Sword Pavilion and Vajra Temple alone can't help you win against Qin Feng. What do you want? The 2 men looked aside to a few others. It's very simple. The Behemoth Kingdom, will send out great powers to deal with those grievous spirits and ghosts for you, and then send out 200,000 troops, and after one of you ascends to the throne, just take out 2 states and give them to me. The Behemoth Kingdom. So is my Great Zhou. Dolly, you guys have a big appetite. My Great Qin is only 16 states in total. The 2 princes. This is not true. You win. The 16 states of Qin belong to you. You lose. The 16 states of Qin has nothing to do with you. Without our help, you will definitely lose. To Qin Feng's means, the 2 princes, what will happen in the future? No need for me to say more. The 2 princes are smart people. I believe that this deal, the 2 princes will make the right choice. Great Qin's western border. On Little Spirit Mountain, the glorious Vajra Temple sits on top of Ling Mountain, bathed in the setting sun, exuding a sense of peace and sanctity. A burst of chanting sound came out leisurely, although the sound was not big, but it seemed to have magic power, spreading to every corner near the Spirit Mountain, letting people's restless heart calm down without realizing it. At the foot of Spirit Mountain, houses are scattered, farmland is spread out, and Buddhist people are buried in farming. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of neatly organized hoofbeats rolled like muffled thunder, breaking this quiet and peaceful, and in the distant skyline, the neatly organized and murderous Iron Cavalry army was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. By order of the Great Qin Emperor, the Vajra Temple has committed an unforgivable crime, and the White Tiger Battalion has been ordered to come and destroy it. On top of the cliff, the Iron Horsemen stopped, overlooking the Spirit Mountain, and an icy voice resounded. Chapter 14, The Heavenly Star Dipper Grand Formation reveals its power. Great Qin Iron Horsemen. The Buddha people looked up and looked at the vast army of Iron Horsemen, and they were dismayed. Destroy my Vajra Temple? All generations of Qin emperors have been in awe of my Vajra Temple. This generation of Qin emperors is too arrogant.
A single figure leapt up from the Vajra temple and hung in the air. Hundreds of them, all of them emitting a powerful aura.
Standing in front of the monks were 6 old monks with solemn faces,
wearing golden robes and holding Zen staffs. This is the elder of the Vajra temple, second only to the abbot. Successive Qin emperors are successive Qin emperors, and your majesty is your majesty. How can they be the same? How can it be comparable to your majesty? Baek-soon chided. Surrender now and you may still have a chance to live. If you dare to resist, kill without pardon. Aiding and abetting the devil is no different from being a devil. The old monk stopped talking, and the hundreds of monks behind him made their moves, each displaying Buddhist means, and the Buddhist patterns flowed in a brilliant manner. White Tiger Battalion. Set up the formation.
Bai Shun was not afraid in the slightest and waved his big hand. The 10,000 people of the White Tiger Battalion bloomed with glittering precious light,
and behind them, they condensed a shadow, just like a star, which operated in a strange way. Next moment,
a star silhouette detached itself from behind the 10,000 people of the White Tiger Battalion and rose into the air,
and in the light of the sky, stars emerged to cover the area. The aura is locked.
The faces of the monks of the Vajra temple changed slightly,
as if the air had turned into a quagmire. Their bodies were heavy, and even
the Buddhist magical abilities that they had cast were all fixed in the air.
What kind of formation is this? It can actually block time and space. The monks of the Vajra temple couldn't remain calm anymore,
and were somewhat flustered,
having never seen such a bizarre formation before.
Kill! The 10,000 generals of the White Tiger Battalion broke off. 10,000 stars in the air flickered with light and brilliance, and a force of stars surged forth as 10,000 rays of starlight crossed the sky and fell towards the monks of the Vajra temple.
Pffffffffff. In just one round of starlight, dozens of Vajra temple monks were extinguished, and as the starlight blasted on their bodies, pieces of limbs flew and blood stained the sky. Another round of stars fell, and there was a lot of screaming. Stop it!
The 6 elder-level monks of the Vajra temple saw the scene in front of them and their eyes glazed over.
Kill! Bai Shun's voice was cold, but his face could not hide his excitement. His Majesty's gift of the perpetual Star Dipper formation is too strong. If it were in the past, the White Tiger Battalion had most evenly matched with these hundreds of monks, but now with the perpetual Star Dipper formation, it has directly become a one-sided massacre. Killing the monks of my Vajra temple. Do you, Great Qin, really want to be immortal with my Vajra temple? The 6 old monks couldn't calm down. Their robes vibrated,
and the Zen staffs in their hands blossomed with bright Buddhist light.
Thunder flashed around them,
and they swung down at the White Tiger Battalion.
Old monks, are you guys stupid for reciting scriptures? Today, my White Tiger Battalion is here to exterminate you vultures. Ha ha ha. Bai Shun laughed maniacally. Knowing the power of the circumstantial Star Dipper formation, he had no fear of these few old monks. This is a fierce battle. White Tiger Battalion 10,000
elite generals running the circumference of the stars and daughters of the Great Formation, with the 6 elders of the Vajra temple of the old monks. 6 old monks are the peak of the foundation establishment. From the Jindan realm is also a step away. Is the top of the land of the Qin dynasty existence? Look up to people. But today, these old monks were ultimately strongly suppressed in front of the White Tiger Battalion. Starlight drooped down and 6 old monks flew out backwards. Kill! Bai Shun looked indifferent as the remaining monks in the void were all blasted to pieces by the power of the stars. You and others destroyed the foundation of my Vajra temple. Are you really not afraid of my Vajra temple abbot? Knowing that they were no match, the 6 old monks threatened the abbot of the Jindan realm in an attempt to preserve the Vajra temple and scare off Bai Shun. Holding an old bald ass over me? Take it that I don't know? The old bald donkey already left the Vajra temple 3 days ago and headed for the imperial capital. Wait until he can survive his majesty's hands. Baek-soon snorted. Ningyi is in charge of the Geniwei network has been initially formed, although it is not yet spread throughout the entire Great Qin, but the Vajra temple as a key object has long been the focus of the Geniwei. Every move are in the vision of the Geniwei. When the 6 old monks heard this, their faces turned ashen. Bai Shun looked towards the temple at the top of Spirit Mountain and coldly spat out a word. Kill. Not a single one. In the meantime, Great Qin's eastern realm, the Sword Pavilion. The same scene is happening. By order of the Great Qin Emperor, the Sword Pavilion is restricted to submit to the Emperor on this day, and those who dare to resist will be killed without pardon. Nie Shaoqian led the Vermilion Bird Battalion to surround the Sword Pavilion, and the Circumstellar Dipper formation was in operation, surrounding the pavilion, although it is a daughter body. But Nie Shaoqian dressed in Vermilion Bird armor, exquisite features with cold, heroic and extraordinary. Women's, killing my Sword Pavilion's heir and destroying my Sword Pavilion. Emperor Qin is really overbearing. A burst of sonorous sword sounds resounded. The disciples of the Sword Pavilion rode their swords. Countless sword chi filled the air.
and brilliant white light illuminated the heavens and earth. A hazy figure stepped out from the roiling sword chi. Sword Pavilion Master. Feng Yun Wu Ji. Nie Xiaoqian looked at the middle-aged man with an exuberant expression as if he had seen his prey. Great Qin. Is your majesty's great Qin? Under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land. And there is no one who is not the king's subject. Either submit or die. It seems like you are very confident. Feng Yun Wu Ji looked calm. As a Jindan realm existence, would he place these 10,000 generals in front of him in his eyes? However, under the perpetual star dipper formation, he quickly realized that he was very wrong. Put. The perimeter star dipper grand formation was in operation, and above the void, star shadows flickered, blocking off this area of the sword pavilion, and one by one, the sword pavilion disciples exploded and fell under the starlight. Feng Yun Wuji's black hair danced wildly, his white robe was already stained with blood, and as he watched the surrounding sword pavilion disciples perish as much as they could, his eyes were red, no longer as calm as they had been earlier. This large formation, too terrifying, completely exceeded his expectations. With his Jindan realm cultivation still being suppressed by this large formation, he had already been injured many times. What the hell happened? The surrounding cultivators were filled with horror. Their hearts shook tremendously. A vermilion bird battalion was able to suppress the sword pavilion, slaughtering the sword pavilion disciples side by side, and even the sword pavilion master of the Jindan realm was in danger. This is bound to be unrelated to Emperor Qin. It's his means, but he's only been on the throne for a short time. First he killed Lu Bai in the 18 Vajra, and now he's made the vermilion bird battalion shed its colors. A single vermilion bird battalion was able to pressure the sword pavilion into bowing down, and there were 3 more that were comparable to the vermilion bird battalion. A crowd of cultivators shocked beyond measure. Since this moment, Great Qin will usher in 1,000 years of unprecedented changes. This generation of Qin Emperor is afraid that really want to reign over the world, decapitating all the forces within Great Qin. Break me! Feng Yun Wu Ji hissed as an invincible sword intent erupted from his body. Feng Yun Wu Ji transformed his body into a sword, and the roiling sword chi converged, transforming into a sword chi tornado that shot up into the sky, violently breaking through the perpetual star dipper formation confinement. His target is Nie Xiaoqian. He wants to kill Nie Xiaoqian first, then break the formation. Boom! The power of 10,000 stars converged on Nie Xiaoqian. In a split second, Nie Xiaoqian's 3,000 green silk fluttered, and the vermilion bird armor bloomed with bright starlight, just like a female martial arts god. Go! Nie Xiaoqian raised her hand. Runes filled the air. Brilliant light shone as a bucket-thick starlight shot out from her palm and struck the sword chi dragon scroll. Boom! Feng Yun Wuji's sword aura shattered around him, and his chest was blasted by the starlight, blood staining the sky as his entire body flew out horizontally. Commander! This guy ran away. The generals of the Vermilion Bird Battalion looked at the black dots in the distant sky with incomparable dismay. The hallowed sword pavilion master, a Jindan realm existence, had actually run away. Nie Xiaoqian was full of resentment, but there was nothing she could do. The Vermilion Bird Battalion could decapitate Jindan by virtue of the perimeter star dipper grand formation, but Feng Yun Wuji had broken through the grand formation's confinement and was bent on escaping, so the Vermilion Bird Battalion couldn't do anything about it. Her eyes fell on the sword pavilion, and Nie Xiaoqian vented her anger on it. Destroy the sword pavilion for me. Leave no one behind. Great Qin capital city. Inside the true dragon hall, rolling demonic aura tumbled and pitch-black runes flowed. Qin Feng's eyes were tightly closed and his skin bloomed with a faint white light, holy with an extreme demonic evil. At his feet, Lu Bai's body had dried up. In a few days' time, Qin Feng devoured all of Lu Bai's Dao fruits. A natural sword body is indeed extraordinary. Qin Feng's realm had yet to rise and step into the 3rd level of foundation establishment, but his demonic body was about to step into its limits and was about to complete its first metamorphosis. Boom! Suddenly, a roar sounded like a muffled clap of thunder. Qin Feng's fleshly body underwent a shocking change, blossoming with radiant light. A pitch-black demonic pattern emerged on his skin, mysterious and ancient, and the Dao fruits in his body boiled, like a rolling river rushing by. Click! The shackles were flushed away. Chapter 15, The Heavy Pupil is originally an invincible path. Buzz! Qin Feng's body glowed with light. His body was surrounded by runes. A misty fog churned, and a hazy darkness shadow emerged behind him, deep and mysterious. Intimidating. Is this the first metamorphosis? Qin Feng felt his own power and muttered a low voice, an intoxicated look on his face. A single metamorphosis. The enhancement of the physical body was too astonishing. It was no exaggeration to say that the strength of the metamorphosed fleshly body was several times higher than before. Not only that, under the many fruits of the Dao, his qualifications have reached an extremely terrifying point. What Lu Bai? is 10 Lubai together, is not as good as Qin Feng. Physical body metamorphosis once. The enhancement is huge. The battle power enhancement is also huge. The current me, even if I face Jin Dan, I can still fight.
Qin Feng was filled with confidence as a ghostly light flashed in his eyes.
In that case, it's time for Great Qin to move on to the next step. Wow! Suddenly,
a strange change occurred, and the Tao fruits in the body rioted, like a rolling river converging towards one place.
Eyes. Countless Tao fruits surged into both eyes.
A tingling sensation filled his eyes as Qin Feng's eyes were undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis.
His pupils distorted as if a mysterious force was tearing them apart. Such a coincidence?
The first metamorphosis of the demonic body.
It was my eyes that were elevated?
The extreme pain in the eye socket was as maddening as countless needles stabbing into the eye.
Qin Feng, however, looked calm and waited quietly. 1 hour later,
the Tao fruits no longer surged into the eyes, and the extreme pain disappeared,
replaced by extreme relief and coolness.
Heavy pupils. Qin Feng muttered and whispered.
Ghostly light blossomed within the eye sockets.
Mysterious patterns flickered, and the shadows of mountains,
rivers, and stars and universes flowed,
with tides rising and falling,
and births and deaths.
Heavy pupils reappear. The first time the demonic body broke the limit. The divine ability that awakened after the metamorphosis was actually a heavy pupil.
Qin Feng's expression was somewhat complicated and excited.
There was no one who knew the power of the heavy pupil better than him.
And it was an invincible path. Throughout the ages, in all the worlds, one of the strongest physiques. In terms of cultivation,
the heavy pupil can capture the laws of the world and gain insight into the origin of divine combat techniques, which makes cultivation twice as easy with half the effort.
In terms of combat,
the heavy pupil can peer into all the defects of treasure arts and magic weapons, and there is no disadvantage in combat.
The heavy pupils operated.
The strange light caught the eyes, and the vision became clear. A speck of dust on the ground, the veins on the leaves, the mayflies in the water all became clear and unmistakable.
At the thought, the field of vision was colorful.
A rule was revealed under the heavy pupil. The eyes bloomed with a ghostly light, and the speed of the rule's operation were slowed down,
then accelerated, as if the acceleration button was pressed.
Qin Feng empathized for a long time and eventually lamented. The heavy pupil really revived, and was generally the same as in his previous life.
If we really want to say the difference,
the only difference is that the heavy pupils of the previous life were bright and eye-catching, and the heavy pupils of this life were dark and shadowy.
Heavy pupils reappearing. Is this to make up for my past life's regrets and get back everything I once had? Yowie!
A murderous aura surged in Qin Feng's heart, and with the revival of his heavy pupils, he had a greater sense of confidence that the day of seeing Yao Qi would not be too far away.
Brush! Suddenly,
a golden meteor flew into the True Dragon Hall at an astonishingly fast speed, erupting with such powerful might that the void distorted.
This is an old monk. Solemn expression, surrounded by bright Buddhist light, breath majestic, unfathomable. In a moment will be to the Qin Feng behind.
A palm against the Qin Feng head slap.
Buddhist text filled. Killing opportunity. Old bald ass. You're finally here. Qin Feng turned around, his heavy pupils blooming with ghostly light.
The old monk's movements instantly slowed down countless times in his eyes in an instant.
Qin Feng easily dodged the old monk's attack,
his heavy pupils capturing the old monk's Buddhist tactics and began to evolve. The Buddha's light was reflected in the dark, heavy pupils,
and the palm seals kept changing. Immediately,
Qin Feng pinched his seal.
Buddhist light wrapped around his palm, and Buddhist patterns filled the air, surprisingly recreating the old monk's means. Bang!
The old monk's body robe drumming,
light blazing, bright to the extreme. This is a not bad treasure clothes, although soft, but the defense ability is top-notch.
Isolated Qin Feng this palm most of the power, only a small portion of the remaining transfer to the old monk body.
By the old monk easily wear out. How do you know the Vajra seal?
The old monk exclaimed in shock, staring dead at Qin Feng's palm as waves of terror rippled through his heart.
This is the unique palm seal of the Vajra temple, restraining demonic cultivators.
This palm seal had suppressed countless demons. Only successive generations of abbots can practice.
Where did this demon in front of me learn from? Giggle.
Qin Feng kept his mouth shut and continued to perform the Vajra seal,
continuously slapping. The radiant Buddha light illuminated the True Dragon Hall, and the golden palm prints were like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions.
The old monk no longer dared to underestimate Qin Feng and offered other means of the Buddhist sect.
However,
he soon realized something that gave him the creeps. Every single means he performed would be reproduced by Qin Feng shortly after.
It's these eyes, heavy pupils.
The old monk was beyond shocked when he finally realized the anomaly.
Qin Feng's eyes were different from normal people.
While normal people's eyes only had one pupil,
Qin Feng had two, and mysterious light flowed in his heavy pupil, evolving his means. What kind of tactic is this? All the divine battle techniques he performed would be learned by Qin Feng and turned around to be used against him. Ha! Qin Feng laughed as the old monk no longer exerted his divine abilities, only purely using his physical body to engage him in close combat, just in time for him to validate some demonic bodies. The heavy pupil operated. The old monk's movements instantly became zippy and slow. Qin Feng easily dodged the old monk's killing moves. His palms blossomed with radiant light as he continuously slapped down. Those eyes again. The old monk was filled with horror. These eyes were too heaven-defying, able to anticipate all his movements and dodge them in advance. And all his means grazed Qin Feng's body, unable to hurt him in the slightest. Rumble! A loud roar resounded through the palace. Qin Feng attacked ferociously, raising his hands and throwing his feet, erupting with terrifying might that far exceeded the Foundation establishment realm. The old monk's forehead had already oozed sweat. In front of Qin Feng's one double pupil, he was clean, without the slightest hint of concealment, and had long since ceased to take the initiative in attacking, and began to defend himself with his Buddhist aptitude. The True Dragon Hall had long since exploded, and the two of them fought from within the True Dragon Hall into the air, their figures appearing everywhere in the Imperial City, as radiant spiritual light stirred and majestic energy fluctuations swept across the heavens and earth. This is the abbot of the Vajra Temple, Master Shirshin, a great power in the Jindan realm. The crowd in the Imperial City looked up to the sky and exclaimed in shock as they recognized the old monk. He came to seek revenge on His Majesty for those 18 Vajra Temple monks a few days ago. And who is the other one? Someone from the Great Qin Palace is actually able to fight with the Jindan realm? Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, many people saw the black dragon robe on Qin Feng's body and sucked in a breath of cool air. Emperor Qin, surprisingly, was able to fight against a Jindan. Your Majesty. It also suppressed Sakushin. Boom! Qin Feng began to swing the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, wide open, the light of the fist shining brightly, the runes flowing, and the power of reincarnation filling the air. The old monk's body robe can block Qin Feng's fist print, but it can't block the power of reincarnation. The power of the years gradually appeared. The old monk's physical body Buddha's light gradually dimmed. The vitality of the vitality began to fade. The power of the ages. The old monk's face changed drastically. He also felt his own changes. Jindan realm lifespan of several hundred years. With Qin Feng fighting this short time, his lifespan consumption has been decades. Shoo! He couldn't continue any longer or his lifespan would be exhausted. And after receiving Qin Feng's blow hard, the old monk performed his transportation technique and flew towards the distance. Want to go? Qin Feng's physical body blossomed with glittering precious light. A rock silhouette emerged behind him, and thunder flashed, transforming into a black lightning bolt as he approached the old monk at extreme speed. This was the rock technique, the top speed spell of the worlds of the heavens, the innate divine ability of the rock clan. In his previous life, Qin Feng's mount was a rock, on which he traveled the heavens, and his heavy pupil captured the rock technique and carved the Tao rhyme, and now that his heavy pupil has been revived, he is even more handy in performing this technique. Instantaneous. Qin Feng crossed the sky and the distance between him and the old monk rapidly shortened. Giggle. Qin Feng's fist blossomed with divine light as he swung his reincarnation fist, the runes making up for it, the Tao rhythms intertwining, and the majestic power of reincarnation stirring. Stop. The old monk cried out. His life force was fading, and the wrinkles on his face added and deepened at a rate visible to the naked eye. If he continued any longer, his lifespan would be completely depleted and he would directly sit down. Emperor Qin, I am willing to return to Great Qin, and Vajra Temple is willing to follow Emperor Qin's instructions. The Jindan realm's Shirshin has bowed down to Emperor Qin. The crowd in the capital city exclaimed in disbelief. Great Qin for thousands of years. Vajra Temple and Sword Pavilion never respect the Emperor's order. Proudly independent. Successive Qin Emperor cannot be mobilized. Today, the Vajra Temple's presiding officer took the initiative to submit, which meant that Great Qin would have a Jindan realm powerhouse. Vajra Temple? I'm afraid there's no more Vajra Temple in this world. Chapter 16, Killing the Golden Dan. Golden Dan Realm Ghosts. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. What did you say? The old monk's face was pale and he had vaguely guessed the meaning of what Qin Feng had said, but he was unwilling to accept it. One incense stick later, Qin Feng returned carrying a corpse. In the face of the old monk's submission, Qin Feng decisively killed him. Compared to the submission of the Jindan realm, right now he needed the Jindan realm Tao fruit even more. His Majesty killed Shihsin. The crowd in the Imperial City looked at the black dragon-robed figure heading in the direction of the Imperial Palace, and each of them froze in place. Shirshin was a Jindan realm powerhouse, the top existence of Great Qin, proud and independent. Even the past Qin Emperor was in awe of him, and now he was killed by Qin Feng, becoming a corpse. Isn't your Majesty a foundation builder?
If the Foundation establishment is cutting down Jindan against the odds,
why is your majesty's battle power so terrifying?
The crowd was incomparably shocked and very puzzled.
Obviously a month ago,
Qin Feng was still the abrogated prince,
with a bleak future. In just a month,
Qin Feng was strong enough to suppress everything and become the emperor of Qin, and now he is even able to suppress even the Jindan.
It's too unbelievable. This guy, in the middle of the crowd.
Feng Yunwuji's face was filled with unwillingness as his palm tightly gripped the hilt of his sword. I don't know how long it took,
but he finally let go and turned away, disappearing back into the crowd. Feng Yunwuji gave up on striking. After witnessing Qin Feng's strong strike on Shixin, he realized that he couldn't kill Qin Feng. Seems like someone snooping? The void. Qin Feng,
who was flying towards the palace, felt something in his heart and looked in one direction,
his heavy pupils flowing, but ultimately did not find anything. Under the heavy pupils, there will be no illusions. Someone was indeed spying just now,
and it was still a Jindan realm existence.
It seems that the Vermilion Bird Battalion didn't annihilate the Sword Pavilion in its entirety.
Qin Feng returned to the palace carrying the old monk's body, and for the prying eyes, he roughly guessed who it was in his mind. If he was willing to expend some effort and search with his heavy pupils,
he might be able to find the other party.
There wasn't much need for it though.
It was just a Jindan.
With this time, it would be better to use it to cultivate the heaven-swallowing demon technique. He had more than a dozen Foundation establishment corpses in his hands, as well as the old monk,
a Jindan realm,
which was enough to support him in stepping into the Jindan realm.
When he steps into Jindan, back to the palace,
Qin Feng began to cultivate the heaven-swallowing devil technique. Since the true Dragon Hall was destroyed during his fight with the old monk, he temporarily resided in the Afan Palace.
Demonic chi wrapped around the corpse.
A strand of Dao fruit didn't enter his body, and Qin Feng's breath continued to climb.
Previously,
Lu Bai's full body of Dao fruits had already allowed him to quickly reach the peak at the second level of Foundation establishment, and was not far from the third level of Foundation establishment. Within the 10,000 soul streamer, the old monk's soul was also slowly condensing and was being refined by the 10,000 soul streamer.
Once it was successfully refined, Qin Feng would have an additional Jindan level combatant. 2 days later,
Qin Feng stepped into the third level of Foundation establishment.
Your Majesty, envoys from the Great Zhou, Dali, and Beaming countries. Outside the hall, the guards came to report. The Golden Palace. Qin Feng was on top of the dragon chair, and the 100 officials stood on either side. In the center of the Great Hall, 3 silhouettes of 3 differently dressed people stood. One of them was huge, close to 5 meters tall, with exploding muscles and exuberant hair, like a brown bear, exuding a tyrannical aura. This was the behemoth race, with a violent personality, a penchant for killing, a love of tearing apart living beings, and an extremely powerful physical body, as well as a talent for divine arts. Emperor Qin, the lord of my beaming kingdom has brought word to you that the 2 county kings of Tianshui and Fufeng, who rebelled against you, have contacted my beaming kingdom and are willing to take out 2 states of land in exchange for my beaming kingdom to send out their troops to help. However, Lord is a man who remembers his feelings, and as long as Emperor Qin is willing to take out 2 states, the behemoth kingdom will not send out troops. This behemoth made a grin,
showing his sharp fangs,
and laughed.
Speaking of which, there is another layer of relationship between the Lord of State and the Qin Emperor. If not for this layer of relationship, the Lord of State,
Put, Qin Feng swung out a demonic chi,
and this behemoth's voice came to an abrupt end as its head exploded into a cloud of blood mist. There was silence in the Golden Hall. The envoys of Dali and Great Zhou were just about to open their mouths, but when they saw this scene, they hastily swallowed the words that reached their throats. Qin Feng was expressionless as he looked at the other 2.
And the purpose of your visit?
Gulp. The 2 of them swallowed their saliva and shivered, itching to escape this place immediately.
Emperor Qin,
when 2 countries are at war,
they don't cut off envoys.
After holding back for half a day, the 2 spat out this sentence.
As for the purpose of coming to Great Qin, borrowing the 2 ten guts will not dare to say.
Qin Feng said indifferently, go back and tell your masters to submit to my Great Qin and I can keep them alive. There's a rebellion within, and he killed the envoy of the behemoth kingdom.
And now he wants me, Dali and Great Zhou, to submit. Emperor Qin, is this madness? The envoys of Dali and Great Zhou walked out of the palace, Qin Feng's words echoing in their ears, and both of them were dumbfounded. What?
Qin Huangzhen killed the Jindan,
and the Sword Pavilion and Vajra Temple were slaughtered by the White Tiger Battalion and Vermilion Bird Battalion?
When the 2 heard the report from their men, their faces were filled with horror and their hearts were shaken.
Return immediately. And at this point, inside the Golden Palace,
Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian returned to the court to resume their duties.
I failed your majesty by not killing Feng Yunwuji and letting him escape.
Nie Xiaoqian knelt in the center of the hall,
blaming herself greatly. Qin Feng said, "You have merited for slaughtering the sword pavilion. Your merits and demerits will be offset." "Many thanks, Your Majesty," Nie Xiaoqian said gratefully. "Your Majesty, there is a devil-subduing tower in the Vajra Temple.
According to the mouth of those vultures in the temple, this tower holds the devil cultivators for nearly 1,000 years.
Their strength is unfathomable. Once they are released, not only will the Great Qin be devastated,
but the world will be in chaos. I dare not take the liberty of asserting myself, and I'm sending people to guard the devil-subduing tower.
Please make a decision, please, Your Majesty."
Bai Shan still had a heart palpitation when he recalled seeing the devil surrender tower earlier.
Just by approaching the devil surrender tower,
he felt an extremely cold killing chance, as if there were countless pairs of eyes gazing at him through the devil surrender tower.
"Continue to send guards. No one is allowed to enter without my order."
Qin Feng was quite interested in the Demonfall Tower. To be precise, he was more interested in the demonic cultivators in the Demonfall Tower. This tower exists for thousands of years.
Inside the demonic cultivator, if still alive,
the strength will certainly reach a terrifying situation.
This is the perfect fruit of the road.
After I devour all these Dao fruits in my hand and step into Jindan,
I can go over and take a look. Your Majesty,
a report of success has come from the front line. The 6 generals leading the army have recaptured the land of the 3 continents,
killing
50,000 enemy troops and capturing 30,000.
The annihilation of all the rebels is just around the corner.
In the Great Hall, the civil and military officials reported on the military situation at the front line. The 6 generals have discovered that the 3 countries of Dali,
Great Zhou,
and Beiming are foolishly amassing armies at the borders,
suspected to be allied with the rebels.
Your Majesty, you really shouldn't have killed that 3 kingdoms envoy just now. My Deqin's strength is comparable to that of Dali, and the strength of Dezhou and Beiming is above that of Deqin,
especially Beiming,
which has soldiers all over the country, and its strength is so powerful that it can enter the top 10 among the hundreds of countries, so it is unwise for my Deqin to fight against the 3 countries at the same time. Ranking at the head of the 100 officials,
Great Qin Chancellor Lu Buwei said,
"The Great Qin is located in a place where there are 100 dynasties. Great Qin's strength was in the middle of the pack among the 100 dynasties, and the Great Zhou Kingdom was in the middle to upper part of the pack.
Beiming, on the other hand, belongs to the upper reaches,
and there are several Jindan realm existences in the dynasty alone, similar to the 6 elite battalions of the 4 major battalions of Great Qin,
which can fight Jindan."
Before the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions had obtained the Perpetual Star Dipper formation as well as the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird true scriptures bestowed upon them by Qin Feng, their strengths were too inferior to the 6 battalions of the Beiming Kingdom's elite.
"So, what do you mean?" Qin Feng's face was expressionless. "Your Majesty,
the most important thing for my Great Qin today is to quell the rebellion, not to go to war with several surrounding countries.
Otherwise, the country will be in danger.
The old minister is willing to go on a mission to Dali,
Great Zhou,
and Beiming to persuade the 3 countries with his 3-inch tongue. And the old minister is certain that he can take out 3 states in exchange for the 3 countries not to send troops." Qin Feng swept his gaze across the civil and military officials.
"What about you guys?
I feel that what Minister Lu has said is the only option for my Great Qin at this time."
"I second the motion. I second the motion."
Lu Buwei listened to a voice and stroked his beard, his cloudy eyes flashing with smugness. Since Qin Feng ascended to the throne, creating the brocade guards to oversee the world, one person is in sole control of the world, and the 100 officials have nearly lost all their power. This time, it was the revolt of the 100 officials. The Son of Heaven and the 100 officials ruled the world together, and Great Qin was not only the Great Qin of Emperor Qin, but also the Great Qin of the 100 officials.
Who has a different opinion?
Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and his face could not be seen to be happy or angry. There was silence in the Golden Palace.
Lu Buwei, old god,
at this time who dares to stand up to oppose, is with the 100 officials enemy,
not allowed in the court. Your Majesty, I, Li Si, have a different opinion. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
Lu Buwei's face sank as he looked at Li Si who walked out.
"Oh, what's your opinion?"
Qin Feng said indifferently.
"Your Majesty, I feel that what Minister Lu has said is completely growing others' ambition and destroying his own. Since His Majesty ascended the throne,
the establishment of the brocade guards, the reorganization of the 4 battalions,
the destruction of the Sword Pavilion, the Tujingang Temple,
and His Majesty's beheading of Shurxin. Which one of these is not a feat unmatched by any other in the past and none in the future? My Great Qin's strength has long been different from that of the past. It is they who should be feared. How can my Great Qin have the right to cut off the land?"
Li Si was very tough,
and his voice echoed in the Golden Palace.
"Li Si, are you gambling with the fate of my Great Qin?"
Lu Buwei chortled lightly. Suddenly, his voice came to an abrupt end. Looking horrified,
He looked up and saw a pitch-black palm print coalescing above his head, enveloping the 100 officials, and the majestic pressure made the 100 officials' bodies tremble uncontrollably. You all seem to not recognize yourselves. Qin Feng's voice was flat, yet it sent chills down one's body. Your Majesty, spare your life. In the face of death, the 100 officials suddenly remembered that this Qin Emperor was completely different from the previous Qin Emperors. This was a son of heaven who had personally beheaded the old emperor and slaughtered a bunch of royal sons and daughters to ascend the throne. Wow! Qin Feng waved his sleeve and slapped his palm seal, accompanied by a dull cracking sound. Lu Buwei and the crowd of 100 officials behind him instantly exploded into a mass of blood mist. All of a sudden, there were less than 10 officials left in the Golden Palace. Looking at the blood mist in the Great Hall, these lips turned white and their bodies trembled. Li Si, right? Effective immediately. You are my great Qin Chancellor. Qin Feng remained calm and directly appointed Li Si as the Prime Minister. In his eyes, the 100 officials are no different from ants. Killed, and then find it again. The Big Qin. The most important thing is the lack of talent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Si quickly bowed and saluted. Overjoyed. He originally intended to show his face in front of His Majesty, but he didn't expect to reach heaven in one step. At the same time, he kept reminding himself in his mind to keep today's incident in mind, and that in the future, he should follow His Majesty's orders in everything, and should not be disobeyed no matter what. The court meeting is over. Qin Feng arrived at the Efeng Palace and summoned the 10,000 soul streamer. Within the 10,000 soul streamer, unjust souls of different realms were at different levels. The forging level was at the lowest level of the first heaven, and thousands of refining level infernal souls were constantly fighting each other. And on average, 1 out of every 100 infernal souls could be promoted to the refining realm and enter the second heaven. The unjust souls within the second heaven were all in the refined Shi realm, and their number was already close to 200, and through killing, they could be promoted to the foundation establishment realm. The unjust souls within the third heavens, on the other hand, were in the foundation establishment realm, numbering close to 30, and through killing, they could be promoted to the Jindan realm. Though this promotion process would take quite a bit of time, the unjust souls within the fourth heavens were of the Jindan realm. The moment, within the vast space of the fourth heaven, there was only a lone grievous soul suspended in the air. This was the unjust soul of the old monk, which had been completely refined by the 10,000 soul streamer, and now became the first Jindan realm ghost in the 10,000 soul streamer. You take the 10,000 soul streamer and immediately head to the border battlefield. You shall not interfere in the war, and your only task is to take all the unjust souls in the battlefield into the 10,000 soul streamer and refine them. Qin Feng gave the order. If we talk about what grievous souls are most numerous, naturally it is the battlefield. In a war, there are as few as 10,000 grievous souls, and as many as hundreds of thousands. Although these unjust souls were of a lower grade, most of them had just stepped into the body forging realm, with their realm being around the first or second level of body forging. However, as long as one enters the 10,000 soul streamer, one will have a chance to advance. Ghost Slave obeys the order, and will fulfill the master's mandate. The Jindan realm ghosts had already begun to give birth to their sanity and regarded Qin Feng as their soul master, kowtowing and saluting in a respectful tone before disappearing into the capital city of Great Qin with the 10,000 soul streamer. We must step into the Jindan realm as soon as possible, unify the 100 dynasties, and head to the Immortal Dao sect above the 100 dynasties. They are at a higher level. Perhaps we can find information about Yao Qi from them. Qin Feng continued to cultivate the heaven-swallowing devil technique. Chapter 17 Demonfall Tower collapses. Qin Feng stepped into the Golden Dan. Kill, kill, kill. On the border battlefield, hundreds of thousands of troops fought fiercely, with loud sounds and blood rolling around, coloring the earth red. Above the void, a black soul streamer, which could not be seen by ordinary people, hung high. Mysterious power enveloped the entire battlefield, and countless souls flew out from within the corpses on the ground, like a beacon of wolf smoke soaring into the air, and disappeared into the black soul streamer. Your Majesty, the gap between the enemy and us is too great. Our army has lost another state. The false emperor doesn't know what tactics he's using. Those soldiers are getting more and more courageous as they fight, boosting their battle power with their battle spirit. If this continues, our army will surely be defeated. In the tent of the army, Tianshui and Fufeng County King listened to their men's report, their faces gloomy. The so-called false emperor was naturally referring to Qin Feng. Has there been any news from the Sword Pavilion and Vajra Temple? The two pinned their hopes on these two Jindan sects. If they could get help from the Sword Pavilion and Vajra Temple, it would be better than an army of 500,000. Just then, Your Highness, it's bad. The false emperor sent the White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion to exterminate the Sword Pavilion and the Vajra Temple. Outside the tent, there were anxious voices, and a figure rushed in a panic. How is that possible? How could the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions have such strength? Where are Fengyun Wuji and Shur Xin?
The people in the tent changed color. Vajra Temple and Sword Pavilion are two of the most powerful sects in Great Qin.
There are dozens of people in Foundation establishment alone. And there are even Jindan realm powerhouses. How could they be destroyed? Your Majesty.
Fengyun Wuji was seriously injured by the Vermilion Bird Battalion and is in hiding.
His whereabouts are unknown. And Shurxin went to the Imperial City to assassinate the false emperor and was killed. The tent was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Qin Feng, he can kill a Jindan?
Only after a long time did the Tianshui County king manage to calm down and asked incredulously, "Is there something fishy in this?
Qin Feng he killed Shurxin by unseen means and then labeled himself?" Lord Fufeng couldn't believe it either. But whoever can step into the Jindan realm, which one is not over 100 years old? How old is Qin Feng? How could you kill Shi Hsin? Your Highness, the people of the entire Imperial City witnessed the false emperor killing Shurxin, and the scouts sent by my subordinates also witnessed the entire process. Not only did the false emperor kill Shurxin, but he also suppressed Shurxin from start to finish. The handful of words directly shattered the crowd's fantasies. The tent was quiet once more, and an air of despair was filling the air. 10 days later, Qin Feng stepped into the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Your Majesty, the frontline report. 5 days ago, 6 generals led the army, killed a cumulative 150,000 enemy troops, captured 200,000, and have recaptured the land of 4 states. Yesterday, the 3 kingdoms of Dali, Dazhou, and Beiming cooperated with the rebel king and each sent out 200,000 troops to sneak up on our army, resulting in 50,000 deaths and injuries, and they recaptured the land of the 4 states. In the Golden Palace, Li Si reported on the military situation at the front. Qin Feng's expression was calm as he said, "Pass on my message that those who dare to be enemies of Great Qin shall be killed without pardon." I obey. With Lu Buwei's previous experience, Li Si did not dare to have the slightest objection to Qin Feng's will. Your Majesty, the number of brocade guards has reached 100,000, spreading throughout Great Qin. Next, my subordinate intends to infiltrate the 3 countries of Dali, Great Zhou and Beiming. Ning Yi, as a descendant of the Ning family, there is no doubt about his ability, and in a short period of time, he has expanded the Jin Yi way rapidly, and Qin Feng is more than satisfied with this. After the court meeting, Qin Feng continued to cultivate. 3 months later, His Majesty hasn't had a court meeting in 3 months. Outside of the A Feng Palace, Ning Yi, Bai Shun, and Nie Xiaoqian were standing here at some point. Why don't we go in and wake up His Majesty? Bai Shun looked a little anxious. You may not. His Majesty has an order before he closes the door. No one is to be disturbed. Back soon. What the hell happened? Both Bai Shun and Nie Xiaoqian were very curious about Ning Yi's reaction. Now that the Vajra Temple and the Sword Pavilion have been massacred, all other forces within the Great Qin have been eliminated by the Brocade Guards, and the army has been fighting successive victories, beating the 2 rebel kings back. What else could make Bai Shun so flustered? Baeksun hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's a problem with that devil-subduing pagoda at the Vajra Temple. Without those vultures regularly deepening their confinement with Buddhist teachings, the devil-subduing pagoda has begun to loosen, and some demonic cultivators have already escaped from it." From the mouths of these guys who escaped, they learned that there are at least 3 Jindan realm demonic cultivators in the Demonfall Tower alone that they've seen, and as for the depths of the Demonfall Tower, they're not qualified to enter at all, and it's rumored that there's even more terrifying existences inside. What? Ning Yi and Nie Xiaoqian were somewhat alarmed. How could there be such a horrible place hidden in the Vajra Temple? 3 Jindan realm. Mobilizing the Jinui and the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions to lay down the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation can barely be dealt with. If there were other terrifying existences, it would not be something they could deal with at all. The Demon Falling Tower can still hold out for 3 days at most. After 3 days, the Demon Falling Tower will completely collapse. At that time, all the demons inside will get out of their traps, and if we can't deal with them properly, all my Great Qin society will be damaged. Even if I am chastised by His Majesty, I will report this matter. Wow! Just as Bai Shun made up his mind to wake up Qin Feng, rolling demonic qi overflowed from within the A Feng Palace, like ocean waves, endless, instantly enveloping the entire palace above, plunging heaven and earth into darkness. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the Elfin Palace. In a split second, Ning Yi, Bai Shun, and Nie Xiaoqian knelt on the ground, as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Immediately afterward, throughout the palace, countless eunuchs and palace maids were similarly crushed by this pressure and fell to their knees. This pressure, could it be that Your Majesty has stepped into? Ning Yi was agitated. vaguely having some sort of guess. Ka! The door of the Afong Palace was rushed open by a wave of demonic aura, and Qin Feng slowly stepped out from inside. Welcome, Your Majesty. Ningyi's trio looked frenzied as a possibility they couldn't believe appeared in their hearts. Your Majesty, you have stepped into the Golden Dan? Aha! Qin Feng's expression was calm as he faintly answered. Jin Dan is just a Golden Dan. For Great Qin, it is a top-tier powerhouse. In his case, he has only just set foot on the cultivation path. Hiss! Ningyi's trio sucked in cool air. Jin Dan realm, this is a realm that successive Qin emperors have not stepped into, and Your Majesty has actually stepped into it. The most shocked among them was Ningyi. A few months ago when he was in the heavenly jail, His Majesty was still refining qi. In just a few months, from refining qi to Jin Dan, what kind of horrifying speed of enhancement was this?
Congratulations to Your Majesty for stepping into the Golden Dan.
Long live the Emperor. My great Qin will prosper and be immortalized forever. Your Majesty has stepped into the Golden Dan?
When the nearby eunuchs and palace maids heard the voices of Ningyi's trio, their faces were filled with shock, and then they cried out in unison. Congratulations to Your Majesty for stepping into the Golden Dan.
Long live the Emperor. My great Qin will prosper and be immortalized forever.
Congratulations to Your Majesty for stepping into the Golden Dan.
Long live the Emperor. My great Qin will prosper and be immortalized forever.
Congratulations to Your Majesty for stepping into the Golden Dan.
Long live the Emperor. My great Qin will prosper and be immortalized forever.
A burst of cheers rose and fell like the waves of the sea, and the news that Emperor Qin had stepped into the Golden Dan spread throughout the palace, and then throughout the entire Great Qin capital.
Your Majesty has such terrifying talent? This year is only 20, right?
The crowd in the Imperial City marveled.
This was too unbelievable. A 20-year-old Jin Dan, with this kind of talent, even in the immortal sect above the 100 dynasties, you can still call it a heavenly pride, right?
Many people compared Qin Feng to the immortal sect's heavenly pride and eventually came to the astonishing conclusion that Qin Feng's qualifications were probably in the category of true disciples even in the immortal sect.
The false emperor has stepped into the Golden Dan? All parties in the capital city of Great Qin were surprised and could not calm down. Such a horrible qualification. Or the head of a country. The 100 dynasties are going to change the sky. The news that Qin Feng had stepped into the Golden Dan left the Great Qin capital through various channels and traveled in all directions. In the meantime, a pitch-black demonic vehicle cut across the sky, leaving the capital city of Great Qin and traveling quickly towards the Western Realm. Chapter 18 Demonfall Tower collapses. Hundreds of Zuni Foundation establishment. Your Majesty, the Devil Surrender Tower within the Vajra Temple has been moving more and more in the last month. Inside the magic car, Qin Feng listened to Bai Shun's report, a ghostly aura flickering in his heavy pupils. The old monk's entire Dao fruit had already been devoured by him, and it had also successfully allowed him to step into the Jin Dan realm. Since then, the Dao fruit that would allow him to continue to break through at the Jin Dan realm had been depleted. Next, the nourishment for practicing the heaven-swallowing devil technique would be within this Devil Surrender Tower. You mean to say that there are quite a few Jin Dan within the Demonfall Tower? Your Majesty,
according to my subordinate's review of the Vajra Temple's canonical records,
the Demonfall Tower has imprisoned at least 10 Jin Dan realm demonic cultivators between the millennia, half of which were imprisoned often above 500 years, exceeding the lifespan of the Jin Dan realm. And perhaps they've all already withered up their lifespan and fallen away. But even so, there are 5 Jin Dan realm existences within the Demonfall Tower.
As Bai Shun spoke out his findings,
both Ningyi and Nia Xiaoqian's brows tightened. Your Majesty, the situation inside the Devil Surrender Tower is unknown. You are a body of 10,000 gold. You cannot afford to make a mistake. It is better to let my subordinates transfer the brocade guards here. No harm done. Qin Feng waved his hand, stopping the three people's persuasion and said indifferently, no matter how many Jindans there are, they can't make waves. An incomparably overwhelming dominance filled the bland to the extreme voice, and the three Ningyi's bodies within the demonic vehicle were shaken, and the worries in their hearts dissipated as they thought of His Majesty's means. 3 days later, outside the Vajra Temple. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. All the generals of the White Tiger Battalion cowed out in unison with a resounding sound. Qin Feng stepped out of the demonic vehicle, and in front of him was the towering, ancient and mysterious pagoda. Just a pagoda that should be sacred to the core and haunted by Buddha's light. At this moment, however, it exuded a regal evil intent, and countless demonic chi overflowed from the tower, surging in all directions, like black clouds pressing down on the city, obscuring the great sun, and plunging heaven and earth into darkness. Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed, the divine pattern flashed, all obstacles in front of him were as if they were nothing, and the scene inside the Devil Surrender Tower appeared in front of his eyes as much as possible. There really is a Jin Dan realm, and there's more than one. Just then, Boom! A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the demon fall tower shook violently. Ha ha ha, after 100 years, my father has finally seen the light of day again. What a long-lost breath of freedom. So wonderful. Kill, kill, kill. This seat will go on a killing spree. A burst of maniacal smiles resounded as a demonic shadow rushed out of the demon-subduing tower, like a black meteor dancing wildly above the sky. A terrifying pressure enveloping everyone. Hiss! The Devil's Surrender Tower is broken. Countless cultivators watched from afar, looking at the densely packed demonic shadows in the air. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of air, and the horrifying pressure even made them tremble, all of them falling to their knees. All of these demonic cultivators are above Foundation establishment. The number is at least a few hundred. This is enough to overthrow a dynasty. The Demon Surrender Tower actually holds so many demonic cultivators? The demon subduing pagoda was not actually forged by the Vajra Temple. The Vajra Temple is only responsible for guarding it, and it is rumored that 10 Jindan are imprisoned inside. Someone uttered the hidden secret that the Demon Fall Tower involved the Immortal Sect above the 100 dynasties and was forged by the Immortal Sect, causing a crowd of cultivators to gasp in shock. 10 Jindan. The Qin Emperor has only just ascended to the throne, and he's met with such a great calamity? Many people marveled and felt sorry for Qin Feng. Great Qin was flourishing in Qin Feng's hands and showed signs of rising, but this catastrophe was enough to destroy Great Qin. Where are the vultures of the Vajra Temple? All of you come out. This seat will refine all of you into demonic puppets. Jia jia jia. These bald donkeys are excellent cultivation nourishment all over their flesh and blood. Don't even grab it from me. All kinds of chaotic arrogance sounds echoed between heaven and earth. Horrifying and appalling. Where are those bald asses? A demonic aura in the void surrounded the spirit mountain and quickly noticed the difference. The entire Lingshan Vajra Temple, without a single monk in sight, returned to the sky above the Devil's Surrender Tower. Hundreds of demonic cultivators appeared in their original bodies, their gazes sweeping over the White Tiger Battalion generals below and eventually landing on Qin Feng. Kid, are you from the Imperial Dynasty? This honored one asks you. Where did those bald asses run off to? Bold, dare to be rude to His Majesty. Why don't you kneel down? Ning Yi chided. A Qi-refining realm dares to talk like that in front of this father? The crowd of demonic cultivators were very disdainful when they saw Ning Yi's realm, and what made them suspicious was Qin Feng, whose cultivation they couldn't even see through. Jindan? At such an age, how can it be Jindan? What a handsome young man. Are you the great Qin Emperor Lord? A female demonic cultivator with an enchanting figure and red lips as bright as blood posed in an enchanting manner, her red robe fluttering in the wind, her stunning style looming. Little brother, regardless of those guys, how about we have some fun first? The female demonic cultivator's bare feet stepped in the air as she approached towards Qin Feng, her tongue licking her red lips. As she spoke, a red mist that was not visible to normal people spilled out from her red lips and surged towards Qin Feng. Get out of here! The red mist had nothing to hide in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng's heart was disgusted. His big sleeve waved. The devil's gas rolled and condensed into a sort of devil's gas. The red mist was instantly dispersed. The female demonic cultivator's face changed drastically. She was at the peak of Foundation establishment. The red mist was her famous means. Extremely secretive and bizarre. Unusual Foundation establishment cultivators simply could not be cracked at all. With this means, she had killed many enemies. As a result, it was easily cracked by Qin Feng. And there was only one possibility. You're in the Jindan realm. The female demonic cultivator exclaimed in shock, her body going cold as she hurriedly offered several divine abilities for defense. The killing power of the Sword of Demonic Qi was amazing, and the several defenses offered by the female demonic cultivator were as fragile as toys, and were instantly shattered. The female demonic cultivator screamed miserably as her chest exploded and her entire body flew out horizontally. The field was steeply quiet, and the boisterous crowd of demonic cultivators all stopped. Jindan realm. How old is this kid? How can he be a Jindan? Some devil cultivators whispered, very shocked and full of disbelief. It's Jindan alright. Other than a Jindan, how could it be possible to kill a ghost girl with one strike? Such a young Jindan. Could this kid be a true disciple of those sects? Many demonic cultivators thought of the immortal sect above the 100 dynasties. Their faces revealed a look of horror. They were no longer arrogant, and their hearts sprouted a desire to retreat. Back then, they were the ones who were suppressed by the immortal sect's disciples into the Devil's Surrender Tower, going in at a young age and only being able to come out at an old age. One more time, and they're afraid they'll die in the Demon Fall Tower. This kid is the lord of the secular Imperial Dynasty. Those clans don't allow their disciples to participate in the affairs of the secular Imperial Dynasty, much less become the lord of the Imperial Dynasty. A demonic cultivator opened his mouth, knowing the immortal sect better.
and bluntly stated that Qin Feng could not possibly be a disciple of the Immortal Sect.
So what if it's a Jindan? We have so many foundation builders. Even a Jindan can be killed.
When the crowd of demonic cultivators heard this, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as their figures flashed,
blocking off the area.
Hundreds of foundation establishment killing intent coalesced.
How terrifying. Time and space seemed to freeze. Kill him. I don't know who opened their mouths, but hundreds of demonic cultivators struck out at the same time, offering all sorts of magic treasures and divine abilities, and the demonic flames were overwhelming. Noisy. Qin Feng's face went cold.
The purpose of this trip was for the Golden Dan within the Demonfall Tower, and the repeated provocations of these mole crickets displeased him. Giggle. Qin Feng's physical body blossomed with haze, runes flowed, and mysterious power surged as he stepped forward in the void.
Bang bang bang.
An array of magical treasures and divine means bombarded Qin Feng's body.
Qin Feng had his hands behind his back as he traversed through the void, actually using the power of his physical body to blast through all means. Chapter 19 5 Jindan Devil Cultivators. What? The crowd of demonic cultivators trembled,
their faces filled with horror.
The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Hundreds of Foundation Establishment devil cultivators struck out at the same time, offering all sorts of magic treasures and divine abilities, but they were actually blocked by someone with their flesh. Bang bang bang. Qin Feng continued to move forward, and wherever he passed, pieces of Dharma treasures erupted and divine abilities dissipated. This is the devil's body.
The heaven-swallowing demon technique was too heaven-defying, and the demonic body that was forged was too powerful,
especially after having metamorphosed once. The battle power under the Jindan could not cause half a bit of damage to Qin Feng,
and he could strongly shatter everything with his physical body alone.
Pffffffffff. With a wave of Qin Feng's sleeve, the closest batch of demonic cultivators were swept in, and before they could do anything,
they directly exploded and turned into a mass of blood mist.
The remaining devil cultivators were scared out of their wits by this scene.
Their means couldn't hurt Qin Feng in the slightest, and with a casual strike from Qin Feng, a large number of people were killed or injured.
How's this for a fight?
Giggle. Qin Feng pointed out with a finger.
Bang bang bang.
A sort of demonic chi shot out from the tip of his finger like a black dragon roaming in the void, piercing through the fleeing demonic cultivators, and the bodies fell in pieces.
Ah!
There were screams and screams.
This is a one-sided killing. Blood stained the sky. Hundreds of devil cultivators who just got out of the trap, in an instant were slaughtered, most of them, and the rest were scattered and fled madly.
Bai Shan,
Qin Feng said.
Understood.
Baek soon waved his hand at the four generals. White Tiger Battalion. Set up a formation. White Tiger Battalion elites have long been ready to go.
10,000 People's Breath Convergence.
Mind unanimity. Set up a weekly star dipper array.
Above the void, a star silhouette emerged.
The starlight was bright,
and the power of the stars enveloped the entire Spirit Mountain.
This spacetime is blocked.
The fleeing devil cultivator's voice trembled as a mysterious force imprisoned the area. The surrounding space seemed like a swamp, and it became incomparably difficult to even take a step.
At once,
all of these demonic cultivators became targets for the sword of demonic energy. One by one they were pierced through and their bodies fell like rain. One person killed hundreds of Foundation establishment. A crowd of cultivators in the distance trembled,
shocked by this scene. This is too much of a stretch. A Foundation establishment realm powerhouse was as fragile as an ant in front of Emperor Qin.
There was no lack of high-level Foundation establishment, and there were even peak Foundation establishment realm existences that were a step away from Jindan, but they still had no resistance in front of Emperor Qin.
The Jindan realm. Strong to this extent? No. It's not Jindan who's strong. It's him.
Many people looked towards the black dragon-robed figure in the distant air,
their eyes filled with awe.
Qin Feng's expression was calm. He was able to kill Jindan at the Foundation establishment realm, and now that he had stepped into the Jindan realm,
how difficult was it to kill some Foundation establishment? It's just more of them. It doesn't change anything.
Qin Feng looked towards the Demonfall Pagoda and said indifferently,
"Why don't you get your ass out here?"
Boom! Deafening roars resounded through the heavens and earth. Rolling demonic chi gushed out from within the Demonfall Tower,
like waves surging and surging, and the Demonfall Tower,
which had lasted for 10,000 years,
collapsed and turned into ruins.
Above the void,
several terrifying demonic shadows hovered,
and terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and earth.
Put!
The bodies of a group of cultivators trembled, and they fell to their knees by this pressure.
Ka!
Above the void, the star silhouettes shattered. The 3 Jindan realm exceeded the limit of the White Tiger Battalion, and the perimeter star dipper formation was directly broken open, and the White Tiger Battalion generals were shaken, and their faces turned pale as they suffered a backlash.
In the Demonfall Tower,
there are actually 5 Golden Dan realms. A crowd of cultivators were filled with horror.
5 Jindans was enough to massacre those front-ranking dynasties in the 100 dynasties. Kid, you're wild. The 5 demonic shadows flickered, revealing their real bodies, their eyes staring straight at Qin Feng in a very unkind manner. They vaguely sensed that Qin Feng was targeting them on this trip, which made them very unhappy, because they were never the ones who hunted other cultivators and practiced magic techniques. Now they were actually being targeted. Such a young Jindan. Boy, what exactly are you? Kill your people. Qin Feng spoke indifferently and stepped forward as he directly executed the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, not bothering to delay, in order to forcefully suppress these 5 Jindans. Giggle. In the void, a reincarnation fist seal was reflected, blazing light erupted, and runes filled the air. Qin Feng was like a black meteor that crossed the sky. Kid, whatever your origin is, since you want to die, this seed will fulfill you. The 5 Jindan realm demonic cultivators had murderous intent in their eyes, offering their respective divine abilities. Palm Prince and Fist Prince filled the sky. A magic pattern flowed, dark demonic light flickered, and demonic aura filled the sky. Boom boom boom. A great battle erupted. Deafening roars resounded through the heavens and earth, and majestic energies spread out in all directions. With the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Qin Feng fought the 5 Jindans alone, and not only did he not lose the battle, but he suppressed the 5. Giggle. Qin Feng's heavy pupils operated and everything in front of him became slow motion. The divine abilities offered by the 5 were easily avoided by him. Put. A Jindan realm demonic cultivator's chest was pierced through by the 6 Paths mixed reincarnation fist wielded by Qin Feng. Blood chunks splattered, and he screamed as he flew out horizontally. Why is this kid able to dodge all the divine abilities? The remaining 4 demonic cultivators were incomparably creeped out by Qin Feng's methods that were too bizarre, as if they could foresee the treasure techniques they were offering and dodge them in advance. Suddenly, the Jindan realm demonic cultivator from earlier screamed miserably as the power of reincarnation erupted at the chest blast, the surrounding flesh and blood rapidly losing its vitality, and the power of the ages permeated the entire body from the wound. The Jindan realm demonic cultivator who originally had a ray of hope of survival had completely turned into a stooped corpse when he crashed to the ground, dead as if he had already passed away for countless years. The power of time. The 4 demonic cultivators looked at the bizarre corpse on the ground, their scalps tingling and goosebumps rising on their bodies. The divine ability of this guy in front of them actually involved the power of time, a power level so high that they had only heard of it, but had never seen anyone in control of it. Kid, where the hell did you come from? A few people were fearful of Qin Feng's origin and became more and more suspicious that Qin Feng might be from those sects, and not just any disciple, but a seed. Snort! Qin Feng kept his mouth shut and continued to approach. The other party's divine ability and treasure techniques offered by the other party had nothing to hide under his heavy pupils. He easily dodged them and waved his fist seals to kill the 4 people. Put! Another Jindan was struck by Qin Feng and had one of its arms directly shattered. This was not a fatal injury, and for the Jindan realm, it could be healed after a period of recuperation. However, the power of reincarnation spread across the wound, and the flesh of this Jindan realm demonic cultivator was rapidly depleting. Is Emperor Qin's battle power even terrifying to this extent? A group of cultivators in the distance were incomparably shocked, their mouths wide open. The scene in front of them was really beyond their expectations. Qin Huang fought 5 Jindan realm demonic cultivators all by himself without losing the slightest bit of ground, but instead, he strongly killed 2 Jindans in a short period of time. It's unimaginable. Go! With the 2 Jindans killed, the remaining 3 had realized that they were no match for Qin Feng. Whether it was Qin Feng's fist technique that involved the power of the ages or the bizarre divine ability that could predict their strikes, it was not something they could resist. The 3 demonic shadows were like black meteors, cutting through the sky and disappearing far away in different directions. Snort! Qin Feng stepped and performed the rock technique. A rock bird silhouette appeared behind him. A haze of light lingered around his body as he traversed through the clouds. His speed was extremely fast. Put! After killing 1 person with 1 punch, Qin Feng did not pause for a moment and once again disappeared into the clouds. A few moments later, a miserable scream rang out from the clouds. Blood dyed the void red, and a body fell towards the ground. As the last Jindan demon cultivator listened to the screams behind him, a chill rose from the soles of his feet to the back of his neck, as if there was an ancient ferocious beast staring back at him. After turning his head stiffly, he suddenly blanched. Little friend, have a word. Put. Chapter 20 Strongly Slaying the Jindan. A heavenly pride from 600 years ago. Boom! The bodies fell from the air and crashed into the earth, smashing huge craters. Qin Feng stepped out of the clouds and reappeared above the Demon Fall Tower. 5 Jindan realms. All killed. A crowd of cultivators in the distance exclaimed in shock, looking at the returning Qin Feng with incomparable shock. 1 person killing 5 Jindans. What kind of terrifying battle record was this? It's unimaginable. It's so anticlimactic. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!
The generals of the White Tiger Battalion shouted in unison.
Excited. Ning Yi, Bai Shun,
and Nie Xiaoqian were filled with admiration as Bai Shun said,
Your Majesty,
just leave the rest to my White Tiger Battalion to take care of the aftermath.
There's no rush. It's not over yet, Qin Feng said.
The trio froze.
Aren't you coming out?
Qin Feng looked towards the ruins of the Demonfall Tower and said indifferently,
Under the heavy pupils, there are no secrets. Under the Demonfall Tower, there was still a Jindan, and its strength far exceeded the 5 Jindans he had beheaded. And
the 3 Bai Shuns were very dismayed.
Boom! Suddenly, the ruins of the Demonfall Pagoda exploded. Demonic aura rolled out. Black runes were densely covered, and a large black shadowy hand probed out from it,
spanning across the void and grabbing towards Qin Feng.
Terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and earth, and space and time froze.
Everyone was stunned by such a strange change. The Demonfall Pagoda surprisingly had terrifying existences other than the 5 Jindans.
Moreover, looking at the might of this black giant hand, it was obvious that the strength was still above the 5 previous Jindans. Brush! Qin Feng's expression was indifferent.
His eyes were flowing with runes and flickering with spiritual light.
His heavy pupils were parsing this huge black hand and looking for breaks. Giggle!
Qin Feng raised his hand and pointed out a finger. The moment the black giant covered and descended, it abruptly stopped and was intercepted alive by this light finger of Qin Feng.
Break!
Qin Feng spoke indifferently.
Next moment, boom! The giant black hand shook violently. From point to point, cracks spread everywhere from Qin Feng's fingertips, and eventually collapsed, turning into countless black gases that dissipated. Sure enough, it's those eyes of yours.
A pitch-black figure stepped out from the pit of the Demonfall Tower.
It was a young man with black hair falling down, his features as sharp as a knife, a black robe, demonic aura rolling around him, stepping into the air, coming in front of Qin Feng,
staring straight into Qin Feng's eyes, a look of interest appearing on his face.
I can't imagine that in such a small dynasty, I would still be able to meet the legendary heavy pupil. After being suppressed by the demon subduing pagoda for many years,
he had consumed too much of his origin and did not rush out like the other demonic cultivators, but rather was recovering his origin.
Originally,
he thought that Qin Feng was just an unusual Jindan. The result surprised him as Qin Feng killed hundreds of Foundation Establishment Realm demonic cultivators with the lift of his hand,
and even killed 5 Jindan in succession. Through observation,
he discovered that Qin Feng's eyes were different from normal people.
Kid, these eyes of yours are extraordinary. Why don't you lend them to my son for a few days? Come, I'll wait for you to come and get it.
Qin Feng spoke indifferently,
his face expressionless, but the temperature between heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly dropped a few degrees. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, my lord will not be polite. The youth laughed maniacally.
A silver war spear appeared in his hand, incomparably sharp, light flickered,
and a stern killing intent rolled out, locking Qin Feng. This is the Immortal Execution Spear. He's Zhou Yun, some people exclaimed, recognizing the silver battle spear in the youth's hand. Their faces filled with shock, mixed with fear. 500 years ago, a celestial pride appeared in the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, with amazing qualifications and radiant to the core, shining brightly in the 100 Dynasties War, and even more so, being valued by the immortal sect elders above the 100 Dynasties. Only for some reason, he was found to have slaughtered the mortal cities and practiced demonic skills with mortal essence blood, after which the immortal sect came to suppress him under the demon subduing pagoda. And I didn't expect that 500 years had passed, and he didn't turn into a withered bone, but still survived. As Zhou Yun's name was brought up, the arena was thrown into a frenzy, and many people were aware of this matter. Zhou Yun is an absolute legend and was a huge sensation back in the day. These eyes of yours can look for a break. What if my divine ability has no break? Zhou Yun was incomparably confident and very domineering, holding a battle spear and striking out forcefully. The bright silver light erupted, like a silver ocean suppressing with an infinite momentum. He directly blocked Qin Feng's 4 directions of space and time, calculating all of Qin Feng's possible evasive orientations, in front of the heavy pupil. What in the world is not broken? Qin Feng's eyes were resplendent, divine light flowed, and all divine battle techniques faded away in front of him, leaving only their origin. Brush!
Qin Feng performed the rock technique and rushed into the silver ocean.
Like a rock roaming,
the silver war spear's sharp-bladed tip was amazingly powerful in killing and destroying, but it was unable to injure Qin Feng in the slightest. Each strike brushed against Qin Feng and was dodged by him gently.
I underestimated you with those eyes.
Zhou Yun became more and more surprised.
Heavy pupils, immensely mysterious. He also only obtained an ancient book by chance, which listed various top talents and physiques. Heavy pupil is then in it. The introduction is only a few words. It is an invincible road. He thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that it may have been recorded as such. Kid, earlier there was just some interest, but now these eyes of yours, I'm bound to cut them out of your eyes. Zhou Yun struck, his body surrounded by spiritual light. The Immortal Execution Battle Spear's silver light erupted, the tip of the blade cutting through the void, erupting with unrivaled cold-killing intent, chopping towards Qin Feng. You think a lot. There will never be another person in this world who can take what is mine. Qin Feng spoke indifferently and grabbed at the earth. A blade of grass was detained into his hands. Buzz! A majestic sword intent erupted and filled the heavens and earth. An ordinary blade of grass in Qin Feng's hand underwent a shocking change at this moment, resembling a divine sword, rolling around with sword chi, brilliant and incomparable. The destructive aura stirring the heavens. A blade of grass? Zhou Yun snorted. Very disdainful. A blade of grass that also wanted to fight against the Immortal Execution Battle Spear in his hand? Even though he didn't disdain it, Zhou Yun moved his hand without being gullible and still used his strongest battle force. He wanted to kill Qin Feng and take away his eyes. Those eyes, they were so stunning. He had a feeling that if he could get these eyes, he would take a very different path. Giggle. Qin Feng used grass as a sword and swept forward, offering the Immortal Execution Sword intent of the Sword Clan. Boom! Above the void, a blade of grass and the Immortal Execution Spear blasted together, and the light was so great that the heavens and earth shook, as if they were going to destroy this realm. How is that possible? Zhou Yun's face suddenly changed and his smile disappeared. It was just a blade of grass that could be stepped into the dirt with a single foot. How could it possibly compete with his Immortal Execution Spear? His arm trembled continuously, and the Immortal Punisher Spear trembled as if it would come off at any moment. Bang! Qin Feng swept out his sword. The sword light flashed, and the silver war spear in Zhou Yun's hand flew horizontally. This grass was just an ordinary grass, but the sword intent that Qin Feng displayed was too terrifying, overbearing to the extreme, seemingly destroying everything in the world. The sword light flashed again. Ah! Zhou Yun let out a loud scream. His spear-wielding arm flew out, blood staining the sky, and at the wound, the Immortal Execution Sword intent continued to erode the flesh and blood, spreading towards the surroundings. Zhou Yun's face twisted as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his face and he fell back violently, feeling the destructive power at the wound. Zhou Yun gritted his teeth, and the arm that was intact swung out an aura that directly chipped away at the wound, stopping the sword intent from encroaching. Didn't you want to dig the heavy pupil? Do you want more now? Holding a blade of grass in his hand, Qin Feng moved forward calmly and approached towards Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's face was pale and a little shaky. Half of his body was nearly all cut off. Blood rolled out, and his heart was vaguely seen beating. His injuries were too severe. He clenched his teeth, very unwilling to be seriously injured by a blade of grass. This was a strange shame, but he had to admit it. The person in front of him was too terrifying, and he was afraid that only those few immortal sect disciples would be able to engage him. Wow! Zhou Yun pinched his seal with one hand. Runes flashed, laws surged, and blood churned from the wound, as if it was about to breed something horrifying. Howl! A cry resounded through the heavens and the earth. The rolling blood even transformed into a giant bloodfinch, as if it were a living creature, with blood-colored flames draped around it and endless bloodlight rushing into the sky as it swooped down towards Qin Feng. This was clearly an extremely powerful divine ability treasure art, and Zhou Yun used his own essence blood to mirror this strange beast against the enemy, and the blood sparrow's blood-colored flames erupted around his body, and the void was melted. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as his eyes blossomed with precious light, reflecting the blood sparrow's shadow. The heavy pupil was parsing, looking for a break. Chapter 21 Punishing Sword Intent. Absolute Heavenly War Scripture. Giggle. The moment the blood sparrow pounced, Qin Feng waved a blade of grass in his hand and blazing sword light erupted and converged in one place. Howl. The blood sparrow wailed miserably, and a ball of essence blood in his body exploded. The runes exploded, and his huge body collapsed, turning into blood-colored particles that dissipated. Although this blood sparrow was huge in size, the source of its drive was the mass of essence blood within its body, and when the heavy pupil captured where that mass of essence blood was, this divine ability became a joke in front of Qin Feng. Buzz! Qin Feng threw the grass in his hand and the Immortal Execution Sword intent wrapped around this grass, breaking through the void. Ah! Zhou Yun, who was fleeing in the distance, screamed miserably, and blood gushed from his brow, and he was nailed in the void by this grass, and his soul was destroyed. Spirit Mountain was instantly quiet. Obviously. You can't. Qin Feng's palm probed out and a giant black claw broke through the clouds and grabbed back the distant corpse of Zhou Yun. Now, it's over. Your Majesty's divine might is overwhelming and unstoppable. Ning Yi, Bai Shun, and Nye Xiaoqian were filled with fervor. A blade of grass that kills the enemy. This kind of tactic is too amazing. Your Majesty's divine might is overwhelming and unstoppable. Your Majesty's divine might is overwhelming and unstoppable. Your Majesty's divine might is overwhelming and unstoppable.
The 10,000 elites of the White Tiger Battalion hissed in unison, their loud voices shaking the sky, watching the Black Dragon chariot go far away under the arch of the White Tiger Battalion. The group of cultivators then dared to approach the Spirit Mountain and came to the outside of the devil-subduing pagoda. One person killed 6 Jindans. What level of battle power do you guys think Emperor Qin has reached? The crowd marveled, very shocked. I'm afraid I'm invincible under Yuaning. Hiss. Doesn't this mean that Great Qin's strength can already enter the top 10 of the 100 dynasties? Many people exclaimed. Among the 100 dynasties, there is a huge difference in strength, which can be divided into the upper 5 dynasties and other dynasties. The upper 5 dynasties are each strong, and any one of them can take on more than a dozen countries. And there are even Yuaning realm powerhouses. Invincible under Yuaning. This meant that amongst the 100 dynasties, the only ones who could suppress Emperor Qin were those 5 Yuaning from the last 5 dynasties. How old is Emperor Qin? How long has it been since he ascended the throne? And he's already come this far? They thought of Qin Feng's path of rise and felt their hearts startled. If they gave him time, Great Qin might one day become one of the upper 5 dynasties, or even surpass the upper 5 dynasties. Cool son, yeah. What's that in your hand? Suddenly, someone chortled. The crowd followed the sound and looked. A teenager squatted on the ground, holding a grass in his hand. Seeing the crowd looking at him, the teenager grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, hiding the grass in his sleeve. Yi Kucheng, a young swordsman who had risen to fame in recent years, was known as Little Lu Bai, and was second only to Lu Bai in terms of sword Dao qualifications. It's the grass that Emperor Qin killed Zhou Yun with. A crowd of cultivators had green eyes. This grass was just an ordinary weed by the side of the road, but after being enhanced by Emperor Qin's sword intent, this was already a sword Dao supreme treasure. Whoever could obtain this grass would have a chance to realize Emperor Qin's supreme sword intent and become a sword Dao genius. Yi Kucheng, hand over this grass. When the teenager, Cool Sun Ye, heard this, he pulled out his legs and ran. Great Qin capital, Golden Palace. Your Majesty, a report of success has come from the border. 6 generals led the army to defeat the allied forces of the Dali, Great Zhou, Beaming Kingdom and the 2 rebel kings, killing 300,000 enemies and capturing 200,000, and have already reclaimed the land of the 5 continents. Great Qin Chancellor Li Si looked excited and reported. The 6 generals bring word to His Majesty that 60% of the soldiers in the army have already cultivated the Jietian battle scripture to the 2nd layer, and the remaining 40% have all cultivated above the 3rd layer. Cultivation requires qualifications and resources. Most of the mundane soldiers had ordinary qualifications and were simply unable to embark on the path of cultivation, much less obtain cultivation resources. The Heavenly War scripture is that it does not require any cultivation resources or qualifications, and it can be improved all the time just by fighting and killing, and the generals of Great Qin will become stronger and stronger the more they fight. The ministers in the Golden Palace were shocked. Hundreds of thousands of troops, all stepping into the path of cultivation. How horrible is this? In the absolute heavenly battle scripture, 1 layer represented a realm, the 2nd layer, which was the 2nd level of body forging, and the 3rd layer, which was the 3rd level of body forging. Is this still a secular dynasty? In time, Great Qin would have an army of 1 million cultivators. Qin Feng was very calm. He wanted to forge the Supreme Demon Kingdom, and this was not enough. It was just the beginning. One day, he wanted the Great Qin Iron Cavalry to tread through the heavens. Pass on my order to keep pushing forward. I want the Great Qin Iron Horsemen to appear over the territories of Dali, Great Zhou, and Bimeng. Those who dare to resist will be killed without pardon. Inside Great Qin, conscripts will be recruited on the same day, regardless of gender. Enlisting in the army will allow you to cultivate the absolute heavenly warfare scripture. I obey. Reese was thrilled. He sensed His Majesty's ambition, not limited to Great Qin, but looking at the world. What kind of spirit is that? The absolute heavenly battle scripture was even more supreme. Great Qin's 100 million subjects, if all of them practiced cultivation, the cultivation resources would simply not be enough. However, by practicing the absolute heavenly warfare scripture and using war to feed war, there wouldn't be any problems. The court meeting is over. Qin Feng returned to the Aphrodite Palace. A Jindan realm corpse was in front of him. I wonder how long it takes to devour a Jindan realm Dao fruit. Wow! Rolls of demonic chi gushed out from Qin Feng's body, wrapping the corpse of the Jindan on the ground. The Jindan Dao fruit was integrated into his body, and Qin Feng's Jindan 1st level cultivation began to slowly rise towards Jindan 2nd level, while Qin Feng was in closed door cultivation. The matter of him suppressing 5 Jindans and killing the 500-year-old Heaven's Pride Joyun was also rumored in the land of several countries.
The Dali Kingdom, at the court meeting. Your Majesty, news has come from the Great Qin side that the Demon Fall Tower has broken. Yes, the Lord of the Dali Kingdom was a young woman of great charm and grace. Upon hearing this news, the gloom of the days of battlefield defeats was lessened considerably. Qin Feng, this kid is self-destructive. The destruction of the Vajra Temple, to the destruction of the Devil Surrender Tower, the Devil Cultivator Chaos, Great Qin will certainly fall into a chaos. This is my Dali's opportunity.
The words were not yet spoken. Anxious voices came from outside the hall,
and a figure flew into the hall, panicked. Your Majesty, it's not good. Hundreds of foundation builders and 6 Jindans flew out of the Demon Fall Pagoda. All of them were suppressed by Emperor Qin.
The smile on the face of the Dali Kingdom Lord froze.
Rubbing stood up from the dragon chair, looking at the minister who reported. What did you say? Same scene.
The Great Zhou dynasty is also on stage.
With the Demon Fall Pagoda broken,
my Great Zhou imperial family's old man Zhou Yun will also re-emerge. Inside the Zhou dynasty's great hall,
the Zhou emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. What? Ancestor Zhou Yun is not dead? The group of ministers exclaimed in shock. The name Zhou Yun was just too loud.
Having once shown in the 100 Dynasties battle and being known as the Great Zhou's first heavenly pride.
Later, he stepped into the Devil's Path and was suppressed by the Immortal Sect under the Devil Subduing Pagoda,
causing countless Great Zhou people to feel sorry for him.
Ancestor Zhou Yun didn't die, but survived in the Demon Fall Tower for 600 years and survived until today.
Emperor Zhou revealed this little-known secret.
600 years. With Ancestor Zhou Yun's qualifications, even in the Demon Fall Pagoda,
he would have long since stepped into the Jindan and traveled extremely far along the Jindan path.
Together with Ancestor Zhou Yun, my Great Zhou will have 4 Jindan. Even if we face the Behemoth Kingdom, we're not far behind. Ha ha ha, my Great Zhou is about to rise. And when Elder Ancestor Zhou Yun steps into the Yuaning realm,
my Great Zhou dynasty will leap to the forefront of the 100 dynasties, becoming the 6th dynasty to possess a Yuaning. In the middle of the Great Hall, the civil and military officials jumped with joy,
incomparably happy. At this point, the guards burst into the Great Hall. Your Majesty, Zhou Yun's ancestor was beheaded by Emperor Qin.
The noisy and boiling hall was instantly quiet, and Emperor Zhou as well as the civil and military officials froze in place.
What did you say? Bimbo Nation.
One person killed 6 Jindans. That cheap great-uncle of mine actually has such battle power.
The Behemoth Royal Capital. The 6-meter-tall Behemoth King's Road. Go, select beaming beauties and send them to the Qin capital. Tell the Qin Emperor that from today onwards, beaming and Great Qin are at truce, and that his killing of 200,000 warriors of my beaming kingdom is written off. Your Majesty, what if the Qin Emperor doesn't agree and insists on going to war with my country of beaming to avenge his sister's death? Ha ha,
the pattern of the 100 dynasties has been maintained for thousands of years.
Small fights are fine. If he really wants to start a war of extermination, he's an enemy of the 100 dynasties, and that's when he'll die.
As for his sister, he slaughtered the royal family in one day.
Does he still care about that? Ha ha ha. Chapter 22, Attacking the Three Kingdoms. 6th level of Jindan, Great Qin capital. In the Alhambra Palace. Wow, demonic chi rolled like a black ocean. Dark runes flickered, and the laws of the devil Dao manifested. In the center of the demonic aura,
Qin Feng sat down to cultivate, a trace of Dao fruits disappearing into his brow, and with every moment that passed, his aura grew stronger. In front of him, the Jindan realm corpses had dried up and dulled.
Brush! Suddenly,
Qin Feng opened his eyes and a ghostly light blossomed, refining a Jindan Dao fruit. It only takes such a short time. 15 days ago, Qin Feng began to devour this Jindan Dao fruit.
And now, Qin Feng devoured them all. 15 days of time, stepping from the first level of Jindan into the second level of Jindan.
Such a cultivation speed was rare in the heavens and the worlds. Mother really didn't lie to me. The heaven-swallowing demon technique's true strength lies in the later stages.
In the Golden Palace, the atmosphere was high. Your Majesty, a great victory on the front line.
6 generals led our Great Qin Iron Cavalry to completely suppress the rebellion and drive out the Tartars,
killing 600,000 enemy troops and capturing 400,000. The rebel kings Tianshui and Fufeng have been escorted back to the capital.
Li Si looked agitated as the palace guards escorted the 2 men into the Great Hall.
Imperial brother, it's all because the 3 countries of Dali, Great Zhou, and Beaming urged the 2 of us to rebel. Tianshui, Fufeng, 2 people kneeling and crying, cloaked hair, woeful to the extreme, obviously come to the capital all the way to eat all the pain. Imperial brother, on account of the fact that you and I are both of Qin's bloodline, spare our lives, we'll just be idle princes in the capital.
The word Imperial Brother made Qin Feng think of the girl in the emerald green dress in front of that heavenly prison.
Pull out and lynch, Qin Feng ordered without emotion. Imperial Brother Tianshui and Fu Feng's faces were pale and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The death by lynching, in which a professional executioner cuts the flesh piece by piece with a razor blade until 300 cuts have been made and the victim dies, is the most brutal punishment in the Qin dynasty. The guards stepped forward and forcibly dragged the two away. Your Majesty, the three kingdoms of Dali, Great Zhou, and Beiming have all begged for peace from our great Qin, hoping to stop the war. Reese took out 3 instruments and presented them. Wow! Qin Feng waved his hand and the 3 documents were wrapped in demonic flames and turned into ashes. I only accept surrender, not peace. Send orders to the 6 generals to attack the 3 kingdoms. After the pilgrimage, Qin Feng entered the Avalokiteshvara palace. 6 golden dan Dao fruits are enough to support stepping into the 6th level of the golden dan. In a short period of time, there is no need to search for another Dao fruit. Qin Feng did not intend to meddle too much in the matters of the battlefield. What he needed was a great Qin iron cavalry that could be recruited to fight and win battles, and would accompany him to conquer the heavens in the future, not a wasteful army that relied on him to win. The 10,000 soul streamer, on the other hand, was constantly refining the unjust souls. Within the 10,000 soul streamer, there were now over 600,000 unjust souls, most of which had been devoured in the battlefield. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of body forging realm grievances, tens of thousands of chi refining, hundreds of foundation establishment, and 7 Jindan. With the strength of today's 10,000 soul streamer alone, it would be able to withstand a country. 2 months later, Qin Feng opened his eyes after devouring the last Dao fruit. 6th level of Jindan. It's time to come out. In the Golden Palace, 100 officials gathered. Long live the Emperor. Your Majesty, my great Qin iron cavalry has attacked the capital cities of Dali, Great Zhou, and Beiming. Li Si reported on Qin Feng's battles since he had been in seclusion for 2 months. His Majesty's conscription order was issued, and 1 million young men have already enlisted in the army, and now my great Qin iron cavalry has 3 million, all of which have stepped into the cultivation path, with realms above the 1st level of body forging, half of which have reached above the 3rd level of body forging, and 10% of which are above the 5th level of body forging. It's an extremely scary number. 3 million cultivators. This was enough to rival the top 10 dynasties. Those dynasties had vast territories, abundant resources, billions of people in their countries, existed for thousands of years, and had a long heritage to have such strength. And Great Qin has seen such an improvement in just 1 year since Emperor Qin took over, which can be said to be unprecedented. 3 million cultivators have been killing the 3 countries of Dali, Great Zhou, and Beiming for 2 months now, losing their armor and retreating. Currently, the army is being stopped by Jindan realm cultivators from the 3 countries, and will not be able to attack the palace in a short period of time. Wow! Qin Feng waved his hand and 7 pitch-black figures stepped out from the void. Demonic light flickering as terrifying pressure instantly swept through the hall. Jindan. The entire court trembled. Such a pressure. This is 7 Jindan realm existences. His Majesty actually has 7 Jindans under his command. You guys go to Dali and Dazhou, settle those Jindan cultivators and bring back the bodies. Qin Feng ordered. 2 months. The 10,000 soul streamer had refined all of the Jindan realm's unjust souls and had given birth to a new world that was dominated by Qin Feng. Not only that, hundreds of foundation establishment ghosts were fighting within the 10,000 soul streamer, and would soon spawn new Jindan realm ghosts. Yes, Master. The 7 Golden Dan realm ghosts and monsters led the order and disappeared into the Golden Palace. Rise up and head for Behemoth. The Black Dragon chariot left the royal capital of Great Qin under the arch of the Brocade Guards. His Majesty is out. The crowd of the Great Qin capital city looked at the Black Dragon chariot in the air with an excited expression. In the past 2 months, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry has strongly attacked the capitals of the 3 countries, making hundreds of millions of Great Qin's people go wild. The Great Qin conscription order and the absolute heavenly battle scripture had even made countless people want to enlist and become a member of the Great Qin Iron Horsemen. It's just that the number of conscripts has reached the requirement and they can only wait for the next one if they want to join. His Majesty left the capital city. Is this to behead the 3 kingdoms Jindan and completely recover the 3 kingdoms? Many people began to speculate. My country of Beiming is historically the strongest existence among the 4 countries of Diqin, Dali, Dazhou, and Beiming, but now it has been invaded by the Iron Horsemen of Diqin, leaving only the capital city isolated. This is a strange shame. Qin Feng, you're a bully. The country of Bimbo. In the middle of the palace, the Behemoth King roared, his body's hair bulging, and the golden desktop in front of him exploded. What did the side of the upper 5 dynasties say? After some venting, the Behemoth King calmed down. Your Majesty, the last 5 dynasties have decreed, and this day the world is settled, and the living beings are at peace, so you shall not do anything to destroy the country. They've already sent someone. If Emperor Qin persists, he's an enemy of the 100 dynasties and will bring about his own destruction. Yes, hear this. The Behemoth King breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. As rampant as Qin Feng is, cool, he won't be foolish enough to make enemies of the 100 dynasties. No surprise, the great Qin Iron Cavalry that is surrounding the outside will soon be withdrawing, mentioned the great Qin Iron Horseman. The Behemoth King was filled with scorn. This army was too terrifying. All of them were cultivators and had amazing combat strength. The more they fought, the more they were brave, and they could even improve in battle. Every soldier was like a fighting machine. Even the behemoth soldiers, who were huge and incredibly powerful, were also defenseless in front of these soldiers of Great Qin. The beaming army was defeated, and in 2 months, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry drove straight to the outside of Beaming's capital city. It is said that the reason for the Great Qin Army's increased battle power is that all of them have practiced a method called the Absolute Heavenly Battle Scripture. After this crisis is lifted, no matter what the cost, we must obtain this Dharma. With my behemoth's talent, once I cultivate this Dharma, I will definitely be stronger than humans. This shame will be repaid by Great Qin. The Behemoth King had his mind on the Absolute Heavenly Battle Scripture that Qin Feng had passed on to the Great Qin Army, and made up his mind to obtain this magical Dharma. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from outside the capital. The Behemoth King stood up, his face unsightly. Emperor Qin. Chapter 23, Devil Body Kills Behemoth. Sacred Golden Tripod. Outside the capital city of Behemoth, hundreds of thousands of Great Qin Iron Horsemen are spread all over, guarding the 4 directions and blocking the capital city firmly, so that not a single fly can fly out. The moment. Hundreds of thousands of generals looked exuberant as they all looked up at the black dragon-robed figure in the air. Greetings to Your Majesty, Emperor Qin. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting the supreme scripture. Greetings to Your Majesty, Emperor Qin. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting the supreme scripture. Greetings to Your Majesty, Emperor Qin. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting the supreme scripture. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of thousands of generals of Great Qin hissed with fervor from the bottom of their hearts. This is their Qin Emperor, the Lord of Great Qin. Grant them the absolute heavenly battle scripture. Destroy the 3 kingdoms, and wipe out their former shame, so that they can feel the pride and honor of being a general of Great Qin. Your Majesty. 2 generals in armor flew to Qin Feng and knelt down in front of him. These are 2 of the 6 generals who submitted to Qin Feng. Bai Qi and Wang Jian. Many thanks to Your Majesty for the Jedi Heavenly Battle Scripture. Without it, my Great Qin Iron Cavalry would not be as brilliant as it is today, and all of the soldiers in the army are grateful for Your Majesty's favor. Generals die in 100 battles. Without the Absolute Heavenly Battle Scripture, their achievements in this life would have come to an end, and they would have ended up as a withered bone. The Jedi Heavenly Battle Scripture gave them new hope. Elevated by battle, ignoring qualifications, they could step into a higher realm with new possibilities. It's nothing less than a recreation. If it was said that the initial submission to Qin Feng was to maintain the stability of Great Qin, and now, they are sincerely submissive. The 3rd level of foundation establishment. Not bad at all. Qin Feng waved his sleeve and 2 balls of spiritual light shot out. These 2 things are bestowed upon you. This was the few Jindan realm Dharma treasures that Qin Feng had killed, and with his current cultivation, these treasures were equivalent to chicken ribs, and could only be bestowed on his men. Many thanks to Your Majesty for the treasure. In front of Bai Qi was a spear with a bright silver light and a murderous intent. In front of Wang Jian was a sword with a haze blooming and runes filling the blade. The 2 were very excited as they looked at the spells in front of them. They could see that this was a Jindan level magic weapon, precious to the extreme. Your Majesty, the behemoth imperial capital has been surrounded by my army, and now the only problem is the 6 golden danes in the city. Bai Qi pointed ahead. On top of the 100-foot-high city wall, 6 figures stood, their huge bodies like small mountains, their bulging muscles hiding a terrifying strength. This is the bottom card of the beaming country. 6 beaming Jindan. Battle strength is amazing. Far beyond the ordinary Jindan cultivator. Flesh is extremely powerful. Magic weapons cannot break through its defense. It is the 6 beaming Jindan blocked hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry of Qin. Emperor Qin, do you really want to go on and on with my behemoth kingdom? Inside the behemoth palace, the behemoth king flew out and stood on top of the city wall, his voice like a bell, with a threatening tone. The emissaries of the last 5 dynasties will soon arrive. If you lead your army to retreat now and leave the territory of my behemoth kingdom, there is still room for maneuver. Otherwise, when the messengers from the last 5 dynasties arrive, it will be too late for you to repent. not only will your own life be in danger, but the great Qin will also be led to a place of no return by you. Qin Feng did not say anything as he stepped forward in the void, approaching the city, and behind him, demonic Qi rolled like a black ocean sweeping in. Purpose, self-evident. Emperor Qin, I've heard that you killed 6 Jindans by yourself, and today, you can't reappear in my Behemoth Kingdom. King Behemoth was furious. He gave Qin Feng enough steps, but Qin Feng ignored them. Then fight. Emperor Qin, a battle.
The 6 Behemoth Jindans' hairs raised all over their bodies,
their roots crystal clear, like a divine sword.
As they leapt up from the city wall and pounced towards Qin Feng.
Giggle. Qin Feng stepped forward in the void, his demonic body blossoming with glittering precious light, just like a god king. Ha ha ha. Emperor Qin, you dare to clash with my Behemoth clan with your physical body? Don't you know that my Behemoth clan is invincible in flesh?
These behemoths laughed wildly, their words filled with confidence.
Behemoth,
known for its strong physical body,
with a strength of 10,000 pounds, is said to be able to move mountains and fill in the sea. These 6 Golden Dan realm behemoths were even more powerful,
interfering with space and time purely with the power of their physical bodies,
and wherever they passed, a crack appeared in the void. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. Invincible in the flesh? It's just a frog in a well. Boom boom boom. Violent collisions erupted. In the void, remnants of shadows filled the air,
flickering in various places.
Their speed was extremely fast. In a matter of moments,
Qin Feng exchanged blows with these 6 behemoths hundreds of times.
Qin Feng's demonic body's precious light remained.
His black dragon robe was hunting and intact, while the 6 Jindan behemoths' bodies had been stained with blood, and their fur was a bit dull.
How is that possible?
The 6 Jindan Baimengs changed color. It was extremely unreasonable that their fleshly bodies could not even compare to Qin Feng's.
But so, Qin Feng pointed his finger and with a poof sound,
a behemoth's arm exploded and blood clots erupted.
Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The heavy pupils operated. Everything in the world slowed down. Qin Feng seemed to be walking idly.
The means containing infinite killing opportunities were easily avoided by him.
Giggle!
Qin Feng slapped his palm,
and with a poof sound, a behemoth's head exploded and its body flew out horizontally.
With your fleshly bodies,
how dare you call yourselves invincible?
Qin Feng slapped one after another,
and in the space of a few breaths, 2 more Jindan behemoths perished.
His demonic body had gone through a metamorphosis and was too powerful,
and even Bimeng,
who was known for his physical body,
had to bow down in front of him.
Of course, this also had the heavy pupil showing its power,
allowing him to dodge almost all attacks,
as well as being able to glimpse the flaws of the enemy's physical body and attack the weakest point.
Ka!
Suddenly, the void cracked open and a ball of golden light crashed down.
It was a golden cauldron, with brilliant golden flames and runic symbols,
like a golden meteor that fell from the void, its terrifying pressure causing space and time to collapse. Qin Feng's heavy pupils gleamed as divine light flowed, and he had long since glimpsed the great cauldron in the void. This was the Behemoth King striking, sneaking in at the point in time when he was most complacent and lax from killing the 3 Jindan behemoths, to suppress him directly.
Qin Feng's eyes were cold as he said, "Today, you will surely die. Emperor Qin, let's say you survive."
The Behemoth King laughed coldly and urged the golden tripod to smash into Qin Feng.
Wow! Qin Feng's palm clenched in the air and countless black qi manifested,
filling the sky and earth as a small black flag coalesced above Qin Feng.
Bang!
A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The golden tripod blasted on top of the black small flag, and the blazing light stirred,
spreading in all directions. But the small black flag does not move, as if it is indestructible for eternity, and the world will always exist. The golden tripod instantly turned into golden fragments,
and the Behemoth King spewed blood and flew out horizontally.
How is it possible?
The 3 Jindan behemoths were incomparably terrified and cold when they saw the scene. The golden cauldron was his behemoth holy relic,
cast from divine gold,
claiming to be indestructible and capable of suppressing everything in the world.
As a result, when it collided with the small black flag, it unexpectedly became powdered directly. What kind of divine object is this little black flag? Pffffffffffffff. Qin Feng struck again, and between the flashes of demonic light, his palm slapped, shattered pieces splattered, blood stained the sky, and 3 behemoth corpses crashed down towards the bottom. Your Majesty, long live your Majesty! Your Majesty, long live your Majesty! Your Majesty, long live your Majesty! Hundreds of thousands of iron horsemen of great Qin hissed fervently, and their loud voices shook the sky. His Majesty is too strong.
The 6 behemoth Jindans that had stopped hundreds of thousands of troops for many days were like toys in front of His Majesty and were slaughtered in a matter of moments.
Who can stop His Majesty? Qin, Emperor Qin, stop!
My country of Beaming is willing to submit and be your vassal of Great Qin.
Looking at Qin Feng approaching, the Behemoth King trembled in shock and lowered his voice. Chapter 24, Envoys from the 100 Dynasties. The world is an enemy. The Behemoth King was begging for mercy. Facing such a terrifying Qin Feng, he could no longer raise the slightest resistance. The next man has a chance to submit. But you. No. Qin Feng spoke without emotion. The three major countries. He personally came to the country of Behemoth just to kill. Why? The Behemoth King retreated backwards as he was backfired by the Golden Cauldron. His skin cracked and his blood flowed. He looked incomparably terrified and was puzzled as to why Qin Feng's killing intent towards him was so strong. Giggle. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the demonic chi escaped from his fingertips, transforming into a pitch-black demonic spear. Stop. Suddenly, there was a loud cry in the distance, like a thunderous explosion. The crowd sniffed and looked, but it was actually dozens of silhouettes crossing the void and coming in a hurry. The pattern of the 100 dynasties has been finalized. It is not feasible to destroy the country. Emperor Qin, if you dare to go against it, you will be killed without pardon. A cold voice rang out. Dozens of 100 dynasties emissaries had already reached the sky above the hundreds of thousands of great Qin iron cavalry, once again rebuking and admonishing Qin Feng, their voices echoing in the air. Messenger of the 100 dynasties, King Behemoth exclaimed. Ha ha ha, messenger of the 100 dynasties. King Behemoth's humble plea for forgiveness was gone, and his smile was wide. Emperor Qin, see, the emissary from the 100 dynasties is here. If you dare to make a move against this king, you are an enemy of the 100 dynasties. The arrival of the emissaries from the 100 dynasties gave King Behemoth his confidence back. He didn't believe that Qin Feng dared to be arrogant enough to dare to make an enemy of the 100 dynasties. Giggle. Qin Feng flicked his fingertips, and the magic spear shot out, and with a poof sound, it did not enter the Behemoth King's abdomen. Ah, my Dantian. The Behemoth King screamed miserably and covered his abdomen as a large amount of aura spilled out from between his fingers and dissipated into the heavens and earth. His Dantian was shattered and his Jindan realm cultivation was rapidly regressing. Emperor Qin, you are bold. The dozens of 100 dynasties emissaries were furious, not expecting Qin Feng to be so arrogant as to disregard the warning and dare to strike in front of them. Emperor Qin, the 100 dynasties will punish you for your sins. Now immediately order your great Qin army to retreat back 1,000 miles and evacuate out of the three kingdoms of Bimeng, Dali, and Great Zhou. Your Majesty, the two armies of our great Qin have received a good report that they have attacked the capital cities of Dali and Great Zhou. At this point, Ningyi flew close to Qin Feng and reported with an excited expression. The strength of the Jindan realm ghosts and monsters was too strong, and once they struck, the two countries' Jindans that were blocking the great Qin iron cavalry were all butchered. The 100 Dynasties' messenger's face changed drastically when he heard this news. Emperor Qin, don't tell them to stop yet. If the royal families of the two countries are destroyed, you will have to bear the wrath of 100 dynasties. The most alarmed were the small countries that ranked in the middle and lower reaches of the 100 dynasties. Once a war broke out and the pattern of the 100 dynasties was broken, they were the first to be destroyed. Pass on my orders. Not a single member of the royal families of the two countries will be left behind. Slaughter them all. Qin Feng said indifferently. Yes. Ningyi led the order to leave. Emperor Qin, are you going to make an enemy of the 100 dynasties? A group of emissaries from small countries shouted angrily. Emperor Qin, you're asking for death. Someone spoke coldly. This was a Jindan, one of the 5 emissaries of the last 5 dynasties, with a high status. Giggle. Qin Feng's palm clenched in vain. Magical light flashed, and a giant black claw flew out from the spatial crack. Emperor Qin, you dare to make a move. This upper 5 dynasties Jindan messenger was furious. As a Jindan powerhouse of the last 5 dynasties, even the emperors of the 100 dynasties faced him with respect, and no one ever dared to be rude to him, let alone take a shot at him. It's a strange shame. Giggle. He similarly offered a large green-colored handprint, with brilliant green light, slapping down from above. Boom. The large green handprint exploded and was directly crushed by the huge black palm. What? This Jindan messenger's face changed greatly, his heart horrified, and he hastily offered up a defensive divine ability. Ka-ching! A shattering sound rang out. The giant black claws directly crushed everything, and several defensive divine abilities were directly crushed and exploded. Black giant claws catch chickens in general, will be lifted in the air, no matter how it struggles, cannot get rid of. You! The crowd of messengers were stunned. Emperor Qin, let him go. If he is hurt in the slightest, you will be the enemy of the world. Another Jindan opened his mouth, and this was likewise a messenger from one of the upper 5 dynasties. At this point, he was overwhelmed with shock. Emperor Qin's was actually able to capture a Jindan with a single strike. What kind of tactic was this? I'm afraid that only the great powers of the Yuaning realm and the dynasty can do this. How could a small, medium-sized country have such terrifying combat power? In a split second, cold sweat appeared on his body. If he didn't handle it well, everyone might have to stay here today.
And his tone gradually turned slower.
Emperor Qin, there may have been a misunderstanding. The 100 Dynasties will investigate everything.
Release him and you and Great Qin will still have a chance.
As soon as the words fell, the huge black claws in the air clenched. Ka! Bone-shattering sounds rang out as this Jindan messenger's head drooped down and his body fell towards the bottom.
The 100 Dynasties messenger's scalp went numb as a Jindan fell just like that.
Having his neck crushed,
the air fell into a silence as everyone tensed their bodies, their eyes filled with terror.
Emperor Qin, do you really want to be an enemy of the 100 Dynasties by beheading the emissaries of the last 5 dynasties? Someone said in a trembling voice, no longer as strong as earlier. With fear and persuasion, enemies of the 100 Dynasties?
I was going to destroy the 100 Dynasties.
So what is there to fear from being an enemy?
Qin Feng said indifferently.
The messengers of the 100 Dynasties were terrified. Crazy. This is absolutely nuts.
It is surprising that a single country is the enemy of 100 dynasties.
Giggle. Qin Feng's palm vibrated and slapped the void.
A ripple of divine power spreading in all directions.
Pffffffffff. A dull sound rang out,
and the heads of the 100 dynasties' emissaries under the Jindan realm directly exploded.
In an instant, there were only 4 upper 5 dynasties Jindan left in the field.
Looking at the surrounding mass of blood mist, the 4 of them felt a chilling sensation,
as if they were at the bottom of an abyss of 10,000 feet. Go! I don't know who shouted out.
And the 4 of them transformed into 4 recluse lights and shot off in different directions.
Brush! Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed, runes filled the air, and 2 brilliant divine lights pierced through the void. Put! In the distant sky, the heads of 2 Jindan messengers were pierced through. When the other 2 Jindan messengers saw the scene, their bodies went cold, their auras rippled around them, and they directly burned their essence blood to catalyze their recluse techniques. Your Majesty, shall we pursue? Ningyi inquired as he looked at the Jindan emissary who had already transformed into 2 small black dots. It's not necessary.
Qin Feng waved his hand, and now that the corpse of the Jindan realm in his hand was enough for him to step into the 9th level of Jindan.
2 Jindan realms were just 2 Jindan realms.
It wasn't worth wasting too much time.
You will lead your army into the behemoth capital city, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Qin Feng ordered by Qi and Wang Jian. My subordinates follow your orders. Bai Qi and Wang Jian led the order. Ningyi,
escort him to the heavenly prison, under the custody of the brocade guards, and he shall not be released for eternity.
Remember, let him live.
Qin Feng decreed the treatment of the beaming king.
Death is only the most painful of punishments.
The real pain is the pain of not being able to live and not being able to die.
When the Dantian shattered,
dying behemoth king heard Qin Feng's words. His face turned pale and he was about to make a move to end it on his own right away.
However,
Ningyi did not give him a chance at all and directly chopped off the Bimbo King's limbs. And amidst the Bimbo King's screams,
several genie guards stepped forward and brought him down, falling into the hands of the Jinui. With the Jinui's methods, predictable, the rest of the Behemoth King's life was a luxury even to die.
The palace of the Behemoth Kingdom. There was an endless stream of killing,
and one bimbo fell in a pool of blood.
Qin Feng slowly moved forward and eventually arrived in front of a palace. The front of the palace was overgrown and desolate. Apparently, it was a cold palace that had been abandoned for a long time.
Your Majesty,
from the mouths of those behemoths, we have learned that Princess Yu is resting in this palace for the rest of her life, Ningyi said as he pushed open the palace doors. Qin Feng did not speak as he stepped over the threshold and entered the palace.
On the ground,
there was already a layer of dust, leaving clear footprints after walking, and cobwebs had sprouted in the corners, creating a dilapidated scene. Qin Feng's gaze was attracted by a flash of green on the bed.
It was an emerald green dress,
and the puddle of blood on the dress was blinding.
Chapter 25 Opening the Way of Faith. New Cultivation Method. Imperial Brother.
Looking at the emerald green dress in front of him, Qin Feng's ears seemed to ring again with the voice of the young girl calling him before the heavenly prison.
Taking the skirt into his hands,
Qin Feng left the palace.
When we go back, we have to bury this dress in the imperial tomb, so that she can return to her hometown.
And it's the only thing that this body can do for her.
Suddenly,
Qin Feng looked at the skirt in his hand and showed a surprised expression.
Surprisingly, there are remnants left? Qin Feng's heavy pupil divine light blossomed, capturing a sight that could not be observed by the naked eye. On this green dress,
there was a remnant of the young girl's soul,
or some kind of trust or obsession would be more accurate.
You're persistent. It should have passed away a long time ago, but there was an obsession in my heart,
waiting for something, so I kept going.
Qin Feng muttered to himself. He had originally planned to bury this green dress in the royal tomb, but after seeing the obsession left on the dress, he now suddenly changed his mind.
On the bone he had found in the demon court in his previous life, there were traces of the power of faith. In addition to the great formation of the stars and battles of the heavens, Mother had once studied that the power of faith seems to involve some kind of immature cultivation method that is very different from the existing cultivation methods in the worlds of the heavens, gathering the power of faith of hundreds of millions of believers to become a god, to create a god, and once it is successfully opened up, it will be a new cultivation path. Perhaps, through this obsession on the skirt, one can try to open up this cultivation path of the power of faith. Qin Feng really came to be interested. A new cultivation path if it could be opened up successfully. It was a great event that shook the ancient and modern worlds, and as the first person, he would definitely become one of the strongest ones in the heavens and the worlds. With that in mind, Qin Feng didn't stop at the Behemoth Palace, put away his green skirt, and returned directly to Great Qin. In the meantime, the destruction of the three kingdoms by Qin and the beheading of the emissaries of the 100 dynasties also swept across the entire continent like a tidal wave in a very short period of time, performing the act of destroying the country and killing the envoys of the 100 dynasties. This Great Qin, is it crazy? Countless people on the continent were shocked. How many years has the pattern of the 100 dynasties been stable? How dare anyone break it? This Great Qin, could it be a hidden powerful dynasty? Is this to raise the world as an enemy, declaring war on 100 dynasties at once? Many people were puzzled and were speculating about the strength of Great Qin. Even, some people think that Great Qin is some kind of notorious ancient dynasty that has been lurking in the middle of the 100 dynasties, and its real strength is extremely terrifying, overriding the last 5 dynasties. But soon, this conjecture was then debunked by some. Great Qin's strength is in the middle of the 100 dynasties, and a year ago, there wasn't even a Jindan realm in the royal family. What? Everything lies in that ruined prince of Great Qin who was beaten into the heavenly prison. Regicide and rebellion, reverse decapitation of the Golden Danes, and building the Great Qin Iron Cavalry. One thing was said about what Qin Feng had done. The crowd listened with successive exclamations of incomparable astonishment. It was truly amazing. In just 1 year's time, it had allowed a dynasty whose strength was in the middle of the 100 dynasties to leap into the top existence of the 100 dynasties, destroying the 3 kingdoms and killing the 3 kingdoms of Jindan. I'm afraid that the strength of this Great Qin is only second to the last 5 dynasties. This Emperor Qin is truly a heavenly talent. It's just a pity that he's a bit too eager to get what he wants, and directly offended the 100 dynasties. If he chooses to lie dormant, and gives him 100 years of time, perhaps he can really subvert the 100 dynasties. It's too late to talk about this now. Beheading a messenger from the 100 dynasties won't spare the 100 dynasties, and the upper 5 dynasties won't spare him even more. There will be a coalition of the 100 dynasties attacking Great Qin in a matter of days. Great Qin Palace. Alfonso Palace. After Qin Feng returned to the Qin Palace, he observed the long green-colored dress in front of him. He saw a wisp, if any, of obsession attached to the long skirt, which was dissipating at an extremely slow pace. If left alone, the obsession on the skirt would dissipate completely in a month's time at most. Let's see if the way of faith can really be opened up. If it were possible, the future would have infinite possibilities. You, too, may be able to recover. Brush. Qin Feng waved his sleeve and 2 balls of golden light flew into the air. This is the Great Qin Jade Seal as well as the Great Qin Holy Decree. If there was anything that had gathered the most faith power in Great Qin, it was naturally these 2 Imperial Dao treasures. Refine. Qin Feng's heavy pupils blossomed with divine light, runes filled the air, and a ball of dark divine fire shot out, wrapping the Jade Seal and the Holy Decree as well as the long green dress. This was the heavy pupil divine flame, which could melt divine gold and was one of the top divine flames in the world. Zip! Under the scorching fire of the heavy pupil divine flame, the green gown was the first to be melted, followed by the Holy Decree, and then the 2 masses of liquid gradually fused. The power of faith really works. The heavy pupil captured an astonishing scene. As the Holy Decree fused with the long green dress, the residual obsession was not worn away. Instead it no longer dissipated and seemed to solidify. The power of faith in the Holy Decree fused into the obsession and stabilized it. If the power of faith in the Jade Seal is incorporated into it, will it strengthen the obsession? And with more power of faith, will it really be possible for this strand of obsession to coalesce and reverse into a divine soul for the purpose of resurrection? Qin Feng had some sort of conjecture and couldn't help but get excited. If it was really as he thought, the power of faith was too terrifying. Leaving part of your residual thoughts in advance, even if you die, you can recast your soul with the power of faith and realize rebirth? It's a way to be immortal. Giggle. Qin Feng continued to melt the Jade Seal with the heavy pupil divine flame. After the Jade Seal had completely turned into a ball of liquid, he was going to fuse the Jade Seal, the Holy Decree, and the green gown into one, casting a new magic weapon to carry the power of the faith of hundreds of millions of Great Qin's people. Can't fuse? Qin Feng was surprised.
The holy decree fused very smoothly with the long green dress, but between it and the jade seal,
there seemed to be some kind of repulsive force. It's the jade seal and the holy decree that can't be fused. The power of faith inside repels each other. Or is it that this path cannot be traveled, and the magic weapon that carries the power of faith cannot be forged?
Qin Feng tried several times, but he still couldn't get the three to fuse together.
Even
he had utilized those top-level weapon forging techniques of the heavens and the worlds recorded by his previous life's heavy pupil,
but he still couldn't make these three fuse. Is this path, indeed, impassable? Qin Feng couldn't help but be skeptical. The demon court,
which was once so brilliant that it created the perimeter star dipper formation,
attempted to create the faith cultivation method, but in the end, it didn't succeed either.
So perhaps this really was a dead end.
Qin Feng shook his head, intending to give up for the time being. Faith is not so easy to open up. Wow! Suddenly, demonic Qi rolled out and overflowed like a black ocean, instantly filling the A Feng Palace. 10,000 souls. Qin Feng was surprised. The 10,000 soul streamer unexpectedly took the initiative to fly out of his body. Is this innate treasure, born from heaven and earth, going to do anything? Wow!
The 10,000 soul streamer appeared next to the three clusters of liquid. A mysterious force erupted out.
Black runes filled the air, and the laws of heaven and earth turned into substance, and all of them disappeared into the three clusters of liquid. Chapter 26, Casting the Human Emperor's Streamer. The Way of Faith. It's actually fusing. Qin Feng was amazed.
With the 10,000 soul streamer actively flying out of his body, the three masses of liquid in the air that had been unable to merge showed signs of fusion.
Zip! The three masses of liquid converged,
and the repulsive force between them remained.
However, the repulsive force was suppressed under the effect of the 10,000 soul streamer,
and the three clusters of liquid really began to merge.
Faith artifacts can't be forged and seem to be incompatible for heaven and earth, but the 10,000 soul streamer is an innate treasure born from heaven and earth, incorporating the innate aura and laws into the three clusters of liquid.
Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed and vaguely discovered the essence of the fusion of the three masses of liquid.
By chance, the 10,000 souls prompted this. The fusion worked. A quarter of an hour later, the three masses of liquid transformed by the jade seal, the holy decree and the green skirt attached to the obsession completely fused together, and this mass of liquid completely turned golden. The golden liquid was evolving and reflecting the heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, and the years and time were alternating. Boom boom, a streak of golden lightning dazzled all around. This golden liquid derived a golden divine pillar downwards and a golden flag above. Surprisingly, it evolved into a flag as well.
Qin Feng was surprised as he looked at the small golden flag in front of him. This small golden flag had no other difference from the 10,000 soul streamer other than a different color.
Two small flags. The black 10,000 soul streamer escaped boundless black mist, emitting an extreme evil.
The small golden flag is surrounded by golden mist.
Sacred and majestic. Human Emperor Streamer.
Qin Feng ingested the small golden flag into his hand, and he saw that there were three ancient and simple characters on top of the golden pole,
which were all natural. These three words were not made by Qin Feng, but were words that evolved on their own after this little golden flag was refined. The appearance of an acquired refined magic weapon in this aberration is due to the innate aura of the 10,000 soul streamer. Perhaps one day, the human Emperor Streamer will be able to reverse its innate nature and become the same innate treasure as the 10,000 soul streamer. Qin Feng was vaguely looking forward to it. By chance, the human Emperor Streamer was able to be refined successfully, although today's human Emperor Streamer was of a very low grade, and the casting materials were just a jade seal, a holy decree, and a green skirt, not even as good as the materials used by Jindan realm cultivators to refine their magic treasures. However, this was the first faith dharma artifact in the world, representing the faith cultivation law, with an unlimited future. Brush. After Qin Feng refined the human Emperor Streamer, he sent the human Emperor Streamer into the sky above Great Qin. In a split second, in the land of Great Qin, hundreds of millions of people, white bits of fog gushed out above their heads. A white flocculent that could not be glimpsed by the naked eye rose up and did not enter the human Emperor Streamer. It's the power of faith. The power of faith generated by the hundreds of millions of people in Great Qin was picked up and devoured by the human Emperor Streamer. Such a majestic power of faith. Qin Feng sensed. The power of faith accumulated in the human Emperor's Streamer was rapidly rising at an incomparably astonishing rate. The Jade Seal and the Holy Decree, as things representing the imperial power of Great Qin, were passively tainted with the power of faith, unable to actively devour the power of faith. And the power of faith tainted over 1,000 years was not as much as the human Emperor's Streamer devouring it for such a small period of time. The obsession is also slowly strengthening. If it continues like this, it can really be revived one day. This is the power of faith.
Qin Feng's palm grasped it and the human emperor streamer vibrated as a ball of faith was taken into Qin Feng's hand.
It's marvelous. Qin Feng marveled. He sensed the mysterious nature of the power of faith, and when it was added to his body, it could actually strengthen his qualifications and greatly benefit his cultivation. An ordinary person would leap into a genius if they could get such a mass of faith power to add to it. In the underworld, the qi was also able to be raised. Qin Feng's heavy pupils captured the deeper subtle secrets of the power of faith. When the power of Great Qin's faith is added to one's body, one's own qi will be bound to Great Qin's qi. If Great Qin prospers, its own qi will prosper. If Great Qin is weakened, its own qi is weakened. Likewise, its own qi is powerful and it can feed Great Qin. One glory for all, one loss for all. As for qi, it is something extremely esoteric, inscrutable but actual, and it can be interpreted as a kind of destiny's favoritism. People with deep qi are often able to turn bad luck into good luck at various critical moments, will constantly encounter various precious opportunities, often have the help of noble people, is the favorite of heaven and earth, the protagonist, aura. On the contrary, people with shallow qi fortune represent the countless ordinary people in the world, who are mediocre and can't break the shackles even after a lifetime of exhaustion. What's more, they will encounter all kinds of great calamities in life, and die in cross-country disasters, making it a luxury to spend even an ordinary life. Fortune is predestined by heaven, but the power of faith can change fortune and change heaven's destiny. For this reason alone, the faith way is no less important than any other cultivation method that exists in this world. In terms of combat power, with this massive faith power added to one's body, even a mortal with no cultivation can instantly erupt with the strength of the qi refining realm. Qin Feng melted the power of faith in his palm into himself and felt the divine power of this massive power of faith. The results shocked him. This massive faith power was nothing more than what the human emperor's streamer had accumulated in a very short period of time, and it could make mortals useful for the strength of the qi refining realm. If the human emperor streamer absorbed a day's worth of faith power, what kind of battle power would it have? If it were 10 days, 100 days, a year, 100 years, what kind of battle power would it have? If Great Qin expands and annexes 100 dynasties, and its people multiply, how terrifying would it be? This is definitely an extraordinary cultivation method, and now it's just a prototype. The human emperor streamer is the root of this cultivation method. Qin Feng was all a bit excited. This door method was a perfect match for the supreme demonic kingdom that he was going to forge. Originally, he had used the perimeter Star Dipper formation as the foundation of Great Qin, and had set up a formation with hundreds of millions of his people, wielding a butcher's knife to the heavens. And now, with the faith cultivation method, the children of Great Qin might be able to catch up with him. 15 days later, Qin Feng devoured a golden Dan Dao fruit and stepped into the 7th level of the Golden Dan, the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, Dali, Dazhou, and Beiming have all been taken control of by my Great Qin Iron Horsemen. The royal bloodlines of the 3 kingdoms have all been slaughtered, and the people of the 3 kingdoms are all under the control of the army. And now that they are willing to submit to my Great Qin and serve as my Great Qin's people, I wonder what should be done with them. Below the Great Hall, the 6 generals in charge of the Great Qin Iron Horsemen returned to the court. Chapter 27, 9 Golden Dan Realms, 60 Golden Dan Realm Ghosts. The people of Dali and Dazhou are, from this day forward, second-class subjects of my Great Qin, and all those whose countries are destroyed by my Great Qin in the future will be so, ranked below the first-class subjects of my Great Qin, and if they want to be promoted, they will need to make meritorious achievements. Behemoth, set up as a slave, a first-class subaltern mount, and may not be leveled up for all eternity. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. The civil and military officials were alarmed. They vaguely guessed that His Majesty's treatment of Beiming in such a manner must be unrelated to the matter of Princess Yu. Your Majesty, Behemoth prides itself on its noble bloodline and its short temper. Setting them up as slaves, I'm afraid it will cause them to riot. Bai Qi, one of the 6 generals, proposed. The number of Beiming is close to 100 million. Once it riots, it will cause considerable loss to my Great Qin. In my opinion, we should slaughter half of them first, in order to deter the Beiming, so that they won't dare to have the heart of rebellion, and completely sit for my Great Qin. When the civil and military officials in the court heard this, goosebumps rose on their bodies. To slaughter half of the behemoths with just a few words, what a ruthless tactic. Qin Feng also looked at Bai Qi. Originally, he thought that Bai Qi was pleading for Beiming, but he didn't realize that the other party felt that Beiming was too much. The matter will be yours. Yes, Bai Qi led the order. Your Majesty, according to the scouts' report, the 100 dynasties are gathering troops, and have already gathered 10 million people and 100 jindans to conquer my Great Qin. Ning Yi had 100,000 brocade guards under his command, and nowadays, they had spread over half of the dynasties, so such a big commotion naturally could not be hidden from the brocade guards, and as soon as the armies of the 100 dynasties were assembled, the news reached Ning Yi's ears. What do you think? Qin Feng looked at the 6 generals. If the 100 dynasties want to fight, then let's fight. I, the great Qin Iron Horseman, have no fear. The 6 generals were fearless and battle-hardened. The 3 million Iron Horsemen of Great Qin all practiced the Jietian battle scripture, and now all of them have stepped into the path of cultivation. After the battle to destroy the 3 kingdoms, the strength of the generals had risen once again, and their strength had generally reached above the 3rd level of body forging, with those who were gifted with superior talent even reaching the 8th and 9th levels of body forging. What about the 100 dynasties? So what if there are 10 million allied forces, 3 million cultivators of Great Qin? What are they afraid of? Yes. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the attitude of the 3 people and said, continue to recruit troops. 3 million Great Qin Iron Horsemen is too little. 7 million more this time. This side of the continent. Too many dynasties. A word. There are 100 ways to write, and do not recognize each other. Extremely inconvenient. I want this side of the continent of hundreds of millions of living beings are using the word Qin. Not only do I want you to defeat the allied forces, I also want the Great Qin Iron Cavalry to step into the land of the 100 dynasties. I want the Great Qin Iron Cavalry to step into every corner of this continent. My subordinate will live up to your majesty's expectations. The 6 generals' bodies were trembling with excitement. Their faces flushed. They understood His Majesty's ambitious wishes. His Majesty wants to unify all the dynasties, and wants Great Qin to stand at the top of this continent and become the only dynasty on this continent. What kind of spirit is this? What a feat! No one in all of history has made it this far. Li Si, Qin Feng said, I am here. I'm going to be in seclusion. During this period of time, the affairs of Great Qin will be temporarily controlled by you. In 2 months, I will be crowned a god. Sealed? After Qin Feng left the Golden Palace, the civil and military officials discussed and were very puzzled. What does your majesty mean by sealing the gods? The 100 officials looked at Li Si, thinking that Li Si, as the prime minister, would know the inside story. Reese was also confused. Gentlemen, it's better not to speculate wildly about His Majesty's will. Follow His Majesty's wishes and we'll naturally see what happens in 2 months. Back to the Alfonso Palace. Qin Feng recalled the human emperor streamer from above the Great Qin Palace. Nowadays, the golden light of the human emperor's streamer is even more brilliant, wrapped by the misty golden fog, and the breath is even more profound and ancient. In 15 days' time, the human emperor streamer had been thoroughly linked to the Great Qin's qi, and had also spawned a number of imperial powers, the sealing of the gods being one of them. Enthroned deities, birthed with the power of faith, will one day actually become deities. The power of faith today is not enough to enthrone a deity. 2 months. Qin Feng intended to break through the peak of the Jindan realm in seclusion. By that time, the power of faith accumulated in the human emperor's streamer was enough to seal the gods and also enthrone the Great Qin officials. After the enthronement, all civil and military officials can borrow from the human emperor Hata the power of faith that matches their own official position by virtue of their own official position. At that time, Great Qin will come to a new stage. Even civil officials who have not practiced, with the power of faith, they can also perform divine powers and treasures. Immediately, Qin Feng then practiced the heaven-swallowing devil technique, devouring the Jindan realm Dao fruit. His realm was rising by leaps and bounds. 2 months later, Qin Feng stepped into the peak of the 9th level of Jindan and was only 1 step away from the Yuanying realm. In 2 months' time, stepping from the 7th level of Jindan to the peak of Jindan, such a speed of cultivation is too astonishing. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. The heaven-swallowing devil technique was too terrifying. As long as there were enough Dao fruits, the rate of enhancement was extremely terrifying, and there was hardly any bottleneck. Welcome, Your Majesty. In the Golden Palace, all the officials bowed and saluted. They were incomparably curious as to what exactly His Majesty meant by the sealing of the gods that he had spoken of before his seclusion. Now it will be revealed. Your Majesty, Chancellor Li Si began to report. Qin Feng was in seclusion for 2 months. Several major events happened in Great Qin. The 2 countries of Dali and Dazhou completely disappeared into the long river of history, and Great Qin had hundreds of millions of additional second-class subjects. Bimeng is unwilling to become a mount, and after General Bai Qi kills half of the Bimengs with iron blood, the remaining Bimengs can't raise the slightest bit of resistance, and immediately become the mounts of the people of Great Qin. And Bai Qi's action shocked the people of Great Qin, who called him the god of murder. Beyond that, Great Qin once again recruited 7 million soldiers, and countless Great Qin citizens enthusiastically signed up. In a single day, 7 million soldiers were recruited and began to be sent to the front lines, led by 3 million veterans, to fight against the 100 Dynasties coalition. Your Majesty,
The 10 million Great Qin Iron Cavalry are in a fierce battle with the Allied forces. Their strength is rapidly increasing and they have already gained the upper hand. But in terms of high-end combat power, my Great Qin is inferior to the 100 Dynasties Coalition. In addition to forming a 10 million strong army, the 100 Dynasties Coalition army also had 100 Jindans, while Great Qin only had the 7 Jindan realm ghosts summoned by Qin Feng. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Brush! Qin Feng waved his big sleeve, demonic qi rolled, black runes flashed, and dozens of ghosts stepped out from space. In a split second, terrifying pressure swept through the Golden Hall. Jin Dan. The entire court was horrified and cried out in shock. Fully 60 Golden Danes. After His Majesty summoned 7 Golden Dan realms last time, he summoned 60 Golden Dan this time. What kind of tactic is this? I am afraid that in the last 5 dynasties, there were not so many Jindans in one dynasty. You guys head to the battlefield and subdue the 100 races Jindan. Qin Feng ordered to the 60 Jindan realm ghosts and monsters. In the Battle of the Three Kingdoms, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry killed millions of enemy troops, plus the fallen Great Qin Iron Cavalry, which amounted to 10 million, while Bai Qi even killed tens of millions of Bimeng. The number of unjust souls in today's 10,000 soul streamer has reached more than 60 million. In 2 months' time, more than 60 million unjust souls continue to fight and ascend, eventually giving birth to 60 Golden Dan realm ghosts. The ghost slave obeys the order and will fulfill the master's wishes. The 60 Golden Dan realm ghostly figures disappeared into the Golden Palace. At the end of this great battle, the number of Jindan ghosts and monsters in the 10,000 soul streamer will surely break through 100, and it will be possible to give birth to ghosts and monsters of the Yuaning realm. The Yuaning realm, which was already the top existence of the 100 dynasties, was only possessed by the upper 5 dynasties. Sessions. The 10,000 souls will be able to withstand a dynasty. Ning Yi, those few clans, have they moved? This continent, the real rulers are those few immortal clans. Very mysterious. Ignoring the affairs of mortals, Qin Feng had only accessed the names of these immortal sects in the Three Kingdoms Treasure Pavilion, which were called the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Great Desolate Sect, the Immortal Dan Sect, and the Demon Spirit Sect. In addition to the name, about the strength and realm of these 4 immortal sect, there is no record in the treasure cabinet of several dynasties. Even the location of the 4 immortal clans did not have half a bit of information. As far as Qin Feng was concerned, the 100 dynasties were nothing, and the 5 Yuaning of the last 5 dynasties were nothing. It was the 4 clans that stood at the peak of this continent that made him pay attention. If those clans got involved and sent out existences that were above Yuaning, or even in a higher realm, with the current strength of Great Qin, it is difficult to resist. Chapter 28 Ancestral Mountain Ceiling. Moon God, Your Majesty, the Brocade Guards are monitoring the 100 dynasties, and for the time being, they have not found any of them to be in contact with the Immortal Sect. In the 2 months that Qin Feng had been in seclusion, Ningyi had already had the Brocade Guards spread throughout the 100 dynasties. But where the 100 dynasty every move cannot escape the eyes of the Genie Wei, really do monitor the world. And Ningyi's next words truly reflected the uniqueness of the Jinui. Your Majesty, according to my subordinate's investigation, on the day you killed your way into the palace, several masked women of the Foundation establishment realm had appeared in the capital city, suspected to be the attendants of the devilish maiden that your Majesty had once saved. My subordinate sent out the Brocade Guards to investigate the whereabouts of these people, and only 3 days ago did I find out that these retainers traveled to the Far East and eventually disappeared into the East Sea. East Sea? Qin Feng muttered to himself. The East Sea in this continent is a forbidden place. Sea beasts are ferocious, big waves, fog and mist. There have been Jindan realm cultivators to go to the East Sea, to explore the secrets of the East Sea, and eventually all became a corpse. If the 4 immortal sects were deep in the East Sea, it would explain why no one could find the location of the 4 immortal sects. Well done. Continue to send people to keep an eye on the East Sea, and any windy movements will be sent back at the first opportunity. After he destroys the 100 dynasties, the next step will be these 4 clans. Your servant obeys. Receiving compliments from His Majesty, Ningyi was incomparably joyful. How are the preparations for the sealing ceremony going? Qin Feng looked at Li Si. The most important thing at the moment was to seal the gods and officials with the human Emperor Haki. If it succeeds, it represents that the Faith One has truly opened up. At that time, when the power of faith of the entire Great Qin was gathered, even if they faced the Immortal Sect, they would have no fear. Your Majesty, the God sealing ceremony has already been prepared at the Great Qin Ancestral Mountain, just waiting for your Majesty to go and seal the gods, Li Si hurriedly said, though I don't know what sealing is. However, he vaguely felt that since this matter was instructed by His Majesty 2 months in advance, it must be a matter of great importance. So in the past 2 months, he did not dare to have the slightest slackness.
and with the top sacrificial specifications of the Great Qin unprecedented.
He organized this great ceremony of sealing the gods.
In that case, let's head to the ancestral mountain. His Majesty is traveling. The Black Dragon chariot flew out of the Qin Palace, and the people of the capital city of Great Qin were thrilled to see this scene. This is the exclusive seat of the Emperor of Qin. The Black Dragon chariot is out, which means that the Emperor of Qin will have a big action. Is Your Majesty going to the front line to eliminate the 100 Dynasties coalition?
Quite a bit of speculation. The matter of the 100 Dynasties gathering 100 Jindans was no longer a secret.
With Great Qin's strength today, it was unable to resist 100 Jindans, and the only way to suppress them was for the Qin Emperor to step in. No, look, all the officials are gathered, following His Majesty as much as they can. Someone noticed an anomaly. If he was going to the front, it was impossible to take the 100 officials with him. The direction His Majesty went to seems to be the Great Qin Ancestral Mountain. Great Qin Ancestral Mountain. Convergence of Great Qin Dragon Vein. Is the origin of Great Qin? Is the most powerful place for Great Qin. His Majesty led all the officials to the Ancestral Mountain. Something big is bound to happen. The people of the Great Qin capital were excited and rushed to follow. What is Emperor Qin doing? In the middle of the crowd, a few ordinary-looking men talked in low voices. Great Qin had the Brocade Guards, and the 100 Dynasties likewise had their own intelligence organization. They were scouts sent to Great Qin by the 100 Dynasties' allied forces, and were responsible for keeping an eye on the Qin Emperor's every move. At this time, instead of going to the front lines to fend off 100 Jindans, he's going to the Great Qin Ancestral Mountain? This is very unusual. Follow them up and see what Emperor Qin is up to. Great Qin Ancestral Mountain, the place where the dragon veins converge. The mist is amiable and surrounds the area, just like a fairyland. The 100-foot altar towered into the clouds, as if it was connected to the heavens. Your Majesty, everything is ready. Li Si led the 100 officials and flanked them. The moment. The civil and military officials were all incredibly curious to gaze at the black dragon-robed figure on the altar. Seal the gods? Why exactly? Qin Feng looked around. Being on top of the altar, the capital city of Great Qin was in full view. A white power of faith, which only he could see, flew out from the hundreds of millions of Great Qin subjects and rose into the air. The human emperor streamer melted between heaven and earth. The runes filled the air. Golden lightning surrounded it. Sacred and incomparable, the aura grew thicker and deeper, and the mysterious power enveloped the entire Great Qin territory. Human Emperor Streamer. Qin Feng muttered to himself, his palms spread out. Boom! The void exploded with a sound like thunder. This is. The civil and military officials looked up to the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Above the dome of the sky, there was actually a golden flag facing the top of the Qin Palace. Giggle! The human Emperor Streamer was like a golden bolt of lightning that slowly fell from the void and appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng held the human Emperor Streamer. Countless beliefs poured into his mind. The fortune of hundreds of millions of people in Great Qin was at his fingertips. In other words, nowadays, he could directly deprive the people of Great Qin of their qi and make them heavenly abominations. It is also possible to gather the qi of Great Qin and set it in the body of one person, so that he or she can become the son of Great Qin's qi. Today, seal the god. Qin Feng opened his mouth indifferently, his voice sounding like the voice of the great Tao, resounding through the heavens and earth. It's His Majesty's voice. Billions of Great Qin subjects exclaimed in shock, all of them putting down what they were doing and looking at each other in dismay as the Qin Emperor's voice rang in their ears. Great Qin has a vast territory, so how could Emperor Qin's voice spread throughout Great Qin? Many were skeptical and thought they were hallucinating, but the truth shocked them. Not just one person. Everyone heard Emperor Qin's voice. It's not an illusion. It really is His Majesty's voice. Your Majesty wants to seal the gods? Seal the gods. What does it mean? The moment. The hearts of hundreds of millions of people in Great Qin are filled with curiosity, and they all look in the direction of the capital city. Why can't we hear it? The scouts sent by the 100 Dynasties were filled with horror as they listened to the murmurings of the surrounding Great Qin people, and the sense of unease in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. The Qin Emperor's voice reached the ears of hundreds of millions of Great Qin subjects, but they were unable to hear it. What kind of tactic was this? And at this point, on top of the Great Qin Ancestral Mountain, above the altar, Qin Feng held the human Emperor Streamer and spoke once again. Today, in the name of Great Qin, I will gather the power of faith from the hundreds of millions of people of my Great Qin, and with the human Emperor Streamer, the holy relic of my Great Qin's faith, I will enthrone the first deity of my Great Qin. Name it, Moon God. The words fell. Wow, wow. In the land of the Great Qin territory, a white power of faith flew out from the hundreds of millions of subjects, converging to the Great Qin Ancestral Mountain and disappearing into the human Emperor's Streamer. Human Emperor Streamer. Hundreds of millions of Great Qin subjects exclaimed in shock.
looking at the white light that flew out from above their heads. All of them were incomparably stunned. What was even more amazing was that hundreds of millions of Great Qin subjects had the human emperor streamer void reflected in their minds. Wow! In Qin Feng's hands, the human emperor's flag erupted with boundless blazing white light after absorbing the power of faith from hundreds of millions of his people. Hundreds of white pillars of light shot up into the sky, reaching into the clouds, so bright that they illuminated the sky of Great Qin. In the center of the 100 pillars of light, runes filled the air and the rules of the way of faith emerged. At this time, the slightest hint of obsession flew out of the human emperor's streamer and rose above the 100 pillars of light. Buzz! The 100 pillars of light steeply vibrated and violently disintegrated, like a white divine waterfall, surging into the silken remnants. This is Princess Yu, the civil and military officials exclaimed in shock. Under the faith of the hundreds of millions of sons and daughters of Great Qin in the air, the silk of the obsession was actually transformed into an illusory silhouette. This silhouette was no other than Princess Qin Yu, who had traveled to Bimeng to make peace with her family and had fallen in Bimeng, the younger sister of His Majesty, and the only sister of His Majesty in the royal family who was of the same mother and sibling. The dead, surprisingly revived. The 100 Dynasties scouts looked at the silhouette in the air and were filled with horror. Emperor Qin, what is this? From today, you are the first deity of my Great Qin, moon god, enjoying the faith of my Great Qin's hundreds of millions of people. Above the altar, Qin Feng continued to seal the gods. With the power of my Great Qin faith, I will forge the position of a deity for you. As Great Qin prospers, you prosper. One glory for all, one loss for all. Boom! With every word Qin Feng spoke, the silhouette in the air solidified by a few points, and the divine idea was also a few points stronger. As the last word fell, the moon god's face seemed to have a trace of humanity on it, as if it had truly become a god. An invisible force escaped from the moon god's body, covering the entire Great Qin territory and completely binding it to Great Qin. Chapter 29, The Qin Emperor Seals the Marquee. Marquee Protector Ningyi. Moon God. Hundreds of millions of Great Qin's children shouted in unison. The moment the moon god void was reflected in everyone's hearts. One day, when the moon god really achieves the position of a deity, the people of Great Qin might praise the moon god and be able to get the moon god miracles to come down. Qin Feng also showed a rare hint of a smile on his face. The successful enthronement of Moon God's divine position represented that the faith tract was truly viable and had been opened up by him, and as Great Qin became stronger, the faith tract would continue to be perfected and strengthened. The sealing is complete. Now enthrone the Great Qin officials. Above the altar, Qin Feng held the human emperor streamer and spoke once again. Wow! The human emperor streamer bloomed with brilliant white light, and 100 pillars of light reappeared. The civil and military officials' bodies were trembling with excitement. They already had a vague feeling that His Majesty's ordination would change their fate. Ningyi, the first person Qin Feng wanted to enthrone was none other than Ningyi, who had followed him since he was in the heavenly prison. Subordinate is here. Ningyi stepped forward. Among all the ministers, you are the earliest to follow me, and you have never left me in the heavenly prison, so I am appointing you as the Marquis of the Protectorate today, the first Marquis of my Great Qin. The 100 officials all looked at Ningyi with envy. There is no greater feat than the savior. Ningyi had followed His Majesty when he was in the most dangerous of situations, and had been named the first Marquis of Great Qin, and they had nothing to say about it. Wow! With the enthronement, mysterious fluctuations surged from the human emperor streamer in Qin Feng's hand, and 100 white pillars of light vibrated in the air, one of which transformed into countless powers of faith, which, like rolling waves, did not enter Ningyi's body. My realm! It's rising! Ningyi exclaimed, his face filled with shock. During this time of practicing the bloodshed demon technique, he had already stepped into the 7th level of chi refining, but as his realm rose, his cultivation speed gradually slowed down, and it would take at least half a year to step into foundation establishment. In half a year, going from the 7th level of chi refining to foundation establishment was enough to be considered a heavenly pride, but what Ningyi wanted was to follow in His Majesty's footsteps, and he was, well, too far behind. But now, his realm was rapidly rising. The 8th level of Qi refining, 9th level of Qi refining, Tsukiji, Foundation Establishment Realm. Ningyi's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, he had actually stepped from the 7th level of Qi refining into Foundation Establishment, crossing 2 small realms and 1 large realm. It was simply heavenly. Your Majesty, what is this? This is the way of faith, Qin Feng said. The power of faith enhances Qi. Now that you are the Great Qin Protectorate Marquis, with the Great Qin's fortune to support you, the bottleneck you encountered in your previous cultivation has been flushed away, and your realm can naturally be elevated. This is only the most basic role of the way of faith. As for the other roles of the power of faith,
You discover and realize them on your own. Above the Great Qin ancestral mountain, the civil and military officials were shocked. The power of faith. It can actually raise the realm? And His Majesty also said that this is only the most basic ability of the power of faith. What exactly is this way of faith? Never heard of the way of faith before. Could it be? This is a cultivation method created by His Majesty? The 100 officials had a huge shock in their hearts. What kind of tactic is this? The 100 Dynasty's scouts were filled with horror, and their hearts set off monstrous waves. The Qin Emperor had opened up a new cultivation method that could gather the power of a country's faith, which was simply heavenly. The world is about to change drastically. Spread the news. One moment. The news about Emperor Qin's opening up a new cultivation method was spread to the 100 dynasties in all directions. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty's great favor. I can't repay it with 10,000 deaths. In this life, I will do my best to remove all obstacles for Your Majesty and for my Great Qin, so that my Great Qin can prosper and thrive, in order to repay Your Majesty's favor. If you treat me as a scholar of the nation, I will repay you as a scholar of the nation. Ning Yi knelt at Qin Feng's feet, his eyes reddening. His Majesty has saved my life and my sister's life, taught Ning Yi the supreme technique, changed Ning Yi's destiny, and now has made me the first Marquis of Qin, a favor that I have no way of repaying but with my life. Bai Shan, Nye Xiaoqian, Qin Feng continued to enthrone, following Ning Yi. These two people he was going to enthrone. Subordinate is here. Bai Shan and Nye Xiaoqian excitedly stepped forward. You two commanded the White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion, slaughtered the Vajra Temple and destroyed the Sword Pavilion, pacified the various forces of the Imperial Dynasty, and defended the capital. So you deserve a great deal of credit. I will appoint you two as Marquis of White Tiger and Marquis of Vermilion Bird, and continue to lead the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions. After Qin Feng said that, two more white pillars of light transformed into the power of faith and were integrated into Bai Shan and Nye Xiaoqian respectively. In a split second, the realms of the two men rose rapidly. Although the two of them were not as high as Ning Yi's Marquis position and did not receive as much faith as Ning Yi. However, the two were at a higher realm than Ning Yi, both being at the 8th level of Qi refining, and they were also directly elevated to the Foundation Establishment realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty's great kindness. I am grateful. The two of us are willing to go through fire and water for Your Majesty, and forge supreme splendor for my Great Qin. Bai Shan and Nye Xiaoqian said excitedly. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Han Xin, Wei Cheng, Lian Pa, Hua Zai Diao. After Bai Shan and Nye Xiaoqian, Qin Feng was going to enthrone the 6 generals of Great Qin. You 6 led my Great Qin's 10 million iron cavalry to destroy the 3 kingdoms and conquered the 100 dynasties. You deserve a lot of credit. Bai Qi, be crowned Marquis Wen. Wang Jian, crowned Marquis of Wucheng. Han Xin, appointed Marquis of Huayin. Wei Cheng, named Marquis of Chongping. Lian Pa, make him Marquis Xin Ping. Hua Daizi, crowned Marquis of Champions. Although the 6 generals were not in the capital city of Great Qin, with Qin Feng's enthronement, the 6 pillars of light in the air escaped and transformed into 6 white pizzas that cut through the sky and flew into the distance. In the meantime, 100 Dynasties battlefield, the sounds of killing resounded. Great Qin's 10 million iron horsemen fought with the army of the 100 Dynasties for several months. The bones of the corpses piled up all over the battlefield. The blood stained the earth red. An apocalyptic scene. A golden Dan battle erupted above the void, with endless roars and flashes of blazing spiritual light. In the center of the army, the 6 generals of Great Qin frowned. This time, they used millions of Great Qin generals to set up the circumstantial Star Dipper formation before they managed to hold off 100 Jindans, and countless Great Qin generals died at the hands of these Jindans, suffering heavy losses. My Great Qin's 10 million iron horsemen have no fear of the 100 Dynasties' allied forces, but with 100 Jindan, it's difficult to defend against only the 7 Jindan realm ghosts sent by His Majesty, and if this goes on, my Qin army will fall into a state of decline. Bai Qi's face was sad. The 6 generals did not know that Emperor Qin had already sent more than 60 Jindan realm ghosts and monsters to the battlefield to support them. You're the ones who are running the Qin army. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out. Space rippled as 6 silhouettes stepped out from the crack in the void. Jindan. The guards were filled with horror that these 6 people had broken through the grand formation and arrived here. Pffffffffff. One of the Golden Dan raised his hand and casually slapped it, and the 1,000 guards beside 6 generals directly exploded into 1,000 balls of blood mist. To set up a formation with millions of soldiers and actually block 100 of us for months. You 6 are somewhat extraordinary. This Jindan realm swept its gaze over the 6 Bai Qi people and said, Great Qin's destiny is doomed to perish. You 6 will now surrender and lead the Great Qin Iron Cavalry to join my 100 Dynasties allied army in a counterattack against Great Qin. Capture the Qin Emperor. and you will still be allowed to leave alive. Chapter 30, Ordaining the 100 Officials. 6 generals battle the Jindan. Gallant old Qin, raise my river and mountain, until our blood runs dry. We'll never stop fighting. Wang Jian looked at the thousands of blood mists around him with a majestic rage. Qin people, only die in battle. Never surrender. Stubborn, then you all go to hell. An icy voice resounded. The pressure of the Jindan realm was too terrifying, and the 6 generals were physically confined, unable to even move. Pity. The 6 generals sighed and looked in the direction of the Great Qin capital. As Great Qin generals, they have no fear of life or death, but are only saddened by the fact that they can't realize their grand ambitions for His Majesty. Your Majesty, I am useless. I failed to lead my Great Qin Iron Cavalry to slaughter the allied forces of the 100 dynasties. I have failed to fulfill Your Majesty's holy grace. If there is a life to come, I will definitely fight for Your Majesty again. Just as the 6 generals were despairing and waiting for death. Clatter, 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 clatter. Suddenly, in the distant sky, 6 white streaks cut through the firmament like meteors, flying across the battlefield of the fight, coming from the direction of the Great Qin capital. This is, above the battlefield. 10 million Great Qin soldiers and the allied forces of the 100 dynasties were attracted by this shocking scene in the air, their faces full of astonishment. Gimme 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 gimme. The 6 white streaks crossed the Great Qin territory and came above Bai Qi and the other 6 generals, dropping down from the sky like a divine waterfall and disappearing into Bai Qi's 6 bodies. What kind of tactic is this? The 6 golden Danes of the 100 dynasties changed color. These 6 white pips were too bizarre. They were unable to discern what it was, but the sense of knowledge of the Jindan realm told them that these 6 white pikes were by no means mortal, involving the rules of heaven and earth, and were extremely terrifying. This is, Your Majesty. The 6 Bai Qi people suddenly exclaimed in shock, their faces full of disbelief. The moment the white pike entered their bodies, the sound of His Majesty's mighty pressure resounded in their ears at the same time. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Han Xin, Wei Cheng, Lian Pa, Hua Zai Diao. You 6 led my Great Qin's 10 million iron cavalry to destroy the 3 kingdoms and conquered the 100 dynasties. You deserve a lot of credit. Bai Qi, be crowned Marquis Wuan. Wang Jian, crowned Marquis of Wucheng. Han Xin, appointed Marquis of Huayin. Wei Cheng, named Marquis of Chongping. Lian Pa, make him Marquis Xin Ping. Hua Daizi, crowned Marquis of Champions. Your Majesty enthrone us. The 6 Bai Qi people were agitated, and at the same time, they were incomparably shocked. This place is separated from Great Qin by 10,000 miles. Why can they hear His Majesty's voice? Even more amazing, it was as if the silhouettes of Emperor Qin and the human Emperor streamer above the altar appeared before their eyes. Along with Emperor Qin's mouth, his realm began to rise after he recited the name of a person. 9th level of Qi refining. The 1st level of foundation building. The 2nd level of foundation building. Their realm is rising. The 6 Jindans were filled with horror. With just 6 white streaks not entering their bodies, these 3 people had risen from the 9th level of Qi refining to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. How terrifying was this? Do it, kill them. I don't know who shouted. Giggle. The 6 Jindan made their moves in unison, offering all sorts of divine abilities. Bright spiritual light erupted. Runes filled the heavens and earth, and the Jindan means suppressed down towards the 6 generals. The feeling of uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger, and they wanted to suppress the 6 Bai Qi people directly to avoid any changes. As you are my Marquis of Deqin, you may borrow the power of Deqin's faith to fight. Above the altar of the Great Qin ancestral mountain, Qin Feng seemed to see the battlefield 10,000 miles away and spoke faintly. Voices rang in the ears of Bai Qi's 6 people, and the method about the utilization of the power of faith immediately sprang up in their minds. I thank Your Majesty. Your Majesty's favor. I shall repay it with my life, achieving 1,000 years of dominance for Your Majesty and forging glory for my Great Qin. The 6 generals of Bai Qi respectfully saluted in the direction of the capital city of Great Qin, and then looked at the Jindan means that came from the suppression without the slightest bit of fear, but only infinite wariness. Marquis Bai Qi of Wuan, lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Marquis of Wucheng, Wang Jian, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Marquis Han Xin of Huayin, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Changping Marquis Wei Cheng, lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Marquis Xinping Lian Pa, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei, lend me the power of Qin's faith. The 6 generals hissed passionately, their voices breaking through the clouds. Wow wow wow. At the Great Qin ancestral mountain, the shadow of the human emperor streamer in Qin Feng's hand blossomed with radiant white light. Countless forces of faith spanned space and time, surging into the 6. The 6 people's auras were climbing at an astonishing speed. In an instant, The aura of Bai Chi 6 was no longer weaker than the 6 Jindan in front of him. Even, it was above these 6. Giggle. The 6 Bai Chi people struck out. Countless power of faith filled the air, and radiant white light shone in the heavens and earth. Boom! There was a roar. The several divine aptitudes that were suppressed were directly worn out by the white power of faith. How is that possible? Power of faith. What exactly is this? The faces of the 6 Jindans changed drastically, terrified to the extreme. A few mundane generals of the Qi refining realm had stepped into Foundation establishment by virtue of the power of faith, and now they had even erupted with the power of the Jindan realm and were able to fight against them. It's a no-brainer. Ha ha ha. This is the power of faith. Bai Chi's 6 men laughed loudly, exuberant, and the days of holding back were swept away. They looked at the 6 Jindans and roared with warlike intent. Come and fight. A great Jindan battle broke out. Reese, Great Qin Ancestral Mountain. Above the altar, Qin Feng continued the enthronement. I am here. Li Si excitedly stepped forward. I appoint you as the Chancellor of Great Qin, in charge of the 100 officials. Accompanied by Qin Feng's voice, a pillar of white light did not enter Li Si's body. Your Majesty's great favor. I shall offer my liver and brain, and diligently manage the government to share your Majesty's worries and work for the well-being of Great Qin. Reese bowed and saluted, his hands trembling with excitement. The position of Chancellor, commanding all officials, is of high status. His Majesty's personal seal of approval means that as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he, Li Si, will be one of the most powerful people in Great Qin besides His Majesty. Hari, I am here. I'll make you a. The enthronement ceremony lasted for several hours. Qin Feng had enthroned a total of 100 Great Qin officials. With Di Qin's current fortune, it can only enthrone 100 officials, and the upper limit of enthronement is only the position of Marquis. One day, Great Qin's power will spread throughout the heavens, and it won't be a problem to enthrone 10,000 officials. At that time, the power of faith of Great Qin will be overwhelming, and 10,000 officials will come out, and the Qi will be truly prosperous, and Great Qin will be truly glorious. The ceiling of the gods is over, and the way of faith will continue to be perfected as Great Qin expands, so there's no need to bother too much. It's time to find a new Dao fruit too. Upper 5th Dynasty. There's the Yuan-Ing realm. Qin Feng muttered to himself. In that case, let's start with you guys. Chapter 31 Xanadu. Killing. The following day. The court meeting. Your Majesty. A report has come from the front line that the 6 Golden Danes of the 100 Dynasties have broken through the Perpetual Star Dipper formation and attacked the 6 generals. The 6 generals borrowed the power of faith and exploded their Jindan realm battle power, killing 2 Jindans, and the remaining 4 Jindans fled after being seriously injured by the 6 generals. In the Golden Palace, Li Si reported, with a huge shock in his heart. The 6 generals were only foundation builders, and it was unimaginable that they could rival Jindan with the power of their faith. He was the Prime Minister of Great Qin, and his official position was not inferior to the 6 generals, which meant that he was likewise able to use the power of faith to explode his Jindan battle power. On both sides of the hall, the 100 officials were also incomparably shocked. Qin Feng nodded, not the least bit surprised by this. The 6 generals were all marquises, able to borrow a large amount of faith power, and it was quite normal for them to explode their Jindan battle power. If he borrowed the power of faith as the Great Qin Emperor Lord, the power of faith in the 10,000 soul streamer would even be able to explode with the battle power of the Yuan-Ing realm. Your Majesty, the Brocade Guards report that in 10 days, the 100 Dynasties will meet the Great Shan country to hold the Heaven's Pride competition. Ningyi reported. The 100 Dynasties' Heavenly Pride competition is organized by the last 5 dynasties, once every 5 years and lasts for 10 days, ultimately selecting the top Heavenly Pride of the 100 Dynasties. The Immortal Sect will send out Immortals to come and take in disciples, and bring these Heavenly Prides back to the Immortal Sect, and henceforth sever all ties with the mortal world. Qin Feng said indifferently. That is to say, all of the Yuan-Ing from the last 5 dynasties will appear at the Heaven's Pride Grand Competition? Yes. Ningyi nodded his head, excitement appearing in his eyes. He vaguely guessed what His Majesty was about to do. Qin Feng said, Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian, you two lead the White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion to guard the imperial capital. Li Si, you are in charge of the affairs of the court for the time being. Ningyi, accompany me to Great Shan. An order was given. 1 hour later, the Black Dragon chariot crossed the sky above the capital city of Great Qin. 10 days later, the 2 silhouettes stepped into the middle of the Great Shan capital city and arrived in front of a luxurious inn that towered over the city. Your Majesty, this inn is the most luxurious inn in the Great Merchant. All the royal lords of the 100 dynasties reside here. These 2 silhouettes were naturally Qin Feng and Ningyi, who had come from Great Qin. Your Majesty, would it be possible to stay at this inn? May. Qin Feng nodded his head. 2 guests. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man, came forward and looked at Qin Feng and Ningyi in front of him, his face full of smiles. However, after seeing that Qin Feng and Ningyi were only two people with no entourage behind them, the smile on their faces lightened a few points. The royal inn only allows imperial lords of the 100 dynasties to stay there. You two guests, you'd better go to another inn. Bold. Seeing that a shopkeeper dared to be rude to his majesty, Ningyi immediately rebuked him. Kneel down when you see my emperor. My emperor? The shopkeeper was suspicious. If he was the imperial lord of the 100 dynasties, how could he travel so shabbily and come with just two people? But the face didn't show it and laughed. Dare I ask you too which imperial dynasty you come from? And do you have an invitation letter from the imperial lord issued by my great Shang? Invitation? Ningyi frowned. Not bad.
The imperial lords of the 100 dynasties will all receive an invitation letter from my great merchant, and it is only with this invitation letter that they can enter my great merchant's royal inn. The shopkeeper's smile grew cold. Without even knowing about the imperial lord's invitation, there was no way these two could be the imperial lord of the 100 dynasties. The imperial lord of the Great Wind dynasty has arrived. Just then, a voice came from the rear. Thousands of generals in golden armor appeared in view from far and near. Welcome Imperial Lord Great Wind to my royal inn. The shopkeeper crossed over Qin Feng and greeted the Great Wind Imperial Lord with great solicitude. The Great Wind Emperor Lord is an old man with white hair. Not smiling, a yellow dragon robe is set off its majesty to the extreme. Beside the Imperial Lord of the Great Wind, the young girl chirped in a delicate voice when she saw Qin Feng standing at the entrance of the inn. Who are you people? My father is approaching. Why don't you get out of the way? The shopkeeper turned back to Qin Feng and said, both of you, if you don't hurry up and get out of the way, if the Great Wind Imperial Lord is displeased later on, the two of you will inevitably have to suffer a lot. The words were not yet spoken. Giggle. Ningyi drew his sword. Cold light flashed, and the head of the shopkeeper flew up. The field was silent. The gazes of the 100 dynasties on the streets all fell on Qin Feng and Ningyi. How dare you strike and kill in Xanadu? The crowd of the 100 dynasties was filled with disbelief. During the great competition of the 100 dynasties, the Xanadu strictly prohibits hands. Violators will be killed without amnesty. He killed the royal innkeeper as well. This is the kin of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Merchant. Something big is going to happen. These two have caused a huge disaster. Ningyi heard the surrounding discussion and knew that he had caused trouble for Emperor Qin, so he immediately knelt down and said guiltily, Your Majesty. Ningyi is impulsive. Qin Feng didn't care. Since he dared to come to Xanadu, it meant that he was fearless. There's no harm in killing it. Both of you. I wonder what dynasty you come from. The Great Wind Imperial Lord stared at Qin Feng, his heart in a state of shock. Daring to kill someone in Xanadu. This person either had absolute backbone or was a cutie. The shopkeeper this guy killed was a relative of the Great Shang Crown Prince. Father, haven't you always wanted to contact the Great Merchant? As long as we capture this guy, we can use it to befriend the Crown Prince of the Great Merchant later on. The young girl on the side looked at Qin Feng and the two of them, her eyes glowing as she whispered. The Great Wind Imperial Lord was very moved. However, the Qin Feng in front of him had an extraordinary demeanor and was too calm, which made him very hesitant. He's only a Jindan. We have 3 offerings, we can easily capture him. The young girl, Feng Yan, said, Father, this man killed the Great Shan Crown Prince's men in Xanadu. He will surely die and will never have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Feng Yan was very excited in her heart. If she could get into the eyes of the Crown Prince of Dishang, she would have the chance to become the Crown Princess, and in the future, she would be the Empress of Dishang, with an honorable status to the extreme, the Empress of the last 5 dynasties, even surpassing the father of the Imperial Lord of the Great Wind. The Great Wind Imperial Lord was hesitant, but was ultimately moved by his daughter's words, unable to refuse the opportunity to befriend the Great Shan Crown Prince, and said to the 3 people beside him, the 3 offerings, please also make your move and capture this person. Little friend, are you going to tie yourself up, or are we going to make a move to capture you? The Great Wind Imperial Dynasty's 3 providers approached, blocking off the 4 directions of space and time, and laughed. If you bind yourself, you can still suffer less. The 3 are very confident that 3 against 1. The advantage is mine. These 2 are finished. The crowd of onlookers shook their heads. If he had taken advantage of the fact that the Crown Prince of Great Zhou's people had not arrived, he would still have a chance to leave the Shang capital. But now that he was being used by the Imperial Lord of the Great Wind as a bargaining chip to befriend the Crown Prince of Great Shang, he didn't even have a chance to leave the Shang capital. Qin Feng's eyes swept the 3 of them and eventually landed on the Great Zhou Imperial Lord in front of him as he faintly said, Do you want to die that badly? A man who was about to die dares to speak like that, father? Feng Yan sneers. 3 offerings, make your move. The words were not yet spoken. Giggle. Qin Feng's palm grasped at the earth and 3 grasses rose up on the side of the road. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the 3 plants of grass pierced through the void like divine swords, shooting towards the 3. Pffffffffff. 3 dull sounds rang out. The 3 Jindan confessors of the Great Wind Country stagnated and stopped where they were. 3 offerings? Feng Yan saw the 3 stop and began to urge. The words were just recorded. With a bang, the 3 of them fell to the ground, blood pouring from the holes in their eyebrows. The air fell into a silence. How is that possible? It was only after a long time that the people in the field came back to their senses, looking at the 3 Jindans whose vitality had become extinct, their faces filled with horror and incomparable shock. The 3 Jindan providers of the Great Wind Dynasty are dead? The crowd looked at Qin Feng, each of them unable to speak in shock. 1 strike killed 3 Jindans. What kind of strength is this? Among the 100 dynasties, I'm afraid that the only ones who can achieve this are the 5 Yuaning of the last 5 dynasties. Could it be? This is a Yuaning powerhouse from the last 5 dynasties? Impossible. There's absolutely no such person among the 5 Yuaning powers of the last 5 dynasties. The crowd of onlookers murmured and began to speculate about Qin Feng's origins. It was widely believed that Qin Feng might be the newest Yuaning powerhouse in the 100 dynasties. Chapter 32, My Lord, Emperor Qin. Little friend, dare I ask, who are you? The Great Wind Imperial Lord's voice trembled a little, and sweat oozed from his forehead. He understood that he had definitely kicked the bucket today, and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Feng Yan, the one who started it all. Over to you here. Qin Feng did not reply and explained. Qin Feng turned around and stepped into the inn. Aside from the 3 confessors, the rest of the people from the Great Wind Imperial Dynasty were all under Jindan, and Ningyi could use the power of faith to deal with these people from the Great Wind Imperial Dynasty without the slightest problem. Your obedience. Ningyi naturally knew what Emperor Qin intended, and turned to look at Imperial Lord Great Wind as he coldly said, With you, you are also worthy of knowing my lord's identity? He didn't have half a good feeling about these people of the Great Wind Imperial Dynasty in front of him, daring to be rude to his majesty, to be executed. Don't be so wild. Feng Yan saw Qin Feng's figure disappear at the entrance of the inn. The pressure disappeared, and facing Ningyi of the Foundation Establishment realm, she had quite a bit of confidence, saying, Killing 3 of my Great Wind Imperial Dynasty's offerings. Do you want to make enemies of my Great Wind Imperial Dynasty? Ningyi said indifferently. The Great Wind Dynasty? My lord has already destroyed 3 such dynasties. Ha ha. Feng Yan laughed as if she had heard a heavenly joke. The pattern of the 100 dynasties has been finalized, and it is forbidden to start the war of extermination. Your lord can exterminate 3 kingdoms. Suddenly, Feng Yan's voice came to an abrupt end, as if she thought of something, and her expression was incomparably terrified. The Great Wind Imperial Lord also realized something and his voice trembled. Your lord is Emperor Qin? Emperor Qin. Cries of alarm rose and fell. The crowd of onlookers were all stunned. No one in the 100 dynasties knows about the destruction of the 3 kingdoms by Qin. The 10 million Iron Horsemen of Great Qin are even fighting with the ally forces of the 100 dynasties. During this time, the fame of Great Qin spread throughout the world. What they can't believe is this. Great Qin and the 100 dynasties are on the same level. How dare the Qin Emperor come to the Xanadu? Isn't that just shooting yourself in the foot? You still dare to come to the Xanadu? Feng Yan shuddered. One person had killed 6 Jindans of the Beaming Kingdom and slaughtered the emissaries of the 100 dynasties. Emperor Qin's fame was too astonishing, and there is no dynasty among the 100 dynasties today that does not fear the Qin Emperor. Except for the last 5 dynasties. The world is so big. Where can His Majesty the Qin Emperor not go? Ningyi stepped forward, approaching towards the crowd of the Great Wind Imperial Dynasty. Insolence to His Majesty is a crime punishable by death. You're only a beginner in Foundation establishment, and you want to execute me too? Without Emperor Qin, I could slap you to death with my hand. Although Feng Yan feared Emperor Qin, she was very disdainful of Ningyi. She was the first heavenly pride of the Great Wind Dynasty, and at such a young age, she was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, while Ningyi in front of her was about the same age as her, but was only at the beginning of Foundation establishment. Regardless of realm or qualifications, they were far from being able to match her. She looked toward the Great Wind Imperial Lord and whispered, Father, the Xanadu has a Yuaning powerhouse in attendance, and will not allow anyone to rebel. No matter how amazing Qin Huang's combat power is, he won't be a match for a Yuaning realm powerhouse. He'll die for sure. When the Great Wind Imperial Lord heard this, he hesitated for a moment, and his eyes gradually became vicious as he looked at Ningyi. Kill him. Giggle. After Feng Yan received permission, she directly struck out and offered up a divine whip, which swung out, breaking through the void with a bright spiritual light as it fell towards Ningyi. Bang! Ningyi didn't dodge or avoid, and the whip passed directly over his head, cracking the ground. It's
The crowd was amazed. Feng Yan killed Emperor Qin's men with a single blow? No. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wow!" Ning Yi's body, which had been snapped in half by the whip, began to emit a large amount of blood, gushing out like a fountain. And the amount was so staggering that in an instant it turned into a pool of blood that swept towards Feng Yan. Giggle! Feng Yan's color changed. Not anticipating this bizarre tactic, hastily waving her long whip, her haze surged, and battled with the blood pool that Ning Yi had transformed into. Although Ning Yi's realm was lower than Feng Yan's, however, with the divine difference of the bloodshed demon technique, the battle power was not inferior to Feng Yan at all, but instead, it suppressed Feng Yan, who was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Ah, came the scream. Feng Yan couldn't dodge in time, and her arm was enveloped by a pool of blood, and all of her flesh and blood was corroded, leaving only white bones. Get together and kill him. Feng Yan violently retreated violently, hissing with a fierce expression. Boom! When the 1,000 golden armored guards of the Great Wind Imperial Dynasty heard the order, 1,000 of them erupted with brilliant golden light, blocking off spacetime around Ning Yi. This is the Great Wind country's military formation. Extremely powerful. I'm afraid that only a Jin Dan can fight against it. While the crowd murmured, their eyes looked towards the inn, wondering if Emperor Qin would make a move. Giggle! Thousands of golden armored guards struck out, and the military formation erupted with terrifying might. Go to hell! Feng Yan's intact palm cupped a seal. Runes filled the air, and spiritual light erupted as it fell towards Ning Yi. Ning Yi wasn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, he was exuberant and roared, "Protector Marquis Ning Yi, lend me the power of the great Qin faith." As Ning Yi hissed, 10,000 miles away, above the capital of Qin, the human emperor's streamer rippled, and a white power of faith shattered the void and arrived at the Shang capital, directly entering Ning Yi's body. Blazing white light erupted around Ning Yi's body, radiant to the extreme, and his entire aura continued to climb. Ha ha! Ning Yi laughed maniacally, waving his large sleeve as white faith power gushed out, transforming into a barrier. Boom boom boom! The Great Wind Army formation and Feng Yan's divine ability landed on top of the barrier. Blazing spiritual light erupted, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, while the white barrier did not move at all. How is this possible? When the crowd of onlookers saw this scene, all of them stared wide-eyed, their hearts shaking tremendously. From the first level of Foundation establishment to comparable to Jin Dan. What kind of means is this? You guys want to kill me too? Ning Yi was strong to the extreme. His palms spread out and a pillar of brilliant white light shot out, breaking through all the means of the Great Wind country. Giggle! Ning Yi stomped on the ground with his toes, his body flickering like a white lightning bolt across the void. His speed was so fast that he appeared in the middle of the Great Wind country's camp like a ghost. Pff. A palm slapped down. The military formation directly shattered, and the screams were unceasing as 1,000 guards exploded one after another, turning into a mass of blood mist. Ha ha ha! Ning Yi laughed maniacally and struck again, aiming for Feng Yan. Feng Yan's face was pale. She had long been shocked by Ning Yi's tactics, and with one of her arms wasted, she barely resisted for long before she was captured by Ning Yi. You dared to kill this princess in the Shang capital. This is defying the 100 dynasties and making enemies of the 100 dynasties. Feng Yan hissed and kept struggling, but Ning Yi locked his palm around her neck, radiating the power of faith to forcefully suppress her. Disrespect to His Majesty. To be executed. Ning Yi opened his mouth indifferently, without any pity. His palm exerted force, and with a click, Feng Yan's neck was crushed, and her head drooped down helplessly. Ning Yi threw it down like garbage. With that, he slapped the Great Wind Imperial Lord to death, and then entered the inn. The Great Wind Dynasty. Defeated. The crowd looked at the corpses on the ground with incomparable horror. 3 Jindan providers of the Great Wind Imperial Dynasty were killed by Qin Feng, and now Feng Yan and 1,000 guards had lost to a Foundation establishment. Great Qin, is it so horrible that it's like this? The crowd looked to the inn. Killing the Great Shan Crown Prince's kin in the Shang capital and destroying the Great Wind Royal family, and still not leaving, is Emperor Qin provoking the Great Shang? After waiting for a while, Emperor Qin still didn't come out of the inn, and the crowd became more and more shocked. Emperor Qin really has no intention of leaving. There will be another big battle today. Your Majesty, we really don't have to leave? In the inn, after the excitement of slaughtering the Great Wind Dynasty, Ning Yi calmed down and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If you're here and the job isn't done, why are you leaving? Qin Feng stood by the windowsill overlooking the Xanadu and calmly said. When Ning Yi heard this, his restlessness calmed down. With your Majesty, everything can be suppressed. Emperor Qin, how dare you come to my Xanadu? Suddenly, a faint voice rang out between heaven and earth. Chapter 33, The Xiandian Yu Realm. Above the void.
6 green-colored auger dragons of huge size and amazing aura pulled the golden chariot across the sky,
approaching rapidly and appearing above the royal inn. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Great Merchant, has come, the crowd exclaimed. The 6 Jiao golden carriage, which is the seat of the Crown Prince of the Great Shang, Emperor Qin. You killed people from my Shang dynasty in my Shang capital, and you even condoned your men to kill the Imperial Lord of the Great Wind. This is too much of a disregard for my Great Shang, isn't it? The Crown Prince of the Great Shang stepped out of the golden carriage, his features as sharp as a knife, his plumpness as jade, and his aura as supreme as he looked towards the inn. His gaze passed through the window and landed on Qin Feng. Let your great merchant's firstborn come here. Qin Feng's expression was calm and he did not even look at the Great Shang Crown Prince, but only said this. What a domineering Emperor Qin. Many people were shocked, feeling shocked by Qin Feng's attitude. Being in the Shang capital, facing the Great Shang Prince, still so calm and self-confident. This kind of spirit is beyond the world's 99% of the people. No wonder they dare to go to war with the 100 dynasties. My great merchant Yuaning seniors, is it not something you can see just because you want to? The Great Shang Prince's tone grew cold. The person in front of him was ignoring him, not putting him in his eyes, which made him feel insulted. As the Crown Prince of the Great Shang, he had a noble status. How had he ever suffered such contempt? Giggle. Several figures stepped out from the void, blocking off space and time in all directions of the inn, and a horrifying pressure swept across the sky and earth. These are the 10 Jindan guards of the Great Shang Crown Prince, the crowd exclaimed. Among the 100 dynasties, there are not a few Jindan in most of them, and the Great Shang dynasty is too strong, with only the prince's guards, which are 10 Jindan. Stomp! Suddenly, the earth shook and a trembling sound rang out. Great Shang Xian bird guards, someone exclaimed. In the distance, the vast army rolled like a black ocean. The momentum is amazing. 10,000 people's breath convergence. The void above a Xian bird's shadow overlooking the earth. The sky ordered the Xian bird to descend and give birth to Shang. Xian bird, the Great Shang totem. The Xian bird guards, the strongest army of the Great Shang, consisted of a total of 10,000 elites, and under the military formation, they were able to erupt with the combat power of the Yuan-Ing realm. Emperor Qin, you're too arrogant to be an enemy of the 100 dynasties and still dare to come to my Shang capital. The Great Shang Crown Prince droned from above. The 10 Jindan and Xian bird guards gave him a great deal of confidence and no longer feared Qin Feng. Qin Feng was reminiscing about the past, and when he was disturbed, he was a bit impatient. His eyes lifted up and looked into the air as he faintly said, "You're making a mistake for yourself, Emperor Qin. You have yet to recognize your own situation." The Great Shang Crown Prince was confident and full of energy, convinced that his side's battle power could take down Qin Feng, and ordered, "Do it! Tackle him! The great competition of the 100 dynasties is about to begin. Emperor Qin, let this be your great gift from Great Shang to the 100 dynasties." Giggle. 10 Jindan crossed the void and appeared above the inn, offering various means. A great palm and fist seal that covered the sky suppressed the area. The spiritual light was radiant, and the runes flooded the area. Clang! The Deshang Xian bird guard's aura was even more amazing. 10,000 people looked like one person. Their breath condensed, and their laws rose into the air. The Xian bird in the sky seemed to have come to life, its body blooming with fluorescence, its wings flapping, flying sand and wind swirling. Howl! Xian bird chirped and swooped down, like a round of black sun falling from the sky. The horror of the pressure makes the surrounding space and time crack, a crack toward the four sides of the spread. Qin Feng stood beside the windowsill, facing the terrifying killing moves falling from the void. His expression was indifferent as he casually waved his hand, slashing through the void. Wow! Demonic chi rolled, like a black ocean churning, turning into a black barrier, like a canopy, dropping down from the sky, isolating heaven and earth. This art is called Xian Anxious Spectre Boundary, one of the topmost defensive aptitudes of the heavens, created by a demon emperor hostile to the heavenly demon realm. With this art, he isolated heaven and earth, and hardened himself against 2 demon emperors of the heavenly demon realm for 10,000 years, and ultimately died of exhaustion. And this art was ultimately included in the heavenly demon realm as well. The conditions for practicing in the Xian Anxious Spectre realm were extremely harsh, and many of the demonic giants of the heavenly devil sect in the previous era wanted to practice, but they all ended up returning without any success, and it was only by virtue of Qin Feng's heavy pupil, peering into the origin of this art, that he was able to accomplish this art. This technique was even more costly to perform, and Qin Feng was only able to support this technique after stepping into the 9th level of Jindan, with his body's demonic chi. Boom boom boom! A divine ability landed on top of the black curtain and exploded, erupting with a blinding light that caused the heavens and earth to tremble, while the black curtain loomed large. This The crowd was shocked.
10 Jindan striking out at the same time.
Surprisingly, even the means casually executed by Emperor Qin could not shake them. The gap was simply like a heavenly condemnation. No wonder Emperor Qin was so confident that he dared to personally visit the Shan capital with only one of his men from the Foundation establishment realm. The Xian bird guards couldn't even shake this black curtain? The crowd exclaimed in shock. The black big bird's claws bloomed with cold and chilling light. Slapping on the black light curtain, the void was torn apart. But the black light curtain was intact. This is what means, regardless of whether it was the 10 Jindans in the air or the great Shan crown prince, all of them were staring in disbelief at this moment. The Qin Emperor's methods were too unbelievable.
The 10 Jindan plus the Xian bird guards could even erupt with battle power comparable to that of the Yuaning.
Yet they were unable to break through Emperor Qin's black curtain. Brush! Qin Feng's eyes flickered,
blooming with glittering precious light.
His heavy pupils were analyzing the Xian bird in the air. Another Xian bird, the crowd exclaimed, filled with shock, only to see the black curtain with demonic qi churning.
A black-bodied Xian bird struggled and flew out from the black curtain. 10,000 Xian bird guards could only summon the great Shan totem beast with a military formation. And Emperor Qin had even summoned a Xian bird as well. And its aura was not inferior to the great Shang Xian bird at all. And even its breath was even more horrifyingly appalling. The killing intent emanating from this Xian bird filled the heavens and earth, and its pitch-black eyes swept across the 4 directions, eventually landing on the great Shang Xian bird. Howl! The 2 Xian birds fought in the void. Wow! A green plant on the windowsill swayed, spilling its leaves. Giggle! Qin Feng raised his hand and the scattered leaves flew into his palm. Under the shroud of the immortal execution sword intent, the few leaves were no less than any magic treasure. Qin Feng waved his hand and several blades tore through the void like divine swords and shot out. Bang bang bang! In the void, a Jindan treasure art exploded and was pierced through by the blades, dissipating into spiritual light. No good! The great Shang Tenzun Jindan exclaimed. They hadn't expected that not only were Qin Huang's defense methods amazing,
but his killing methods were even more powerful.
And he had directly broken through their treasure arts and killed towards them, the horrifying killing intent causing their bodies to stiffen,
as if they were in a quagmire. Chapter 34 Heaven's Destiny Xian Bird. The genie descends. Pffffffffff.
Limbs shattered and blood splattered as the 10 golden dawn of the great Shang screamed miserably,
instantly killing and injuring most of them, with the remaining few pinned in the void, unable to move. Its leaves.
Seeing the emerald green object that fixed the Lord's several Jindans, the crowd was incomparably shocked and felt their scalps numb. The ones that defeated the 10 golden dawn of the great Shang were surprisingly just a few blades. This kind of thing that could be crushed with the hand and was fragile to the extreme had shattered the Jindan treasure technique,
causing the 10 Jindans to collapse.
Emperor Qin's sword intent is too terrifying. Even the most ordinary leaves can become divine weapons in his hands. A Jindan realm powerhouse spoke of the essence, his voice trembling a little. This was too shocking. The same was the Jindan realm. But Emperor Qin and Jindan were two completely different things.
Howl! Suddenly,
a mournful cry resounded through the heavens.
Above the void,
the great battle between the 2 Xian birds had entered a white-hot stage,
and a black mist fell, like black ink blending into the water, dyeing this heaven and earth black.
Brush! Sharp claws slashed through space and time, and a Xian bird's wings were torn apart,
and in turn,
its entire body was torn apart and dissipated into black mist.
The great Shang Xian bird is defeated, someone exclaimed. Following the suppression of the 10 Jindans by Emperor Qin, the means of the 10,000 Xian bird guards were also broken by Emperor Qin. Even, is it a sign of things to come that Emperor Qin, by the same means, summoned a basilisk bird to tear apart the divine beast totem of the great Shang?
Pffffffff. The 10,000 Xian bird guards spat out blood, and the Xian bird's shadow dissipated, representing that the military formation had been broken, and they had suffered a tremendous backlash and damage.
Howl! At that moment,
the only remaining black basilisk in the air swooped down and rushed into the 10,000 basilisk guards.
A one-sided tussle began, with endless bursts of screams.
This Xian bird was too terrifying,
close to the ground,
only to realize the terror of the large size. The wings casually swinging caused a huge concussion.
Flying sand,
countless Xian bird guards were swept up. Their bodies were torn apart by the powerful force.
In a few breaths,
the Xian bird guards' corpses were already all over the place. The blood dyed the streets of the Xanadu red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't even speak.
Qin Huang is really horrible.
With the power of one person to evolve the great Shang Xian bird, but also use this to destroy the main body.
This is nakedly in the face.
It wouldn't take long for the story to spread all over the world, and the great Shang would even be reduced to a laughingstock,
becoming a backdrop for Emperor Qin.
Emperor Qin's methods are too astonishing. They've already surpassed the Jindan level.
Only a Yuaning realm ancestor can suppress him. Your Highness, go! Someone hissed. These few Jindans of the Great Shang were very loyal, being fixed in the void by the blades, the immortal execution sword intent eroding their wounds, in the process of wearing out their vitality, still caring for the Great Shang Crown Prince. Go! Hearing the reminder, the Great Shang Crown Prince came back to his senses from the shock and no longer cared about his status as a Crown Prince. He hurriedly urged the 6 green scaly scales to pull the golden carriage, in order to leave this place and head to the Shang Palace. There was a Yuan Ing elder in the palace. Even though Emperor Qin was terrifying, he couldn't make waves in front of the Yuan Ing elder, and as long as he returned to the Shang Palace, he would be able to live. Howl! The Xian bird rose up into the air, spanning the void with extreme speed, and within moments, it caught up with the Great Shang Crown Prince's seat. Under the sharp claws of the Xian bird, the 6 Foundation Establishment Realm Green Zhao couldn't turn over any waves, and were directly treated as long worms being torn into several sections. His Highness the Crown Prince has been captured by Emperor Qin. The surrounding Great Shang subjects had difficulty accepting this and shouted with pathos. The big black bird locked one of its sharp claws around the Great Shang Crown Prince's head, leaving several holes in his skull with just a slight force. The esteemed position, the De Shang's Crown Prince, was in a sorry state, like a chicken being lifted in the air by an eagle. I told you, you're making a mistake about yourself. In front of the windowsill, Qin Feng spoke faintly, his expression incomparably calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him, forming a huge contrast with the bloody scene below, a contrast that was even more intimidating. Emperor Qin, are you going to kill Lone and Xanadu? The Great Shang Prince's face was a little white, but he still retained a few points of the prince's style and temperament. He did not believe that Emperor Qin dared to kill him. However, feeling the black bird's austere killing intent, his body began to tremble. Emperor Qin was acting in an overbearing manner, and might really kill him. Emperor Qin, you've just arrived in my Shang capital and you're on a killing spree. That's a bit much, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice came from the direction of the Shang Palace in the distance. Elder Ancestor. When the Great Shang Prince heard this voice, he was overjoyed and cried out, Ancestor, help me. Qin Feng raised his head and looked in the direction of the Shang Palace, the slightest hint of interest finally surfacing in his calm eyes. Genji, Your Majesty, is it necessary to take temporary refuge? Ning Yi's face became grave. The word Yuanying was too intimidating, and it was the peak combat power in the mundane dynasty. Yuaning realm power can transform the Jindan into a Yuaning, whether it is the spell spiritual power, divine inspiration, or for the laws of heaven and earth comprehension, compared to the Jindan realm has a qualitative leap. Hand will be able to suppress the Jindan. A person will be able to destroy a country. No need. This trip was for Yuaning, so how could Qin Feng avoid it? Brush. A figure appeared in the sky above the Shang Palace, and before the crowd could react, the figure crossed the void and appeared above the inn, and no one could see how he came over. This was an old man with white hair, but his skin was as delicate and fair as a baby's, blossoming with glittering precious light, and the whole person exuded a kind of dusty meaning, as if he was one with heaven and earth. The Great Shang's Yuaning elder, Shang Yin. Someone whispered, unable to hide their excitement. Shang Yin, one of only 5 Yuaning in the 100 dynasties, had an honorable status and could be said to be the highest mountain in the eyes of countless practitioners in the 100 dynasties. Elder Shang Yin has appeared. The Qin Emperor is afraid that he's going to be in deep trouble today. Emperor Qin has a bargaining chip. With the crown prince of the great merchant in hand, he may be able to leave in peace. The crowd murmured. Even though Emperor Qin had killed 10 Jindans and destroyed the Xian bird guards, however, no one thought that Emperor Qin could go against the heavens and make ripples in front of the Yuaning realm powerhouses. Especially the children of the Great Shang were cheering at this time, hoping that the old ancestor would be able to kill the Emperor of Qin, rescue the crown prince, and clear away all the shame. Giggle. Shang Yin waved his hand and several spiritual forces were waved out, and the several Jindans that Qin Feng had fixed in the void were finally released. The blade was ultimately a mortal object. Carrying the immortal execution sword intent was already extreme, and now that it was swept by the spiritual power of the Yuaning realm, it directly exploded and dissipated into pieces. Emperor Qin, won't you put down the crown prince of my dynasty? Shang Yin's voice was calm, but it carried a condescending command. Put down the crown prince and stop in time, and I can promise to keep you alive. You are teaching me things? Qin Feng said indifferently. My life and death. You, a Yuaning, want to control it? Put. The sharp claws of the Xian bird in the air gripped down, and the head of the great Shang prince was directly pierced by the 5 claws, exploding with a bang, and red and white things were splattered. The field was so steeply quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The crowd looked at the headless body that was thrown down by the black bird with jaws dropping in disbelief. Emperor Qin, kill the crown prince of Great Shang. This is an outcome that no one expected. Some people guessed that Emperor Qin would take the Dishang Prince as a handle and use him as a talisman. No one expected Emperor Qin to directly kill the Dishang Prince. This is Emperor Qin, making moves that are always shocking and impossible to see through. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the figure of Emperor Qin in the inn, their faces filled with horror. Emperor Qin, you're asking for death. Chapter 35, Destroying the Divine Needle. Associated Objects. Wow! Terrifying killing intent shrouded the heavens and earth, and the temperature between the heavens and earth seemed to have lowered. Shang Yin's eyes were cold and his anger was majestic. Killing the great Shang Prince in front of him was a naked provocation that could not be tolerated. Giggle! Shang Yin's palm slapped the void. Precious light blossomed, runes encircled between his palms, and mysterious ripples spread out in all directions. Put! The Xian bird in the air directly exploded and dissipated into black mist between heaven and earth. In front of the Yuaning realm, this black bird that had decimated 10,000 Xian bird guards was equally fragile, and was erased in a single strike. Emperor Qin, you've lost your only chance to live. Giggle! Shang Yin's tone was icy cold as he struck again, a ghostly light silently tearing through the void. Ka! The black curtain vibrated, and was actually directly pierced by this ethereal light, a crack spreading towards the surroundings, and eventually the black curtain collapsed, turning into mist and dissipating. Hiss! This is the God-extinguishing needle. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. This is an ancient treasure, a terrifying killing object that exists in ancient texts, and legend has it that it was strayed from the upper world to this heaven and earth, claiming that it can break through all the defenses in the world. A small black needle hovered in the air in front of Shang Yin. It looked no different from any other needle and was unobtrusive, but it was this needle that broke the Xian and Yu realm. God-destroying needle? Qin Feng looked at the small black needle in front of Shang Yin and rarely revealed an unexpected color, seemingly recalling it and muttering to himself. Surprisingly, one can still meet this thing, the Divine Destruction Needle, which was able to break through the Xian Ember Spectre boundary, could be justified. Emperor Qin, even though you are invincible in the Jindan realm, Jindan and Yuaning are worlds apart. Your means, in front of the old man, are like a bubble that can be easily punctured. Shang Yin was a bit wary of Qin Feng, but after breaking 3 of Qin Feng's means one after another, he became more and more confident and took Qin Feng lightly. He thought that these 3 means should be Qin Feng's limit. After all, Qin Feng was only a Jindan. Emperor Qin, have you obtained anything? Tell me truthfully, and I may or may not spare your life. Shang Yin suddenly inquired, his gaze falling on Qin Feng as if he was exploring something with some eagerness. Emperor Qin's rise to power is nothing short of legendary, and some say that he carries a great secret related to that immortal sect maiden he once saved. The crowd was shocked, their breathing quickened, and they all looked at Qin Feng in unison with infinite curiosity in their hearts. Qin Feng had risen so rapidly. Naturally someone had investigated him, and the final clues all pointed to the person he had saved. Other than that, no other possibilities could be found. Want to pry into my secrets? You're not qualified. Qin Feng, rare to see the extermination of God Needle, this old thing, the heart of emotion, rare to say a few more words. Laugh. Come, let me see how far you have comprehended the God-extinguishing needle. Seek death. Shang Yin snorted coldly and stopped pursuing the matter. After capturing Emperor Qin, searching the sea of consciousness would still yield everything he needed. Giggle! The God-extinguishing needle shot out, like a black lightning bolt that disappeared into the void. Qin Feng sensed a sense of morose killing intent that was extremely stealthy, and if not for his strong divine sense, he would not have been able to detect it at all. Even though the divine sense detected the killing intent, it was still impossible to surmise where the God-destroying needle would appear from. Worthy of being a treasure forged from divine gold by one of the artifact clans, Qin Feng marveled. Wow! Suddenly, the void rippled as the soul-destroying needle silently shot out from the void. Extremely bizarre and undefendable. Straight for Qin Feng's head. The God-extinguishing needle travels strangely and cannot be captured. And once it strikes, it will exterminate everything. Shang Yin spoke of the terror of the God-destroying needle and laughed coldly, as if he had already foreseen the scene of Qin Feng's fall. Brush! Right at this moment, Qin Feng casually raised his hand, his fingers together, and crossed the void to his ear. How is that possible? The God-extinguishing needle was blocked. Shocked cries rang out. The crowd changed color and stared in disbelief as the God-extinguishing needle, which traveled strangely and was claimed to be able to break everything in the world, was blocked, and in an extremely shocking manner, and was imprisoned by Emperor Qin's 2 fingers. Shang Yin was shocked in his heart. Since he had obtained the God-extinguishing needle, he had always been able to kill gods and Buddhas, and had never missed a beat. Buzz! The God-destroying needle shook violently, and the awe-inspiring killing intent of space and time was stirred up. Shang Yin was striking,
using his divine sense to imperialize the god-destroying needle to stir up Qin Feng's palm and pierce through Qin Feng's head. Set. Qin Feng's expression was bland and without a single movement. He just faintly spat out a single word. In a split second, the agitated soul-destroying needle quieted down and hung in Qin Feng's palm, so well behaved that it was not the slightest bit obvious that this was a soul-destroying needle that could break through all defenses. Sure enough, it's the batch of god-extinguishing needles that were once forged. Qin Feng played with this god-extinguishing needle as the years flowed in his eyes, his complexion sometimes sunny, sometimes gloomy. After becoming an immortal in his previous life and traveling through the heavens, he had mistakenly entered a heaven and earth formation, and it was in that heaven and earth formation that he met Yao Qi, who had also mistakenly entered the formation. Qin Feng used his heavy pupil to peer into the foundation of the heaven and earth grand formation. Yao Qi used her god-destroying technique to extinguish the foundation, and the two of them cooperated with each other to shatter the heaven and earth grand formation, ultimately obtaining a small mass of nail-sized divine gold. Later, after he and Yao Qi entered the artifact clan, Qin Feng replicated the god-extinguishing technique with his heavy pupil and had the artifact clan patriarch refine this mass of divine gold into a batch of god-extinguishing needles, which he would pick up later in the day. Who would have thought that before he could see the god-extinguishing needle, he encountered Yao Qi's betrayal? The heavenly demon realm was breached, his father and mother fell, and his heavy pupil and supreme bone were cut down by Yao Qi. The extinguishing art Dao lines engraved in the extinguishing needle were all captured by Qin Feng with his heavy pupil, and in front of the heavy pupil, the extinguishing needle was like undressing, with no secrets to speak of. I never thought that there would be a day when I would see the god-extinguishing needle. This is the top treasure, whether it is the material, or the divine art engraved inside, or the casting of the casting master of the god-destroying needle. All are the top of the heavens and the world, and to be able to stray to this place is really the arrangement of the heavens and the earth. Qin Feng looked at Shang Yin and said indifferently, "Where did you get the god-extinguishing needle from?" The god-destroying needle involved many things, and since it would have strayed into this heaven and earth, it meant that there was a connecting channel between this heaven and earth and the outside world, from which one might be able to learn about Yao Qi. I obtained it from the belly of a sea beast in the East Sea. Shang Yin was unwilling to speak out, but when he saw Qin Feng's icy eyes, suddenly his body went cold. A piercing chill penetrated into his bones, and he took off his mouth to tell the origin of the god-extinguishing needle. East Ocean. I think it must have something to do with the four immortal sects. Judging from the age traces of this god-extinguishing needle, the forging is at least 1,000,000 years from now. Qin Feng muttered as he captured the traces of the years with his heavy pupils and determined the approximate time. Millions of years of age. Yao Qi, I hope you haven't died. Chapter 36, The 100 Dynasties Gather. Ningyi entered the finals. Emperor Qin, what exactly is the purpose of your visit to Dishang? Shang Yin questioned. His complexion was a bit ugly. Just now he was unexpectedly shocked by Emperor Qin's killing intent and spoke out the origin of the god-extinguishing needle like a puppet on a string. This was a disgrace. On account of you solving my problems, today, I won't kill you. Get lost. Qin Feng spoke indifferently, and after putting away the god-extinguishing needle, he closed the window as if no one else was there and disappeared from the view of the crowd. The crowd was staggered. This is the capital of commerce, not the capital of Qin. Why does the Qin emperor seem to be at ease in the capital of Qin? How could he be so overbearing as to say that he would not kill Shang Yin today and tell the other party to get lost? Can this be tolerated? Ka. Feeling the gazes around him, Shang Yin's fists in his sleeves clenched. This was a strange shame. A great power at the Yuaning realm was ignored by a Jindan, and even his magic treasure was taken away by Emperor Qin. Shang Yin had the urge to strike more than once in his heart, but recalling Emperor Qin's mysterious means of charging the god of destruction and such a calm performance, he eventually forced himself to press down on the impulse. Emperor Qin, you are the lord of Great Qin. You deserve to participate in the 100 Dynasties competition. 10 days later. Sky Ring. I'll be waiting for you. Shang Yin gritted his teeth and uttered these words, forcibly redeeming himself and the great Shang. Old ancestor, why don't you make a move to kill him? The people in the Dishang palace came to collect the body, and a young girl with a bright yellow dress came to Shang Yin's side. Looking at the direction of the inn, her face was as cold as frost, and killing intent filled the air. There are dozens of Jindans in the palace, hundreds of thousands of troops, and with the old ancestor, even if Emperor Qin has great skill, he will be subdued. This is Princess Shang Yao of the Great Merchant, the Great Merchant's #1 heavenly pride. At the same time, it was also the Crown Prince's own sister, and the Crown Prince's close relationship, and thus learned that his elder brother was beheaded by Qin Feng. Angry to the extreme, rushed to the scene. He dares to come to Xanadu and be so arrogant. He must have a card. If we do it, even if we can capture him, my great Shan will lose a lot of money.
Since he dares to stay in Xanadu, let him stay, and wait for the 100 dynasties to converge, and the arrival of several other Yuaning in the upper 5 dynasties, and then suppress him, Shang Yin explained, forcing down his anger. Not only did he want to kill Qin Feng, he also wanted to kill Qin Feng before the 100 dynasties were destroyed. Your Majesty, that guy is trying to wait for the other 4 dynasties Yuaning to gather and make a move on your Majesty together. Inside the inn room, Ningyi guessed Shang Yin's intentions and was somewhat worried. He waits, and I wait. Qin Feng played with the god-extinguishing needle and said indifferently, with 5 Yuaning gathered together, it will save a lot of work. The 100 dynasties competition. This is a good opportunity. The 5 Yuaning are all gathered in one hall. It's just the right time to get rid of them all. If he killed Shang Yin now, the remaining 4 Yuaning were afraid that they would be too scared to even come to Xanadu. So wouldn't it be troublesome to go looking for them one by one at that time? Ningyi was shocked when he heard this. His Majesty was trying to suppress 5 Yuaning in one fell swoop. The Jindan realm was going to suppress 5 Yuaning in a laugh. Only your Majesty has this kind of vigor. Ningyi's admiration for Emperor Qin in his heart had risen to another unrivaled height, and at the same time, he also had a greater sense of crisis. Your Majesty, the 100 dynasties competition will begin tomorrow, and my subordinate would like to take part in the competition to give it a try, Ningyi requested. May. Qin Feng nodded his head and agreed to the matter. 10 days later, the final of the 100 dynasties competition was crowded. Above the ring in the sky, the 100 dynasties' 10 great celestial pride were about to compete for the position of the first celestial pride. Around the ring, 100 dynasties of mortal cultivators gathered. There were countless foundation establishment realm cultivators, and there were hundreds of Jindan powerhouses on the viewing platform that were rare to see on a normal day. Did you guys hear that? Emperor Qin came to the Shang capital with just one of his men. Someone whispered. Who in the world knows about this nowadays? Emperor Qin is on a killing spree, killing the crown prince of Great Shang in the Shang capital and destroying the Xian bird guards, and the Shang Yin ancestors are all wary of Emperor Qin, and have not made any more moves after just one encounter. To shake 100 dynasties with one dynasty, even though the Qin emperor acted with ferocious means, he is no less a great man and can be called a lord. I just don't know what the Qin emperor actually came to Xanadu for, regardless of what it's about. Waiting until the 5 Yuaning powers have gathered and still not leaving isn't a wise move. Emperor Qin is afraid that he's going to spill blood in the imperial capital. Your Majesty, the 100 dynasties competition final is about to begin. Inside the royal inn, Ningyi was in a very complicated mood. 10-day competition. He cut down many heavenly pride, successfully broke into the final, will compete for the first place of the 100 dynasty heavenly pride. This is a happy event. Should be happy. However, he had also already heard that the Great Shang had already laid a dragnet long ago, waiting for His Majesty to step into it, and that there were already 5 Yuaning in the Shang capital, who were going to suppress His Majesty in front of countless cultivators from the 100 dynasties. Everyone's here, so let's go over there. Qin Feng remained calm as usual. Since he dared to come to Xanadu, he had naturally calculated everything long ago. In this side of heaven and earth, other than that mysterious 4 immortal sects, there was no one else that he could be afraid of. The immortal sect has come to take in disciples, so perhaps we can see the strength of the immortal sect from the messenger. The bigger reason why Qin Feng did not directly kill Shang Yin was that he was not clear about the strength of the immortal sect. Although the immortal sect said on its lips that it was transcendent and ignored mundane things. But who is Qin Feng? In his previous life, the young lord of the heavenly demon realm was of honorable status. Even the heavenly devil realm and the immortal realm great powers did not dare to say that they were transcendent and ignored things on earth. So how could these few sects do so? What's more, the cultivators of the 4 great immortal sects of this heaven and earth all originated from the 100 dynasties. And if he really carried out the act of destroying the country, the immortal sects would inevitably step in. Let me see where the limits of this heaven and earth are. Stepping out of the royal inn, Qin Feng flew towards the Sky Thunder Terrace above the Shang Palace. In the sky ring, at the very top of the viewing platform, 5 figures hovered. Emperor Qin, why hasn't he shown himself yet? One of the fiery-tempered Yuaning powerhouses looked at Shang Yin on the side and said, has the Qin emperor not already left the Shang capital? Blazing flame, you have underestimated old man too much, Shang Yin said proudly. Since Emperor Qin dared to set foot in the Shang capital, it's not up to him to decide whether to leave or not. Emperor Qin. Suddenly, cries of alarm rang out from the sky ring. Emperor Qin is here. Qin Feng stepped in the void and arrived above the sky ring from a distance. Emperor Qin, here please. Shang Yin opened his mouth to invite. The 5 Yuaning powerhouses already consider Emperor Qin to be on the same level. Someone exclaimed. It was then that they realized that there was an empty seat beside Shang Yin. Qin Feng swept his gaze over the 5 Yuaning and then took his seat. At such an age, Emperor Qin is already at the peak of Jindan. Truly a hero. Blaze suddenly opened his mouth and said with a leathery smile. This was leaning on his old age to press Qin Feng as a senior. If I were you, I'd shut up now. And you'd be able to suffer less later. Qin Feng spoke indifferently, not even glancing at the other party as his gaze landed on the center of the ring, where the 10 Celestial Pride were already ready. Ning Yi was clearly among them. You! The blaze raged and the void was ablaze with flames. Shang Yin stepped in and pressed down on Blaze, gently shaking his head to signal not to be impulsive. Many means are being prepared. When the grand competition is over, Emperor Qin will surely die. Hearing the transmission, Blaze grunted heavily and sat down. The grand competition, isn't it starting yet? The two men's voice transmission appeared to be hidden, but it had long been captured by Qin Feng's heavy pupils, and there was nowhere to hide. He didn't bother to say much. In his eyes, these people were already the Dao fruit of the heaven-swallowing demon technique. It's on. Shang Yin laughed. I heard that the Qin Emperor's men also participated in the 100 Dynasties competition, and even made it to the finals, so I'm sure this time we'll achieve a good result for the Qin Kingdom. When the four Yuaning heard this, their faces looked strange, as if they had some unknown calculations. Even the corners of the furious Blaze's mouth raised in an arc. At Shang Yin's announcement, the final of the 100 Dynasties competition began, and the crowd's attention briefly moved away from Emperor Qin and landed in the center of the ring. Your name is Ning Yi, right? In the ring, Shang Yao looked at Ning Yi and said, Emperor Qin will surely die today. If you return from the lost path, and join the 100 Dynasties cultivators in crusading against Emperor Qin and making amends for your sins, you still have a chance of surviving. Shang Yao was worthy of being a princess of the great Shang, very resourceful in turning Ning Yi. If they could make the men brought by Emperor Qin rebel in front of the 100 Dynasties, this would definitely be a heavy blow to Emperor Qin, who would lose all his face. But, she had clearly underestimated Ning Yi's loyalty to Emperor Qin. Ha ha, Ning Yi scoffed. How can you all think to kill His Majesty? You're delusional. Killing intent flashed in Shang Yao's eyes as she took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart and said, Your strength is very good. Being able to break into the top 10 is already the best among the hundreds of millions of people in the 100 Dynasties. And this princess has always appreciated heavenly pride. If you submit to my great Shang, this princess may not be unable to give you a chance. Perhaps you can become my great Shang's emperor's son-in-law. Wouldn't it be a much brighter future to become the husband of this princess, the emperor's son-in-law of the great Shang, than for you to be one of Emperor Qin's henchmen? In order to convince Ning Yi, Shang Yao did not hesitate to use herself as fishbait. Chapter 37, White-Clothed Youth. Immortal Execution Sword Intent. Become your husband and son-in-law, the emperor's son-in-law of the great merchant? Ning Yi saw through the woman in front of him's ill intentions and rebuked without mercy. You have overestimated your Shang dynasty and yourself, not to mention your De Shang's son-in-law, or your De Shang's throne. It's not as good as Ning Yi being a pawn under the Qin Emperor's seat. I'd rather be a pawn under the Qin Emperor's seat than see the throne of the great Shang Emperor. On the viewing platform, the crowd of cultivators were stunned as they listened to Ning Yi's grounded words. What is it about Emperor Qin that charms his men to be so loyal? Seek death. Shang Yao's face was a shade of green and purple, although she was painting a big picture for Ning Yi. But to be rejected in front of the 100 Dynasties was a strange shame. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die here along with Emperor Qin. Giggle. Shang Yao struck out, offering a red diamond that bloomed with bright red light, like a red lightning bolt cutting through the void, drawing towards Ning Yi. You can't kill His Majesty. You can't kill Ning Yi either. Ning Yi executed the bloodshed demon technique, transforming into a pool of blood as he directly battled Shang Yao. With such men, Emperor Qin is truly enviable, Shang Yin said with a smile, but his eyes are a bit cloudy. Although the things in the ring are not his instructions, but he is aware of it. Equivalent to the default. Originally wanted to strike the prestige of the Qin Emperor. Did not want to end up being humiliated by Ning Yi. The great Shang was degraded by Ning Yi as worthless. Qin Feng was silent and very calm. Ning Yi was able to follow him when he was in trouble, so his loyalty naturally went without saying. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored him and did not give him the slightest bit of face, the killing intent in Shang Yin's eyes grew more and more intense. Boom! Above the ring, the battle was incomparably fierce. The blood pool that Ning Yi had transformed into was bizarre to the extreme, and Shang Yao's tactics were simply ineffective, as Hongling pumped away the blood pool, and within moments, the blood pool was back to its original state. After several repetitions, Ning Yi was unharmed, but the red rhombus in Shang Yao's hands had been corroded beyond recognition, and in the end, the red rhombus disintegrated. Wow! The pool of blood was extremely fast, cutting through the void and directly wrapping Shang Yao's entire body. Ah! Shang Yao screamed miserably from the blood pool as runes filled the air and a powerful force erupted. Shang Yao used a disposable treasure and broke through the blood pool. Although from the blood pool to get out of the trap,
but by the blood fiend Demon Gong is too horrible.
In a short time, Shang Yao's hair will fall off most of the time. The body is even more corroded in a number of places. A pit hole in the blood milky flow. Creepy incomparable. No one can not see that this is the earlier that the luminous bright, noble and beautiful princess of the great Shang. Get together and kill him. Shang Yao shouted hysterically, looking like a madman. 100 dynasties of heaven's pride. Nothing more than that. Ningyi looked at the crowd of celestial pride that had surrounded him and instantly understood everything. He didn't flinch and instead smiled. His Majesty the Qin Emperor was able to cross the border and kill all of his enemies. So Ningyi, as one of the Qin Emperor's men, naturally cannot disgrace his Majesty. Ningyi can't do anything to cross the border and decapitate the enemy, but decapitating you guys is fine. Arrogant. With you also want to go against the heavens?
The crowd of celestial pride laughed coldly.
Boom boom boom.
A great battle erupted as the Heaven's Pride final became a siege, with all of the Heaven's Pride targeting Ningyi with extremely ruthless means to kill him.
Emperor Qin. Young people always act in an unruly manner. Even though the 100 Dynasties competition is the final, targeting one person like this is still a bit too much. Shang Yin looked at Qin Feng and said, Emperor Qin, if you open your golden mouth, I can make them stop. Shang Yin's words were ostensibly to help Ningyi, but in reality, they were indeed insinuating that Qin Feng was not abiding by the rules. Because Qin Feng, too, was a young man. There's no need for that. If he can't even behead these losers you guys sent out, Ningyi wouldn't be worthy of being under my command. Qin Feng spoke faintly, his tone calm. However, in the years of these 5 Yuaning realm powerhouses, it was a naked humiliation. And even though these 5 people had a high state of mind, they almost went berserk. Especially Blaze, his eyes were ablaze with flames. And if Shang Yin hadn't blocked him with all his might, he would have already made his move. Calm down. All deployments are about to be completed. There's no need to rush this. Besides, Shang Yin transmitted, the one who should be in a hurry now should be him. If he doesn't make a move, he can only watch his men die in the ring. Why has this guy's battle power suddenly increased so much? In the ring, the faces of all the celestial pride were ugly. Originally, they had multiple people surrounding Ningyi alone, and were in an absolute upper hand. However, Ningyi suddenly blossomed with radiant white light around his body, his battle power surging, and he was actually able to fight them off. This is Emperor Qin's means. It's said to be the faith cultivation method that he opened up. Shang Yao explained to the crowd with a gloomy expression. The cultivation method opened up by Emperor Qin? The crowd of celestial pride was filled with horror. This Emperor Qin was actually able to open up a cultivation method? What kind of horror is this? I'm more convinced that it's Emperor Qin who gets something than the opening. Shang Yao looked at Ningyi with sizzling eyes. Kill this guy and suppress Emperor Qin, and the way of faith will be ours. As soon as these words were uttered, the eyes of the crowd of heavenly prides turned red, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Each and every one of them erupted, with all sorts of magical treasures and magical abilities falling down towards Ningyi like rain, and the radiant aura of light directly flooding the area where Ningyi was located. Boom boom. At once, Ningyi, who was originally evenly matched, fell into a disadvantage. Giggle. Suddenly, a sword aura flashed by. Put. Several heads flew up. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned, as someone turned against them and directly decimated the 3 heavens pride. Ningyi looked at the white-clothed young man who had struck out and was surprised, saying, Aren't you with them? Why did you kill them? The white-clothed boy held a long sword and laughed. It's true that they promised me a lot of favors, but I'm not in the same league as them, and people who use swords don't care to bully the few with the many. Yes, although Ningyi had never met the person in front of him, he felt that the person in front of him was very right. How about you and I kill these losers first, and then have a showdown? Good. The white boy nodded approvingly. The two of them hit it off, each looking for a few opponents and began to battle it out. If you help Emperor Qin, you're making enemies of the 100 dynasties in this continent. You're asking for death. Shang Yao bellowed at the white-clothed youth. The 3 dead and now the white-clothed youth had shared some of the firepower, making it difficult for her to counter Ningyi's ferocious offense, and her situation had become very difficult. Ha ha, you can't represent the 100 dynasties. The white-clothed youth laughed out loud, not afraid in the slightest. You. Shang Yao wanted to threaten the other party with the forces behind the white-clothed youth, but suddenly realized that she knew nothing about the guy in front of her, and she didn't even know the other party's name. It wasn't just Shang Yao. At this moment, none of the celestial pride in the ring, or even the countless number of the 100 dynasties, recognized the white-clothed youth in front of them, and as Qin Feng in the stands looked at the white-clothed youth, a rare color of interest appeared on his face. Immortal Execution Sword Intent. Chapter 38, The Great War Breaks Out. 5 Yuaning. In the ring, The white-clothed youth who had assisted Ning Yi had actually utilized the Immortal Execution Sword intent. In all the worlds, only the Sword Clan can sense the Immortal Execution Sword intent, and it never spreads out. Apart from Qin Feng, who had replicated the Immortal Punishing Sword with his heavy pupil, no other outsider had mastered the Immortal Punishing Sword intent. Interesting. A look of interest appeared on Qin Feng's face. The Immortal Execution Sword intent used by this white-clothed youth originated from him. Should have gotten that grass. Qin Feng thought easily. It should be the time he used a blade of grass to move the Immortal Execution Sword intent when he struck out at the Spirit Mountain Demon Subduing Tower. And then that blade of grass didn't dissipate between heaven and earth. And it was obtained by this guy. To be able to comprehend the Immortal Execution Sword intent with the sword intent left on a single blade of grass, even though it's still just an introduction, the natural talent is somewhat extraordinary. But, on the ring, the white-clothed youth's Immortal Execution Sword intent killing power was amazing, forcing several heavenly prides to retreat, seizing the opportunity to directly chop off one person's arm. Wow! Ning Yi did the same, and with the bloodshed demon technique coupled with the power of faith, his battle prowess was even stronger than that of the white-clothed young man, enveloping the blood pool that enveloped several people. In a matter of moments, the flesh and blood on several celestial prides' bodies were corroded, leaving them with nothing but white bones, and screams of misery were heard one after another. Stop! Beside Qin Feng, Shang Yin and other Yuaning realm powerhouses saw that their juniors were about to be buried and couldn't watch anymore, so they immediately rebuked them. At once, a mysterious ripple spread in all directions. Blaze even directly struck out, striking out a scorching flame, trying to kill Ning Yi and the white-clothed youth. Wow! Suddenly, Qin Feng waved his hand and demonic chi rolled out as a black curtain of light hung down from the void, isolating everything. Bang! The flames wielded by Blaze blasted on the black light curtain, exploding like fireworks, and the spiritual power heckling of the Shangyin Fu was also blocked by the black light curtain as much as possible. Ah! In the ring, screams rose and fell as a group of heavenly prides were heavily injured by Ning Yi and the white-clothed youth, precariously, and Shang Ya was even more miserable, stained by a pool of blood, her entire body rotting away so that she could only make out a human form. Stop it for me. Seeing the lives of his juniors hanging in the balance, Shang Yin and several other Yuaning realms were unable to calm down. Like a blazing fire, they directly made their moves, offering all sorts of treasures and techniques to blast at the black curtain, to break it open. Boom boom! The roar was unrelenting. A divine ability treasure art landed on the black curtain and exploded as much as it could, while the black curtain didn't move at all. Just like the strongest city wall in the world, the faces of the 5 Yuaning changed slightly. Emperor Qin, disperse this black curtain. Blaze was short-tempered and scolded sternly. Emperor Qin, what's between you and us? Don't spill over to the younger generation. Seeing that Shang Ya would die in Ning Yi's hands at any moment, Shang Yin angrily said, these people are the top celestial pride of the 100 dynasties and will be stepping into the 4 great immortal sects. If they die and the immortal sect blames them, you can't afford it. Since it's the great competition of heaven's pride, when it's their own solution, the swords have no eyes. Some casualties are unavoidable. You guys, or watch from here. Qin Feng smiled and opened his mouth. His tone was calm but filled with an ineffable domineering aura, almost as if he was explicitly saying that he alone was going to block the 5, and that no one could meddle in the Heaven's Pride grand competition with him around. Ah! Suddenly, screams rang out from the ring. The flame divine ability offered by a heavenly pride was shattered by the white-clothed youth with a sword and flew out horizontally, and when he landed, his body split into 2 halves from it. Emperor Qin, a Yuaning erupted, his face full of rage and killing intent like an ocean, sweeping towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as his demonic body bloomed with glittering precious light, and his killing intent was blocked out. Ah! Another miserable scream rang out as Shang Yao and several other celestial pride were enveloped by Ning Yi's blood pool. The blood pool continued to surge, and the several Shang Yao people were struggling madly inside, but this time it is not as lucky as before. After some struggle still cannot break the blood pool to get out of the trap. Eventually, the movement of resistance became smaller and smaller, and the churning pool of blood gradually returned to calm. A few white bones were spat out by the pool of blood. 8 of the 10 great celestial pride of the 100 dynasties have actually died. The countless cultivators on the viewing platform exclaimed in shock and disbelief. This was something that had never happened before. These 10 great heavenly prides, 5 of them are from the last 5 dynasties, and those 5 lords didn't come to their aid? A lot of people don't understand. In order to prevent the battle fluctuations from spilling over to the surrounding area, the ring was equipped with a prohibition, and the fluctuations inside could not be transmitted to the outside world. Similarly, outside means could not enter the Heaven's Pride ring. Not even the Jindan realm could do so. Only the 5 Yuaning realm powerhouses could do so. Hiss! Look! You guys! It was only then that someone noticed that there was a black curtain hanging down from the void at the highest position where the 5 Yuaning and Emperor Qin stood, isolating everything. It's not just the Heaven's Pride ring, a great battle is also happening inside the black curtain. The crowd exclaimed, Emperor Qin, you're looking for death. The descendant of the Heaven's Pride fell. The blaze hissed, furious to the extreme, and made a direct move. Hot flames erupted out, like ocean waves sweeping towards Qin Feng. Giggle. Qin Feng swung out his 6 paths reincarnation fist. Runes filled the air. Brilliant white light bloomed, and a white fist seal crushed and killed. Ah! The boundless flames were dispersed by the reincarnation fist seal and dissipated into spiritual light. The momentum of the reincarnation fist seal didn't decrease and it directly imprinted on Blaze, who screamed miserably as his entire body flew out horizontally. Blaze! The 4 Shangyin people changed color, looking at the blazing fire that flew out backwards, and then looking at Qin Feng who was sitting in his position with a calm expression, his face full of disbelief. Even though Gale was a bit careless, Qin Feng's strength was too appalling, that he had actually reached the level of a Yuaning and was able to send Gale flying. A small Yuaning? How dare you speak up in front of me? Qin Feng's face was expressionless. His voice could not be heard as happy or angry. However, in the ears of the several Shangyin people, it was like the sound of death, causing their hearts to tremble. The fact that Emperor Qin was able to injure Blaze with a single strike was completely beyond their expectations. Do it together, and subdue Emperor Qin. I don't know who opened their mouths and said something, but the 4 Yuaning immediately took action, offering all sorts of divine abilities, their spiritual light shining brightly, flooding the area as one divine ability suppressed towards Qin Feng. Giggle. Qin Feng continued to execute the 6 paths reincarnation fist, wide open, domineering to the extreme, the power of the ages swirling around. A fist mark inspired. Boom boom boom. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and space-time cracked, a spider web of cracks spreading out in all directions. What happened in there? The black curtain isolated everything, and the 100 Dynasties cultivators were unable to know what was happening inside. They could only hear the great commotion coming from inside, and at the moment, their hearts were in shock. 5 Yuaning against Qin Feng alone. Were there still variables? Ah! Within the black curtain, a pained look appeared on the face of Blaze, who was lying on the ground. It was true that the injuries he had received were not serious. However, the power of the ages attached to the reincarnation fist seal was rapidly consuming his lifespan, and no matter what means he used, he was unable to weed out this father of the ages, as if it had soaked into every cell in his body. Fortunately, he was at the Yuaning realm, and his longevity was still sufficient, so he could still hold out for a while. Emperor Qin, you will die today. The blaze hissed as a blazing flame ignited around his body, eventually directly transforming into a ball of divine fire as he killed towards Qin Feng. If he wanted to live and weed out the power of the ages from his body, he could only capture Emperor Qin. Chapter 39 Golden Divine Spear. The Divine Destruction Needle breaks all laws. The Great War broke out. The most powerful cultivators of the 100 Dynasties, 5 Yuaning powerhouses were besieging one person, while the person being besieged was not at the Yuaning realm, but only Jin Dan. Emperor Qin, what exactly did you get? A Yuaning realm questioned Qin Feng while offering up a magic treasure to blast at him. He was very confident that with 5 Yuaning dealing with Qin Huang alone, even if Qin Huang had heavenly means, he would have to bleed today. Buzz. Qin Feng did not say anything. His fingers were together, using his fingers as a sword. The Immortal Execution Sword intent was offered by him. A radiant sword chi filled the heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. Ah! This Yuaning screamed miserably as his divine ability was broken and half of his body was chopped off by the sword chi, blood rolling out. His the 4 Shangyin people sucked in a breath of cool air, sweat oozing from their foreheads. Qin Huang's strength was completely beyond their expectations. Where was this Jindan? You seem confident? Qin Feng performed the reincarnation fist, offered the Immortal Execution Sword intent, broke through a falling divine ability treasure art, and stepped forward, approaching towards the Yuaning that he had knocked away as if he were walking idly. Don't hold back. Use your strongest means. Shang Yin shouted. Rolling aura gushed out, his palms cupped and sealed. The runes were brilliant, suppressing down towards Qin Feng. The remaining few people also knew that if Qin Feng killed one of them, they would surely lose, and they all erupted with monstrous spiritual power to subdue Qin Feng. Wow! Qin Feng waved his big sleeve and the demonic chi rolled and condensed into a black shield, blocking the 4 from sacrificing everything they had. This was another form of the Xian Amber underworld, which could protect itself, with invincible defense, against all divine abilities. Emperor Qin, the severely injured Yuaning looked at Qin Feng approaching, his face pale and threatening. The people from the Immortal Sect who have come to guide the 100 Dynasties of Heaven's Pride this time, there are descendants of the old man. If you dare to kill the old man, he will never let you go. Is it your offspring? Hearing this, Qin Feng came to be interested and said, "What realm?"
When the severely injured Yuaning saw Qin Feng stop, he thought that Qin Feng was subdued by himself, and a proud look appeared on his face as he said, "He is a top-level powerhouse at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, and was just promoted to an elder of the Immortal Dance sect some time ago."
In other words, the 4 immortal sect elder levels are at the god transformation stage.
Qin Feng muttered to himself that this was similar to what he had expected, and his expression could not help but loosen up.
Emperor Qin,
although the 4 immortal sects ignore mundane affairs, they won't let the world go into chaos. You destroyed the 3 great imperial dynasties, went to war with the 100 dynasties, and now you've condoned your men to kill 8 heavenly pride. The 4 immortal sects will never let you off the hook.
The severely injured Genin laughed. Of course, it's not like you don't have a chance to live. Don't you master a faith cultivation method?
As long as you hand over the faith cultivation method to Old Man, and Old Man presents it to him, with Old Man's connections, you may still have a chance to live.
Emperor Qin.
It was no longer a secret that Emperor Qin had opened up the way of faith and ordained gods and officials on the Great Qin Ancestral Mountain. 6 great Qin generals of the Foundation Establishment realm borrowed the power of faith and erupted with Jindan battle power, which was even more shocking to the 100 Dynasty's 10 million allied forces.
Emperor Qin, handing over the law of faith is your only choice today.
Giggle.
Qin Feng's fingertip lightly tapped the void. The white sword chi shattered the void.
The voice of the severely injured Yuaning abruptly ended. The smile on his face froze,
and blood sprayed from his brow. With you, how dare you make me choose?
Qin Feng was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. Since he knew the strength of the 4 immortal sects, he didn't need to worry too much and turned his head to look at these 4 people.
Emperor Qin.
When the several Shangyin people saw this scene, their faces turned white and sweat rolled down.
Shangyin, where's your god-extinguishing needle?
A Yuaning realm was shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying methods and developed a desire to retreat, asking Shangyin to break through the black curtain with the god-destroying needle. However, Shangyin's next reply made him despair.
The god-extinguishing needle broke this black curtain yesterday and was taken away by Emperor Qin.
What?
Hearing this,
several Yuaning's faces turned ashen.
Boom! Just then, the black curtain shook violently,
as if the sky had collapsed, and a huge mouth appeared on the black curtain.
Go!
When the 4 Shangyin people saw this scene, they were overjoyed and immediately flew out of the cave entrance.
Ancestor, are you guys okay?
Seeing the 4 fly out,
a group of Jindan realm cultivators surrounded them. Many people knew that the black curtain was the Qin Emperor's means.
Seeing that the black curtain isolated everything, coupled with the fact that the 8 heavenly prides had been beheaded, Shangyin and the other 5 did not come out, the upper 5 dynasty cultivators were worried, and so they united with the 100 dynasties of Jindan to combine their efforts before blasting the black curtain out of the way.
4 lords, where is my family's old ancestor? A group of Jindan realm cultivators stared at the mouth on the black curtain,
and after staring for half a day they didn't see their own ancestors come out, so they couldn't help but feel a sense of panic.
Wow! Suddenly, the black curtain collapsed, cracks spread,
and the black curtain turned into countless mists and dispersed. Qin Feng appeared in the crowd's field of vision, and at his feet was a corpse.
Old ancestor!
A group of Jindan cultivators cried out in sorrow.
Emperor Qin decapitated a Yuaning.
Countless cultivators exclaimed in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Huang had actually killed a Yuaning with his Jindan realm cultivation, and he was still facing 5 Yuanyings.
Your Majesty!
Ningyi was thrilled to see the scene, and his taut heart finally relaxed.
Your Majesty, the Qin Emperor, is just too unbelievable.
The white-clothed youth looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the distance, his eyes filled with scorching heat.
You know His Majesty?
Ningyi suddenly asked, even though the white-clothed youth had made a move to help.
Ningyi,
who was the commander of the brocade guards, was still observing the other party, because the other party's strikes were really a bit out of the ordinary, and now the reaction of the white-clothed youth validated his suspicions.
Brother Ning,
don't worry, I have absolutely no ill will towards His Majesty the Qin Emperor,
only admiration.
The white-clothed youth heard Ningyi's meaning and explained with an unconcerned smile.
Emperor Qin, truly a good tactic.
No wonder he dared to step into my Shang capital alone. Shangyin looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of scorn. Even though he had gotten out of the blackness, he still had a pang of fear.
Feng, if Emperor Qin had targeted him,
it would have been him lying on the ground.
Listen to my orders, 100 dynasties Jindan cultivators, strike together and kill Emperor Qin.
Giggle.
Hundreds of Jindan cultivators rose up in the air, densely packed, enveloping Qin Feng. Hundreds of Jindan formations. It's difficult for you.
Qin Feng swept a glance and could tell that the location where these hundreds of Jindans were located conformed to a certain pattern.
Emperor Qin, I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to use this tactic, but you've really given me too many surprises. Shang Yin said. There's no need to talk to him. Just kill him, Blaze bellowed. And of all the people, he was the one who was the most anxious. He was injured by the reincarnation fist seal, and his longevity had been draining away. His black hair becoming patchy white and his skin gradually drying up, so he couldn't support himself for much longer. Wow! Fiery Flame's flame avatar killed. And the 3 Shang Yin people also sacrificed their treasure arts. Giggle! Qin Feng swung his reincarnation fist and fought with the 3. Madaka! Above the void, hundreds of Jindans struck out in unison, their spiritual energy converging in one place and transforming into a golden divine spear 100 feet tall. When this gun came out, time and space seemed to freeze. Qin Feng's movements also slowed down by a few points, as if a mysterious force was pulling him. Emperor Qin, you will die today. Gale sensed Qin Feng's change and laughed maniacally as his attack became even more ferocious. Buzz! Above the void, 100 feet of golden divine spear coalesced and completed, its aura becoming more and more terrifying. Next moment, the golden divine spear was like a golden lightning bolt that broke through the void and suppressed towards Qin Feng. Giggle! Qin Feng's demeanor remained calm and unhurried as he alternately executed the 6 paths reincarnation fist and immortal execution sword intent with one hand to fend off the 4 people's furious storm of attacks. At the same time, his other hand was held out into the void, and the rolling demonic chi transformed into a black light curtain, centered on his palm and rapidly spreading towards the surroundings. Boom boom! A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth. 100 feet of golden divine spear blasted onto the black light curtain. In an instant, the sharpest head of the golden god gun pierced a few points, and then a crack spread toward the surrounding. Click sound. The black light curtain broken. The golden divine spear blasted at Qin Feng's palm. A terrifyingly huge force was transmitted. Qin Feng's entire body was forced back by this huge force until it was thousands of meters before it stopped. A gully appeared in the earth under his feet. 100 Zun Jindan cloth formation. It's really something extraordinary. A drop of blood oozed from Qin Feng's palm. Emperor Qin, no matter if it's in terms of battle prowess or natural talent, you can be said to be the strongest in the 100 dynasties for countless years, but for you to dare to set foot in my Shang capital, you're just looking for death. A smile appeared on Shang Yin's face when he saw that Qin Feng was injured. Wow! Countless divine abilities and precious arts fell. Above the void, another 100 feet golden spear coalesced out, carrying the boundless killing power towards the town. Brush! Qin Feng's eyes blossomed with divine light. His heavy pupils flowed. Everything in the world was slowing down, and the 100-foot golden god gun that was falling at breakneck speed likewise became strangely slow. This was the heavy pupil parsing, and the laws of the golden god gun had no hidden secrets under the heavy pupil. Giggle! Qin Feng's palm spread out, space rippled, and a small, unobtrusive needle hung in his palm. Qin Feng waved his hand and the small needle disappeared into the void, and when it reappeared, it was already in the air and the golden divine spear collided head-on. Boom! The tip of the golden god gun was pierced through, and the small black needles didn't enter the golden god gun, going all the way upwards, eventually piercing through it, and the golden god gun turned into countless golden particles that dissipated. God-destroying needle. Shang Yin's color changed. No one knew better than him what this was. It was just that what he could not comprehend was that the power that the god-extinguishing needle erupted within Qin Feng's hands was far beyond what it was in his hands. Put! The god-exterminating needle rushed up to the sky, aiming directly at hundreds of Jindan. These Jindan cultivators wanted to use the power of the formation to try to fix the god-exterminating needle. However, the movement of the small black needle was too bizarre, silently blending into the void, and could not be confined at all. Rushing into the hundreds of cultivators, a one-sided massacre began. Small black needles appeared and disappeared, passing through the solar plexus of each Jindan cultivator, and a succession of miserable screams rang out. The formation is broken. The 4 Shang Yin people looked at the Jindan corpses that were falling from the air in pieces, and their bodies were chilled to the bone. For Yuaning plus hundreds of Jindan couldn't kill Qin Huang. What kind of monster was this? Giggle! As Qin Feng raised his hand, runes filled the air and demonic chi rolled out, shattering several treasure arts and landing directly on a Yuaning. Ah! This Yuaning screamed miserably. His chest exploded. His heart was all but smashed, and he flew out horizontally. Chapter 40, Killing 5 Yuaning. Another Yuaning was killed. 5 Yuanings had already died in Qin Feng's hands, 2 of them, and of the remaining 3, Blaze had also been seriously injured and had turned from middle-aged to a windswept old man. How could Emperor Qin be so terrifying? Countless cultivators exclaimed in shock and incomparable horror. The 5 sects of Yuaning plus hundreds of Jindan were unable to suppress Emperor Qin, and were instead slaughtered by him. Shang Yin, don't you have a final layout? Blaze's hoarse voice hissed. His lifespan was truly being depleted and he was about to fall. Most anxious. Shang Yin, quickly utilize your final layout. The other Yuaning was also urging, his expression incomparably terrified. This was because he realized that Emperor Qin's gaze had landed on him after killing a Yuaning. Shang Yin's face was hesitant, his eyes full of struggle, but at the urging of several people, he came down hard, looked in the direction of the Shang Palace, and said, "On my command, activate the killing formation." Wow! In the direction of the Shang Palace, a pillar of blood-colored light shot up into the sky. A huge blood-colored pentagram rune slowly rose into the air, and a horrifying bloodborne aura swept across the heavens and earth. Bam! Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. In the distant sky, the densely packed iron horsemen of the Great Shan came out of the horizon, sweeping in like black clouds, and stepping into the blood-colored pentagram as much as they could. The aura of these soldiers is climbing. Countless cultivators were stunned when they saw this scene. The realm of the soldiers who had only just stepped onto the cultivation path and were no more than the first or second level of body forging was unexpectedly climbing rapidly. Potential stimulation formation. Qin Feng easily gained insight into the nature of this pentagram and faintly said, forcing the potential to forcefully raise their realm. Every moment it lasts, their life force will consume several years of their lifespan, and no matter what the end result is, they will be reduced to a wasted person. Taking 10 million pawns against me, you guys are willing to give it up. This kind of potential stimulating array was very low level in Qin Feng's eyes. He knew of hundreds of similar means, no matter which one was more advanced than this array. Emperor Qin, would a lord like you also show compassion? Shang Yin sneered. What's wrong with having some sacrifices as long as I can kill you? Emperor Qin, 10 million cultivators are coming out at the same time. You'll definitely die today. Blaze laughed maniacally. Such a large number of cultivators, not to mention anything else, even if they let Emperor Qin kill them, they would not be able to finish killing them. Shang Yin, make them do it. Make your move and kill Emperor Qin. Shang Yin ordered in a cold voice. Yes, 10 million soldiers replied, with a magnificent momentum, their voices like oceans, shaking the heavens. Brush it off. The reddened eyes of the 10 million soldiers looked towards Qin Feng. Each 10,000 people were an army, their breaths converging and transforming into a pillar of blood chi light, cutting through the void and slashing down towards Qin Feng. Thousands of blood-colored light pillars covered the area where Qin Feng was located, and the terrifying killing power even caused space and time to freeze. Qin Feng's form was imprisoned, and the surroundings were like a quagmire. Even though this potential stimulation array was very low level in Qin Feng's opinion, the power gathered by 10 million soldiers could not be ignored. Emperor Qin, what should you do with such power? Shang Yin seemed to have seen the scene of Qin Feng being chopped into pieces by 1,000 pillars of light and laughed. Isn't that black curtain avatar of yours very strong? Let's see if it can withstand these. Giggle. Qin Feng waved his big sleeve. Rolling ghost chi gushed out from his sleeve, and an unjust soul flew out, hanging behind Qin Feng. 1, 10, 100, 100,000, a million, a million. It is? The crowd looked at the countless ghosts behind Qin Feng that were densely packed and gathered into a black cloud, their scalps tingling with shock. With so many unjust souls, and still all of them having realms in their possession. Among them there were even ghosts of the Foundation establishment and Jindan realms. How did Emperor Qin get so many ghosts and monsters? How is that possible? Several of Shang Yin's faces changed in disbelief. How can you possibly manipulate so many ghosts and goblins? Hundreds of dynasties. There is no lack of demonic cultivators to manipulate ghosts and spirits. But the manipulation of these things is extremely costly consciousness and strength of mind. Ordinary cultivators can manipulate dozens of ghosts and spirits is already the limit. That is, the realm of the Yuaning can only be manipulated by nearly 1,000 spirits. But what kind of terror is this for Emperor Qin? The number of densely packed grievous souls behind them definitely numbered in the tens of millions. Go! Qin Feng naturally would not explain to these people. His voice was flat as he gave orders to the millions of ghosts behind him. Ooh-hoo! 10 million ghosts howled, like a black ocean spanning the sky, and met the 1,000 red pillars of light. Pffffffffff. These red pillars of light, after all, were formed by the convergence of 10,000 armies, and their power was not bad, and one by one, the unjust souls were chopped to pieces by the red pillars of light. But soon, the decimated unjust souls re-emerged, unharmed, and instead, the red light pillars were consumed and worn out. 10 million unjust souls rushed into the Shang Palace and began to slaughter up, even though these soldiers of the Great Shang had inspired their potential. But in front of these strange and unpredictable ghosts and monsters, there was no resistance, and for a while, there were screams. The several Shining people saw the scene and their faces turned pale. This was the last layout, and surprisingly, it couldn't help Emperor Qin. Buzz. Qin Feng sacrificed his immortal execution sword intent and chopped at the 3 Shangyin people. Put. Shang Yin along with another Yuaning struggled to resist, While Blaze was seriously injured by the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, his lifespan was depleted, his battle power decreased, and he was directly beheaded by Qin Feng with a sword chi. Another Yuaning fell. Shang Yin's pupils shrunk violently and his body went cold as he watched the hellish scene of 10 million ghosts and monsters going on a killing spree in the direction of the Shang Palace. His heart was overwhelmed with remorse. Why did he provoke the Qin Emperor? Giggle. The other Yuaning was even more terrified, and even directly turned into a spirit light and fled into the distance. Wow! Qin Feng performed the rock technique, and a golden winged silhouette appeared behind him, like a golden lightning bolt cutting through the void and disappearing into the sky. A few breaths later, a body fell from the void into the earth, and Qin Feng fell with it. 5 Yuaning. 4 fell. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. Qin Feng, is this really the golden pill? Emperor Qin, you have won today. Shang Yin looked in the direction of the Shang Palace and prayed, but they are innocent. Can we keep them alive? Buzz. Qin Feng did not say anything. His fingertip punishing immortal sword intent coalesced, and its meaning was already self-evident. Emperor Qin, my great Shang imperial family also has a heavenly pride that has joined the immortal sect. Shang Yin finally realized Emperor Qin's ruthlessness and decisiveness and hissed a threat. If you dare to slaughter my Shang Palace's royal family, you will surely. Put. Qin Feng waved his hand. A sword chi broke through the void. Shang Yin's head exploded. Red and white things splattered, and his voice came to an abrupt end. The 5 Yuaning lords of the 100 dynasties were all killed by Emperor Qin. Countless cultivators looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the air, their faces filled with horror and incomparable shock. The 5 Yuaning gathered hundreds of Jindan and 10 million soldiers from the 100 dynasties to suppress Emperor Qin, and now they were countered by Emperor Qin. Among the mortals, who else is a match for Emperor Qin? Congratulations to Emperor Qin. There were already quite a few cultivators who recognized the situation and began to congratulate them. Qin Feng ignored these sounds of congratulations and instead looked to the east, muttering to himself, Immortal Sect Higher Power. Is it here? Chapter 41, The Immortal Sect's Visitors. A sword cuts down a transformation god. The Shang capital is 100 miles away. The 4 luxurious immortal boats quickly travel through the void, heading towards the Shang capital. On the 4 flying boats, the words Heavenly Sword, Cloudy Sky, Immortal Dan, and Demon Spirit Sect were inscribed. If Shang Yin's few Yuaning had seen these 4 flying boats, they would definitely be thrilled beyond measure, because these 4 flying boats represented none other than the most powerful forces in this heaven and earth, the 4 immortal sects. I wonder if, this time, a few good seedlings will come out of the 100 dynasties. On the flying boat of the Immortal Dan sect, a young man wearing a yellow robe with the word Dan written on his body looked at the flying boat on the side and laughed. Shang Yu, isn't there a young princess of your great Shang generation who has good qualifications? The qualification is indeed still good. If we take it into the sect and cultivate it properly, we will have a chance to step into the god of transformation in the future. A smile appeared on Shang Yu's face, and he had heard something about this junior. It was said that at less than 20 years old, he had already stepped into the 8th level of foundation establishment, and even in his Yunxiao sect, he could be called a heavenly pride. A conversation ensued. Not that the two were on good terms. Rather, it was because of the 4 major immortal sects. Only the Immortal Dan sect and the Cloud sect seemed relatively normal. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect were as addicted to swords as they were to life, and they hardly ever interacted with bystanders. The Devil Spirit sect, on the other hand, was the Devil's Way, and was even more at odds with the other 3 immortal sects. Sure. You followed me here this time to repay that kid for saving your life? On the Demon Spirit sect's flying boat, the middle-aged beauty looked at the young girl beside her. Lin Shirshir shook her head and said, earlier, the disciple has sent out a few maids to go forward and help him with his troubles. Although those maids didn't do anything, but the disciple has already made what should be done. This favor, herein the disciple has already ended. Oh, then what are you looking for that kid for? The middle-aged beauty was satisfied with her disciple's answer. That kid's qualifications are mediocre. He's about to turn 20 and is still only at the forging realm. With his qualifications, I'm afraid that he won't be able to step into chi refining in his life without a special chance. But my disciple's maid went to the Great Qin dynasty only to find out that brat had actually stepped into the foundation establishment realm and had also killed 5 foundation establishment and Great Qin royal lords who were about to step into the Jindan realm with the power of 1 person. Lin Shirshir said. How long before and after this? The middle-aged beauty didn't care too much. There was no shortage of strange encounters in this world. About a month. Hearing these words, the middle-aged beauty's expression suddenly became grave. 1 month's time, from forging the body to building the foundation. Not to mention the mundane imperial dynasty, even the true disciples of the 4 great immortal sects did not have this kind of terrifying cultivation speed. What's more, that kid is still a waste with mediocre qualifications. Sure. Later on, you go directly to the Great Qin dynasty and make sure to capture that brat. The middle-aged beautiful woman lowered her voice and said, that kid is bound to have a big secret on him. Who? Suddenly, angry voices rang out. Shan Yu's face was incredibly gloomy, and his eyes seemed to be about to spit out flames. What's going on? The middle-aged beauty and Lin Shirshir were stunned as they looked at the sight of the Xanadu in front of them. 10 million unjust souls were on a killing spree. Corpses were everywhere. Blood dyed the earth red, and blood chi rose, coloring the sky red. An apocalyptic scene. Buzz. Right at this moment, the crisp sound of a sword chime resounded through the heavens and earth. Boom! A 10,000-foot sword she chopped down from the void, and the demon spirit Sect's immortal boat was instantly sliced from it and split into two halves. It was so sudden that no one reacted. On the flying boat, a group of disciples from the demon spirit sect were directly ground into pieces by the sword chi. Ah! The middle-aged beautiful woman from the devil spirit sect screamed miserably as half of her head was chopped off and blood flowed out in rivulets. Brush! The void rippled. Qin Feng stepped out from it and landed beside the middle-aged beauty, decisively offering another immortal execution sword chi. With a poof, the middle-aged woman's head exploded. The eyes of the 100 Dynasties cultivators widened, filled with horror and shock. Is Emperor Qin crazy? How dare you take the initiative to make a move against the 4 immortal sects? What was even more appalling was that Emperor Qin had directly overwritten an immortal boat. Qin Feng landed on half of the flying boat with a calm expression and didn't strike anymore. Under a sneak attack, it was already good enough to accumulate immortal execution sword intent to behead a transformation god. With these 3 transformation gods from the remaining 3 great clans on guard, a sneak attack would be unrealistic. He swept his gaze across the flying boat and finally landed on a corpse. His palm grasped it and the corpse was taken into his hands. That sword chi of mine is enough to kill a transformation god. Yet you didn't die. It seems you have a secret on you. Cough. Brother Qin. It's me. Lin Shirshir's neck was locked. Her face flushed red, and her voice stuttered. The moment. Lin Shirshir's heart was already in shock. Jin Dan. This fellow Qin Feng had actually stepped into the Jin Dan, and he was still at the peak of the 9th level of the Jin Dan. A year ago this guy was still just a body-forging realm mole cricket. And in just a year's time, he crossed 3 great realms, unheard of in the ancient times. What shocked her even more was that this fellow was able to burst out with such terrifying battle power, decimating the transformation god realm. Qin, brother Qin, don't you remember me? You saved me a year ago. Lin Shirshir attempted to use this to draw closer to Qin Feng, and in her heart, she was incomparably glad that the words she had spoken to her master had not fallen into Qin Feng's ears. I'm asking you a question. You should answer. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. His palm exerted force, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. Lin Shirshir's neck was directly pinched and her head gradually drooped down, finally looking at Qin Feng with eyes full of disbelief. We're old friends, aren't we? Why? Qin Feng casually tossed the body aside, as if he were throwing garbage. This woman, it seems, is a bit stupid. It was the original who saved her. She owed the original, not the original owed her. So what's the point of bringing it up? Jin Dan. Shang Yu and the Immortal Dan sect youth looked at the Qin Feng in front of them with incomparable fear, but when they saw Qin Feng's realm, they both froze a bit. Jin Dan realm? The middle-aged beautiful woman from the Devil Spirit sect was a transformation god. A Jin Dan crossed 2 great realms and killed the god of transformation? It's a no-brainer. So it seems that Shang Du these are your doing. Shang Yu said coldly, suppressing his anger. Giggle. Without a word, Qin Feng raised his hand and offered the immortal execution sword intent. Seek death. Shan Yu's expression was ice-cold. His palm blossomed with thunderous light. Runes filled the air, and a thunder blade swept across the sky. Boom! A great collision erupted as the immortal execution sword intent and the thunder blade blasted together. The brilliant spiritual light exploded, and space and time shattered in all directions. So far, this was the first time that someone had been able to block the immortal execution sword intent. Qin Feng was not surprised. The divine transformation realm surpassed the Jin Dan by 2 great realms. The difference was too great. In any other Jin Dan realm, just a single breath from the divine transformation realm would be enough to leave it in the dust. Giggle. Qin Feng performed the rock technique, a pair of golden wings surfacing on his back as he substituted his finger for his sword, alternating between the immortal execution sword intent and the 6 paths reincarnation fist. Something that doesn't know what it's doing. Shan Yu snorted coldly, his killing intent nearly condensing into substance. The thunder light around his body crackled, transforming into a thunderous lightning bolt as he killed towards Qin Feng. It's a big fight. Above the void, the golden light and the thunder light kept colliding, and within a very short period of time they had exchanged hands thousands of times. Chapter 42, Jin Dan battles transformation god. Heavenly sword Sect sword cold heaven. Boom! In the void,
The golden light and the thunder light simultaneously retreated thousands of meters after countless great collisions.
The realm difference is too much, and the demonic body has only metamorphosed once. After some exchanges,
Qin Feng understood that it wasn't too easy for him to try to kill a transformation spirit head-on with his current battle power.
And in front of them, there were enough 3 transformers. Who the hell are you?
Shang Yu stared at Qin Feng with a huge shock in his heart.
It was unimaginable that he, a great power at the God transformation realm, could not suppress a Jin Dan.
All the way through his cultivation so far, he had never been the one to cross the border to kill his enemies, and now there was actually someone who could cross the border to fight him. Shang Yu would never believe that there would be such a heavenly pride in this side of heaven and earth.
Are you from the upper realm? The youth from the Immortal Dance sect suddenly asked. He's the great Qin Imperial Lord. In the Shang Palace,
the Shang Emperor hissed and told Qin Feng where he came from.
You're really from this side of the world.
Shang Yu was shocked when she heard what Qin Feng had done in the past year.
In a year's time, from the body forging realm into the Jindan,
and has the combat power of the body transformation realm.
What kind of demon is this? Nope, this is not something that can be explained by the word evil.
This kid has a great secret on him. Perhaps he can change the predicament of our clan, break open this heaven and earth and strike together to suppress him. Shang Ying knew that he could not suppress Qin Feng by himself alone, and had to get the Immortal Dan sect and the Heavenly Sword sect to join him. The young man from the Immortal Dan sect was very curious about the secrets in Qin Feng's body and stepped in the void, appearing behind him. As for the Heavenly Sword sect's flying boat, the young man with a knife-like face and a cold expression stood at the head of the immortal boat, holding a long sword in his arms as he gazed at Qin Feng without the intention of making a move. Shang Yu looked at the white-clothed youth and said,
Jian Hantian, aren't you going to make a move?
It's just a matter of a transformation spirit striking out at a Jindan, but to bully the few with the many,
this kind of thing, I can't do,
Jian Hantian said expressionlessly.
In one sentence,
Shang Yu and the Immortal Dan sect youth were scolded, and their faces were a bit ugly. Qin Feng instead looked at this fellow named Jian Hantian with interest.
Jian Hantian looked at Qin Feng and said, I won't make a move today, and if you don't die, I'll come and fight you in January. I don't like your attitude,
Qin Feng said lightly.
However, in a month's time, I will keep you alive.
Jian Hantian gave Qin Feng a serious look and surprisingly did not retort. He directly dropped down from the flying boat and came into the Heaven's Pride ring, his gaze sweeping over the traces of sword chi around the ring as his eyes landed on the white-clothed youth.
These sword chi, are they your doing? The young man in white nodded. Jian Hantian said, would you like to join my Heavenly Sword sect? The white-clothed youth glanced at the black dragon-robed figure in the void, wanting to reject Jian Chantian.
Even though the Heavenly Sword sect was one of the 4 great immortal sects, in the eyes of the white-clothed youth,
it was far inferior to Emperor Qin.
The fact that a single blade of grass was able to cast a sword chi and kill a Jindan left a deep imprint in his heart.
That's right.
He was the same Kul Sun Ya who had picked up the grass that Qin Feng had used to execute the immortal execution sword intent outside the Vajra temple. It was also with this grass that he comprehended part of the immortal execution sword intent, leaping from a great Qin genius to 100 dynasties' heavenly pride. It was precisely for this reason that he was well aware of Emperor Qin's terror. Participating in the 100 Dynasties competition was also a way to get into the eyes of the Qin Emperor and join Great Qin.
Promise him.
Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. The white-clothed youth was violently startled, and he suddenly realized that Emperor Qin was looking at him.
What? You don't want to? Jian Hantian was surprised to see Yiguiqing's silence. In the 100 Dynasties,
he didn't know how many sword cultivators' lifelong pursuit was to join the Heavenly Sword sect,
and the little guy in front of him even hesitated.
No. It's just that I've just killed quite a few Heaven's Pride.
Will this have an effect? Kulsunya found a reason to explain his hesitation,
telling the story of Ningyi being surrounded by the crowd of Celestial Pride, and then he stepped in to help Ningyi.
No harm done.
When Jian Hantian heard what Yi Gucheng said,
he appreciated him even more and said,
what my Heavenly Sword sect disdains the most is bullying the few with the many, and the fact that you are fearless of the forces of the 100 Dynasties shows that the heart of the Sword Tao is sturdy,
and fits my Heavenly Sword sect very well. Talking at the same time, Jian Hantian even glanced at Ningyi on the side.
He even wanted to include Ningyi in the Heavenly Sword sect, but in the end it was just a thought. Ningyi did not cultivate the Sword Tao and was still under Emperor Qin's command, making him unsuitable to join the Heavenly Sword sect.
Go!
Jian Hantian transformed into a swordlight and returned to the top of the immortal boat, and after Yi Kucheng bid farewell to Ningyi, he also followed Jian Hantian.
Subsequently,
the Heavenly Sword sect's immortal boat left directly.
The Heavenly Sword sect is leaving this way?
The 100 Dynasties cultivators were stunned. The Heavenly Sword sect was acting too oddly. The Qin Emperor had rebelled against the world, and had also sneak attacked and killed the fiendish spirit sect's transformation god realm elder, who was also a member of the 4 great immortal sects.
And the Heavenly Sword sect had even directly left without caring. This is the style of behavior of the Heavenly Sword sect, the purest existence among the 4 immortal sects, only pursuing power. The rest is unimportant to them. Someone with some knowledge of the Heavenly Sword sect explained. This guy. Shan Yu and the Immortal Dan sect youth looked at the departing Heavenly Sword sect flying boat with great displeasure. However, 2 transformers were enough to decapitate this brat. Do it! Electricity arcs flickered around Shang Yu's body and his black hair raised, just like a god controlling thunder, as he killed towards Qin Feng. Dang! The youth from the Immortal Dan sect offered a golden medicinal cauldron. Strands of golden mist entwined in various runes filled the air as it smashed down towards Qin Feng. Giggle! Qin Feng's heavy pupils operated. His palms pinched seals, and various divine abilities were offered, directly battling with the 2 transformation god realms. Boom! The golden tripod's divine might was astonishing, directly shattering several black curtains in front of Qin Feng. Golden mist dropping down as Qin Feng flew out horizontally. Kill! Brilliant lightning flashed as Shang Yu attacked, his palm transforming into thunder as he slapped at Qin Feng's head. Giggle! Qin Feng executed the rock technique, his body weaving in and out of the void as his heavy pupils blossomed with divine light. Boom! Qin Feng once again flew backwards. 2 goddess of transformation realms joining forces was too powerful, and the Jindan realm was ultimately too different from the goddess of transformation. Even though Qin Feng was armed with many divine abilities, his demonic body had ultimately only metamorphosed once, and being able to battle 1 transformation god was already the limit, and he simply didn't stand a chance against the enemy too. Kid, you're going to die today. Shan Yu's tone was grim as he glanced in the direction of the Shang Palace, his killing intent intensifying as he approached towards Qin Feng. Little friend, I'm interested in you. The youth from the Immortal Dan sect laughed. Your experience is legendary. Can you sit down and talk about it? Informing you how you cultivated. It would be a great merit for you, for me, and even for this heaven and earth as well as hundreds of millions of cultivators. Although the Immortal Dan sect youth was saying this, his movements did not stop as he held up the golden medicinal cauldron and approached towards Qin Feng. Want to know how I cultivate? Qin Feng laughed. I will fulfill your wishes. Wow! Brilliant white light erupted from Qin Feng's body as a small golden-colored streamer flew out from Qin Feng's brow. Chapter 43, Billions of Faith Power Added. The small golden streamer flew out from Qin Feng's brow and rose into the air, blazing white light spilling down, reflecting the entire Xanadu into white. In the name of Emperor Qin, I order the power of great Qin's faith to converge. Qin Feng spoke indifferently, but exuded an unrivaled majesty and dominance. The moment. Qin Feng's voice rang in the ears of hundreds of millions of great Qin subjects. It's your majesty. The hundreds of millions of children of great Qin were excited and cheered in unison. My lord, see the Qin Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The white power of faith rose from within the hundreds of millions of sons and daughters of great Qin. Within the great Qin territory, countless channels of white light rose, magnificent and grand, instantly spanning countless distances, appearing above the Xanadu and converging into the human emperor's streamer. Wow! The white light of the human emperor streamer erupted, coloring the area white as a pillar of radiant light dangled down and disappeared into Qin Feng's body. Stop him! Shan Yu bellowed. He didn't know about the power of faith, but he clearly felt that the small golden streamer in the air wasn't simple, and after the drooping white light fell into Qin Feng's body, Qin Feng's aura was rapidly climbing. Giggle! Shan Yu struck out. The sky and earth changed color, the wind swirled and countless lightning bolts dangled down towards Qin Feng, and the terrifying thunder runes drowned him out. Immortal Dan sect youth catalyzed the golden tripod. Golden fog dense, as if a wisp of fog will have the weight of 10,000 pounds. Space and time click ringing, smashed down on the Qin Feng. Brush. Billions of faith power was integrated into his body, and Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, the white light in Qin Feng's eyes was eye-catching, like 2 great white suns. Looking at the thunder splitting down on the void, Qin Feng's palms spread out and the power of faith erupted, rushing up to the sky like a great river. Boom! 10,000 lightning bolts were washed away by the white light. Qin Feng's palm slapped the void, and radiant white ripples spread out in all directions. Dang! The golden medicine cauldron shook tremendously, and the golden mist was directly dispersed. How? Possibly. The Immortal Dan sect youth looked at the golden tripod flying out horizontally and exclaimed in shock. Giggle! Qin Feng performed the rock technique, like a white meteor that traveled through the void, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows. This speed! Shan Yu's face suddenly changed as he looked at the incoming killing figure. Qin Feng's speed increased several times compared to before. Brush! Qin Feng's palms dazzled with the power of faith and were shrouded in runes as he slapped one after another, the terrifying might causing the surrounding void to continuously collapse. Boom! Brilliant light flooded space and time. The white power of faith and the power of thunder constantly collided. Roars resounded through the heavens and earth, and runes filled the sky. Bang! The young man from the Immortal Dan sect also joined the battle. He did not join on his own accord but was forced into it by Qin Feng. The golden tripod continuously emitted a buzzing sound and palm prints had already appeared on the body of the tripod. Emperor Qin is fighting 1 against 2. The 100 Dynasties cultivators looked at the area in the void where the spiritual light exploded and cried out in shock. It's just too amazing. The Golden Dan Realm's Qin Huan was actually fighting with the 2 immortal sect transformation deities. So strong that he was actually in the upper hand, suppressing the immortal sect's 2 transformation deities. Why has this kid suddenly improved so much? Shang Yu jerked back, his face full of horror. He was surprisingly suppressed and lightly injured by Qin Feng, and was blasted several times by Qin Feng's palm imprints. At first there hadn't been much of a reaction, but now there was a churning inside him, a mysterious force interfering with him. What was even more terrifying was that his sea of consciousness seemed to be infested with countless stray thoughts hissing. What kind of tactic is this? The situation of the Divine Dan Sect's youth was even worse. His face was pale, his divine sense was confused, and his control over his body was out of order. It's the power of faith. In the Shang Palace, the Shang Emperor was terrified when he saw that the 2 were not in the right state. If something goes wrong with these 2 people, the great merchant is going to be completely destroyed today. And hastily reminded, Emperor Qin has opened up the way of faith, which can bring together the power of faith of hundreds of millions of great Qin subjects to converge on his body. The way of faith. After Shang Yu and the Divine Dan sect youths heard this, their faces even changed drastically as they looked at Qin Feng with fear in their eyes. The reason why the 4 immortal sects are isolated from the world and do not get involved in mundane things is because the cause and effect in the mundane is too heavy. It's as if there is a rule in this world. However, anyone who is an official in the mortal world and is associated with the Imperial Dynasty will be twice as successful in their cultivation. As for the Lord of the Imperial Dynasty, the cultivation is even more bumpy and incomparable. Can step into the Jin Dan realm are incomparably rare. As for the Yuanying realm, thousands of years, the 100 dynasties of the Imperial Lord, there is no one who has stepped into the Yuanying realm. How the hell did you do that? The youth of the Immortal Dan sect was incomparably shocked. Gathering the faith of hundreds of millions of people in one's body and turning a disadvantage into a benefit. This is a shocking change that will change the pattern of this heaven and earth. If the way of faith was truly opened up, the 4 immortal sects would no longer need to avoid the world and hide from karma, but could instead cultivate with the help of the hundreds of millions of people in this heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the Immortal Dan sect youth trembled a little with excitement. Look out, Araraji, what are you doing? Shang Yu looked at Arashir Jik, who was mortared in place with an intoxicated smile on his face, and voiced a reminder. It's the power of faith. Laji jolted awake, his back wet with cold sweat. With his state of mind, he would never be able to drop his guard while fighting. It was the billions of distracting thoughts caught in the power of faith that disturbed him. Suddenly, Laji felt an awe-inspiring killing intent behind him and hastily urged the golden tripod to defend against it. Dang! Blazing white light erupted as Qin Feng slapped his palm and the golden tripod was directly sent flying by him. Qin Feng used his finger instead of his sword and offered the immortal execution sword intent, and with a poof sound, a head flew up. Emperor Qin, he's killed another transformation god. Everyone was stunned, looking at the falling bodies with unbelievable heartbreak and disbelief. Following the sneak attack that decapitated the demon spirit sect's elder, Emperor Qin had decapitated a transformation god in a head-on engagement. The Imperial Lord of a mortal Imperial Dynasty beheading an immortal sect elder was something that had never happened before. Giggle. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. After killing a transformation god, he did not have any emotional fluctuations as his gaze fell on Shang Yu on the other side. As Shang Yu looked at the corpse of the separated Arashir Jik, a chill surged from his heels to the back of his head. The Arashikage of the spirit transformation realm died just like that. What frightened him even more was Qin Feng. Too calm. Jin Dan decapitating a transformation god, crossing 2 great realms to decapitate an enemy. If it were anyone else, even he would be incomparably thrilled and excited. But the person in front of him was calm to the extreme, as if he had done something trivial and insignificant, and that was the most terrifying part. You killed the elders of the Demon Spirit sect and the Immortal Dan sect, and the 2 sects will never stop. Shang Yu witnessed the decapitation of Lan Ji, and with countless distracting thoughts interfering in his sea of consciousness, he knew that he couldn't help Qin Feng today, and was unwilling to fight again, saying, even though you can gather the power of faith from hundreds of millions of great Qin's people, you absolutely have no power of resistance against these 2 great sects. Qin Feng was silent as he continued to approach towards Shang Yu. Shang Yu colored and began to back away. And now your only choice is to hand over the faith cultivation method in defect to the other 2 of the 4 great immortal sects. Qin Feng remained silent and continued to approach, and his speed gradually increased.
The Heavenly Sword Sect is dedicated to the study of the Sword Tao and is not interested in anything else. Your only choice is to join my Cloudy Sky Sect. Shan Yu's fleshly body blossomed with a spiritual light, and the speed of his retreat began to accelerate. As long as you hand over the faith cultivation method to my Cloudsource Sect, my Cloudsource Sect will keep you safe, and even, for the sake of your great merit, will let you become the Lord of the Mortal Imperial Dynasty. Shan Yu is compelling, even with the promise of the position of the Imperial Lord of the Mortal 100 Dynasties. In fact, he simply does not have such a right. The Mortal 100 Dynasties is not by his Cloud Sovereign Sect clan to say, and he cannot do the Cloud Sovereign Sect's decision. Moreover, with the opening of the Way of Faith, the four great immortal sects would realize the importance of the Mortal Imperial Dynasty and would not be as transcendent as they had been in the past, and would inevitably come to vie for the throne of the Imperial Lord. Giggle! Qin Feng struck out. Radiant light erupted, the power of faith poured out like a river flowing, and space and time were crushed. Chapter 44, Beheading Shan Yu. Traveling to the East Sea. Qin Feng, you've made the wrong decision and will end up miserable. Shan Yun's face was ugly. Qin Feng was not good at fooling around, and he stopped talking as his black hair danced wildly and majestic thunder power erupted, transforming into a lake of thunder, and his tyrannical aura filled the sky and the earth. Boom! The power of faith collided with the power of thunder in the void. The movement was huge. The light was brilliant, like a great sun erupting. The dome of the sky was bombarded with mouths, and countless thunderbolts spilled down towards the ground. Giggle! Qin Feng's attack was incomparably ferocious. With the power of faith in one hand and the immortal execution sword intent in the other, the light rushed to the sky as he killed towards Shan Yu. Whether it was the power of faith or the immortal execution sword intent, they were all top-notch means. Soon Shan Yu was forced to retreat, his body already stained with blood. Ah! With a miserable scream, Shan Yu flew out backwards, a sword scar on his chest nearly running through his entire body, blood rolling out. Qin Feng, stop! Shan Yu shouted, a look of fear appearing on his face. Qin Feng's battle power was too terrifying, especially when he gathered the power of Great Qin's faith behind him. His battle power even reached the limit of the transformation god realm. Giggle! Qin Feng ignored Shan Yu and raised his hand as several more immortal execution swords she chopped out. Shan Yu's pupils shrunk fiercely, and he directly transformed into a recluse and flew towards the east at great speed. I didn't let you go. Qin Feng executed the rock technique and traveled through the clouds. Emperor Qin is chasing after the immortal sect elders. Looking at the rapidly shrinking two figures, a group of cultivators exclaimed in shock. It felt so unreal. A Jindan realm Qin Huan was chasing after a transformation god. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a thing existed. If you kill me, the Cloud Soaring Sect will definitely classify you as an enemy and won't give you a chance. Shan Yu looked at Qin Feng, who was rapidly approaching and whose distance was constantly shrinking, and could no longer remain calm. His voice was already trembling a little. Emperor Qin, do you really want to be immortal with my Cloudsource Sect? You've already offended the Immortal Dan Sect and the Demon Spirit Sect, and if you offend my Cloudy Sky Sect again, there will be no place for you in this heaven and earth. Giggle! Qin Feng waved his fist seal, and with a poof sound, Shan Yu's head exploded. I, the one who destroyed the Immortal Sect. Qin Feng carried the corpse back to the Shan capital. Emperor Qin killed another one. The 100 Dynasties cultivators were shocked as they looked at the corpse in Qin Feng's hands. The 4 immortal sects had come with 4 transformation deities, and now that 3 transformation deities had died at the hands of Emperor Qin, there was going to be a change in the sky. Your Majesty, Ning Yi greeted him, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. Even those of the high and mighty immortal sect need to bow down before His Majesty. Emperor Qin crossing the border to kill 3 transformation gods. This is a feat that has never been seen before. From today onwards, the mundane imperial dynasty shall be dominated by Emperor Qin. Some cultivators took the initiative to come forward and, in their words, expressed their submission to join Great Qin. As of immediately, you are under Ning Yi's control. Qin Feng said, Greetings, Commander Ning. These cultivators immediately paid their respects to Ning Yi. Although Ning Yi was only a foundation establishment today, many of these cultivators were at a higher realm than Ning Yi, and there were even Jindan among them, but they do not dare to have the slightest underestimate Ning Yi. This is the Qin Jiniwei commander, deeply valued by the Qin Emperor. Also, in the Heaven's Pride competition just now, they had also seen Ning Yi's qualifications, and his future accomplishments were absolutely limitless. I didn't let you go. Qin Feng looked into the distance and spoke faintly. His palm raised, the God-extinguishing needle pulsed in his palm, and with a brush sound, the God-extinguishing needle disappeared into the void. The cultivators who took the initiative to submit were only a few, and quite a few cultivators were already in the process of leaving the Shan capital in silence, far away from this place. Ah,
There were screams in the distance as a body fell from the air. Qin, Emperor Qin, we did not strike at you. Ah, someone yelled, horrified. Emperor Qin, we just want to leave. We don't mean you any harm. We can swear that we'll stay hidden in the continent from now on and never interfere with Emperor Qin's grand plan. Now that all 5 Yuaning had been killed by Emperor Qin, Emperor Qin's next step would inevitably be to overthrow the 100 dynasties and unify the world. And the 4 immortal sects would definitely not let Qin Huang go. There would be an even more tragic battle. They don't want to get involved. Or rather, they want to watch the fire from the other side of the river. And when it all settles down, they choose the eventual winner. Under the sky, there is no king's land, Qin Feng said indifferently. This world, all of which is under the mastery of Great Qin. Where are you going? The god-destroying needle was still massacring, and wherever it passed, corpses fell in pieces. Emperor Qin, the world's cultivators have been divided into sect forces and unrestrained casual cultivators since ancient times. Are you not even going to spare the casual cultivators? Some people shouted. Indignant to the core, Emperor Qin was too overbearing. Why not? Qin Feng said. He who obeys me will prosper, and he who opposes me will perish. In this heaven and earth, there are only 2 kinds of people, either those who submit to me or dead people. The emotionless voice echoed between heaven and earth, and countless cultivators' bodies trembled. Pffffffffff. The god-destroying needle was still massacring. The speed was extremely fast. Every breath, 1,000 people fell, countless corpses falling towards the ground like rain. Qin, Emperor Qin, I wish to surrender. Finally, I don't know who spoke up. Next moment, in the sky, countless cultivators, like a tidal wave, all knelt down towards Qin Feng, trembling in shock. Emperor Qin, we are willing to surrender. This place is in your hands. Qin Feng looked at Ningyi and said. Ningyi nodded. Seriously, don't worry, Your Majesty. Ningyi will take care of everything. After explaining to Ningyi, Qin Feng directly left the Xanadu, East China Sea. The endless blue sea was surging with waves, as if an ancient beast was hibernating. The 4 great immortal sects. They are indeed in the depths of the East Sea. Qin Feng appeared over the sea surface of the Eastern Sea. He sought it out based on the intent of the Immortal Executioner's sword. Kulsun Ya had practiced the Immortal Execution sword intent, so as long as he executed the Immortal Execution sword intent, he would be able to sense it when it reached a certain range. Chapter 45, Void Strangulation Formation. Blocking spring water. Brush. Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed and divine light blossomed. The heavy mists on the East Sea dissipated in Qin Feng's eyes and all the illusions disappeared. No wonder no one can find the 4 immortal sects. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Under the heavy pupils, in the depths of the East Sea, there existed 4 huge spatial cracks, within which existed vast spaces that could be called a small world. And outside of these spatial cracks were some concealment formations, so that even if a mundane cultivator walked near the spatial cracks, he would not be able to discover the existence of the spatial cracks. Of course, if they were too close, they would be swallowed directly into the small world by the spatial rift. And what would happen to them could be guessed from the fact that no one had learned of the location of the 4 immortal sects for so many years. Each of these 4 small worlds has only one exit. If a killing array is set up outside the spatial rift, Qin Feng transformed into a golden light and flew towards the depths of the Eastern Sea. He had a bold idea. Instead of waiting for these 4 great immortal sects to come to him for revenge, it was better to take the initiative. A killing formation was placed outside the spatial rift, blocking several sect cultivators at the source. Roar! The seawater violently churned, raising waves as high as the city walls, and several huge tentacles stretched out from the seabed, slapping down towards Qin Feng. Giggle! Qin Feng casually raised his hand and the Immortal Execution sword intent was offered. The terrifying sword chi chopping into the sea. Roar! The seawater was directly chopped open, raising huge waves towards both sides. A mournful hissing sound came from beneath the surface. A large amount of blood floated up from the bottom of the sea to the surface, and the corpse of a large octopus with the size of a mountain floated up. Qin Feng's expression was calm. His body did not pause for a moment as he continued to fly towards the depths of the Eastern Sea. Behind him, the corpses of the sea beasts had spread over the surface of the sea, and the originally blue sea had turned red. Soon, Qin Feng stopped at the surface of the sea. In front of him, it looked empty, but under the heavy pupil, the survey broke through the concealment array, and a huge spatial crack drooped down. Click, click, click. The space and time around the spatial rift were twisted and in constant deformation. Qin Feng even felt a suction force. If he had leaned closer, he would have been sucked into it as well. There are many powerful killing formations, but the grade of the materials in this heaven and earth is too low for many killing formations to be set up. However, the spatial power of this place is so dense that a formation is suitable.
Foam made a decision after a little thought. The formation he was going to set up was named
Void Strangulation Formation.
This was an immortal level formation researched by a formation master who was proficient in the power of space in his previous life, using the power of space to create countless spatial cracks and distortion points within the range of the formation. These spatial cracks were like sharp blades, capable of instantly strangling objects or beings that entered the formation, and even immortals would fall if they stepped into them. The formation master once used this formation to kill many immortals. These 4 spatial cracks overflowed with majestic spatial power,
which was just right for setting up the Void Strangulation Formation.
The spatial power of this place isn't enough to set up a great formation to kill immortals,
but killing the spirit transformation realm isn't much of a problem.
And even if you're above the spirit transformation realm,
if you're careless, you'll be strangled by the great formation. Immediately,
Foam began to set up a killing formation. With the assistance of the heavy pupils, the speed of the arrangement was extremely fast,
and in less than an hour's time,
he had finished arranging the 4 great formations.
The formation is set up. It should be able to block them for a while.
Foam directly left the East Sea after taking one last look at the spatial crack.
He's going back to practicing.
The trip to the commercial capital was immensely rewarding. There was no need to say anything about those Jindan realm corpses.
There were 5 corpses from the Yuaning realm,
and there were 3 more corpses from the spirit transformation realm. If we can devour all of these Dao fruits,
I wonder to what extent the realm will be elevated.
Just as Foam left the Sea of the Eastern Sea and returned to land,
the small world within the 4 spatial cracks had been completely agitated.
Devil Spirit Sect Small World. In the hidden treasure pavilion, the watchman disciple cleaned as usual. Upon cleaning the palace where the fate tags were stored,
the watchman disciple's face changed drastically. Surprisingly, there were fragments on the ground, and when he looked up,
the fortune tiles that were neatly arranged and floating in the air were missing a piece, and some of them had shattered.
Something big is going on. The watchman disciple hurriedly ran out of the hidden treasure pavilion. It's not good.
Elder Lin's fate card is shattered. Panicked voices resounded through the small world.
Elder Lin, the destiny license plate is shattered?
When the entire Devil Spirit sect heard this, they all stopped cultivating in disbelief. The shattering of the life brand represents the death of the body, i.e., the fall.
Didn't Elder Lin travel to the mundane Imperial Dynasty to recruit the 100 Dynasties competition Heavenly Pride? How could he have fallen?
A silhouette rushed up to the sky and converged on the treasure pavilion.
Elder Lin's fate card did shatter. The strand of divine thoughts left inside dissipated. Elder Lin has fallen.
The 3rd elder of the Demon Spirit sect pinched the fragments and said in a deep voice,
in the mundane Imperial Dynasty, the highest realm is only the Yuaning realm. Who could kill Elder Lin?
The crowd cringed.
The Demon Spirit sect was transcendent,
and the elder-level existences hadn't died in any other way for thousands of years, except for those whose lifespans had been exhausted and fallen. So this time when an elder died,
it was bound to cause an uproar. Could it be that there was a conflict with the other 3 sects when they were recruiting disciples?
Quite a bit of speculation. As for whether or not it was related to mundane cultivators, the people of the Demon Spirit sect only thought about it for a moment before thinking that it was impossible. The highest cultivators in the mundane world are only Yuaning, and the cultivation techniques and battle skills are very low level, and their battle power is too inferior compared to the people of the 4 great sects.
Even if a god transformation realm existence appeared in the mundane world, it would never be possible to kill Elder Lin.
Contact the other 3 great sects immediately. The 3rd elder of the Demon Spirit sect said with a sullen face. The elder in charge of summoning immediately contacted the other 3 great sects through the summoning talisman.
Almost at the same time, in the hands of the summoning elder, the associated cloud-soaring sect Jade Pendant lit up. The cloud sect has come with a message. Wow!
A projection appeared in front of the people of the Demon Spirit sect.
In the middle of the projection,
the people of the cloud sect gathered,
filling up the projection.
Old Devil of the Night,
is the murder of Elder Shan Yu of my cloud-soaring sect related to your Demon Spirit sect?
Before the 3rd elder of the Demon Spirit sect could inquire, a questioning voice from the elder of the opposite side of the cloud-soaring sect was heard in the projection.
Your Cloudy Sky sect elder was also killed?
The 3rd elder of the Demon Spirit sect spoke in a grave tone.
Night old demon. What do you mean? The cloud sect elder in the projection frowned.
His tone no longer as forceful as it was earlier, as he sensed a hint of something wrong.
A few moments later, the cloud sect elder in the projection exclaimed in shock. What? Your Demon Spirit sect's elder has also fallen? Wow! Suddenly, the Immortal Dan Sect summoning talisman also lit up, and a projection rose up.
The people of the cloud-soaring sect and the Demon Spirit sect looked at the dense silhouettes converging in the images in the projection and immediately felt bad.
Is the fall of my Immortal Dan Sect's elders related to your 2 sects? Sure enough, the first words of the Immortal Dan Sect's meeting were the same as the Cloud Sect's. What exactly happened when the 3 transformation gods fell in the midst of the mortals? All of the people from the three great sects frowned, their hearts filled with questions. Wow! Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword Sect's summoning talisman also lit up, and a projection slowly rose. The Heavenly Sword Sect is sparse, not even 1% of the number of people in our sect, and with the fall of one this time, they're afraid that they're going to topple the mortal world. Before the projections fully appeared, it was as if the crowd of the three great sects had already anticipated everything. Compared to their three major clans, the sparsely populated Heavenly Sword Sect had suffered greater losses. However, when the projected image appeared, the crowd of the three great clans felt that something wasn't right. It was because there were only 2 people in the Heavenly Sword Sect's projection screen. Chapter 46, The Three Great Immortal Clans Are Furious. Returning to Great Sheen. What? Heavenly Sword Sect? No one has fallen. Upon learning this news, the atmosphere in the arena instantly froze. The Heavenly Sword Sect hadn't died, which was even harder than if they had. All eyes of the three great immortal sects were focused on the Heavenly Sword Sect projection. Elder Sword, can you tell me what has happened? The Demon Spirit Sect Elder said in a deep voice. The 4 great immortal sects had all sent people to the mundane Imperial dynasty, and now that the 3 great immortal sect elders had all fallen, and only the elder sent by the Heavenly Sword Sect was unharmed, it was hard not to make them suspicious. I only know that Elder Lin of the Demon Spirit Sect was decapitated by a sudden attack by the Great Sheen Emperor Lord. The rest, I don't know. I returned to the Heavenly Sword Sect before their accident. Jian Hantian was also very shocked in his heart at this time. In addition to the Demon Spirit Sect's God Transformation Elder, the 2 God Transformers from the Cloud Sect and the Immortal Dance Sect had unexpectedly fallen as well. In his opinion, the great reason Qin Feng killed the Demon Spirit Sect Elder was because of the sneak attack, and the other 2 Sect Elders were on guard, so if they wanted to sneak attack again, they simply wouldn't have a chance. In other words, the 2 Elders of the Cloud Sect and the Immortal Dance Sect were killed head-on. Is that guy in the mundane strong enough to do that? Jian Hantian's eyes sizzled as his battle intent grew stronger. On the side, Yi Kuching's eyes were glowing with adoration. The Qin Emperor, when he was a terror. He couldn't wait to leave the Heavenly Sword Sect right now and become under Emperor Qin. However, thinking of Emperor Qin's explanation, he calmed down and continued to hibernate in the Heavenly Sword Sect. Elder Sword, can you tell us more information? The Cloud-Soaring Sect Elder's brow furrowed. The information uttered by Jian Hantian was too general, only stating that the person who made the move was the Great Qin Imperial Lord, with no other information such as realm or age mentioned. Jian Hantian said indifferently, I only know that his realm is the peak of the 9th level of Jindan. He is not very old. He should be around 20 years old. His battle strength is amazing, and he killed Elder Lin of the Demon Spirit Sect with a sneak attack. I don't know the rest. Peak Jindan 9? Many people from the 3 great immortal clans exclaimed in disbelief. Peak Jindan 9 can kill a transformation spirit? Are you kidding me? Even the heavenly pride of the 3 great immortal clans couldn't manage to cross 2 great realms to decimate an enemy. What appalled them even more was this. 20 years old at the peak of Jindan 9. When did such a demon appear in the mundane imperial city? The hearts of the crowd were filled with doubts, but they knew Jian Hantian better. This guy was the number 1 person in the Heavenly Sword Sect at the Spirit Transformation Realm, with a lonely and arrogant personality, addicted to swords as if they were his life, and disdainful of lying. I have an appointment with him to fight a battle in January. If you guys aren't in a hurry, you can wait for a month's time. I'll kill him then, Jian Shandian said. He very much wished to exchange a hand with Qin Feng, and for such an enemy, he was willing to kill him with his own hands rather than die at the hands of the 3 great immortal sects. No rush? The hearts of the 3 great immortal sects people were in a fury. The clan's transformation god realm being killed was a strange shame. Could they not be anxious? There's no need to trouble Elder Sword with this. The Demon Spirit Sect Elder's expression was cold as he faintly said, a small mortal Imperial Dynasty's royal lord dares to make a move against our clan. If we don't get rid of this person in time, what prestige will the 4 immortal sects have in the mortals? Nice. The Cloud Sect and Immortal Dance Sect elders also nodded their heads and said, when immediately go to the mundane. Kill this person. Not only that, this time I must send out half of the elders of the clan, in order to show the prestige of my 4 great immortal clans, so that the mundane Imperial dynasty in the next 10,000 years no longer dare to have the slightest dissent. Aside from wanting to kill Qin Feng and revitalize their reputation, there was another reason why the 3 immortal clans were so impatient. Mundane Imperial Dynasty cultivation for the limitations of heaven and earth, especially the Imperial Dynasty Emperor. The difficulty of cultivation is far beyond the others. How could there be a less than 20-year-old Jindan 9 peak? And with such terrifying combat power? There must be a shocking secret in this person. Great Qin Dynasty. In the Golden Palace, 100 officials gathered. Didn't His Majesty and Commander Ning travel to Dishang? How come His Majesty is the only one who came back? At the bottom of the hall,
The 100 officials whispered and were very puzzled.
Just now, they had received an order from the Qin Emperor that all officials, no matter what they had to do, should go to the Golden Palace immediately, and those who disobeyed would be beheaded. Lord Chancellor, do you know what His Majesty is up to? Many officials looked at Li Si. I don't know. Reese shook his head, saying, don't speculate. What is the matter? When His Majesty arrives, we will naturally know. Li Si was very impressed with what happened to Lu Buwei and remained cautious at all times. Bam! Suddenly, heavy footsteps rang out, accompanied by the sound of metal armor clattering. How did the 6 generals return to the court as well? The 100 officials looked towards the entrance of the Golden Palace, incomparably surprised. 6 generals wearing armor and exuding a murderous aura stepped into the Golden Palace. It was the 6 generals who led the 10 million Iron Horsemen of Great Qin to battle with the ally forces of the 100 dynasties. Marquis Bai Qi of Wuan, Wang Jian, Marquis of Wucheng, Han Xin, Marquis of Huayin, Changping Marquis Wei Cheng, Xinping Ho Lian Pa, Champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei. After the 6 generals entered the Great Hall, they formed themselves into a line, separate from the 100 officials. It's avoiding suspicion. The general who leads the army should not be associated too much with the 100 officials. I wonder what your majesty has summoned us back for. The 6 generals were also incredibly curious in their hearts. The front line is at a critical moment. Since His Majesty's ancestral mountain sealed the gods and officials, they can use the power of faith to kill the enemy. And with the more than 60 Jindan realm ghosts sent by His Majesty, Great Qin has changed its trend, and has already killed the 100 Dynasties coalition army, and with another month, it will be able to completely defeat the 100 Dynasties coalition army. Since His Majesty has summoned us back, there must be something even more important than the front line. Among the 6 generals, Bai Qi was the oldest and had the most decisive means, once killing 50 million beaming with a single word. Hearing Bai Qi's words, the remaining 5 generals stopped speaking. At this point, Qin Feng entered the Grand Hall and sat on top of the dragon chair. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The 100 officials bowed and shouted in unison. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling the 100 officials to level off. I'm about to close my eyes. There are a few things I need you to do. The 100 officials could not help but get excited when they heard this. His Majesty is bound to make a breakthrough every time he goes into seclusion. Now that His Majesty is at the peak of Jindan 9, wouldn't this be stepping into Yuaning? Once His Majesty steps into Yuaning, he will become the 6th Yuaning realm powerhouse in the 100 dynasties. Sessions. Even when facing the last 5 dynasties, Great Qin has no fear. Li Si, Qin Feng said, I am here. Reese stepped forward in a hurry. He had a premonition that His Majesty's sudden summoning of the 100 officials this time, even the 6 generals from the front line, was by no means as simple as just being in seclusion, but there was something more significant going on. Chapter 47 Attacking the 100 Dynasties, Boiling Qin Capital. I am closed for this period of time. The affairs of the court will continue to be managed by you. In addition, immediately compile a code of military service of the Great Qin. The Great Qin military merit is divided into 20 levels. 1 for the Shi, 2 for the Shangzhou, 3 for the Zhanzan Curls, 4 for the Bujian, 5 for the Daifu, 18 Grand Concubines, 19 Marquis of Guan Nei, and 20 Marquis of Che. Anyone who has made military achievements is entitled to a title, regardless of birth or rank. Qin Feng's voice echoed in the Golden Palace. The 100 officials were stunned. Since ancient times, officials and generals have been the descendants of families. Nobles have always been nobles, and commoners have always been commoners, and this is why the Son of Heaven and the families rule the world together. Now that His Majesty has allowed commoners to be promoted to the rank of Lord based on their military service, even up to the rank of Marquis, this breaks the monopoly of the families and the rules that have been in place for thousands of years during the 100 dynasties. It can be imagined that the Qin military merit code, hundreds of millions of people in Qin will scramble to enlist in the army, to military service to seal their wives and children. Likewise, the power of the lineage will be weakened one step further, and in 1,000 years, there will be no more lineage, or everyone can become a lineage. What do you think? Qin Feng suddenly inquired. His tone was very calm, no joy or anger could be heard, as if he was really asking the 100 officials for their opinions. The 100 officials' hearts trembled and they hurriedly said, Your Majesty is wise. This move will surely inspire the fighting spirit of hundreds of millions of my Great Qin's people and give my Great Qin a new vigor. There are mediocre talents in the lineage, and among the common people, there are also heavenly prides. Your Majesty's move to break the shackles and use talents without restraints. In time, my Great Qin will surely become a much greater Great Qin. Li Si was worthy of being a prime minister. Whether it was his eyesight or eloquence, he was superb, and with a few words, he held the Qin Emperor's decision up to the altar. I, for one, am pleased that you have come to such a realization. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the reaction of the 100 officials. What is a king? If you have golden words and you export them as a holy decree, you are a king. What is a minister? Following the imperial order. The king wants me to die, and I have to die. This is the minister. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Han Xin, Wei Cheng, Lian Pa, Hua Jizi. Qin Feng read out the names of the 6 generals. I am here. The 6 generals of Bai Qi looked excited as they walked to the center of the great hall and knelt down in the direction of the dragon chair. Qin Feng said, I order you, with immediate effect, to expand my great Qin iron cavalry, male or female, unlimited in number, no age limit. You and the 6 of you, each of you will form an army to conquer the 100 dynasties, and those who resist will be killed without pardon. Bai Qi, you main attack the east. Wang Jian, you are in charge of attacking the north. Hansen, you initiate the west. In the great hall, Emperor Qin's cold voice echoed as an order was given. The 100 officials were shocked. Attacking 100 dynasties? The 6 generals of Bai Qi had 1,000 doubts in their hearts. Nowadays, although Great Qin had gained an advantage against the allied forces of the 100 dynasties, it was only a very small portion of the 100 dynasties' strength. If they attacked the 100 dynasties, the threat they would face would be 100 or 1,000 times that of the 100 dynasties' allied forces. But, even though there were thousands of doubts in their hearts, the 6 generals did not ask more questions in the middle of the great hall. Since His Majesty has ordered them to do so, they can just obey the order. And with His Majesty's great talent, they will never let it go without a reason. My lord, receive the decree. The court meeting is over. Qin Feng left the Golden Palace and traveled to the Yifan Palace. Li Si led the 100 officials and, in accordance with the Qin Emperor's decree, immediately began to compile the Great Qin Code of Military Merit. The 6 generals of Bai Qi then came to the Qin River outside the Qin Palace to personally preside over the conscription. Unlimited number, male or female, unlimited status conscription. His Majesty the Qin Emperor is going to attack the 100 dynasties? The people of Qin Du heard what the 6 generals said and cried out in shock and disbelief. A moment before, they were chanting that His Majesty the Qin Emperor was saintly. However, in the next moment, they all froze. Great Qin attacked the 100 dynasties? If it had been the Qin Emperor in the past, they would have all opened their mouths. Isn't this the old man hanging himself? Tired of living? His Majesty has his own considerations. The 6 generals of Bai Qi were tough in the face of the confusion of the people of the capital city. However, this move by Emperor Qin to attack the 100 dynasties was so bizarre that the citizens of the Qin capital were hesitant. Is Emperor Qin crazy? The scouts that the 100 dynasties had planted in the Qin capital were hidden amongst the crowd and exchanged eye contact, both seeing the dismay in each other's eyes. After slaughtering 3 medium imperial dynasties, does Emperor Qin think that Great Qin is invincible? The Qin Emperor is taking his own life. A group of scouts mocked in their minds. Once this news is passed out, the 100 dynasties are furious. The last 5 dynasties will not tolerate the existence of Qin. Qin's demise has become a certainty. Just then, brush it off. In the distant sky, a silhouette sped up. The brocade guards. The 100 dynasty scouts didn't pay too much attention to this group of brocade guards. They had seen the brocade guards come and go in the Qin capital countless times during this period of time in the capital. 6 generals. A team of brocade guards walked straight to the 6 Bai Qi generals. What's the order? The 6 generals of Bai Qi were a bit surprised. They had been leading troops for many years and had almost no interactions with the brocade guards. Said the Jinyui co-conspirator. By order of Lord Commander, I convey to the 6 generals that the great Shang capital has been completely controlled by Lord Commander. I don't know who of the 6 generals is in charge of the great Shang, so you can contact Lord Commander directly at that time. There was silence in the arena. Everyone doubted their ears. If they had heard wrong, Xanadu is one of the last 5 dynasties, the capital of the great Shang, the strength of a large number of iron horsemen stationed, and even a baby power sit on the town. A small Jinyui commander. How to control the Xanadu. What's more, who didn't know that the Xanadu was hosting the 100 dynasties competition, with hundreds of Jindan gathering, and even 5 Yuanying powers in attendance? Is the Qin Emperor crazy, fooling his people with this kind of fake news? Is it true? Not only the 100 dynasty scouts, but also the 6 generals of Bai Qi were a bit hesitant. It was really because the news was too unbelievable. The Jinyui co-conspirator nodded and said, Dang it! His Majesty the Qin Emperor beheaded 5 Yuanying of the last 5 dynasties in the Shang capital, destroyed hundreds of Jindan, and suppressed 10 million iron horsemen of the great Shang. The field became silent once again. Someone, open the thing up.
The Jinui co-conspirator was aware that it would be difficult to convince people with his word alone, and had prepared for it. The brocade guards in the back carried over one box after another, blood seeping out from within the boxes. "Open up!" At a command. The box opened, and inside was a blood-stained head. The people of Chindu looked at the heads without much reaction, while the 100 Dynasties scouts hidden in the crowd couldn't keep calm anymore, their eyes red, like beasts that choose to devour people, hissing, "My emperor, how is this possible? The heads of the royal lords of the 100 Dynasties are all here," the Jinui co-conspirator said in a calm tone. While making a gesture, the Jinui began to clear the crowd of the 100 Dynasties' secret agents. "It's the head of the Shang emperor," someone exclaimed, recognizing a head in the box. "A rock starts 1,000 waves. This is the head of Emperor Song. This is the head of Emperor Qing." An imperial lord's head was recognized. His Majesty the Qin Emperor really beheaded the 5 Yuaning of the upper 5 dynasties. At this moment, Qin Du completely boiled over. The Qin Palace. In the Alfonso Palace, Qin Feng ignored the chaos in the outside world. Several bodies lay before him. There are 5 Yuaning and 3 Huanshan. Chapter 48 Killing Formation establishes merit. Slaughtering the 3 sect transformation gods. First devour the Yuaning realm Dao fruit to step into the Yuaning realm. Using the Dao fruit of the transformation god realm to break through to Yuaning was really a bit of a waste. Qin Feng wanted to use these Yuaning Dao fruits to break through Yuaning and go as far as possible in the Yuaning realm before moving to use the god transformation Dao fruits, which was the most reasonable match. If the fulfillment Dao fruit was used first, after the realm was elevated, the role of the Yuaning Dao fruit was reduced. Wow! Qin Feng performed the heaven-swallowing demon technique. Rolling demonic qi overflowed from his body and wrapped the corpse in front of him. Strands of Dao fruits surged into Qin Feng's body as his aura continued to climb. In the Dan Tian, the Jin Dan was slowly evolving, as if something was changing. Brush. 2 days later, Qin Feng, who was practicing cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes as a look of interest appeared on his face. Someone has entered the big formation. The battle seems to be quite small. In the meantime, deep in the East Sea, 3 spatial cracks suddenly rippled, and hundreds of flying boats from the 3 great immortal clans flew out of the spatial cracks. This time, when we travel to the secular world, we need to display thunderous means, so that at least the mortal imperial dynasties won't dare to show the slightest bit of dissent towards my 3 great immortal clans for 10,000 years. That kid named Qin Feng is harboring a great secret. I think it's best to capture him alive. Although soul searching could similarly search for memories, some of the memories might be lost, in case they missed the key parts. Not bad. It's best to capture him alive and ask the great secret from his mouth. Followed by soul searching and mutual verification. The 3 great immortal sects crowd decided Qin Feng's fate while they were talking and laughing. No! Suddenly, there were cries of alarm. Night-old demon. What's wrong? The crowd looked at the 3rd elder of the demon spirit sect. Haven't you noticed that the flying boat has traveled so far and the surrounding scenery hasn't changed? The 3rd elder of the demon spirit sect had a grave expression on his face. Indeed, there has been no change. We've been right where we are. With the night-old devil's reminder, a group of transformation spirits from the 3 great clans immediately noticed the abnormality and said in a deep voice, "We flew out of the spatial rift, and as we moved away, the spatial power around us should have been weakening, but now the spatial power is actually strengthening. What's going on? Not good. This is a formation. Someone has set up a spatial array at the exit of our clan's small world." Someone shouted. The crowd looked at the person who spoke and their faces changed drastically. This was the 10th elder of the Immortal Dan sect, and also the only formation master of the 4 immortal sects at the God Transformation realm. To be able to make the other party lose their composure like this formation was bound to be not simple. Elder Lu, how long will it take you to break this formation? The space formation is one of the most complex and powerful of all formations, with amazing killing power. Elder Lu shook his head, incomparably alarmed. This kind of formation, old me only saw just a few words in the ancient books. This piece of heaven and earth have never appeared in the space formation. Old me will not be able to crack it. The only way is to return to the small world before the formation is triggered. When the crowd of the 3 great immortal sects heard this, their hearts trembled. Want to go? In the palace of Alphen, Qin Feng casually raised his hand as he saw the crowd of the 3 great immortal sects attempting to return to the spatial rift in their flying boats through the grand formation. Boom boom boom. On the surface of the East Sea, the void strangulation formation opened, and a deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Not good. The big formation is activated. Hundreds of flying boats from the 3 great immortal clans had just turned around when the space around them violently shook and the sky spun. Pffffffffff. Spacetime cracked and turned into a blade of spacetime. Countless flying boats were chopped into pieces. Screams rose and fell, limbs flew, and blood stained the sea. Who are you?
The third elder of the demon spirit sect was cloaked in hair and roared up to the sky. One of his legs was touched by the blade of time and space and was directly chopped off. While he was still one of the more fortunate ones, the demon spirit sect had sent out more than 100 flying boats this time, and half of them were turned into pieces. The people on the flying boats were directly wiped out, and the remaining half could not find a complete flying boat, and a severely injured demon spirit sect elder was wailing. "Ah, what is the deep hatred between my Cloudsoar sect and your excellency?" The losses suffered by the Cloudy Sky sect were even worse than those of the demon spirit sect, with 100 flying boats in the densest area of the time and space blade, directly destroying 90% of them. In the Alfonso Palace, Qin Feng's expression was bland as he waved his hand once again. Giggle. In the middle of the big formation, the crowd of the three great immortal sects realized with horror that the blade of time and space, which had just disappeared, had reappeared. "Your Excellency, may I appear to have an audience?" The third elder of the demon spirit sect was filled with horror. If this terrifying time and space blade had another round, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be many people from his demon spirit sect who could survive. "Your Excellency, if you have something to say, any dissatisfaction with my three great immortal clans, as long as your Excellency opens his mouth, my three great immortal clans will certainly." The crowd shouted in horror. Facing this terrifying blade of spacetime, they could not raise half a point of resistance, only wanting the person who set up the big formation to be able to disperse this formation, and even made many promises. However, what answered them was a blade of space and time cutting through every bit of space in the large formation. A quarter of an hour later, calm returned to the large formation. Pity. In the Afan Palace, Qin Feng saw the sea dyed red with blood and the countless limbs and broken arms floating through the large formation. "These are excellent dashas. There's still a lot of Dao fruits left, as long as these Dao fruits in front of me are devoured. At that time, the four immortal sects will all become my Dao fruits." Qin Feng quickly adjusted his mindset and did not feel too sorry for the situation as he continued to run the heaven-swallowing devil technique, devouring the Yuan Ing Dao fruit in front of him. With 2 days of devouring, in the Dan Tian, the suspended Jin Dan changed tremendously. No longer smooth and round, it had begun to melt and transform towards other forms. Just as Qin Feng was concentrating on his cultivation, the four great immortal sects in the East Sea had already experienced a great earthquake. In this heaven and earth, who dares to make a move against us? Who can set up a great spatial formation? Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Kuching looked at the three projections in the air and listened to the bursts of furious voices coming out from within. His heart was shaken to the core. The three great clans, Cloud Sky, Immortal Dan, and Demon Spirit, sent half of the clan's elders, adding up to a full 30 transformation god clansmen, to suppress Emperor Qin. Results. Such a terrifying formation had just stepped out of the entrance of the small world and was massacred without leaving a single living soul. Whose tactics are these? The figure of Emperor Qin instantly appeared in Yi Gucheng's mind. Other than Emperor Qin, who among the mortals has such terrifying means? Other than Emperor Qin, who among the mortals had the guts to take on the immortal sect? It's bound to be that Emperor Qin from the mortal dynasty. He killed 3 of our clan's transformation gods and guessed that we were definitely going to kill him, so he laid down a formation in advance. The 3 great immortal clans quickly targeted Qin Huang. They were just about to go out to deal with Emperor Qin, when there was a big formation at the exit. Such a coincidental thing. Besides Emperor Qin, they couldn't think of anyone else. Chapter 49, Stepping into Yuaning. Sword Cold Heaven Challenge. This sun has risen so quickly, and his methods are so ruthless. If we give him a few more years, all of our clans might be buried in his hands. This sun must not be retained. The demon spirit sect's patriarch was an old man with a black robe and white hair, with a devilish aura rolling around him and a regal aura. Not only him, but the Cloud Sect and Immortal Dan Sect patriarchs had all awakened from their seclusion. This sun must certainly be killed. But the most important thing at the moment is to break the spatial formation. The Immortal Dan Sect patriarch said in a deep voice. I've already gone to see it. This space formation is very profound. The Arrayer's attainments in Array Dao are extremely deep, even beyond the limits of this side of heaven and earth. The strongest array masters from ancient times to the present day were unable to set up this kind of great array. When the crowd heard this, their hearts sank. Can it be broken? The Cloud-Soaring Sect's headmaster inquired. The Immortal Dan Sect Sectmaster said in a grave tone. There is naturally a way to break it. This formation uses 4 spatial cracks as its foundation. As long as the spatial cracks are destroyed, the formation naturally breaks with it. However, these 4 spatial cracks are very solid and cannot be broken by human power. Furthermore, if the 4 spatial cracks are broken, the small world will be completely closed. So this method is not feasible. Other than that, there is only one way left, and that is to spend a lot of time and consume the power of space. And when the power of space reaches its lowest point, forcefully break open this great formation. The crowd's faces were ugly. never having been more stifled. This is a strange shame. The three great clans have suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and they are still blocked in the spring, so they can't even go out to take revenge. 1 month later, the Qin Palace. In the Alfonso Palace, wisps of Dao fruits continued to disappear into Qin Feng's body, and Qin Feng's aura grew deeper and deeper. In the Dan Tian, the original smooth and rounded Jin Dan was already gone, and in its place was a ball of Jin Dan liquid. Wow! Suddenly, changes occurred violently within Qin Feng's body as countless Dao fruits surged into the Jin Dan liquid like a flood that had broken the dike. At once, the Jin Dan liquid changed, constantly wriggling and seemingly evolving into a humanoid shape. 1 day later, in the Dan Tian, the Jin Dan liquid was also gone, leaving only a palm-sized villain. Brush! Suddenly, the villain opened his eyes and blossomed into 2 auras of essence as a terrifying energy fluctuation swept through the Qin Palace. At the same time, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Yuan-ing realm. In 1 month's time, Qin Feng stepped into the Yuan-ing realm. The terrifying cultivation speed of the heaven-swallowing devil technique is already manifesting. Qin Feng muttered to himself. The transformation of a Jindan into a Yuan-ing was an extremely special stage, and even those celestials from the heavens and the worlds needed a great deal of time. In his previous life, the process of transforming his Jindan into a Yuan-ing also took a month. This showed that the cultivation speed of the heaven-swallowing demon technique had already caught up with him in his previous life when he was carrying the heavy pupil and the supreme bone. However, the demonic body didn't usher in a second metamorphosis. Qin Feng felt that the demonic body was not far from its second metamorphosis. Perhaps, when he stepped into the transformation god, the demonic body would metamorphose again, and at that time, the demonic body would derive another divine ability. Qin Feng seemed to feel something and looked to the east. His eyes seemed to see the scene extremely far away through the heavy obstacles, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The door to the Alphan Palace opened and Qin Feng disappeared into the palace. In the meantime, the atmosphere over the Qin capital was tense. The White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion came out in formation. Who exactly are you? Why are you trespassing on my Qin capital? Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian looked at the white-clothed youth in front of them, their expressions grave. The person in front of him appeared to be no different from an ordinary person, but he was actually terrifying. Today's White Tiger Battalion and Vermilion Bird Battalion general strength has generally stepped into the refining realm. The circumference of the Star Dipper Grand Formation has also been skillfully mastered. Even if the face of the peak of the Jindan can also be a battle, but was broken by this white-clothed young man with a look. I have an appointment with Emperor Qin. Let Emperor Qin come out. Jian Hantian said indifferently. His Majesty the Qin Emperor is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him. If you have a real appointment with His Majesty, you can wait here for His Majesty the Qin Emperor to come out of seclusion. Bai Shan was clear that Emperor Qin was breaking through to Yuaning, and the matter was too important to fail, so he would not let others disturb him. Jian Hantian frowned slightly. He's been waiting for a month. Still? Suddenly, Jian Hantian looked in the direction of the Qin Palace, his brows stretching down. In the distance, Qin Feng stepped into the air. Your Majesty! Bai Shan and Nie Xiaoqian were thrilled to see Emperor Qin, and their hearts were relieved. The strength that this white-clothed youth gave them was too terrifying. If they were to forcefully break into the palace they really couldn't stop them, and now that His Majesty was out of the gate, all crises were lifted. Emperor Qin, you stepped into Yuaning? Jian Hantian looked at Qin Feng with some shock. Qin Huang was still at the peak of Jindan a month ago, and in a month's time he had actually transformed his Jindan into a Yuaning. This speed was simply terrifying. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, just broke through. You're right on time. Strike. Having stepped into Yuaning, he was also quite curious about his own battle power, although Jian Hantian was shocked at the speed of Qin Huang's breakthrough. As a sword cultivator, he was fearless, and without saying much, he directly drew his sword. Buzz! Crisp sword chirps resounded through the Qin capital, and the sky was filled with sword chi, chopping up space and time. Giggle! Qin Feng held his palm in a false grip, and a blade of grass beside the Qin River was taken into his hand. Using the grass instead of a sword, he fought with Jian Hantian. Boom boom boom. In the void, brilliant sword light streaked across thousands of miles as the two silhouettes continued to collide, appearing everywhere in the Qin capital, exchanging thousands of blows in a short period of time before finally separating. Emperor Qin, you are truly terrifying. Jian Hantian shook his head as he looked at the blade of grass in Qin Huang's hand. Using a blade of grass to fight with his divine sword thousands of times, this blade of grass was unharmed, turning decay into magic, and it was already clear which was stronger or weaker. You're stronger than them, Qin Feng said. The them in his mouth naturally referred to the three immortal sect transformation deities that had died at his hands. Emperor Qin, I have another sword that I've practiced for 2,000 years. Be careful. Jian Hantian's expression was serious. His body was slightly bent like a big taut bow, holding the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other, slowly pulling the sword out of the scabbard. Brilliant white light erupted, flooding space and time as a stern sword intent swept through the heavens and earth. Clang! The sword completely left its sheath, its sharpness astonishing. Jian Hantian swung his sword up. A terrifying white 10,000-foot sword chi broke through the firmament, rolling towards Qin Feng like a tornado. Brush! Qin Feng's eyes flowed with gorgeous light, runes filled the air, and his heavy pupils were resolving. Then this grass in his hand swung up, and the same 10,000 feet of white sword chi rolled away. Boom! The two sword chi collided, and the roar resounded through the heavens and earth, the blazing light catching the eyes and illuminating the entire Qin capital. Wow! Qin Feng waved his big sleeve and the rolling demonic aura transformed into a black curtain to minimize the aftermath of the battle's aftermath. Otherwise, these escaping sword auras would have been enough to destroy the Qin capital. This sword of yours is quite interesting. Jian Hantian's expression was complicated when he heard Emperor Qin's praise. He had practiced this sword since the day he became a sword cultivator, and he had practiced this sword for 1,000 years. And Emperor Qin, using his sword technique, broke his sword technique. I lost. Jian Hantian shook his head, somewhat disoriented. You should be proud of your defeat at my hands. Qin Feng said. I have a style of sword too. Giggle. Qin Feng ingested Jian Hantian's sword into his hand, gripped the hilt, and began to build up his momentum. Clang, clang, clang. A majestic sword intent spread in all directions with Qin Feng as the center. What happened? Countless cultivators in the middle of the Qin capital cried out in shock as they looked at the sudden riot of swords in their hands. At this moment, all the swords in Qindu trembled as if they were greeting their king. Jian Hantian's eyes widened as he stared daggers at Qin Feng. Giggle. Qin Feng was still storing up his momentum. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Finally Qin Feng drew his sword and a 10,000 feet sword chi chopped into the sky. This sword was too terrifying. When a sword comes out, heaven and earth are silent. The dome of the sky was chopped open with a huge mouth. As if the sky had cracked, the dark clouds receded. The sunlight swept over his face. Jian Hantian's breath was almost forgotten, and after a long time, he looked at Emperor Qin and couldn't help but ask, Emperor Qin, may I ask what is the name of this sword? Jintian Sword Drawing Technique. Chapter 50 Sky-Splitting Sword Drawing Technique. Sword Cold Sky Submission. Jintian Sword Drawing Technique. Jian Chantian muttered. A sword that cuts through the sky. What a boldness! Qin Feng tossed the longsword to Jian Hantian and said, I said I wouldn't kill you, so go away. Jian Hantian received the longsword and stayed where he was, not moving. As a sword cultivator, his desire for the Tao of the sword had already reached a state of madness, especially this heaven-shattering sword drawing technique, whose attraction to him was simply fatal, seemed to have been tailor-made for him. What? You have something else? Qin Feng inquired. Emperor Qin, Jian Hantian wanted to say something. His face was difficult, as if it was a bit hard to speak. Giggle. Qin Feng pointed out with a finger and a sword aura broke through the void and entered Jian Hantian's brow. Jian Hantian's eyes were tightly closed. The sword chi around his body gradually condensed. The movement grew louder and louder, dazzling like a gale, and after a moment, he opened his eyes. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. After the sword art appeared in his mind, Jian Shen genius truly realized the terror of this sword art. Chopping the sky is not an imaginary finger. When this sword art was practiced to the extreme, it could really cut through the heavens. Sword Cold Heaven. Greetings to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. Jian Hantian looked at Qin Feng and said with incomparable seriousness, addressing Qin Feng as His Majesty. Jian Hantian's meaning was self-evident. Aha! Qin Feng was not surprised by Jian Hantian's submission. Jintian Sword Drawing Technique. This is the previous life of a sword emperor created. This sword emperor draws the sword for 100,000 years. The whole life only practiced this move. A sword out. Heaven and earth is silent. However, no sword cultivator was able to resist the temptation of the sky-splitting sword drawing technique. What is your identity in the Heavenly Sword Sect? Qin Feng inquired. If we could make the Heavenly Sword Sect submit to Great Qin, it would be equivalent to having a great help, and it would be much easier to deal with the other three great immortal sects. I am the #1 heavenly pride of the Heavenly Sword Sect for 1,000 years. My father is the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch. My grandfather is the former patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect. And the Heavenly Sword Sect was established by my sword family's oldest ancestor. Jian Hantian spoke bluntly, not hiding anything from Qin Feng. But, when he said it, he regretted it a little. This seemed to have the feeling of showing off in front of Emperor Qin. However, he was completely overthinking it. Qin Feng was merely a bit surprised after hearing this, and didn't feel much beyond that. After all, in terms of identity and background, who in the heavens and the worlds could compare to him? What is the realm of the strongest person in the three great clans? Qin Feng was more curious about this. Since he had stepped into Yuaning, the god of transformation would not be able to do anything to him, and the only thing above the god of transformation would pose a threat to him. The three great clans as well as my heavenly sword sect, the strongest people are all at the harmonization realm. Jian Hantian took the initiative. Your Majesty, I can ask my father and grandfather to step in and block one of the harmonization realms for your Majesty. Aha! Qin Feng nodded his head, quite satisfied with Jian Hantian's attitude and said, you go back to the heavenly sword sect first, keep an eye on those three great sects, and pass any news to me. Jian Hantian excused himself and left the Qin capital, returning to the East Sea. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stepped into the Golden Palace. Greetings to your Majesty for stepping into the Yuaning. Long live the Emperor. In the middle of the Great Hall, all the 100 officials shouted in unison. Excited beyond measure, Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling the 100 officials to be silent, and looked at Li Si, saying, how is the progress of the attack on the 100 dynasties? Reese stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, since your Majesty released the Great Qin military merit code, my Great Qin people have enthusiastically enlisted in the army, and my Great Qin Iron Horsemen now number 50 million. In 1 month's time, the 6 generals have already taken down 5 imperial dynasties. The 6 generals fought off the soldiers of the imperial dynasty, and the soldiers also surrendered to my Great Qin, and now the surrendered soldiers have 70 million. Li Si reported the brilliant battle results achieved by the Great Qin Iron Horsemen in January to Qin Feng, his voice echoing in the Great Hall. The 100 officials looked exuberant. How could they have never imagined that Great Qin would one day be so powerful? And it all originated from Emperor Qin. Send orders to the 6 generals to speed up the pace. Great Qin will unify the 100 dynasties in the shortest possible time. Qin Feng already knew that the limit of this heaven and earth was the harmonization realm, which also meant that he wouldn't stay in this heaven and earth for too long. Yes, Reese led the way. As the pilgrimage ended, Qin Feng intended to leave and return to the Afan Palace to continue his cultivation. Li Si and the 100 officials, however, did not leave, looking as if they wanted to speak. Your Majesty, Qin Feng frowned and said, say what you have to say, don't stutter. Your Majesty, this recent January, the minister, as well as the 100 officials, have all felt changes in themselves. Li Si spoke of his own confusion as well as that of the 100 officials. The 100 officials' cultivation qualifications were average, coupled with the fact that they were officials in the dynasty. It was very difficult for them to cultivate, and the highest realm was only the 3rd level of body forging. But this month, the Great Qin 100 officials had somehow not actively cultivated, and their realm was actually actively rising, especially Liz. His qualifications were almost non-existent, and after decades of cultivation, he had yet to step into the 1st level of body forging. But this month's time, his realm unexpectedly broke through the 1st level of body forging, and all the way wildly, and now it is the 8th level of body forging. Your Majesty, I also feel that the power of faith in my body has become even more dense. The 100 officials all looked at Emperor Qin with great curiosity, thirsting for an answer. Qin Feng said, you guys didn't feel wrong. The bigger the Great Qin territory, the stronger it is, and the more people it has, the more prosperous its fortune will be, and the more intense the power of faith will be. As my Great Qin officials, you are in an official position. Great Qin's prosperity. You are naturally prosperous. The speed of cultivation will be strengthened along with the strength of my Great Qin, and the more faith power you can call on. This is the way of faith. After saying that, Qin Feng disappeared into the Golden Palace. Hiss! This way of faith created by His Majesty is too terrifying. Doesn't it mean that we will also become great powers one day? The 100 officials were completely abuzz. All of them were red-faced and exuberant. In life, who doesn't want to go to heaven or earth and live forever? Originally, they had unusual qualifications, and being mortal officials, it was difficult for them to cultivate, and it was difficult for them to step into Qi practice even after a lifetime. But now, His Majesty the Qin Emperor has given them a new path, the way of faith. As long as Great Qin was strong, they would be strong. Great Qin had merely annexed less than 10 imperial dynasties, and their cultivation speed was no less than that of an ordinary heavenly pride. If Great Qin had unified the 100 dynasties, how far would their cultivation speed have risen? Chancellor, congratulations! The 100 officials all congratulated Li Si, full of envy. Gentlemen, rejoice with me. Reese arched his hand, beaming. As the Prime Minister of Great Qin, he is the head of the 100 officials, and the official position carries the most intense qi for the 100 officials, and the speed of cultivation is also the fastest among the 100 officials. Gentlemen, from now on, we must do our best to work for His Majesty and for Great Qin, not only for His Majesty, for Great Qin, but also for us, Li Si said seriously. As it should be.
The 100 officials arched their hands in return and replied in unison.
Their voices unprecedentedly unified. If Great Qin prospers, they will prosper. And they naturally understand such reasoning. At this moment,
the Great Qin has really become an iron plate in general. The civil and military officials all have only one goal.
Let Qin prosper. Anyone who dares to stand in the way of Qin is an enemy and should be killed. In the meantime, deep in the East Sea, Heavenly Sword Sect, brothers, the debut of the new book, asking for praise, asking for gifts, asking for urging, thank you. Chapter 51, The Upper World, 9th level of Yuaning. Master, did Lone City do something wrong?
Yi Guchang looked at Jian Hantian in front of him, his heart bursting with apprehension. The other party traveled to Great Qin and suddenly appeared in front of him after returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect and told him that he didn't need to call him master anymore in the future. Seemingly discovering the secret of his entry into the Heavenly Sword Sect. You and I are both under Emperor Qin, so let's call each other the same in the future. Jian Hantian had always been curious about the sword intent controlled by Yi Guchang. Such a powerful sword intent did not seem to be owned by this heaven and earth. Earlier, he didn't know that Emperor Qin was proficient in the Tao of the sword, so he didn't think too much about it. However, after this trip to the Qin capital, he realized that the sword intent controlled by Kulsunya must have originated from Emperor Qin, so that it would make sense that Kulsunya had helped Emperor Qin's men in the 100 Dynasties competition in the first place. Yi Guchang's expression shifted as he was judging whether what Jian Hantian said was true or if he was testing him. Brother Cold Sky. Yi Guchang arched his hand at Jian Hantian. In the end, Yi Guchang still made a judgment and chose to believe that 90% of what Jian Hantian said could be true, because, through this month's time together, he had learned that the person in front of him was obsessed with the way of the sword, and was disdainful of lying. In addition, if it wasn't true, there was no way that Jian Hantian would have lowered himself and described himself as Emperor Qin's subordinate. Cold Sky, come over here. Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the Sword Sect's mountain. Jian Hantian arrived at the back of the mountain and found that not only was his father Jian Zhuo there, but even his grandfather Jian Wuchen, who was in seclusion, had come out of seclusion as well. Father, grandfather, there's just the thing to tell you. Jian Hantian spoke of his subjugation to the Qin Emperor. The two of them, Jian Wu Dust and Jian Zhuo, seemed to be talking about something with high interest. When they heard these words, their smiles disappeared and they looked at Jian Hantian in unison, their faces full of astonishment. Tianer, what are you talking about? Jian Chantian repeated. I have submitted to Emperor Qin. The two of them, Jian Wu Duan and Jian Zhuo, looked at each other in dismay, and Jian Zhuo said sharply, Tianer, you are the next sect leader of my Heavenly Sword Sect. How can you submit to the Imperial Lord of the mundane Imperial Dynasty? Jian Wuchen couldn't keep his peace anymore either. I've already heard about that kid. He is indeed extraordinary and carries a big secret. But you are the #1 heavenly pride of my Heavenly Sword Sect in the past 1,000 years. Not weaker than Utah. Not to mention that he is too stupid to offend the 3 great sects. His fate is already doomed. Is His Majesty the Qin Emperor more than extraordinary? Jian Hantian very rarely retorted up to Jian Wuchen, saying, slaying enemies across 2 realms, arranging a spatial array to slay half of the elders of the 3 sects, and founding the way of faith. All of these things signify that His Majesty the Qin Emperor is by no means a pool animal. Also, in front of Emperor Qin, who can be called Heaven's Pride, the two of them, Jian Wuduan and Jian Zhuo, were silent, and they also had to admit that that great Qin Imperial Lord in the mundane world was indeed amazing. Tianer, if you were willing to submit to him before today, Grandpa wouldn't stop you. But now, Grandpa must stop you. Jian Wuduan shook his head. What happened? Jian Wuduan also noticed his grandfather's abnormality. Jian Wuduan's tone was grave. The 3 great clans consumed the spatial power at the 4 spatial cracks and discovered the great secret by mistake, capturing the aura from above. The breath above. Jian Wuduan's color changed. Ever since the 4 founding fathers of the 4 great immortal sects ascended, I don't know what happened, but this heaven and earth has been cut off from the upper realm for tens of thousands of years. Tianer, do you know why Grandpa said he wouldn't come to stop you before today? Kenzo said softly. This heaven and earth can capture the aura of the above, and the above can likewise feel the aura of this heaven and earth. It is rumored that the old ancestors of the 3 great clans may all still be alive in the upper realm, and the old ancestor of my Heavenly Sword Sect may not have fallen either. The 4 immortal sect ancestors were tens of thousands of years ago. If they were still alive, they would have been several tens of thousands of years, and their realms would have reached a terrifying point, and in a place like the upper realm where aura was abundant, the speed of realm advancement would be even faster. That's why, no matter how demonic and heaven-defying that little guy in the mundane world is, he can't turn the tide, even if he can fight against the 3 great clans, but with a little bit of random tactics from the ancestors in the upper realms, that little guy will have to fall.
Grandpa doesn't know why you submitted to that guy, but forget about it.
Jian Wu thus looked at his grandson and comforted him.
No. Jian Hantian suddenly shook his head. Jian Wuchen, who was ready to leave, stopped his steps and looked at Jian Hantian, a little depressed. He had said his words to this point, and he still didn't change his ill-behaved grandson's mind? What kind of ecstasy did that guy in the mundane put in his good grandson? For a split second, he was tempted to go out and kill that guy. Giggle. Right at this moment, Jian Hantian held the scabbard in his hand. Buzz off. Jian Wuduan and Jian's was colors changed, and the countless swords on the mountain were actually trembling. Even more amazing, the sword-cold heaven of the transformation god realm exuded an overpowering and terrifying sword intent, and the ones in the harmonization realm felt a hint of a threat to their lives. Brush! Jian Hantian's entire aura reached its peak as he drew his sword and chopped into the sky. The sky cracked open. Tianer. This. Both Jian Wuchen and Jian Zhuo were shocked, looking at the rift in the sky for a long time, unable to remove their gazes. This is the Jintian sword drawing technique imparted by His Majesty, the Qin Emperor. Jian Hantian put his sword back into its sheath and said, "The power I have displayed is less than a tenth of Emperor Qin's." Said. Jian Hantian looked towards Jian Wuchen and Jian Zhuo and said seriously, "Dare I ask, is the elder ancestor of the upper realm stronger than the heavens?" The Qin Palace. In the Alfonso Palace, Qin Feng, who was devouring the Dao fruit, opened his eyes. Taking in Jian Hantian was indeed a wise move, and it didn't take long for the other party to return to the Heavenly Sword sect before he sent him vital news. Contact the upper world? Qin Feng muttered, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Time passes slowly. 1 month later, Qin Feng stepped into the second level of Yuaning. Bai Qi's 6 generals led the Great Qin Iron Horsemen to capture 8 more imperial dynasties. 2 months later, Qin Feng stepped into the third level of Yuaning. Bai Qi's 6 generals led the Great Qin Iron Horsemen to capture 10 more imperial dynasties. 6 months later, Qin Feng stepped into the 9th level of Yuaning. The Great Qin had attacked more and more imperial dynasties, and his fortune was becoming more and more prosperous. Even the speed at which he practiced the heaven-swallowing devil technique and devoured Dao fruits increased, and in just half a year's time, he had stepped from the first level of Yuaning into the 9th level of Yuaning. The already astonishing speed of realm advancement was now simply described as terrifying. This day, the sword-cold heaven that hadn't moved for a long time once again sent a message with only 6 short words. The 3 great clans have already contacted Old Ancestor and will attack Great Qin in 3 days. Ka! The door to the 6-month closed Elfin Palace opened and Qin Feng walked out. Greetings to His Majesty on his departure. Long live the Emperor. In the Golden Palace, the 100 officials bowed and saluted and shouted in unison to the black dragon-robed figure on the dragon chair. Half a year's time, the 100 officials have stepped into the refining realm. The official rank of the former are the pinnacle of refining qi. As the head of the 100 officials Li Si, but also to step on the foundation realm, and the highest in the realm. It belonged to Ning Yi, Bai Shun, and Nie Xiaoqian. The 3 of them were originally more qualified than the 100 officials, and were personally enthroned by the Emperor of Qin in the position of Marquis, and their qi was extremely prosperous, and now they were at the peak of foundation establishment, and were only 1 step away from the Jindan realm. Your Majesty, a great victory on the front line. The 6 generals have captured 10 more dynasties this month. Just 1 last dynasty to go, and our Great Qin will have captured all the mortal dynasties, Reese reported in an agitated tone. Chapter 52, Great Qin unifies the 100 dynasties. The 3 great immortal clans are attacking. In the Golden Palace, the civil and military officials looked exuberant. Once upon a time, Great Qin was just a tiny little imperial dynasty in the lower middle. Who would dare to imagine that in just over a year's time, Great Qin had grown to such an extent? Only 1 more dynasty to go, and Great Qin will have unified the world. Above the dragon chair, Qin Feng looked indifferent. This is just the first step in the Magic Kingdom. Wow! Suddenly, above the Qin Palace, the human emperor's flag shook violently and emerged in the void, and brilliant white light erupted, illuminating the entire Qin capital. What's going on? The power of faith in my body has instantly become several times thicker. The 100 officials exclaimed, incomparably shocked. Qin Feng raised his eyes and beckoned upwards. The human emperor streamer was taken into his hands. Nowadays, the human emperor streamer's radiant white light was eye-catching, and the power of faith was like an ocean, far surpassing the past and reaching its peak. With the final attack, I, Great Qin, have unified the mortal dynasties. Qin Feng instantly knew the original reason why the power of faith had risen so much. The unification of the 100 mortal dynasties was of great significance to Great Qin. This was the only way that the power of faith in the human emperor's streamer would have risen so much, and Great Qin's qi would have prospered so much more steeply. Your Majesty, the 6 generals have captured the last imperial dynasty. My Great Qin has unified the world. A voice rang out, and Ningyi flew into the Golden Palace with an agitated expression. The Golden Hall was completely abuzz. Great Qin, surprisingly, has really unified the world. Congratulations to your majesty for ruling the world. Long live the emperor. Congratulations to your majesty for ruling the world. Long live the emperor. Congratulations to your majesty for ruling the world. Long live the emperor. All the officials shouted in unison and looked excited. Immediately afterward, the entire Qin palace, the entire Qin capital, and even the entire hundreds of millions of sons and daughters of Great Qin were all chanting Long live the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor destroyed all the dynasties and unified the secular world. In the land of mortals, countless cultivators looked appalled, and the children of the 100 dynasties were shocked. Emperor Qin, surprisingly, really did it. The unification of the mundane world, a feat that had never been accomplished by anyone throughout the ages, was now accomplished by Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin, this is the first emperor in the ancient world. Countless people were lamenting, especially the children of the 100 dynasties who had been slaughtered by Great Qin and had resentment and discontent in their hearts. But at this moment, they also had to admit that Emperor Qin was a truly majestic lord. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with a majestic lord like Emperor Qin ruling the world. And it's said that Emperor Qin has enacted the Great Qin Code of military merit, and that we mundane people also have the opportunity to worship a general and become a marquis. It is said that as long as one joins the Great Qin army, one will be able to obtain the supreme technique, the absolute heavenly warfare scripture, bestowed by His Majesty, the Emperor of Qin, which is incomparably terrifying. And even if a person with no cultivation qualifications cultivates this technique, he can also set foot on the path of cultivation, and cultivate at an extremely fast pace. After it became clear that Great Qin's unification of the world could not be changed, countless people in the mundane world began to study Great Qin, and ultimately surprised to find that the Qin Emperor had united the world, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. To rule over 100 dynasties, this is only the first step. In the Golden Palace, Qin Feng opened his mouth. The 100 officials quieted down, their eyes gazing reverently at Emperor Qin on the dragon chair. Qin Feng said, "In this heaven and earth, there are still 4 great immortal sects. Before the 4 great immortal sects submit, how can Great Qin talk about unifying the world?" The 100 officials were horrified, incomparably shocked. The 4 great immortal sects hang high above the secular world, transcending the 100 dynasties, with countless great powers, and His Majesty is actually about to make the 4 great immortal sects subservient. And what shocked the 100 officials even more was yet to come. Outside of this heaven and earth, there are still the heavens and the worlds, and if we don't unify the heavens and the worlds, how can Great Qin, talk about unifying the world? Qin Feng swept his gaze over the horrified 100 officials and said indifferently, "What? Are you guys scared? With your Majesty's leadership, I am fearless. So what if the heavens and the worlds? It will surely submit to my Great Qin, as Emperor Qin's most loyal subordinate." Ningyi's emotions were stirred after hearing the emperor's words. As Ningyi opened his mouth, the 100 officials also came back to their senses. Afraid of a hammer, His Majesty's eyes are set on the worlds of the heavens. So what are the 3 great immortal plans? Your Majesty, I am as fearless as Commander Ning. 3 days from now, the 3 great immortal clans will attack my Great Qin. So get ready. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the reaction of the 100 officials and said, "Since they dare to come, let them be completely destroyed. Have you heard that the 3 great immortal clans are about to descend to the mortal world to suppress Emperor Qin?" Emperor Qin slaughtered the 100 dynasties, destroying the pattern of heaven and earth, and finally angered the 3 great immortal clans? It's not just that simple. That day during the 100 dynasties competition in the Shang capital, Emperor Qin killed 3 transformation god realm elders of the 3 great immortal clans, and it was rumored that later on, in order to prevent the 3 great immortal clans from retaliating, Emperor Qin had set up spatial formations at the exits of the 3 great immortal clans, and massacred dozens more of the 3 great immortal clans' transformation god realm elders. Hiss! This is a great feud. Isn't Emperor Qin dead? To reign over 100 dynasties and accomplish such unprecedented feats, Emperor Qin will have no regrets in death. The news that the 3 great immortal clans were going to make a move against Emperor Qin spread throughout the mortal world in a very short period of time. 3 days later, thousands of flying boats flew out from the depths of the Eastern Sea, spanning the firmament and advancing towards the Great Qin dynasty under the gazes of countless people in the mundane world. Your Majesty, the 3 great immortal sect flying boats are still 1,000 miles away from my Qin capital. Your Majesty, the 3 great immortal clan flying boats are still 100 miles away from my Qin capital. Your Majesty, the 3 great immortal sect flying boats are still 10 miles away from my Qin capital. One brocade guard after another went in and out of the Golden Palace, sending back news. Emperor Qin, get out here. Suddenly, heckling sounds resounded through the Qin capital. The three great immortal clans. The people of Chengdu looked up, their faces filled with horror. Above the void, thousands of flying boats were densely packed, obscuring the great sun, and Chengdu was plunged into a shadow, as if the end had come. Why don't you worship me when you see me? A faint voice came out from the Golden Palace. Next moment, a black dragon-robed figure flew out of the Golden Palace, stepping in the void to ascend the steps, walking up to the highest step by step. You are Emperor Qin? On the thousands of flying boats of the three great immortal sects, countless gazes fell on Qin Feng. At first glance, what a young guy. The second eye, the 9th level of Yuaning. In just half a year, from the peak of Jindan to the 9th level of Yuaning, there really is a great secret in you. Yunxiao Sect Patriarch Yun Haoren gazed straight at Qin Feng with very fiery eyes. No need for nonsense. Directly capture this guy and all the secrets will naturally be revealed. The Demon Spirit Sect Patriarch, Lu Wu Chang, sneered coldly and waved his hand at an elder behind him. You go and try this kid's strength. Chapter 53, A Great War Breaks Out. One sword-chopping transformation god. Yes. The Demon Spirit Sect Elder jumped out of the flying boat and approached towards Qin Feng, laughing. Emperor Qin, I heard that you killed 3 transformation gods, so I'm really curious as to what means you used. This was a late-stage transformation god, extremely powerful. If he was given more time, he would have a chance to step into the harmonization realm, far from being comparable to an ordinary transformation god, so he was very confident. Wow! His palm spread out and a ball of demonic flame coalesced, the scorching temperature causing the void to melt. Go! The palm of his hand was raised, and this mass of demonic flames left his hand and rapidly expanded, turning into a sea of fire in a matter of moments, enveloping the entire sky above the Qin capital. The children of the Qin capital were horrified, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. This means was too terrifying, and just this sea of demonic flames alone was enough to burn Chengdu to the ground. Wah! Qin Feng's expression was bland. His palm was held in a false grip. The heavenly sun's sword in the Golden Palace vibrated and rose up to the sky. Being taken into Qin Feng's palm, a terrifying aura was building up. Jintian sword drawing technique. Qin Feng chopped out with a sword. A 10,000 feet of sword chi chopped into the void. The boundless sea of demonic flames directly from the chopped open. Poof sound. This magic spirit sect elder was directly chopped into 2 halves. The sword chi more than rushed up to the sky. Bang bang bang. Wherever the sword energy passed, a flying boat exploded, and the 3 sect elder disciples on the flying boat were all chopped up, their limbs exploding, and a blood mist filled the air. A dead silence fell over heaven and earth. The 3 great immortal sects group of elder disciples looked at the scene in front of them, their faces filled with horror and a heartbeat of fear. This is the battle power of the Yuaning realm? The Yuaning realm can explode the battle power of the harmonization realm. No wonder it's so emboldened. Lu Wu Chang's face was incomparably ugly. He had not thought that Qin Feng was strong to such an extent. What made him even more furious was that all the people that Qin Feng had killed with this sword were people from his demon spirit sect. Go! Slaughter Chengdu! Lu Wu Chang's voice was icy cold as he ordered the demon spirit sect's elder disciples behind him. Anyone facing Qin Feng under the merged body was a giveaway, and only he personally made a move. You guys go too! Yun Haoren and the Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch similarly ordered their respective clans. As the 3 ordered, a silhouette stepped out from the flying boat, and a horrifying killing intent enveloped the Qin capital. The countless subjects of the Qin capital looked desperate, their bodies trembling under the shroud of this terrifying killing intent. Incomparably desperate. The strength of the 3 great immortal sects was too terrifying. There were 100 of them at the God Transformation realm alone, and even more at the Yuaning and Jindan realms. Even if you alone possess the battle power of the harmonization realm, your imperial dynasty is still incredibly fragile. Lu Wu Chang looked at Qin Feng and said coldly, what's the point of ruling over 100 dynasties? After all, it's just an empty game. Qin Feng said indifferently, if you want to destroy Great Qin, you can't. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A silhouette rose up into the sky, stopping in front of the crowd of the 3 great clans. Dare to make trouble in the Qin capital. Kill. Ning Yi, Bai Shun, Nie Xiaoqian. The 6 generals, as well as the civil and military officials appeared. In the middle of the great Qin capital, 100,000 brocade guards, White Tiger Battalion, Vermilion Bird Battalion and countless great Qin Iron Cavalry were also ready. A mole cricket trying to shake a tree? An elder of the Immortal Dan Sect's God of Transformation looked at Ningyi and the others, a group of Qi refiners, the highest of which was no more than the Foundation establishment, and instantly became very disdainful, casually offering a divine power, with a radiant aura like an ocean, suppressing it down towards Ningyi as well as the brocade guards behind him. This move alone was enough to slaughter these ants. Great Qin Protector Marquis Ningyi, lend me the power of Great Qin's faith. Ningyi hissed up to the sky. In the sky above the Qin capital, the human emperor's flag coalesced out, and brilliant white light erupted, disappearing into Ningyi's body. In an instant, Ningyi's black hair danced wildly as his entire aura continued to climb. Jin Dan, Yuaning. In the end, Ningyi's aura unexpectedly climbed to the transformation god realm. Wow! Ningyi transformed into a sea of blood, and the divine ability fell into the sea of blood, stirring up 100-foot-high waves of blood, which ultimately returned to calm and were swallowed up by the sea of blood. How? Possible? This elder of the immortal Dan sect's face changed in disbelief. It's not just him. Everyone from the three great immortal sects in the void was stunned. A foundation establishment. Surprisingly, it can erupt with transformation god battle power. It's the way of faith. Lu Wuchang said in a deep voice. Aren't they only able to burst out with Jin Dan battle power? Someone questioned. That's because the Qin dynasty only occupied the three kingdoms earlier. And now that Qin has destroyed the 100 dynasties and unified the mortals, the way of faith is even stronger. Yun Haoren's eyes sizzled. In that case, doesn't it mean that everyone can explode with such battle power? An elder of the cloud-soaring sect exclaimed. If that was the case, this way of faith was truly too heaven-defying. In any path, there are limitations. If it's not what this seed expects, the power of faith they can invoke is related to their own official position, and there won't be too many of them who can explode with the battle power of the Transfiguration God realm. The Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch said. As a great power of the Harmonization realm, his perception was very sharp, and he instantly guessed that only people with very few official positions were able to erupt with powerful battle power. Hearing this, the crowd of the three great immortal sects couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just a handful of people could explode with Transformation God realm battle power, that's fine. Destroy them. White Tiger Marquis by Shun. Lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Vermilion Bird Marquis Nia Xiaoqian. Lend me the power of De Qin's faith. Marquis by Qi of Wuan. Lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Marquis of Wucheng. Wang Jian. Lend me the power of Qin's faith. Marquis Han Xian of Huayin. Lend me the power of Qin's faith. Changping Marquis Wei Cheng. Lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Marquis Xinping Lian Pa. Lend me the power of Qin's faith. Champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei. Lend me the power of Qin's faith. Li Si. Lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. A hissing sound resounded through the heavens and earth. In the sky above the Qin capital, the human emperor's flag erupted into a beam of light that merged into everyone's body. In a split second, everyone's aura climbed at an extremely terrifying speed. Anyone who offends my Great Qin shall be executed. The civil and military officials of Great Qin transformed into a ray of spiritual light and battled with the crowd of the three great immortal sects. The way of faith. It is indeed extraordinary. Transforming decay into magic. Able to make foundation establishment explode with transformation god battle power. Lu Wuchang swept over the distant battlefield and his gaze fell on Qin Feng again as he said, if only one clan came today, perhaps it really can't help you Great Qin. Lu Wuchang's figure shifted, and the three great sect masters as well as the great elders blocked Qin Feng's four directions in space and time. The six honored merged realms. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. You guys are confident, or what? Yun Haoran laughed. Today you will fall, and so will those men of yours. Giggle. Suddenly, a sword chi swept across the distance, and a group of people from the three great immortal clans directly exploded and dissipated into blood mist. Lu Wuchang looked into the distance and his face suddenly changed. Heavenly Sword Sect. Chapter 54 Heavenly Sword Sect comes to help. Harmonization Realm Battle. In the distant sky, a silhouette came with a sword. It was Jin Hantian and Yi Lucheng who led the entire Heavenly Sword Sect to come. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples were the smallest of the four immortal sects, with only 100 or so, their individual combat strength was the strongest of the four immortal sects. With the addition of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the disadvantaged Great Qin side was given a chance to catch its breath, and it gradually equalized with the three great immortal sects. Emperor Qin. The void rippled as two figures appeared beside Qin Feng. Sword Sovereign. Qin Feng nodded his head at the two men. The Heavenly Sword Sect siding with Great Qin had been established half a year ago. Many thanks to Emperor Qin for gifting the Cold Sky Supreme Sword technique. Although Jian Wuduan was in the harmonization realm, he didn't dare to be arrogant in the face of Emperor Qin. Instead, he acted very humbly. On that day, he was too deeply impressed by the heaven-shattering sword drawing technique that his grandson had performed in front of him. He quietly sized up the situation and realized that Qin Huan was truly extraordinary. Even in the face of a harmonious realm like his, he was still calm and unassuming, and he even vaguely felt a kind of suppression, as if he was a Yuaning and Qin Huan was the harmonious realm in general. Jian Wu Duan. Jian Zua. You guys actually betrayed the four immortal sects and helped this guy? Lu Wuchang's face was very ugly. The Heavenly Sword Sect had always not cared about world affairs, so this time, when they dealt with Qin Feng, none of their three great immortal clans had bothered to invite the Heavenly Sword sect to participate, but they had never expected that the Heavenly Sword sect would not only get involved, but would even help Emperor Qin and stand against them. Kenzo said faintly, "Betrayal? My four great immortal sects are independent and unaffiliated with each other, so how can there be any talk of betrayal?" The Immortal Dan sect patriarch knew that what Jianzhua said was not unreasonable and coldly snorted. "So what if you, the Heavenly Sword sect, helped him? It won't change today's ending, and the Heavenly Sword sect will disappear in this heaven and earth due to the wrong decision of the two of you." This is true. The three great immortal sects have 6 harmonization realms, while the Heavenly Sword sect has only 2. The gap can be described as a world of difference. There was also some concern in Jian Wuduan's heart, but he did not show it and looked at Qin Feng, saying, "Emperor Qin, the old man and Jianzhua can hold back the two men separately, but they can only hold them back for an hour at most, and after an hour, they will lose." "Enough," Qin Feng said. 1 hour was enough for him to behead 2 harmonious realms. Arrogant. Lu Wuchang directly struck out, condensing a silver divine gun in his hand with a bright light. The gun body was carved with all kinds of complex inscriptions, cutting through the void and leaving a silver arc. Giggle. Yun Haoren cupped his palms to seal. The haze light erupted and countless runes fell towards Qin Feng like a sea. These two surrounded Qin Feng, and the other 4 harmonization realms also struck out, battling with Jian Wuduan and Jianzhua. Giggle. Qin Feng's left hand was the Heavenly Sun Sword, and the Immortal Execution Sword intent filled heaven and earth, while his right hand was the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, and the light of the fist reflected in the void. Boom boom boom. Qin Feng performed the Great Rock Technique. A golden winged silhouette emerged behind his back, his body continuously weaving in and out of the clouds, offering various divine abilities one after the other. One person fighting 2 harmonization realms alone. The battle was so intense that the void shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. In the void, Qin Feng kept striking out, divine light blossoming and shattering a divine power. This guy's battle power. Bang sound. Lu Wuchang was forced back. The silver spear in his hand collided with the Heavenly Sun Sword, and was still trembling. The inscriptions on the body of the spear were jumping, eliminating the aftershocks. His face was incomparably gloomy, and more than anything else, he was incredulous. Not only did a Yuaning 9th level have the battle power of the harmonization realm, but he could even fight 2 harmonization realms by himself. Put. The sea of runes was dispersed by the 6 fist seals and dissipated into countless spiritual lights. Yun Haoren retreated to Lu Wuchang's side and gritted his teeth. This fellow is simply a demon. If we don't kill him today and let him escape, in a few years, we will all perish in his hands. With this exchange of hands, the two of them felt Qin Huang's frighteningness firsthand, and their thoughts of killing him became even more determined. Kill him. Lu Wuchang let out a bellowing cry, and as if the inscriptions on the gun body had come to life, they shone brightly and were integrated into the silver gun. And at once, the silver gun lit up with a brilliant silver divine flame. Lu Wuchang held a silver spear, seeming like a silver heavenly fire cutting across the sky, pouncing towards Qin Feng. Brush! Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed, and everything in heaven and earth slowed down in his eyes. The essence of the silver flame was pierced through by him. It was not the silver flame, but the countless spear intent that Lu Wuchang had released with this spear that had converged. If it was an onlooker, if they were touched by the slightest bit of this spear intent, they would be turned into flying ash. Giggle! Qin Feng waved his Heavenly Sun Sword and slashed across the sky as various sword arts were performed by him, no longer limited to the immortal punishing sword intent. Yun Wuchang had also killed. The runes wrapped his palm and slapped at Qin Feng. Click! The Heavenly Sun Sword was too decorative to be practical, ultimately unable to rival Lu Wuchang's divine lance, and after countless collisions, it turned into flying ash as Qin Feng spread his palms out and executed the Xian Anomaly Spectre Realm, with a black curtain blocking in front of his body. Boom boom boom! A divine ability bombarded. The black curtain dissipated, and Qin Feng violently retreated violently. At this point, the two of them, Jian Wudu and Jianzhua, also retreated to Qin Feng's side. At this point, the robes on the breath of the two men were already stained with the slightest trace of blood. Emperor Qin, we can't hold them off any longer. If we stay green, we won't be afraid of having no firewood to burn. Jian Wuchen gasped for air, his heart incomparably shocked. He was a harmonization realm sword cultivator, and it was very difficult for him to fend off 2 harmonization realms from the 3 great clans, and both of them suffered multiple injuries. Whereas Qin Huang's Wen Yuaning dealt with the 2 harmonizations of Lu Wuchang and Bai Haoren, which seemed to be even more relaxed than he was going to be. This was truly astonishing. If Emperor Qin stepped into the Goddess of Transformation realm, wouldn't he be able to easily suppress the harmonization realm at that time? Qin Feng shook his head and said indifferently, with them, It's not enough for me to avoid retreating. Want to go?
The 6 harmonization realms of the 3 great clans surrounded them,
and Lu Wuchang coldly said, "Today, none of you can leave." Bai Haoran looked at Qin Feng with fiery eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure, and said, "You really gave us too many surprises. If it wasn't for you arranging the spatial array, the connection between this heaven and earth and the upper realm wouldn't have been able to be re-established, and we wouldn't have been able to get in touch with our old ancestor. Even the old ancestor is incomparably interested in your way of faith," giving it a high evaluation.
Bai Haoran couldn't forget how agitated the old ancestor's tone had been when he had contacted the old ancestor of the upper realm a few days ago, after he had told him about the matter concerning Qin Feng.
"Emperor Qin,
the old ancestor has said that if you voluntarily hand over the way of faith and reveal your own secrets, his old man is willing to accept you as his disciple."
Brush.
Qin Feng did not say anything and spread his palms out.
"Do it quickly. He's borrowing the power of faith." The Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch's color changed and he shouted in a hurry. In the sky above the Qin capital, the human emperor flag vibrated violently, brilliant white light blossomed, and an extremely majestic power of faith surged out from the human emperor flag, far exceeding the power of faith that Ning Yi and the others had borrowed earlier. 10, 100,
or even 1,000 times more than theirs,
rolling in like a white ocean,
all of it failing to enter Qin Feng's body.
In an instant,
Qin Feng's 3,000 black hair raised and crystallized. His black dragon robe was windless and hunting.
Countless white lights bloomed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body.
Giggle.
Qin Feng's palm slapped the void. Countless mysterious runes swept through the 4 directions like a tidal wave,
and the divine ability offered by the Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch was directly dispersed.
Chapter 55, Strongly Slaying the Harmonization Realm. Boom boom boom.
The Great War of Terror erupts again.
In the void,
several rays of light continued to collide, and the light was so bright that the void was collapsing,
as if it was destroying the sky and destroying the earth.
Qin Feng's body around the devil gas rolling,
constantly overflowing,
and white faith power and incomparably blazing. Darkness and light coexist in one body. All kinds of magical powers were constantly offered by him. Heavy pupils are also flowing, a divine light drizzling out space and time. Jian Wuduan and Jian Zhuo were incomparably shocked in their hearts. The pressure they faced plummeted as Emperor Qin was no longer fighting 2 against 1, but had begun to fight 3 against 1,
or even 4 against 1. No good.
The Lu Wuchang few people were even more incomparably shocked and filled with horror.
After the power of faith into the body to go, Qin Huang's battle power soared too much, incomparably strong. On the contrary, on their side, the 4 combined bodies surrounded Qin Huang, surprisingly unable to suppress Qin Huang. As time passed, Qin Huang more and more horrifying, and even in turn suppressed the 4 of them.
Shoo!
Suddenly, Qin Feng waved his big sleeve and a streak of dark light surfaced and disappeared into the void, his breath completely gone.
Giggle! The cloud-soaring Sect's Grand Elder looked at Qin Feng with a cold expression. A flying dagger was building up in his sleeve and an extreme aura of solemnity was rising. This was his strongest card,
the absolute heavenly flying dagger. The longer it was stored up, the more powerful the killing power would be. Originally,
he had planned to use it against Jian Wuchen, but everything had changed too quickly,
and after Emperor Qin borrowed the power of faith, his battle power far exceeded that of Jian Wuchen.
So he decided to use this blade to decimate Emperor Qin.
Emperor Qin, you're proud enough to die under this blade of the old man.
This blade, which had been stored up for such a long time,
was enough to cut down any existence below the divine separation realm.
The cloud-soaring Sect's Grand Elder waved his palm,
and the flying daggers in his sleeves vibrated and did not enter the void.
Buzz!
Suddenly,
the flying dagger that had not entered the void reappeared, and before it left a foot in front of the cloud-soaring Sect's Grand Elder's body,
it seemed to have lost all its power and fell towards the bottom. The Yinshao Sect's Grand Elder's pupils shrunk violently.
His face expression froze, and then his entire body fell towards the ground, and at his temple, there was an inconspicuous bloody hole, and it was this bloody hole that wore out his divine soul.
Yun-ha! Yun Haoran exclaimed in shock, looking at the falling body. His face changed drastically. Emperor Qin
killed the cloud-soaring Sect's harmonization realm. The 5 harmonization realms of the 3 great immortal sects violently retreated violently, looking at Qin Feng in the distance, their faces filled with horror, their eyes incomparably scornful.
Jian Wuduan and Jian Zhuo were also stunned. As harmonization realm,
they were incomparably aware of the powerful combat strength of harmonization realm. It would take an extremely long time for equal realms to be able to distinguish a winner from a loser, and to be able to decimate was even more difficult as if they were in heaven.
It's the needle. Lu Wuchang suddenly drank low.
A small black needle in the distance killed the cloud crane.
Once again did not enter the void. The entire process is extremely short, from the emergence to kill the cloud crane, completed in a split second. Emperor Qin, today, This seat will behead you.
Yun Haoran stared at Qin Feng with a deadly stare, his complexion grim and his body filled with killing intent. The only one of the three great clans that had lost a harmonization realm was his Cloudsoar sect, and he had suffered a great loss. So now the only way to make up for the loss was to obtain the great secret on Emperor Qin. Giggle! Qin Feng waved his fist seal and directly struck out, interrupting the speech of several people as the radiant fist light suppressed towards them. He no longer used the god-destroying needle. This kind of concealment type of magic weapon in the big battle to achieve once is a huge success. When they have vigilance, want to repeat the same trick will be very difficult. Compared to using the god-destroying needle, it would be more effective to shock them with the god-destroying needle to distract them. But, an hour later, Yun Haoran, who had previously vowed to decapitate Qin Feng, flew out horizontally as the Six Paths reincarnation fist blasted onto his chest, blood splattering as the power of the ages instantly swept through his entire body. Giggle! Qin Feng executed the rock technique, rapidly traveling through the clouds like a rock bird, spanning the void and rapidly approaching, his palm filled with runes and slapped down. The power of the ages. Yun Haoran was appalled. The wound in his chest was nothing for a great power of the harmonization realm like him. Seeing Qin Feng killing, he was just about to make a move when he suddenly noticed that a mysterious force spread from his chest throughout his body, and in an instant, he lost a large amount of longevity, his flesh aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Qin Feng's palm imprints kept slapping. The runes were radiant. Yun Haoran's color changed and he struggled to resist. The power of the ages at his chest was too terrifying to be eliminated. Not only did it hinder the healing of his wounds, but it also rippled throughout his body, causing his battle power to plummet. His body kept flying out horizontally. Giggle! When Lu Wuchang's few people saw this scene, their hearts were shocked and they immediately shot out to suppress Emperor Qin. Once Yun Haoran fell, their situation would be instantly reversed. Bang! Qin Feng's physical body bloomed with glittering precious light, facing the siege of several harmonized realms. He could not be afraid. All kinds of divine abilities were dissolved by him. His eyes' divine light flowed. He captured Yun Haoran's momentary break, and fiercely struck out, replacing the sword with his finger. An immortal execution sword intent chopped through the void. Ah! The small half of Yun Haoran's body was chopped off, and blood rolled out, which was very eye-catching under the sunlight. Yun Haoran! Several people from Lu Wuchang exclaimed. Emperor Qin! The two of them, Jian Wuduan and Jian Zhua, were shocked to the extreme. Emperor Qin had fought 4 harmonious realm alone, and not only did he not lose, but he killed a harmonious realm, and now he had slashed half of Yun Haoran's body. It was simply heaven-defying. All of a sudden, the two were excited. Their blood was boiling, and they had made the right choice. Giggle! Yun Haoran was seriously injured. His breath was incomparably weakened. He violently spat out a mouthful of essence blood, transforming into a rune, surprisingly regaining some of his vitality before violently erupting into extreme speed. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let the other party off the hook as he stepped out into the void, following closely behind. Stop him! Several of Lu Wuchang's hearts knew that once Yun Haoran died, not only would they lose the chance to kill Emperor Qin, but they would even follow in Yun Haoran's footsteps. Boom boom boom! Qin Feng's palms spread out and a black curtain emerged from the void, appearing around Qin Feng, like the strongest shield in the world, blocking all divine abilities. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Wuchang looked at a black curtain, his face ugly. The defense of these black curtains was truly amazing and extremely difficult to destroy. What was even more counterintuitive was that these black curtains seemed to be endless. Even after destroying one, there were countless more behind it. Stop! Even though Yun Haoran had used his essence blood to catalyze his recluse technique, he was already unable to escape in front of Qin Feng, who had executed the rock technique, and looking at Qin Feng, who was rapidly approaching like a lightning bolt across the firmament. His complexion suddenly changed and he shouted, "My Cloudy Sky Sect's old ancestor. My Cloudsoar sect has made contact with the old ancestor in the upper realm, and the old ancestor will be able to come down to the realm in a matter of days. So a number of you killed this seat." Put. Qin Feng looked indifferent, not even bothering to open his mouth. Raising his hand, the immortal execution sword intent chopped through. Yun Haoran's voice came to a screeching halt, his head flew up, and blood gushed up like a fountain. Yun Haoran, dead. The heavens and the earth fell into silence. The 2 harmonization realms of the Cloudsoaring sect were all killed by Qin Huang. Originally, 6 harmonization realms had come to surround and kill Emperor Qin, but now only 4 remained. The Lu Wuchang several people had complex expressions, no longer striking out, and very tacitly began to retreat. And now there were only 4 of them, 3 on Emperor Qin's side, and Emperor Qin's battle power was comparable to that of 4 harmonious realms. In other words, without realizing it, they had gone from an advantage to a disadvantage.
But they retreated. But Qin Feng did not intend to let them go. These can be excellent Dao fruits. Kill. With a broken cry, Qin Feng's golden wings behind his back vibrated, pouncing towards Lu Wuchang's several people. Jian Wuchen and Jian Zua had been suppressed all along, and now that they had a stomach full of anger, they naturally wouldn't let go of Lu Wuchang's 4 people either, and they followed Qin Feng closely. Chapter 56 Falling. Submission. Boom. Once again, Lu Wuchang was sent flying out, blood staining the sky until it was thousands of meters before he stopped. Emperor Qin, do you know that my demon spirit Sect's old ancestor is in the upper realm? Put. Qin Feng did not say anything and kept approaching. The 6 paths reincarnation fist filled the sky and Lu Wuchang once again flew out horizontally. Emperor Qin, you're making a mistake for yourself. Boom. Emperor Qin. Bang. Qin. Cough cough. Lu Wuchang coughed violently. After continuously flying out horizontally, he was tackled. On his neck, an arm was locked fiercely. Radiant white light was transmitted from the arm to Lu Wuchang's whole body, forcibly suppressing him. Even his Dantian and divine soul were suppressed. Unable to move. Qin. Emperor Qin. Stop. This seat is willing to submit to Great Qin. Looking at Qin Feng's expressionless demeanor, Lu Wuchang finally panicked. If this continued, he would be buried in the hands of Emperor Qin. Wow. Suddenly, Qin Feng's fleshly blooming faith power erupted, surging into Lu Wuchang's body like a flood. Ah! In a split second, Lu Wuchang screamed miserably, his eyes widened, and his entire body was like a dormant volcano awakening, blossoming with blazing white light before completely returning to calm, the light on his body dispersing like an ebbing tide. Sovereign, the demon spirit Sect's Grand Elder exclaimed with a terrified expression. Lu Wuchang died, and his divine soul was directly dissipated by the impact of that majestic power of faith. Next moment, he directly transformed into a recluse, cutting across the sky and disappearing into the Qin capital. You, the Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch and the Grand Elder looked at the demon spirit Sect's Grand Elder who directly ran away. All of them froze in place, and when they reacted and wanted to leave, they suddenly realized that Jian Wuchen, Jian surrounded them, as well as Qin Huang who slowly turned his head to look at them, his eyes as cold as winter. Emperor Qin, this seat and others are willing to surrender. The Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch directly gave up resisting. If he resisted any longer, he would really die. Emperor Qin, I am willing to surrender as well. The Immortal Dan Sect's Grand Elder, Dan Qinzi, also hurriedly said, cursing in his heart that this fellow, the sovereign, was truly cunning, and didn't inform him before submitting. Swallow this black mist. Qin Feng spoke indifferently as his palms lifted up, condensing 2 balls of black mist that kept surging. This is the devil seed condensed by the devil swallowing technique, a means used to cultivate the fruits of the Tao. Once planted with the devil seed, regardless of the other party's cultivation to what realm, how far away, the devil swallowing technique practitioner can take his life in a single thought and make his soul dissipate to collect the fruits. The Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch looked at the mass of black mist in front of him with a hesitant expression. Although he didn't know what this was, there was one thing that he knew. Once he swallowed this, he would be completely subjected to Emperor Qin in the future. Emperor Qin, this seat. Put. Qin Feng pointed out a finger and the Immortal Dan Sect Patriarch's brow was pierced through. A finger-thick bloody hole spewing out blood as his body crashed down towards the earth. Seeing this scene, Dan Qinzi, who was on the side, didn't hesitate to swallow a cloud of black mist in front of him before kneeling down in front of Qin Feng and sincerely saying, my subordinate, Dan Qinzi, meet your majesty. Qin Feng nodded his head and said indifferently, from now on, you are my great Qin offering. Dan Qinzi did not expect that he would still be able to get a position as an envoy, which is not countless times better than a dead patriarch, and was overjoyed, saying, thank you, your majesty. And as the great battle of the harmonization realm came to an end, the great war in the Qin capital came to an end, and one after another, the 3 great clansmen began to submit to Great Qin. His Majesty Emperor Qin has killed 3 harmonization realm powers. Great Qin has won, someone exclaimed. In the middle of the Qin capital, countless Great Qin subjects looked into the air and felt so unreal. The 4 great immortal clans hang high above this heaven and earth, overriding the mundane. In the eyes of the world has always been high and unopposable. And now the 3 great immortal clans came out at the same time to surround and kill the Qin Emperor. And not only did they fail, but on the contrary, they were defeated by the Qin Emperor, and are now subjugating themselves to the Great Qin as much as they can. With the 100 dynasties destroyed and the 4 great immortal sects subjugated, won't this heaven and earth be completely under my Great Qin's control? Many people realized this and looked excited, and then the entire Qin capital boiled over. Great Qin has unified the world. Long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor. Great Qin has unified the world. Long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor. Great Qin has unified the world. Long live His Majesty the Qin Emperor, the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, all three great clans have submitted to my Great Qin. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on top of the dragon chair, listening to Li Si's report. In this battle, His Majesty killed 4 harmonization realms, subjugated 1 harmonization realm provider, the civil and military officials, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry, and the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples, killing a total of 30 harmonization spirit vessels, and 200 Yuaning vessels. At this time, the civil and military officials, all of them were flushed and excited. All of them gazed at the black dragon robe figure on the dragon chair with incomparable reverence. In this battle, all of you have contributed. Li Si, you are in charge of this matter, and all those who have contributed will be rewarded according to their merits. Mundane imperial dynasties may have the embarrassing situation of no reward, but Great Qin will never, because there is the way of faith, using the power of faith as a reward. The higher the merit, the more power of faith can be obtained. And as the civil and military officials made their mark, and the Great Qin territory continued to expand, the power of Great Qin's faith would become more and more majestic. And Qin Feng, as the pioneer of the way of faith and in charge of the only faith magic weapon, the human emperor streamer, had an even more unshakable and solid position. Jian Hantian, I appoint you as the Heavenly Sword Marquis, and as the commander of my Great Qin Sword Character Battalion. The Heavenly Sword Sect had played a huge role in this battle. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qin Feng facing 6 harmonization realms would have been extremely difficult to win, and the likelihood of achieving a kill would have been extremely low. It should have been rewarded to one of the 2 Sword Sect patriarchs, Jian Wuchen and Jian Zhua, but both of them said that they would give it all to Jian Hantian. The Heavenly Sword Sect also completely submitted to Great Qin and changed its name to Sword Battalion. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I will use my sword to protect my Great Qin. Jian Hantian's face was expressionless, but there was an incomparable sincerity in his eyes. Subsequently, an extremely luxurious immortal boat left the Qin capital and flew to the East Sea. Qin Feng stood at the head of the flying boat as a cloudy haze swept past him, his black hair dancing lightly and his black dragon robe hunting. What is the name of the upper world to which this heaven and earth are connected? Chapter 57, Stopping the Descent of the Great Powers of the Upper Realm. Closing the door again. Your Majesty, my subordinate has asked the old, Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor, but he seemed unwilling to mention this matter, and only vaguely said a few words, which seemed to be something like sin, cage, or something like that. Dan Shenzi replied respectfully. Sin, cage, Qin Feng muttered to himself, his eyes flickering as countless memories surged up, and eventually he thought of a very mysterious and even somewhat bizarre upper realm. So, what this heaven and earth is connected to is the Sin State. Sin State, this was an extremely special upper realm, and after Qin Feng had become an immortal in his previous life, he had traveled to this realm and even stayed for a period of time. On the flying boat, Dan Chenzi, Jian Wuchen and a few others were alarmed. His Majesty Emperor Qin seemed to know the upper realm very well. Soon, the flying boat entered the land of the Eastern Sea, and then passed through the spatial rift and entered the demon spirit sect's small world. This small world was gray, and gray mist filled the heavens and earth as if it had lasted for countless thousands of years. Your Majesty, something is wrong. Jian Wuchen looked around and his face suddenly became grave. Everyone's disappeared. Qin Feng also noticed something. This small world was dead silent. There was not a single sound. He looked towards the tallest demonic mountain in the distance. Wow! Just then, a pillar of pitch-black light appeared on that demonic mountain in the distance, which went straight to the sky, and even directly blasted a mouth out of the sky. And all of a sudden, a majestic aura leaked out of this mouth, sweeping through the small world like a wave. It's Jian Wuduan. Several people exclaimed in shock. Even though they were separated by thousands of meters, they felt a terrifying suppression. Their own realm, as well as the laws that they comprehended, seemed to have broken at this moment, and there were hidden signs of collapse, which gave them an ominous premonition. Brush! Qin Feng directly disappeared from the spot, and in the next instant, he appeared on top of the Devil Mountain. Ha ha ha! Emperor Qin, you're too late. Next to the black light pillar, the demon spirit sect's Grand Elder laughed loudly with a somewhat maniacal expression. At his feet was a black altar in which densely packed corpses shed countless amounts of blood, converging in the receiving formation to make it work. Boom! Above the dome of the sky, the mouth was expanding, and vaguely, an illusory figure could be made out overlooking this part of the heavens and earth, seemingly approaching at an extremely fast speed, the illusory figure becoming clearer by the moment. Emperor Qin, the old ancestor of my demon spirit sect, is about to descend. Your time to die has come. Brush! Qin Feng's palm spread out and the god-extinguishing needle appeared in his palm. The demon spirit sect elder was in the middle of the big formation, not panicking at all. His bottom line was full of energy, saying, Emperor Qin. This sacrificial formation is a top-level formation in the upper realm taught by my demon spirit Sect's old ancestor, which is catalyzed by the essence blood of living beings, and has already exceeded the limits of this heaven and earth, so you won't be able to break it, yes?
Qin Feng's eyes blossomed with divine light as the heavy pupil law emerged,
and in a flash, the great formation before him had no secrets to speak of.
Qin Feng raised his hand and the god-extinguishing needle in his palm transformed into a ray of dark light and shot towards a hidden location of the black altar. The demon spirit Sect's Grand Elder was very disdainful of Qin Feng's actions,
as if he was watching a joke. Emperor Qin, everything you've done is in vain.
Shoo! The god-destroying needle was like no one's business, directly piercing through the defenses surrounding the black altar and poking at the altar's sacrificial altar pattern.
In a flash, the black altar as if an earthquake had occurred, shaking violently,
the lines engraved on the altar twisted up, the river of blood on the ground was also chaotic, no longer converging towards the center of the altar,
like a headless fly, flowing in all directions, and then, the black light pillars that led to the top were decaying at a rate that was visible to the naked eye.
How? Possible? The devil spirit Sect's Grand Elder's color changed, and the smile on his face stagnated and stayed.
The opening in the firmament was shrinking fast. The reception formation was broken by Emperor Qin.
Although he had set up this grand formation,
it was set up entirely according to the old ancestors' guidelines, and even he himself didn't know how to break this grand formation, so how could Emperor Qin possibly break it?
Boom! In the mouth above the dome of the sky, the silhouette also sensed that the formation was forced and accelerated violently, seemingly wanting to enter this world before the mouth closed.
Qin Feng walked into the black altar. Footsteps violently step.
A horror ripples swept in all directions.
Bang sound.
The reception altar violently collapsed. The big formation was broken.
The black column of light instantly turned into a finger thick. The dome of the mouth also quickly healed. In a moment, will only be left the size of a fist.
Boom!
The heavens and earth shook,
as if a world had bombarded this world. The silhouette erupted with a terrifying light and bombarded the ever-shrinking mouth to break through the world barrier.
But in the end, it was unable to open, and the fist-sized mouth healed completely.
Heavy pupil.
Damn! An extremely cold voice,
which seemed to have traveled across countless hours of space and time,
reached this heaven and earth and fell into everyone's ears.
Everyone was incomparably shocked and felt chills running through their bodies,
not daring to imagine what would happen if the demon spirit Sect's old ancestor from the upper realms were to descend.
Emperor Qin,
even though you destroyed the receiving formation, the barriers of heaven and earth are weakening, and the old ancestor will eventually descend here. The devil spirit Sect's Grand Elder's face turned pale when he saw the entrance closing.
He seemed to see his end and was still struggling, trying to stay alive.
When the old ancestor descends, you will definitely die. If you want to live,
the only way is to let the old man rearranges the receiving array to receive the old ancestor to descend.
Put! Qin Feng slapped his palm down and the head of the demon spirit Sect's Grand Elder shot up into the sky. In the meantime, in the sin state of the upper realm, deep within a divine mind that was being mined.
Damn brat! How dare you break the old man's grand formation? The old man in a black robe snapped his eyes open. His eyes filled with gloom.
Open the way of faith.
Heavy pupils.
Even the great formations of the upper realms can be broken. Also, that little needle is not mortal. This kid is simply demonic.
Even more so than the top heavenly pride of the sin state.
Immediately afterward, a greedy look appeared on his face. If I can get everything from this brat, who in this sin state can stop me?
1 year's time. 1 year's time old man will be able to break through the space barrier.
After resolving the matter of the demon spirit Sect's oldest ancestor's descent into the realm,
Qin Feng returned to the Qin capital. A ceremony was then held to reward those who had done well,
with the announcement of the Great Qin Military Merit Code.
During the battle to destroy the 100 dynasties,
countless heavenly prides emerged from Great Qin,
and many military achievements were made.
I'm going to be in seclusion.
Li Si, you'll be in charge of the affairs of the court for the time being.
In the Golden Palace,
the civil and military officials gathered. Although in the battle with the three great clans, Great Qin had lost many officials in battle, but there were just as many people who had made great achievements. Thus the number of ministers in the Golden Palace was not less,
but more than ever before.
With Li Si leading the 100 officials to handle the affairs of Great Qin, Qin Feng did not need to bother, and he had gotten too many Dao fruits from this great formation to close down and cultivate.
I obey. Li Si led the order.
The civil and military officials were no longer curious about Emperor Qin's seclusion.
After all, this had happened many times. When I leave the gate, I will break open this heaven and earth. Did Qin ascend with me to the upper realm?
After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly disappeared into the Great Hall.
Travel to upper world.
Looking at His Majesty the Qin Emperor who disappeared into the Great Hall, the civil and military officials cried out in shock and excitement.
will we also have the opportunity to travel to the upper world? The upper realm. This was a place that existed in legends, vast and incomparable, with countless great powers and abundant aura, far above the lower realms, a place that countless cultivators dreamed of. How could they have never imagined that one day they would be able to travel to the upper realm, and that it was all because of His Majesty? Gentlemen, Li Si was also incredibly excited and said, during the time that His Majesty is in seclusion, we will allow Great Qin to completely dominate this land, and when His Majesty emerges from seclusion, nothing shall affect His Majesty's grand plan. This is how it should be. The civil and military officials nodded their heads in succession, incomparably in agreement. Qin Palace and Alphen Palace. I don't know if this retreat will allow the demonic body to transform for a second time. In front of Qin Feng, there were dozens of corpses, all of which were Harmonization Realm existences, and among them, there were also no Harmonization Realm corpses. Wow! Qin Feng's body erupted with rolling demonic qi, enveloping one of the corpses as he began to cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic technique. Half a month later, Qin Feng stepped into the realm of transformation from Yuaning. After Great Qin unified this heaven and earth, its qi has become more and more prosperous. Qin Feng muttered to himself, with the Great Qin's qi luck elevated, he broke through much faster again, and after spending only half a month, he stepped into the harmonized God realm from the 9th level of Yuaning. If Great Qin's qi luck doesn't improve, this breakthrough will take at least a month. However, it's surprising that the demonic body didn't usher in a second metamorphosis. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This was a deviation from what he had expected, and at the same time, it also proved that each metamorphosis of the demonic body would be more difficult than the previous one, and the aptitude that was awakened would also be more powerful. Although there was no metamorphosis for the breakthrough into the transformation God realm, this time it's really only one step away from metamorphosis. The day we step into the harmonization realm will be the time when the demonic body will metamorphose for the second time. Chapter 58, Ascension. Traveling to the upper realm. 9 months later, the door to the dusty Alphen Palace opens. Qin Feng came out of the gate. This retreat. Not only had he directly broken through a major realm, but his cultivation had even reached the 6th level of harmonization. His demonic body had also undergone a second metamorphosis as he had expected. It's time to head to the upper realm as well. Qin Feng went to the Golden Palace while a voice rang in the ears of all the civil and military officials of Great Qin. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has come out. The 100 officials were overwhelmed with excitement and immediately converged in the Golden Palace. Greetings to His Majesty on his departure. Long live the Emperor. Civilians and military officials, the Brocade Guards, the Vermilion Bird Battalion, the White Tiger Battalion, and the Sword Battalion, along with traveling to the depths of the East Sea, will ascend together. Qin Feng looked at Li Si and said, you manage the lower realm on behalf of me, and after Great Qin's position in the upper realm is firmly established, you will then lead Great Qin's Iron Cavalry and people to ascend to the upper realm. Your obedience. Li Si felt pity for not being able to ascend with Emperor Qin this time, but he also understood that letting him stay in the lower realm to manage Great Qin was a sign of His Majesty's trust in him, and with His Majesty's tactics, it would surely not take long for Great Qin to gain a firm foothold in the upper realm. Immediately, the Black Dragon chariot cut through the void, leaving Great Qin and heading to the East Sea. In the rear, the Brocade Guards, White Tiger Battalion, Vermilion Bird Battalion, and Sword Character Battalion followed. His Majesty the Qin Emperor is going to lead them to ascend to the upper realms. Wherever they passed, the cultivators of this heaven and earth as well as the mundane subjects were exclaiming in astonishment, their hearts incomparably envious, wishing that they could be one of them. The deepest part of the East Sea. Devil Spirit Sect Small World. The spatial barriers in this place are getting weaker and weaker. Jian Wuduan, Jianzhua and Danshenzi looked at the air with grave expressions. It's been 9 months. The demon spirit Sect's old ancestor would try to descend into the realm every other month, and each time the commotion would get bigger and bigger, and a month ago the other party even opened an opening, and even though it was only as thick as a finger, this time the other party might be able to break through the barriers and descend into the realm altogether. Your Majesty! Suddenly, Jian Wuchen exclaimed, a joyful expression appearing on his face. In the distance, the Black Dragon chariot, the civil and military officials, and the vast army were rapidly approaching. Greetings, Your Majesty! When Jian Wuduan and the few others saw Emperor Qin, their hearts were jolted. Hopper 6. In just 9 months, His Majesty stepped from the 9th level of Yuaning into the 6th level of Harmony. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed is this? How? Qin Feng asked. Jian Wuduan immediately told what the demon spirit Sect's old ancestor had done in the past few months. According to past patterns, in 3 hours, he should come to impact the spatial barrier. Hear that? The crowd couldn't help but be a little worried. An old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years was bound to have extremely terrifying strength. And once he struck out, even Emperor Qin was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cope. No harm done. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent and his palms were spread out. With a wow sound, a majestic spatial force erupted, and a vortex appeared in his palm, which expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within a few breaths, it transformed into a portal several meters high. White Tiger Battalion, Vermilion Bird Battalion, and Sword Character Battalion. You enter the space and come out after you fly up to the upper world. The number of ascensions this time was too many and it was too troublesome to ascend one by one, so Qin Feng directly put them into space, which would save a lot of time and at the same time wouldn't be too conspicuous. And this space, it is the divine ability born from the second metamorphosis of the devil body after breaking through the merging realm, named Sumeru Arabidopsis Space Art. And ordinary space aptitude living beings cannot survive in it different. All living things can be in the Sumeru Arabidopsis space can be normal survival and even reproduction. And the normal world is almost no difference, although currently only 100,000 square meters, but with the elevation of the realm, the space inside will also be expanded. The Jianwuchen few people became more and more alarmed. His Majesty the Qin Emperor's methods were too terrifying, creating a space that could contain hundreds of thousands of people. Soar with me. When several battalions of soldiers had all entered the Sumeru Arabidopsis space, Qin Feng gathered the power of Great Qin's faith in one body and sacrificed the Jintian sword drawing technique, which directly tore an opening in the firmament of the sky. At once, an aura from the higher realms surged through the rift. Qin Feng was the first to soar and enter the rift, followed closely by Ning Yi, Jian Wuchen, and the others. In the meantime, the upper world, the state of sin. On the endless white jade square, a huge multicolored light gate was erected, constantly flickering and escaping a majestic spatial force. With each flash of the light door, figures were spat out. Chapter 59 Ascension Square. The 1,965,265,434th Ascender. Tang San. Right? Go wait in the square. Beside the colorful light door, the old man looked at the youth who soared up and said expressionlessly. In the square behind the old man, uncountable ascendants were captive together. There were corpses on the ground, and all around them were guards with terrifying auras, firmly surrounding the ascendants. Tang San colored. The gap between this and what he had imagined was too great. He was the continent's #1 heavenly pride. Shouldn't he be courted by all parties after his ascension, begging himself to join their clan? What the hell is this cold old guy in front of me? And what the hell is this group of ascended beings who look like prisoners? May I ask, Senior, what will you do after ascension? Tang San inquired in a low voice. The old man was filled with impatience and was about to get angry when he realized that the other party had handed him a bone. Senior, this is a 10,000-year-old externally attached soul bone. Please accept it, Tang San said in a low voice, while quietly surveying the old man's expression. Although the other party hid it well, he still noticed that the old man's eyelids fluttered violently after he took out this soul bone. Tang San's heart burst with dark joy. The Jianghu wasn't about fighting and killing, it was about human feelings. With this soul bone, he would definitely be able to get preferential treatment from the old man, unlike those ascended people in the square. However, pop, the old man raised his hand, and a large nose pocket directly jerked Tang San away. A broken bone, and you dare to come and bribe old man? Saying that, the old man directly kicked, stomping the bones on the ground, and said to the guards on the side, "This Tang San, send him to the Area 007 Divine Mine later." A crowd of ascending people in the square looked at Tang San, whose face was swollen into a pig's head. All of them showed disdain. Which low-ranked small world ascended up to the turd? A broken bone. Also want to bribe the great desolate Sect's great power of the Tani realm? Tang San's eyes were shadowy, and he squeezed a smile on his face as he inquired, "Brothers, may I ask why this is the case after ascension? And what is the meaning of the Area 007 Divine Mines? This side of the upper realm is called the Sin State. Demons are rampant and human forces are in chaos. You are lucky to have ascended to a human-controlled ascension point. As long as you dig for the Great Desolate Sect for 1,000 years, you will be free. Like those ascended to a demon-controlled teleportation point will be miserable. They will be directly become a blood meal for the demons." Someone explained, looking at Tang San with strange eyes, saying, "As for Divine Mind 007, it means a divine mind that works 7 days a week and 12 hours a day." Tang San's face darkened after hearing this. Wow! Right at this moment, the colorful light door lit up again, and a black dragon-robed silhouette stepped out from the light door. And that wasn't the end of it. Behind the black dragon-robed silhouette, there were several other people who also stepped out from the light door one after another. Harmonization realm? The crowd of ascended ones in the square were amazed. It should be known that these ascended ones of theirs, the lowest realm was the divine separation realm, and the universal was the cave void realm.
while the highest realm of this group was only a few harmonization realms.
And apart from the harmonization realm, the rest of the group was Jindan.
It should have come here through a spatial rift, not broken through the world barrier to get here.
These people are miserable. With such a low realm,
they don't even have the qualification to dig.
I'm afraid they will be directly sold by the Great Desolate Sect as human animals to the demons. Quite a few ascended ones gloated.
They had thought that they were miserable enough, but now that someone was even more miserable than them,
it gave them a hint of comfort. Harmonization. Jindan?
The old man beside the light door swept his gaze over the realms of Qin Feng and his party,
his expression even colder than when he faced Tang San,
and he didn't even bother to report the ascender number as he faintly said,
"Take them to the trading point."
A guard with a halberd approached. Jian Wudu and the others' faces changed slightly.
This upper realm after ascension seemed to be a bit different from what they thought. "Will you leave on your own, or will I break your limbs and take you away?"
The guard swept his gaze over Qin Feng's several people and said expressionlessly,
"Daring, how dare you be rude to His Majesty?" Even though this guard in front of him was in a far higher realm than Ning Yi, he was still fearless enough to stand up and rebuke the Emperor of Qin when someone disrespected him, daring to berate the Lord Protector. This brat is miserable. The crowd of celestial ascended masters in the square shook their heads. These guards looked ordinary, but in reality,
they were all former ascended masters who had practiced in the upper world for many years. Their realms were all at the peak of the cave void, and they had sensed the laws of the upper world, and their battle power was amazing. Earlier they had seen with their own eyes that an ascended master had tried to escape,
and as a result, he was chopped off by a halberd of one of the guards.
"Looks like you guys don't want to walk there by yourselves."
The guard's expression was cold. The light around his body erupted, and the halberd in his hand cut through the void, directly chopping down.
Jian Wuduan and the others' faces turned white.
This guard was too terrifying. Their bodies were confined, and the laws of the lower realm in their bodies were even suppressed, so they couldn't even move. Giggle. Suddenly, a white sword chi chopped through space and time, breaking through all confinement. The halberd snapped in two. A head rolled on the ground, and blood gushed like a fountain from the guard's neck. How is that possible?
The crowd of ascended masters in the square exclaimed in shock, staring at Qin Feng in deathly disbelief.
The lower realm conformity realm crossed two great realms to decapitate the upper realm cave void realm existence? This is too amazing. Old me was mistaken. The harmonization realm has such battle power.
It seems that it didn't come to the upper realm through a spacetime rift. The old man grinned, not angered by the killing of one of the guards, but instead had a surprised smile on his face. Such a heavenly pride. Those demons would love it the most. The value would be 1,000 or 10,000 times that of an ordinary harmonious realm.
Qin Feng looked calm, as if it wasn't him who made the move to kill just now, and faintly said, "You're from the Great Desolate Sect? So what if it is? Kid, you're not trying to say that you know a certain old ancestor of my Great Desolate Sect, are you?"
The old man looked at Qin Feng and seemed to have anticipated Qin Feng's next words as he grinned.
"Every year, old me bumps into countless ascenders like you, and I've killed countless of them, and it's been hard to stop recently. But I didn't expect another one to come."
Qin Feng said indifferently.
"Is Desolate Ancient still around?"
He did know the Great Desolate Sect's old ancestor and was still the old ancestor who had started the Great Desolate Sect.
"Draconic?" The old man laughed. "You haven't even done your homework. My Great Desolate Sect doesn't have any elders named Draconic amongst its current crop of elders."
Qin Feng frowned slightly.
"The sect established by the Draconic Ancient has reached such a stage? How dare the elders of the later generations not even know the ancestor who founded the sect? I suggest you contact your Great Desolate Sect Patriarch now." Chapter 60 Great Desolate Sect. The Desolate Seal. "Kid, are you teaching the old man his job?"
The old man's face went cold.
He was just an outer sect deacon. If he could directly contact the Great Desolate Sect Patriarch, he wouldn't have to be here to guard the ascension point. Zip!
The palm of his hand spread out and thunder flashed, condensing a sword of thunder to chop at Qin Feng, the majestic power of thunder causing space and time to distort.
"Wow!"
Qin Feng waved his large sleeve and the power of space erupted as a portal appeared, swallowing all the power of the thunder.
Qin Feng's figure flickered and disappeared in place, and in the next moment, he stepped out from the space behind the old man,
using his finger instead of his sword to offer up Immortal Execution Sword Chi,
directly chopping at the old man's head.
The Great Desolate Sect's old man's color changed, and a coolness rose from his heels to the back of his head. He didn't expect a lower realm harmonization realm to be able to crack his means. And he didn't even expect the other party to be proficient in spatial aptitude and counterattack so quickly that it was too late to even dodge.
Boom! In the nick of time, a demonic chi cut through space and time. "Kid, I was going to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come up on your own." A black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng, his hands behind his back. The rolling demonic aura transformed into a black shield, isolating the Immortal Execution Sword Chi. Demon Spirit Sect Ancestor. Jian Wuduan's few people changed color. What they were most worried about was this person, and he had indeed appeared and seemed to be extremely powerful. Qin Feng was as calm as ever. Carrying the Sumerian Arabidopsis space art, he could enter that heaven and earth at any time, and was invincible, and no one would be able to break open the Sumerian Arabidopsis space unless an immortal descended. Senior Willow Thunder. The great desolate Sect's old man touched the cold sweat on his head and arched his hand at Lu Lei. Many thanks to Elder Lu for saving my life. If it wasn't for the other side, he would have been separated from his body at this point. Willow Thunder laughed. Zhou Guang, this brat is from the same side of heaven and earth as the old man. Could you give him to the old man to take away? The great desolate sect elder glanced at Qin Feng, incomparably scandalized. Dare I ask Senior Lu, what is your relationship with this kid? Lu Lei's palm spread out, and a nano ring flew out. I know the rules. Besides, don't worry, I'm not trying to save him. Senior Lu Lei has saved my life. Since Senior opened his mouth, naturally I won't stop him. This kid will be taken away by Senior. Hearing that Lu Lei had a grudge against Qin Feng, the great desolate Sect's old man Zhou Guang's brows stretched down and he no longer blocked the way. Lu Lei's methods were much more powerful than him. Falling into Lu Lei's hands, this kid was miserable. Kid, you've finally fallen into the hands of the old man. Lu Lei looked at Qin Feng, his face unable to hide his excitement. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the kid in front of him was carrying heavy pupils and had opened up the way of the Imperial Dynasty's faith. As long as he captured this kid, dug out the heavy pupil, and forced out the secrets of the way of faith, in time he would become one of the most powerful existences in the Sin state. Qin Feng looked towards the distant sky and faintly said, I'm afraid you're rejoicing a little early. Ha ha, kid, in the upper realm, do you have any more cards? I admit that your battle power is not bad, but in front of me, you can't make any waves. Lu Lei snorted, not placing Qin Feng in his eyes in the slightest. The palm of his hand was filled with runes, transforming into a sky-covering hand that directly grabbed down at Qin Feng, the terrifying pressure causing space and time to shatter. Stop. Suddenly, chortling sounds rang out, and several auras crossed the firmament, appearing in the square between moments. A divine light pierced through the void and directly broke through Lu Lei's sky-covering hand. Young lord, miss, the great desolate Sect's old man Zhou Guang exclaimed. A pleasing smile appeared on his face as he watched a man and a woman descend from the sky in front of him. This young man and woman were the grandsons and granddaughters of the great desolate Sect's patriarch, Desolate Wind and Desolate Rain, with high esteemed status, as well as being the great desolate Sect's top heavenly prides of this generation. Mr. Desolate Wind, Miss Desolate Rain, Old Man Lu Lei, I've heard of your names for a long time. Lu Lei's face was a bit unsightly as his tactics were broken, but he didn't dare to snap in the face of these two great desolate Sect's heavenly prides, and put on an open-minded appearance as he pointed at Qin Feng and laughed. This kid extinguished the old man's Dao lineage in the lower realm. That's why the old man bought him. If there's anything out of order, I hope you two will bear with me. However, the two heavenly pride of the great desolate Sect directly ignored Lu Lei and walked up to Qin Feng. Desolate Wind looked at Qin Feng and said, Did you send out the Desolate Seal? Desolate Rain didn't speak, but was incomparably curious as she sized up Qin Feng. Just a moment ago, their grandfather, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years, suddenly sent a voice message to tell them that someone had sent out a Desolate Seal, telling them to move immediately to meet the person who had sent out the Desolate Seal. As for the Desolate Seal, the origin is huge. Is millions of years ago the Desolate family old ancestor Desolate ancient special runic means. It is said that this kind of means the old ancestor only gave one person in his life, and left the ancestral training. But whenever someone sends out the Desolate Seal, the great desolate Sect up and down to listen to the other party to send. This ancestral training has been passed down for millions of years, and the Desolate Seal has never appeared. And the whole of the great desolate Sect has almost forgotten about this matter. But I didn't expect that after millions of years, the Desolate Seal would appear again. Qin Feng swept his gaze over the young man and woman in front of him and said indifferently, Why is it the two of you who have come? Where is the main person of the great desolate Sect? You. Desolate Rain was a bit displeased. The tone of this guy in front of her was as if he was ordering her to the great desolate Sect. A harmonization realm that ascended from the lower realms dared to be so arrogant? Grandpa, he's in seclusion and can't come out for a while, so he asked the two of us to fetch you on his behalf. Noticing his sister's abnormality, Desolate Wind hurriedly stopped the other party and explained to Qin Feng. On the side, Lu Lei's face became more and more ugly. This kid actually has an old relationship with the great desolate Sect? The one who had an even harder time was the great desolate Sect's old man Zhou Guang, who was watching over the Ascension platform. His scalp was a little numb. The sovereign's orders. The young master and miss personally greeted him. What is this kid's origin? Brother and sister. You can follow my brother and sister to the Great Desolate Sect. Grandfather will soon be out of the gate. Desolation Wind invites. The fact that the Desolate Seal had reappeared after millions of years and was in the hands of a youth of the Harmonization Realm made him incredibly curious. Qin Feng did not refuse. When he first came to the Upper Realm, he could borrow the power of the Great Desolate Sect to help stabilize Great Qin. Also, one more thing. He wanted to inquire about Yao Qi from the Great Desolate Sect here. But before leaving, giggle, Qin Feng raised his hand. A sword Qi chopped out. Poof sound. Hiding behind the Zhou Guang head flew up. You dare to kill my Great Desolate Sect Deacon. The Desolate Rain in front turned around, and she, who was already dissatisfied with Qin Feng, directly exploded when she saw the scene. Killing the Great Desolate Sect Deacon in front of her was clearly not putting the Great Desolate Sect in her eyes. Little sister. No. Desolate Wind stopped Desolate Rain, who wanted to make a move, and shook his head. Have you forgotten my Great Desolate Sect's ancestral motto and grandfather's advice? The one who issues the Desolate Seal is equal in status to the Desolate Ancient Ancestor, and any orders will be carried out unconditionally by my Great Desolate Sect. Then let him act so recklessly? Desolate Rain was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Qin Feng looked calm, as if he had done a small and insignificant thing, and flew past Desolate Wind and Desolate Rain to the center of the square. Chapter 61, Traveling to the Desolate Tower. News from the Yao Qi. Will you submit to me? Qin Feng walked over to Tang San and inquired. Since opening up the way of faith, Qin Feng's heavy pupils had undergone some changes and could see a person's qi. For example, in front of this face swollen into a pig's head of the guy, luck is extremely deep. Even if Ning is several people in the Diqin official position, luck is still not as good as this person. Other than him, there was no one in this square whose qi was comparable to this person's. Brother, I'm used to being loose, and I don't like constraints. Tang San shook his head and refused. Are you kidding? He is the son of heaven's destiny. He will become an immortal and an ancestor in the future. How can he submit to others? Want to take him under your wing? You already have a way to die. But, the guy in front of him had a great relationship with the Great Desolate Sect, so he could make use of the other party. So he laughed. Brother, it's quite fateful that you and I can meet here. How about becoming brothers with different surnames? Put. Tang San's head flew up. Since you don't want to submit, go to hell. Qin Feng turned around and addressed Desolate Wind. Go. This guy. Desolate Rain looked at Qin Feng's back. His teeth clenched. It was too rampant. The Great Wasteland Sect. The banquet has been prepared. All kinds of immortal wine spirit fruit cloth. Fragrant, colorful clouds surrounded like a fairyland. The Great Hall was filled with Great Desolate Sect elders. After millions of years, the Desolate Seal has finally appeared. I thought the Desolate Seal was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. It is said that the old ancestor has only given the Desolate Seal to one person in his life. I wonder who that person is and what relationship this kid has with that person. In the Grand Hall, the Great Desolate Sect elders sized up Qin Feng and communicated with each other in a voice transmission. But, what they couldn't have imagined. The sound transmission that they thought others couldn't hear was no secret in front of Qin Feng's heavy pupils. Desolate Wind raised his glass and laughed. Brother Qin, when the banquet is over, Grandpa should be out of the gate as well. Qin Feng's eyes were tightly closed and he did not speak. Ning Yi and the others did not have the Qin Emperor's orders, and they also sat in place. These are all treasures that only exist in the upper world. Any one of these spirit fruits is a divine fruit that is coveted by millions of people in your lower world. If I were you, I'd eat a little bit more right now. Otherwise, after you leave my Great Desolate Sect, I'm afraid that you won't be able to eat any of these for the rest of your life. Desolate Rain had long been dissatisfied with Qin Feng, and now that he saw Qin Feng, a harmonized realm that had ascended up from the lower realms, was indifferent in the face of so many immortal brew spirit fruits, he thought that Qin Feng must be faking it. With Desolate Rain's words, there was a sudden silence in the Great Hall. The Great Desolate Sect's group of elders didn't block Desolate Rain's provocation, and their gazes all landed on Qin Feng, as if they wanted to see Qin Feng's reaction, and by doing so, to find out Qin Feng's origins as well as the forces behind him. Qin Feng opened his eyes, ignoring Desolate Rain and looking beyond the Great Hall, as if he saw the scene in the deepest forbidden land of the Great Desolate Sect through the heavy obstacles, and coldly said, after millions of years, it seems that the descendants of the Desolate Ancient have forgotten the ancestral teachings he left behind. He can see the old man? Inside the closed space in the forbidden land deep within the Great Desolate Sect, the Great Desolate Sect's patriarch, Desolate M.O., was peering into the Great Hall and was shocked into disbelief when he saw Qin Feng looking in his direction. Impossible. How could he, a harmonization realm, penetrate the forbidden system and discover Lao Fu? As early as when he received the Desolate Seal, Desolate M.O. had already come out of the gate. However, the Desolate Seal was of vital importance, And according to the ancestral training, the person who held the Desolate Seal had a status even above the Great Desolate Sect Patriarch, and the Great Desolate Sect needed to fulfill any of its requirements. If the other party opened their mouths wide and asked for the Great Desolate Sect, would it be difficult to give the Great Desolate Sect away at that time? In order to avoid such things from happening, so he didn't come out of the gate and instead asked Desolate Wind and Desolate Rain to go and greet them. For one thing, these two were his grandchildren, or the Great Desolate Sect's heavenly pride, second only to him in status, and would not be rude, and the other party could not pick a fault. Secondly, if the other party is really a lion's share, Desolate Wind and Desolate Rain can't make a decision, and with Desolate Rain's nature, he won't easily agree to make a mess, and then he will step in to calm everything down. Originally, everything was going according to his plan, especially after seeing Qin Feng's overbearing style of behavior. He felt that his plan was excellent. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the other party seemed to have recognized him and pointed straight to his retreat. Even if you emit the Desolate Seal, you must not disrespect the desolate ancient ancestor. Desolate Rain stared at Qin Feng and chided in a delicate voice. She could no longer stand him and seemed to want to make a move. Don't be rude. A mighty voice rang out, the void rippled, and a silhouette stepped out of the ripples. Sovereign, the Great Desolate Sect's group of elders hurriedly stood up. Grandpa. When Desolate Rain saw the old man, he hurriedly walked over and confessed, "This fellow is too much, killing my Great Desolate Sect's deacon and disrespecting my Great Desolate Sect's desolate ancient patriarch." Aramo tensed his face and chided, Duke Qin is carrying the Desolate Seal and is the most honored guest of my Great Desolate Sect. How can you be rude?" Quickly apologize to Duke Qin. Who knows? Where did he get the Desolate Seal? Those who can obtain the old ancestor's Desolate Seal will certainly be amazingly talented and extraordinary, and their family will certainly prosper in their later life. Even if it's not as good as my Great Desolate Sect, it won't be too far off. Desolate Rain swept his gaze over Qin Feng and the several people behind Qin Feng, Ning Yi, and skimmed his lips. The highest they can get is just the Harmonization Realm. The rest are Jin Dan. Any one of my Great Desolate Sect's true disciples can destroy them. I don't believe that an existence that can be recognized by the old ancestors' progeny would be so bad. Ning Yi's several people clenched their fists as they heard this. Insulting them was fine. Insulting His Majesty the Qin Emperor was something they couldn't stand. No nonsense. Desolate Mo looked towards Qin Feng and said with apologies, Mr. Qin, this granddaughter of mine is arrogant and spoiled, but she has no malicious intent and is babbling nonsense, so don't take it to heart, said he, assuringly. Since Mr. Qin has issued the Desolate Seal, he is a friend of my Great Desolate Sect, and as long as the request is not excessive, my Great Desolate Sect can fulfill Mr. Qin. Not too much to ask? Qin Feng's eyes grew colder and colder as he faintly said, where is the Arakan? Not long after the Desolate Ancient Patriarch founded the Great Desolate Sect, he seemed to have received some news one day, and left this realm in a panic, seemingly to rescue someone, and has been lost ever since, never to return. Arakimo explains. He was a bit curious as to why Qin Feng would inquire about the Desolate Ancient Patriarch who had fallen millions of years ago. Panic to leave this realm. Qin Feng whispered in his heart. He roughly guessed the reason why Desolate Ancient panicked and left this realm. It should be because he heard the news that he was being counted by Yao Qi, and went to the Heavenly Demon Realm to support him, and was ultimately decapitated by the Immortal Realm's great powers. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's killing intent towards the Great Desolate Sect dissipated a bit and said, Take me to your Great Desolate Sect's Desolate Tower. Chapter 62, 600 Years. News from Yao Qi. There was a steep silence in the Great Hall, and the atmosphere became tense. The Desolate Tower. This was the Great Desolate Sect's treasure, a magic weapon left behind by the Desolate Ancient Patriarchs, which housed countless secret techniques and divine battle skills, representing the Great Desolate Sect's heritage for millions of years. The Desolate Pagoda is my Great Desolate Clan's town treasure, and it is never open to the public. However, since Mr. Qin opened his mouth, there is nothing wrong with it. After some internal hesitation, Desolate Mo finally agreed. After all, Qin Feng was carrying the Seal of Desolation, so as long as the request wasn't too excessive, he would agree to it. Soon, the group left the Great Hall and headed to the Great Desolate Sect's Forbidden Land. With depth, an ancient yellow tower towering into the clouds and surrounded by immortal mist appeared in front of him. The tower was carved with ancient runes and filled with Tao rhythms. A majestic ancient atmosphere came over him. Seeing this tower again after millions of years, Qin Feng stopped for a moment before walking towards the tower. Just a moment, Mr. Qin. If you want to enter the Desolate Tower, you need a special spell to do so. Seeing this, Desolate Mo hurriedly reminded. Desolate Tower as the Great Desolate Sect's Jinzong treasure. Naturally not anyone can go in. Desolate Mo did not lie earlier. Not only outsiders cannot enter the Desolate Tower, even the entire Great Desolate Sect. Only the Patriarch and Elder level existences can enter it. Even Desolate Wind and Desolate Rain need to get the consent before they can enter the Desolate Tower. If you force your way in without the spell, you will be attacked by the Desolate Tower as an intruder. And even if you are a Desolate MO, you will be ground down by the Desolate Tower. Wow! Qinfeng pinched his seal and the mysterious runes flew up and did not enter on the bronze door of the Desolate Tower in front of him. Boom! In a flash, the entire Desolate Tower shook violently, bursting out bright light, as if the ancient beasts that had been dormant for a long time woke up, and with a click, the copper door opened by itself. Qinfeng stepped into it. He knows the spell to enter the Desolate Tower. Desolate Rain exclaimed, incomparably surprised. Not only does he know the spell to enter the Desolate Tower, he has also awakened it. Desolate Mo's tone was grave as he raised his head, and the inscriptions on the body of the Desolate Tower flickered continuously. This is the sign of the awakening of the Desolate Tower. The spells controlled by Qinfeng were a tier higher than the spells inherited from the Great Desolate Sect. In other words, Qinfeng's control over the Desolate Tower was beyond him, and he could even take the Desolate Tower away at any time. Patriarch, this. The Great Desolate Sect's Grand Elder walked over to Desolate Mo's side and looked at Qinfeng's back as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Desolate Mo's expression changed as he watched Qinfeng's back. No way! Desolate Wind realized what the two were thinking and hastily stepped forward to stop it. The crowd of elders looked toward Desolate Wind. Desolate Mo also looked at Desolate Wind and said, Windy, say what you mean. Desolate Wind shook his head. Desolate Seal is the ancestor left behind by the ancestor. The ancestor only gave one person in his life. Visible ancestor to that person how much importance? We as the ancestor's descendants, if we do not follow the ancestral training, and also on the holders of the desert seal of the person to do it, what face to see the ancestor of the underground in the next day? Desolate Mo as well as the Great Desolate Sect's group of elders did not take a stance, because what Desolate Wind said was all too empty to convince them that the Desolate Tower was more important to the Great Desolate Sect compared to the ancestral tradition. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Desolate Wind sighed and said, this Duke Qin dared to come to my Great Desolate Sect like this, and he also directly revealed the Desolate Tower's Dharma decree. Do you think he doesn't have any other cards? From beginning to end, between his words and actions, this Duke Qin has not placed my Great Desolate Sect in his eyes. Either he's just being a cutie, or he simply has no fear of my Great Desolate Sect. Hear that? Desolate Mo's heart was shocked, associating it with the previous Qinfeng looking at his retreat in the Great Hall. His body could not help but chill, and he hurriedly said to the Great Desolate Sect's group of elders, from now on, Mr. Qin's status is equal to that of Old Man, and whoever dares to disrespect Mr. Qin, don't blame Old Man for being impolite. Said. Desolate Mo looked at Desolate Rain again and said sternly, when we enter the Desolate Tower later, we'll immediately apologize to Prince Qin and obtain his forgiveness. Desolate Rain's face was ugly. The group hurriedly entered the Desolate Tower. When the crowd of the Great Desolate Sect entered the Desolate Tower, they all froze. Qinfeng didn't head to the top floor of the Desolate Tower where the top-level technique secrets and divine battle skills were stored, but rather on the first floor. On the first floor, there were no precious treasures stored. They were all records about the worlds of the heavens. This Mr. Qin is really special. Desolate Mo signaled the crowd to stand back and not make any noise to disturb Qinfeng. And at this time, Qinfeng had finally found news about Yao Qi in a book titled The Great Events of the Heavens and the Realms. 6 million years ago, the Immortal Realm's holy maiden Yao Qi used herself as bait to marry the Heavenly Demon Realm's young lord in order to suppress the demonic path. The Immortal Realm attacked the Heavenly Demon Realm on the day of the wedding, and the holy maiden Yao Qi killed the Heavenly Demon Realm's young lord with her own hands, eradicating the demonic scourge once and for all. Qin Feng's eyes reddened as his majestic killing intent erupted, and a scene from his previous life reappeared in his mind. 6 million years. Qin Feng continued to flip through the pages. The ancient books recorded many deeds of Yao Qi. Since the slaughter of the Heavenly Demon Realm, Yao Qi had skyrocketed all the way, suppressing the heavenly pride of the heavens and the 10,000 realms. Yao Qi, you really didn't die. Records of Yao Qi stop at 1 million years ago. Yao He Holy Woman suppresses the world of the heavens and the world. The honorary name of Yao He Female Emperor. Since the high hanging above the world of the heavens and the world, so far there have been millions of years have not appeared in the world. Qin Feng did not feel pity when he learned that Yao Qi had not died. Yao Qi, very well. I will personally remove your head and sacrifice it to my heavenly demon realm. Put down the books. Qin Feng leapt up and headed to the top floor of the Desolate Tower. Grandpa, look at this guy, going to the top floor of the Desolate Tower. Desolate Rain skimmed his mouth, very disdainful. She didn't believe that a guy who had ascended from the lower realm was not interested in the top-level technique secrets and divine battle skills in the Desolate Tower. And the reason why he was on the first floor just now was just to pretend to be calm. But now he couldn't pretend anymore, and couldn't wait to head to the topmost floor. Boom! Just then, Wasteland Tower vibrated violently. Bright light burst. A Xianyuan gas from above sprinkled down, fell in the crowd of Wasteland Rain body. Bang sound. Wasteland Rain was suppressed down on the ground, unable to move. Ah! Desolate Rain screamed miserably, looking pained and bleeding from his 7 orifices. This Xian Huang's chi seems to be light and airy, but it is actually heavy and incomparable, just like a divine mountain. Rain. Desolate Mo's color changed, looking at the Xianhuang aura on Desolate Rain's body in fear. Lord Tower Spirit, have you revived? A mysterious voice rang out. Those who hold the Desolate Seal can command everything in the Great Desolate Sect. Have you all forgotten that? How dare a junior show disrespect to His Excellency? Have you all forgotten your ancestral teachings? Hearing the Desolate Tower Spirit's rebuke, the faces of the Great Desolate Sect's people blanched. Don't be angry, Lord Tower Spirit, Desolate Mo hurriedly said. You are as young and ignorant. Can Lord Tower Spirit spare you this time? Chapter 63 Empress Yaoqi. Whether or not to spare her will have to be decided by His Excellency, the Tower Spirit coldly said. Lord Tower Spirit, may I ask what exactly is the origin of Mr. Qin? Arakimo inquired in a trembling voice. Desolate Tower existed for a long time. The seniority is very high. The successive patriarchs of the Desolate Tower Spirit is also incomparable respect. But now the Desolate Tower Spirit even called Qin Feng as adults. Words of incomparable respect. Desolate Rain is only because of the back of the Qin Feng said a few words. Will cause the Tower Spirit Lord anger, heavy punishment. So all of these things are foretold that the identity of the Qin Feng is not extraordinary. Your name is Aramo, right? Lord Tower Spirit. My junior is none other than Desolate Mo. This generation's Great Desolate Sect Patriarch. When Arak Mo saw Lord Tower Spirit call out his name, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Desolate Mo. If you don't want the Great Desolate Sect to perish at your hands, don't easily pry into His Excellency's identity, much less make the slightest small move. The Desolate Tower admonished in a cold voice, and then disappeared into the first floor. Desolate Mo and the others watched as the Tower Spirit disappeared, their faces suddenly changing. The Great Desolate Sect's Grand Elder whispered, Patriarch, just what is this Duke Qin? What is his status? How dare Lord Tower Spirit attach such importance to him? If Lord Tower Spirit follows that kid, put. Suddenly, Desert struck out with a punch that directly pierced through the Grand Elder's chest. All the people in the arena were stunned by this sudden scene. Patriarch. The Great Desolate Sect's Grand Elder looked at Desolate Mo with disbelief. Lord Tower Spirit has already said that you must not ask Duke Qin about his origins, and earlier you moved to kill Duke Qin, and now you question Lord Tower Spirit. So for the sake of my Great Desolate Sect's future, I will have no choice but to kill you as well. Desolate Mo shook his head inside. The Desolate Pagoda's esteemed status, because of Qin Feng's awakening and the fact that he was treating Qin Feng with such respect, violently made him realize that Qin Feng's origins were enormous. Grandpa, help me. Desolate Rain spat blood from his mouth and said indignantly, why is Lord Desolate Tower paying so much attention for an outsider? Is it my Great Desolate Sect's Desolate Tower or that guy Qin Feng's Desolate Tower? When he heard the first words, there was still some intolerance in Desolate Mo's heart, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, Desolate Mo's face turned completely cold, waved his hand and hit a spiritual light. Poof sound directly will be deserted rain mouth broken. Can no longer open the mouth to speak, can only whimpering shouting. Expel Desolate Rain from the Great Desolate Sect and never return. Desolate Mo spoke coldly before flying directly above the Desolate Tower, the topmost floor of the Desolate Tower. Qin Feng ignored the top-tier Gongfu secret books and divine battle techniques around him and instead stopped in front of a portrait. In the portrait, it was a young man with a plump god-like jade. Looking at the portrait in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but see fragments of 6 million years ago in his mind. At that time, he had just become an immortal and was so spirited that he traveled through the heavens and came to the Sin State. At that time, the Sin State was ruled by demons, and the human race was just blood food for the demons, in a miserable situation. And Desolate Ancient was the #1 heavenly pride of the Sin State, leading the Sin State's human race against the demons. There was an inevitable battle between the one heavenly pride of the heavens and the one heavenly pride of the Sin Prefecture, and the result was unsurprising, as Qin Feng intended to leave the Sin Prefecture after he had suppressed Desolate Ancient. The severely injured Desolate Ancient, however, knelt before him, willing to serve him as his master, begging him to make a move to help the human race. 6 million years of vicissitudes. Desolate Ancient, I can't imagine that you have also passed away. My lord, is that you? A trembling voice rang out. The Desolate Tower Spirit emerged behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the desolate tower pagoda spirit and said, "Tar, goodbye, my lord, it really is you." Upon hearing the word little tower, the voice of the spirit of the desolate tower trembled and seemed to cry just like a human being. How many years has it been since someone finally called it a pita again? The world only knew that he was a native magic weapon forged by Desolate Ancient. But what the world didn't know was that there was another person who forged it. The owner of the supreme bone and the heavy pupil. The most radiant heavenly pride of 6 million years ago. Lord Qin Feng. Without Qin Feng's reinforcement with his heavy pupils and supreme bone divine power, it would be impossible for the desolate tower to reach such a point. My lord, 6 million years ago, when Desolate Ancient heard that you were in distress, he immediately traveled to the heavenly demon realm, and then was decapitated by that woman. Qin Feng nodded his head and said softly, "I know. Returning in this life is to clear everything, my lord. That woman is ruthless and her methods are also very clever. After getting my lord's heavy pupil and supreme bone, she has even improved by leaps and bounds. Later on, no one in the heavens and the worlds has been able to withstand her. They have all been suppressed by her. Now that she has not appeared for 1,000,000 years, I don't know what conspiracy is brewing again." The spirit of the desolate tower pagoda was very jealous of Yao Qi. It had survived for 6 million years and had heard countless legends about Yao Qi. Even though this woman was an enemy, it had to admit that this woman was indeed stunningly talented, and her light covered the heavens and the worlds. She was originally the immortal realm's holy maiden, carrying a special physique, and having obtained the supreme bone and heavy pupil, with many avenues converging in one body. It's nothing strange that she could achieve such an accomplishment. Qin Feng didn't deny Yao Qi's natural talent and means, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to trick him. But he was fearless. In this life, he returned with the heaven-swallowing devil technique and the 10,000 soul streamer, and created the way of faith, which would never be inferior to Yao Qi. "I will behead her," Qin Feng added. "The only one who can suppress that woman in the heavens and the worlds is your excellency." The desolate tower spirit was full of confidence in Qin Feng, saying, "My lord, that little girl has disrespected you. The little pagoda has shattered her dantian. She won't be able to cultivate for the rest of her life. She'll be reduced to an invalid. Do you think such a punishment is okay?" Qin Feng looked at the desolate tower spirit and said, "Are you afraid that I will destroy the great desolate sect?" The spirit of the desolate tower was silent. Qin Feng said, "For the sake of Desolate Ancient, I can spare the great desolate sect once." When the desolate tower spirit heard this, he was overjoyed. "My lord, Little Pagoda will let the entirety of his great desolate sect follow your command." Although the great desolate sect has declined a lot over the years, it still has quite a bit of say in this area of Sky Sea City. Although Heavenly Sea City sounded like a city, its territory was vast, more than 100 times the territory of the Great Qin's dominion over the lower realm. In Tianhai City, there were even many sects and forces, and the Great Desolate Sect was one of them. The matter is in your hands." Qin Feng nodded his head. Having a ready-made force and control saves a lot of time. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He disappeared into the desolate tower and entered within the Sumeru Arabidopsis space. "Your Majesty, within the Sumeru Arabidopsis world, multiple military camps had been established. Hundreds of thousands of generals from the civil and military officials, the Brocade Guards, White Tiger Battalion, and Vermilion Bird Battalion were practicing in the barracks. And when they saw the Qin Emperor appear, they were immediately overwhelmed with excitement and fell down on their knees to salute. "I have arrived at the upper realm. You and I will go out with me." Although these generals were now in a low realm, far inferior to the disciples of the Great Desolate Sect. However, these people had experienced Qin Feng opening up the way of faith and were also tainted with a point of qi, and could be said to be a part of Great Qin's foundation, with a promising future, and in terms of potential far exceeding that of the Great Desolate Sect's disciples. "My subordinate obeys," hundreds of thousands of generals shouted in unison, and they were also incomparably curious about the legendary upper realm. Chapter 64, The Great Desolate Sect Submits. Lord Tower Spirit, where is Lord Qin? At this point, Desolate Mo also appeared on the top floor and was incomparably curious as he looked around but did not find Qin Feng's figure. The Desolate Tower Spirit lectured, "Are the means of that lord not something you can pry into? From now on, you remember that lord is equivalent to the Desolate Ancient Patriarch of your Great Desolate Sect, and all of the Great Desolate Sect will follow that lord's orders and not disobey them." Desolate Mo was shocked and couldn't believe it. The Desolate Pagoda was the original magic weapon of the Desolate Ancient Patriarch, and now it was even stated that Duke Qin was equivalent to the Desolate Ancient Patriarch. What exactly is the identity of this Mr. Qin? Desolate Mo was even more curious in his heart, but thinking of Lord Tower Spirit's previous warning, he naturally didn't dare to ask again. "Well, this is..." Suddenly, Desolate Mo looked at the portrait of the Patriarch in front of him. and his heart shook violently. In the past, he had never noticed it, but today he realized that this portrait of the patriarch was looking piously in one direction, like a pilgrimage. Wow! Suddenly, the void rippled as Qin Feng stepped out from the void. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of troops also appeared within the desolate tower. Is this the upper world? The civil and military officials as well as hundreds of thousands of troops looked around curiously. Desolate Mo's pupils shrunk. With his realm, he was unexpectedly unable to tell how Duke Qin had appeared. Even more amazing. And this hundreds of thousands of troops, silently appearing in the desolate tower. What kind of means is this? Mr. Qin, from now on, you will be the Great Desolate Sect's patriarch, and all of the Great Desolate Sect will follow your orders. Desolate Mo directly knelt down to Qin Feng with a sincere tone. He naturally didn't know anything about Qin Feng's identity, but the desolate tower's exhortation and the portrait of the patriarch made him think of a lot. Qin Feng said indifferently, "Patriarch, forget it. With immediate effect the Great Desolate Sect will become the Desolate Word Battalion and will be incorporated into Great Qin, with the chief bestowed with the Great Desolate Marquis. Strike that." Qin Feng directly left the top floor. Woohoo! The bottom floor of the desolate tower. When Desolate Rain saw Qin Feng appear, it was as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Whimpering and making noises, she had realized at this point that the only person who could save her was Qin Feng. But Qin Feng didn't even look at her and directly left the desolate tower. Ooh-hoo! Desolate Rain looked desperate and looked to the side at Desolate Wind, who sighed and shook his head. Little sister, in the future, leave the Great Desolate Sect as an ordinary person and never come back. Nothing will happen to His Majesty, will it? In the Great Desolate Sect's Great Hall, Ningyi and the others couldn't mention any interest in the Immortal Brew Spirit Fruit in front of them, and their faces were filled with worry. They could already tell that the Great Desolate Sect didn't seem too welcoming to their arrival. With the Great Desolate Sect's strength, if they were to turn against them, they would have no resistance at all. At this point, Qin Feng stepped into the Grand Hall. Your Majesty! Ningyi and the others were pleasantly surprised when they saw Emperor Qin appear. Qin Feng said, "The Great Desolate Sect has been incorporated into Great Qin." The crowd was all stunned. They were all prepared for the worst, planning to force their way into the Great Desolate Sect. As a result, the Great Desolate Sect submitted to Great Qin? Qin Feng's expression was as calm as ever as he said indifferently, "You must cultivate as soon as possible and bring up your strength." To Qin? On the second day, the matter of the Great Desolate Sect changing its name to Great Qin spread in Tianhai City. What kind of sickness has this Great Desolate Sect committed? Why has it suddenly changed its name to Great Qin? From being the #1 sect in Sky Sea City 6 million years ago to a second-rate sect today, the Great Desolate Sect has been increasingly declining, so it wouldn't think that by changing its name, it would be able to regain its splendor. Would it? It's said to be related to the Great Desolate Sect's legendary Desolate Seal. There's an ascender of the Harmonization Realm in the lower realms who emitted the Desolate Seal. This Desolate Mo has a bad brain, right? Because of a 6 million year old Desolate Seal, he directly surrendered the Great Desolate Sect? Within Tianhai City, many forces were talking, unable to understand what the Great Desolate Sect had done, and many believed that the Great Desolate Sect would decline even more since then, and would not even be considered a second-rate force in the future. In the meantime, Sky Sea City, inside a divine mine, the three old men gathered together. That brat is actually related to the Great Desolate Sect. Lu Lei's face was incomparably ugly. He had long regarded Qin Feng as a duck in his mouth, and as a result of the Great Desolate Sect's meddling, the duck in his mouth flew away. It's not just as simple as being related. He carries the seal of desolation, and even the Great Desolate Sect has changed its name to Great Qin. The Immortal Dance Sect's old ancestor and the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor looked at Lu Lei with cold smiles on their faces, and their voices were somewhat conspiratorial. I'm afraid you, Willow Thunder, wouldn't have contacted the two of us if it weren't for that, would you? If you were the old man, wouldn't you make the same decision as the old man? Lu Lei didn't care about the mockery of the two men and said without changing his face, that kid now has the Great Desolate Sect as a backer. Just one of us can no longer help him. The Immortal Dance Sect's old ancestor shook his head. Can't help it even if. This kid is too evil. In the lower realm has that kind of cultivation speed. Now come to the upper realm, and have the Great Desolate Sect as a backing. The cultivation speed is bound to skyrocket. The old man still want to live for a few more years. The Cloud Soaring Sect's old ancestor also said, instead of us going through the trouble of dealing with this brat, why don't we sell the news of this brat? There are bound to be many forces in the Sin State that are interested in this brat's way of faith. What if I told you guys that that kid also carries heavy pupils? A ghostly voice rang out. What did you say? The two of them exclaimed in shock and looked at Lu Lei in unison in disbelief. Heavy pupils. Exploring all the falsehoods of the world and penetrating the origin of all things. This is a path of no invincibility. Rumor has it that the Yaoqi Empress of the world is carrying a heavy pupil. Although the Yaoqi Empress of the world is not entirely because of the heavy pupil, but in the Yaoqi Empress on the road to the rise of the heavy pupil definitely played a vital role. That day, when the old man utilized the Great Attraction Formation to descend to the realm, that kid was the one who used his heavy pupils to break the Great Attraction Formation, causing the old man to lose all his efforts. Lu Lei recalled that day, still very unwilling, and the power of the heavy pupil, but also more let him covet. Although the Great Desolate Sect has fallen, its heritage is still there. It's not that easy to deal with, the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor said in a deep voice, the meaning of which was already self-evident. The temptation of the heavy pupil was too great, and he was moved. The Divine Flame Sect has discovered a divine mine, and we are using this divine mine to make a statement. Lu Lei slowly spat out a plan to draw the battle to the Great Desolate Sect. As long as the Great Desolate Sect is destroyed, that brat will lose his dependence, and then he will still be under our control? When the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor and the Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. This matter is of great importance. Once they realize it, the three of us will die without a burial place. We need to think long and hard. And so, a plot against the Great Desolate Sect and Qin Feng emerged. Chapter 65, 3 Sect Calculations. The Great Desolate Sect was under siege. Inside the Sumeru Arabidopsis world, with the Great Desolate Sect joining Great Qin's fortunes are once again flourishing. Two corpses lay in front of Qin Feng. One was the deacon of the Great Desolate Sect who had been killed by Qin Feng for guarding the Ascension platform, while the other was the corpse of the Great Desolate Sect's Grand Elder who had been killed by Desolate Mo. As for the Great Desolate Sect deacon who died in Qin Feng's hands, Qin Feng directly discarded it. Nowadays he was no longer short of Dao fruits. Devouring Dao fruits of low realms was a bit of a waste of time. After devouring the 2 Dao fruits in front of him, he would be able to leave the gate and continue to open up the killings, and would obtain more corpses of great powers of higher realms, a Tani realm Dao fruit and a Divine Harmony realm Dao fruit. I wonder what realm it will allow me to step into. The realms above merging were Distraction, Cavernous Void, Tog-E, and Divine Mergence. The top battle force of Sky Sea City was the Divine Harmony realm. The Great Desolate Sect's Elder and Patriarch were at the Divine Harmony realm, and the Demon Spirit Sect's old ancestor, Lu Ha, was also at the Divine Harmony realm. There are too many forces in Tianhai City. A small Tianhai city shouldn't have any other forces besides Great Qin. Wow! Rolls of demonic qi gushed out, wrapping around the corpse in front of him, and strands of Dao fruits flowed into Qin Feng's body. A year and a half later, Tianhai City, Tianyun Mountain Vein Zone. A pillar of purple light rushed out from the earth and went straight into the sky. The radiant light illuminated the area in purple color, and the rich spiritual qi filled the sky and the earth, which was hundreds of times more than the rest of the place. Desolate Mo. You Great Desolate Sect has a big appetite. A chortling sound rang out. Densely packed silhouettes hovered above the void, and the terrifying pressure caused space and time to freeze. There must be a misunderstanding. A fine sweat oozed from Aramo's forehead. The Tianyun mountain vein, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, was jointly managed by the 4 sects of the Great Desolate Sect, the Divine Inferno Sect, the Tianyuan Sect, and the Yin Yang Sect. A year ago, a giant divine mine was discovered in the Skycloud mountain range. The largest divine mine discovered by the 4 great sects in the last 1,000 years. The amount of divine crystals in it was at least 1 billion or more, and once it was mined out, the Great Desolate Sect wouldn't be short of divine crystals for the next 1,000 years. But, with a divine mine of this scale, it was simply impossible for the Great Desolate Sect to want to have it all to themselves. In the end, the 4 major clans on the Heavenly Cloud Mountain vein decided to jointly send their clan disciples to mine this divine mine after a long period of deliberation. However, just 3 days ago, when the 4 major clans had just sent their disciples into the divine mine to mine, an accident happened, and all the disciples of the 4 major clans died tragically, and only the disciples of the Great Desolate clan were unharmed, and so the Great Desolate clan instantly became the target of the public. Misunderstanding? 4 clans guarded the divine mines together, and now that all of our 3 clans' disciples are dead, and only your Great Desolate clan disciples are left alive and well, you're telling me that this is a misunderstanding? A red-haired, grumpy old man droned. Yen Lai, how could my Great Desolate Sect possibly do such a thing? Even if my Great Desolate Sect really wanted to monopolize the divine mines, it would be impossible to use such a low-level tactic to kill the disciples of your 3 sects and leave my Great Desolate Sect's disciples alone? This is clearly picking apart the relationship between our several sects, Aramo explained. Humph, who knows if your Great Desolate Sect is deliberately using this method to get rid of suspicion? The middle-aged man with a grim expression and fair face on the side sneered. Yin Miao, don't spit blood. Aramo looked at his opponent angrily. The Great Desolate Sect and the Yin Yang Sect have always been at odds. The two sects do not know how many times they have been at war. Yin Miao's younger brother had died in the hands of the desolate Mo. The hatred between the two sides is more to the point where it cannot be resolved. Ha! Yin Miao's eyes were shadowy, like a viper staring at desolate Mo, and he sneered, "Desolate Mo, your time to die has come, and so has the end of your great desolate sect. With you Yin Miao, with you Yin Yang sect you also want to destroy my great desolate sect?" Desolate Mo didn't look half as good when facing Yin Miao, an old enemy. Yin Miao sneered, "It's true that it's not possible to exterminate your great desolate sect with just my Yin Yang sect alone, but with Divine Flame, Tian Yuan, and Yin Yang sect all striking together, does your great desolate sect still have a way to live?" Yin Miao, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? Do you want to command the three sects with you? Arakimo disdained it. Would the three great sects start a great war against his great desolate sect because of such a trivial matter? But, when his gaze landed on the two of them, the Divine Flame Sect Patriarch and the Heavenly Yuan Sect Patriarch, Desolate Mo's face instantly changed. These two did not refute Yin Miao, but instead stared straight at themselves and also exuded killing intent, the meaning of which was self-evident. Desolate Mo, I can only blame your great desolate sect for being too greedy. The Divine Flame Sect Patriarch shook his head. You guys. Desolate Mo was furious, and at this moment, he finally understood the intentions of these three people. They didn't care if it was the great desolate sect's doing. They just wanted to take this opportunity to strike out at the great desolate sect, and the three sects divided up the divine minds. Desolate Mo, your great desolate sect has already changed its name to Great Qin. It would be better to be annexed by our three sects if you degrade yourself and submit to a lower realm ascending up to a mole cricket. Yin Miao waved her hand. Rolling cold air gushed out, and an icicle coalesced in the sky and earth, densely packed. The great desolate sect should have been breached by now as well, so you go down and accompany them as well. Ha ha ha. Brush. Countless icicles transformed into a 1,000-foot dragon and pounced towards desolate Mo. The Divine Flame Sect Patriarch and the Heavenly Yuan Sect Patriarch also struck at this moment, offering divine abilities to kill desolate Mo. Ah! Thinking of the great desolate sect's millions of years of foundation will be destroyed in their own hands. Desolate Mo's eyes are red, intending to break out and go back to support the great desolate sect, but Yin Miao three people will not give him a chance. Will be his four directions of space and time are blocked. A big battle breaks out. In the meantime, the Great Wasteland Sect. Not good. A disciple flew into the large hall in a panic and roared. The Yin Yang Sect, Divine Inferno Sect, and Heavenly Yuan Sect have joined forces to attack my Great Desolate Sect. What? The Great Desolate Sect's elders changed color and stood up in disbelief. Aren't the four great clans cooperating to mine the divine mines? How could he suddenly make a move against his Great Desolate Sect? Where is the sovereign? The Patriarch is surrounded by the three sect masters and is unable to get away. After saying these words, this disciple directly vomited blood and died. Boom! Suddenly, a huge boom sounded outside, and the earth shook violently, as if it had lifted up 3 feet, and then fell down hard. The Great Desolate Sect's protective array was directly blasted through, and a figure stepped out from the void, densely packed, surrounding the sky above the Great Desolate Sect. Tian Yuan Sect Yuan Hong, Yin Yang Sect Yin Sen, Divine Flame Sect Yin Tang. The faces of the Great Desolate Sect's group of elders were unsightly as they recognized the silhouettes in the air, all of which were existences they were more than familiar with. The three great elders of the three great sects. Brush! These people in the air had a cold expression and a powerful aura. Without too many words, they directly made their move. Countless laws suppressed towards the Great Desolate Sect, and the bright spiritual light directly flooded the Great Desolate Sect. PFFFFFFFF. In an instant, countless Great Desolate Sect disciples exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The eyes of the Great Desolate Sect's elders were red, and each of them rose up to the sky, fighting with the elders of the three sects. Boom boom boom. A roar resounded through the heavens, and terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations escaped in all directions as the earth cracked. Even though the Great Desolate Sect's elder disciples were brazen, they simply had no power to fight back against the three great sects joining forces, and it almost became a one-sided massacre. Chapter 66, 9th Level of Cave Void. Saving the Wildest Land by Force. Boom! The Great Desolate Sect's forbidden land shook violently. The desolate tower rose up from the ground, erupting with endless divine might to suppress the enemy, when suddenly 3 spiritual lights flew out from the cracks in the void, and the spiritual lights dispersed, revealing their true appearance. A precious bottle, a divine fire furnace, and a black cauldron. This is the town treasure of the three great sects. The power is slightly inferior to the barren tower, but the existence of the years is equally long, not to be underestimated. Directly surrounded the barren tower in the center. Even though the desolate pagoda's divine might was invincible, it was ultimately restricted by the 3 Dharma treasures. constantly erupting with divine might and radiant light. But it was still unable to break the confinement. This great battle was too grueling. A corpse fell towards the ground, coloring the earth red. After laying out for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. The darkness of the void. The three silhouettes were hidden and were watching from the side in the direction of the Great Desolate Sect, which was caught in the crossfire of the battle. These three people were none other than Lu Lei, the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor, and the Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor. The three great sects attacking the Great Desolate Sect could be said to have been planned by the three of them. But where the hell is that kid hiding? The Cloud-soaring sect's oldest ancestor frowned. His divine sense covered the Great Desolate Sect and searched every corner, but there was no trace of Qin Feng. No harm done. Someone will take us to the boy, Willow Thunder said faintly. The Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor and the Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor followed Lu Lei's gaze. Go to the depths of the Forbidden Land and have an audience with His Majesty the Qin Emperor. The only one who can save the Great Desolate Sect today is the Qin Emperor. A Xian Huangqi fell and directly blasted a God Harmonization Realm Elder, saving Desolate Wind from a God Harmonization Realm. And Desolate Wind's ears rang with Desolate Tower's voice. Emperor Qin? Desolate Wind was staggered. Emperor Qin was only in the Harmonization Realm. How could he save the Great Desolate Sect? Again. Ever since the Great Desolate Sect submitted to Empress Qin more than a year ago, Emperor Qin disappeared into thin air. And even the hundreds of thousands of troops under his command disappeared as well. And this matter even caused quite a bit of discussion within the Great Desolate Sect at one point. Desolate Wind left the battlefield, even though his heart was filled with confusion. But since it was Lord Desolate Tower who said it, he naturally didn't dare to go against it. Soon, he then came to the depths of the Forbidden Land. Emperor Qin is not here. Desolate Wind's divine sense swept through the Forbidden Land and did not find half a human figure. Was Lord Arakata wrong? Desolate Wind was immediately anxious. Wow! Suddenly, just as Desolate Wind was planning to leave, a space-time portal appeared, and then a silhouette stepped out of the portal. Commander Ning. Desolate Wind was shocked. The scene in front of him was too unbelievable. Hundreds of thousands of troops had appeared out of thin air. What kind of tactic was this? His Majesty has ordered us to strike. Ning Yi spoke to Desolate Wind, and then Ning Yi, by Qi's 6 generals, the civil and military officials, as well as hundreds of thousands of soldiers, rushed up into the sky and joined the battlefield. Wait a minute. Desolate Wind had just wanted to stop them, but he had suddenly realized that Ning Yi's few people who were only in the Jindan realm more than a year ago had all stepped into the divine separation today. The original hundreds of thousands of troops in the Qi refining realm, and now with also stepped into the Yuan-ing realm. How is this possible? Desolate Wind exclaimed. This rate of improvement was even more terrifying than the elite disciples of the Great Desolate Sect. And what shocked him even more was yet to come. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Genie Wei, White Tiger Battalion, and Vermilion Bird Battalion worked together to set up a grand formation. The shadows of the stars and buckets of the heavens emerged, and the power of a single star spilled out, surprisingly able to counteract an elder-level existence. Ordinary soldiers can also have this kind of cultivation speed. The fruit of the way of faith is truly terrifying. This time we must kill this kid. The void. When Lu Lei saw this scene, his face shifted, coveting more and more for the way of faith, and his killing intent for Qin Feng grew stronger and stronger. With you, do you want to kill me too? The ghostly voice rang in his ears. The Lu Lei trio shuddered, a chill rising from their heels to the back of their necks, and they hastily retreated violently. Giggle, giggle, giggle. 3 sword chi chopped across the sky. Even though the 3 quickly dodged, they were ultimately a step too late. Blood splattered and 3 stumps were left in place. Peak Cave 9. Lu Lei exclaimed in shock, looking at Qin Feng in front of him, his pupils wide with disbelief. His Majesty the Qin Emperor. The Desolate Wind below was also stunned. A year and a half ago, Emperor Qin was still only at the 6th level of harmonization. In a year and a half's time, spanning 2 great realms, directly stepping into the peak of the 9th level of Cave Void. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? And with a single strike, he broke the arms of 3 Divine Harmony realm members. This battle power was even more terrifying as it was. Qin Feng looked around at the tragic scenes of the Great Desolate Sect and instantly understood everything as his gaze fell back on the 3. All of this, it seems, was planned by the 3 of you. You're the only one to blame. If you hadn't hidden here, the Great Desolate Sect would have been destroyed. Do it! Lu Lei let out a loud shout and offered a black divine hammer. The body of the hammer engraved with countless runes. A cold light shone in all directions. The moment it appeared, space and time in all directions froze. The cloud-soaring Sect's old ancestor and the Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor struck out together, offering their respective magical treasures and suppressing them towards Qin Feng. Giggle. Qin Feng looked indifferent. His palm pinched the seal. Light bloomed. A law emerged. and finally condensed into a weapon word. Weapon word violently expanded. Toward Lu Lei several people covered. This was the natural aptitude of the weapon clan. Inherently affinity with all the magic treasures in the world. Even if it was someone else's original magic treasure, the weapon clan was still able to interfere with it and use it to detach itself from its owner. Qin Feng carved this divine ability with his heavy pupil when he stayed in the artifact clan. What's going on? A cry of alarm rang out. The three Lu Lei people's faces changed drastically. Their original magic treasures were constantly vibrating, and the connection with them was weakening, as if they were about to detach. He did the deed. The Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor was horrified when he recalled the word weapon that Qin Feng had offered up just now. This divine ability was too astonishing to be able to affect their innate magic treasures. Giggle. Qin Feng stepped and crossed the void. The three Dharma treasures were imprisoned in the air, unable to move. Qin Feng directly passed through and waved his fist seal towards the three to kill them. Boom boom boom. A great battle erupted as fist light flashed and sword chi filled the sky. Qin Feng's body glowed, wide open and unrelenting, suppressing the three with one person. Like a god of war. After the second metamorphosis of the demonic body, Qin Feng's battle power became even more astonishing, and instead of being pressurized to fight across two great realms, he became even more relaxed. Why is this kid so scary? The Cloudy Sky Sect's old ancestor was filled with horror as he was swept by one of Qin Feng's sword chi and flew out horizontally, with an additional wound on his chest and blood pouring out. Chapter 67, The Tower Comes. Battle of the Supreme Treasure. Put. The Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor spat out blood, and his chest directly collapsed as it was blasted by the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Why is this kid at the Tanya realm and still able to fight across two great realms? The Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor was filled with fear, without the initial excitement. You have been looking for me, and now that I have appeared before you, as you wished, why do you avoid it again? Qin Feng performed the rock technique, golden feathered wings emerging from his back as he traveled through the clouds, and in front of him, Lu Lei ran away with all his might. A large amount of blood spilling towards the back. Emperor Qin, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Lu Lei's face was pale and he looked terrified. Emperor Qin was too terrifying. He had refined too much in just a year and a half, and had undergone a drastic change, from a mole cricket that he could pinch with his hand to a tree that he couldn't shake. Giggle. Qin Feng did not say, no more nonsense, raised his hand, a number of sword chi chopped out. Poof sound. A head flew up. Qin Feng big sleeve wave. The body directly into the Sumeru ring world. This kid has become a climate. He can't be killed. When the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor and the Immortal Dan Sect's old ancestor saw this scene, their bodies turned cold and they could no longer afford the slightest bit of resistance, turning into recluse light and fleeing from this place. But Qin Feng would not let them leave. After a few breaths, both of them were turned into corpses. It's Desolate Wind's eyes widened in disbelief, killing three god harmonization realms with a lift of his hand. Was Emperor Qin's strength terrifying to such an extent? Qin Feng's expression was calm, and with his hands behind his back, he stepped in the void and walked out of the Forbidden Land. The battle in the Great Desolate Sect had become a one-sided situation. The three sects were besieging the Great Desolate Sect, and the gap in strength was too great. The Great Desolate Sect's top and bottom had already fallen for the most part, with only a small half of the elder disciples left to struggle on. A cave void. How dare you be so arrogant? A teasing voice rang out. A deacon of the Divine Flame sect pinched several Great Desolate Sect disciples to death and spotted Qin Feng stepping into the battlefield and immediately struck out, hitting a ball of divine fire at Qin Feng. Put. Qin Feng casually waved his sleeve and a demonic aura flew out. The divine fire was directly dispersed. This deacon was enveloped by the demonic aura and didn't even let out a scream. His corpse was instantly gone, while Qin Feng didn't stop and continued on his way. The same scene keeps playing out. From time to time, people made a move against Qin Feng, but without exception, they were killed by Qin Feng with a single move, and wherever Qin Feng passed by, a body fell toward. Gradual. A channel formed behind Qin Feng. Emperor Qin. The Great Desolate Sect's elder disciples exclaimed in disbelief. Tongue and groove? The people of the three clans had also discovered Qin Feng at this moment, and an elder of the Yin Yang clan sneered. Looks like you're the kid who ascended from the lower realm. It's indeed a bit extraordinary to have such battle power in the Tanya realm. Giggle. He directly struck out, transforming into a Yin and Yang recluse, breaking through the void and instantly appearing above Qin Feng's head. The power of Yin and Yang shrouding his palm as he slapped it down at Qin Feng. Brush. Qin Feng's demonic body blossomed with divine light as his palm probed out, forcefully breaking through everything and directly locking onto the opponent's neck. You. This Yin Yang sect elder looked horrified and incredulous. Ka. Before the other party finished speaking, Qin Feng's arm blossomed with divine light and directly crushed the other party's neck. This guy.
The faces of the group of elders from the three great sects changed as they looked at the corpses that were like garbage.
Thrown down by Qin Feng. Giggle. Qin Feng stepped and directly disappeared into the void. Put.
Fist light shone brightly as Qin Feng stepped out from the void,
and one of the Yin Yang sect's elders directly exploded into a bloody mist, killing one person.
Qin Feng disappeared once again, and in the next moment stepped out of the void from afar.
The immortal execution sword intent chopped down, and a head flew up. A few breaths.
Nearly 10 elder-level existences were beheaded by Qin Feng.
Do it together and kill him. Someone shouted. They realized the problem. This lower realm ascender, extremely demonic, would be the biggest variable today. Boom boom boom.
The elder-level existences in this area made their best moves.
A divine law suppressing down towards Qin Feng.
Their spiritual light shining brightly, wanting to directly grind Qin Feng to death.
Clang.
Qin Feng cupped his palms together and mysterious runes surged. The power of the laws erupted and condensed into the word weapon, which violently expanded and merged into the sky and earth.
Tower come. Far away. The desolate tower,
which was surrounded by the three supreme treasures,
violently erupted with light. The tower's inscriptions seemed to come to life, and a wisp of Xian Huang Qi erupted.
The three supreme treasures were directly repelled,
and the desolate tower broke through the heavy siege and rose up to the sky. Boom boom boom. A roar resounded as a divine ability landed on the desolate tower. Explosions continued to occur, stirring up countless spiritual lights, while the desolate tower was unharmed and did not move at all.
This guy can manipulate the desolate tower.
Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The desolate tower, an ancient treasure, was too arcane, forged by Desolate Ancient,
the founder of the Great Desolate Sect,
6 million years ago, and apart from Desolate Ancient and Desolate Ancient's own son, the Great Desolate Sect no longer had anyone who could manipulate it. Wah!
Qin Feng lifted up the desolate tower, using the divine ability of the weapon clan to maximize the outbreak of the desolate tower's divine might, and a path of Xian Huang Qi gushed out,
filling the heavens and earth. Ah! A channel of divine power was scattered by the Xianhuan gas,
the means of many elders of the three great sects in front of the Xianhuan gas,
fragile as paper, seemingly light Xianhuan gas, heavy as a god mountain. The three great sects of the many elders touched.
The physical body turned out to be pressed to explode.
The miserable screams one after another. The scene was too creepy. A god harmonization realm third sect elder fell,
his flesh directly crushed into bloody foam by the Xianhuang Qi. Qin Feng held the desolate pagoda like a god of killing,
constantly slaughtering. Wherever they passed, the three great sects' elder disciples fell. Soon,
this area of the Great Desolate Sect was silenced by Qin Feng's hard killing.
The great battle all calmed down.
Everyone stopped their strife and looked at Qin Feng in unison. The Great Desolate Sect's elder disciples were filled with reverence while the three great sects' elder disciples were terrified. A battle that was bound to destroy the clan was hardened because of this person.
In the lower realms, there can't be a character like you. A voice rang out. The Yin Yang sect's grand elder stepped out from the void,
staring straight at Qin Feng with great scorn. Above his head a precious bottle hovered, emitting a hazy mist.
This is the Yin Yang sect's greatest treasure. Yin Yang bottle,
the same as the Great Desolate Sect, is also the greatest treasure left by the founder of the Yin Yang sect,
although not as long ago as the Desolate Tower. But there are also millions of years of history. Who the hell are you?
The Grand Elder of the Divine Flame sect and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan sect stepped out of the void from the other two directions, the divine fire and black water behind their backs constantly transforming. These were the divine fire furnace and black water cauldron of the two sects' Jinzong supreme treasures.
3 people into a hand position.
3 supreme treasures will be deserted tower surrounded in the center. A horrible solemn killing aura will Qin Feng shrouded.
3 supreme treasures outbreak of pressure is even more amazing.
So that Qin Feng 4 sides of space and time are collapsed.
Qin Feng looked indifferent.
The 4 directions of space and time collapsed. He was unharmed since, as if he was beyond space and time.
In terms of mastery of space, he possessed the Sumeru Arabidopsis space technique, and there was no one in the arena who could match him. Why should a dead man know too much?
Qin Feng's voice was cold, and he actually took the initiative to offer up the desolate tower.
Chapter 68, The Might of the Desolate Pagoda.
Destroying the 3 supreme treasures.
Seek death.
When the 3 great elders of the 3 clans heard this, they were furious and urged the 3 supreme treasures.
The Yin Yang sect's Yin Yang treasure bottle hung down,
the mouth of the bottle facing downwards,
and countless mists poured out, instantly flooding the area.
These mists are very scary,
seemingly different from ordinary mists, but they contain the power of Yin and Yang, extreme Yin and extreme Yang conversion.
Once the cultivator touches,
the laws in the body will instantly go out of control, and ultimately be strangled by the power of their own laws from the inside.
Divine Flame sect and Heavenly Yuan sect's greatest treasures are a furnace and a black cauldron respectively. The furnace on the hot god's fire gushing out.
this area is turned into a sea of fire. Towards the Qin Feng gushing, wherever it passes by, the void is melted. Black cauldron pouring out black water, corroding everything, the void issued ZZ sound. The three terrifying means of mist, fire and water all covered towards Qin Feng in unison. The scene was extremely terrifying and shocking. Wah! Qin Feng did not panic. The desolate pagoda erupted with divine light. A channel of Xin Huangqi blocked across the dome of the sky, like a moat, blocking out the fog. Fire and water. Boom boom boom. Above the void, the roar is unceasing. The four supreme treasures between the exchange, too horrible, just a trace of the aftermath, will be enough to destroy everything. A wisp of Xin Huangqi fell. Below 1,000 feet of the divine mountain was directly collapsed. The earth appeared in a place of a huge crater, which is caused by the fall of the divine fire and the black water. The Yin-Yang Sect treasure bottle exudes a wisp of mist, but also to make a region of the extinction of the living souls. This guy blocked 3 grand elders by himself. Someone exclaimed. The scene was too shocking. Qin Feng catalyzed the desolate pagoda and the runes filled the air, blocking all divine abilities and preventing all laws from approaching his body. Even though the desolate pagoda is powerful, it can't fight 3 with 1. The Yin-Yang Sect's grand elder shouted, and the Yin-Yang treasure base violently bloomed with divine light, and the mist became more and more turbulent, just like the depths of the ocean lifting up 10,000 waves, rolling and suppressing. The Grand Elder of the Divine Flame Sect and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan Sect also strengthened their means to completely wear down Qin Feng. Where? Qin Feng pinched his seal and once again offered the divine ability of the weapon clan as the rules merged into heaven and earth. Clang! The 3 sects' supreme treasure trembled violently, seemingly about to come off. What's going on? A cry of alarm rang out. The 3 great elders of the 3 clans changed color in disbelief. Their control over the supreme treasure in their hands was much weaker now. There was a wave of will that was fighting against them, fighting for control. With my realm today, being able to interfere is already extreme. Trying to seize control is not very realistic. Since we can't control it, we'll do it another way. It is always easier to destroy than to create. Qin Feng's palm flipped, and with a boom, the 3 supreme treasures violently rotated. Not good. This guy wants us to attack each other. The Yin-Yang Sect's Grand Elder shouted airily. He sensed Qin Feng's intention to cause the 3 sects' greatest treasures to destroy each other and immediately alerted the other person while urging the Yin-Yang bottle to stop the attack. Bang bang! However, he reacted in time, but the Grand Elder of the Divine Flame Sect and the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Yuan Sect were 1 step slower, and that 1 step was the difference between heaven and earth. As the divine flame furnace shifted in the direction of its pouring, and the countless flames covered the yin and yang bottles, in a split second, the divine splendor and smooth and incomparable yin and yang bottle became pitted. Its divine light dimmed, and it showed signs of melting. The divine fire furnace is no better. The black water rolled away. Directly the divine fire furnace within the lava extinguished. The black water corrosive is even more appalling. In a moment, the divine fire furnace is no longer light. The body of the furnace appeared in a large pit, as if after countless years, into a piece of waste furnace. It is at this point. Giggle. Qin Feng made his move and catalyzed the desolate cauldron. Radiant light erupted, strands of Xin Huangqi dropping down from the void towards the 3 supreme treasures of the 3 sects to suppress them. The 3 supreme treasures were already in a precarious state, reaching their origin of collapse, and these Xian Huangqi instantly became the last straw that overpowered the camel. Boom boom boom. A huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the firmament seemed to be shaking. The 3 sects' greatest treasures began to collapse. The yin-yang bottle shattered, the divine fire furnace collapsed, and the black water cauldron disintegrated, as a large explosion occurred and blazing spiritual light flooded the area. How is it possible? The voices of the people of the 3 sects trembled as they looked at this scene in the sky. The 3 sects' grand elders were even more terrified and cold at this time. Inherited for millions of years, suppressing the clan's most precious treasure was destroyed, or was destroyed by a person, and this person is only a whole virtual. I am afraid that no one will believe it when it is spread out. Sacrificing 3 supreme treasures was not a match for Qin Feng, and now that the supreme treasures were destroyed, was there still a chance? Go! I don't know who roared. The crowd of the 3 sects retreated like a tidal wave. This siege of the Great Desolate Sect was defeated, and it was a defeat. Qin Feng would not let these guys go. Holding the desolate pagoda forward, he began to slaughter them. None of them could block a single strand of Xin Huangqi. Behind him, a body fell towards the earth. With a poof sound, the Tian Yuan Sect's Grand Elder was killed by the Xian Huangqi. Qin Feng continued his pursuit, killing an elder-level existence along the way. Unawareness, he had long since left the Great Desolate Sect's territory, and a mountain range was vaguely visible in his vision. A pillar of purple light leading to the sky. In front of him, The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect and the Grand Elder of the Divine Flame sect used all their strength to escape. Even so, the distance between them and Qin Feng did not expand, but instead, it was still shrinking. Ah, came the scream. Yin Sen looked at Yen Tang, who was pierced through his chest by the Xian Huangqi beside him and fell towards the earth. His scalp tingled as he directly burned his life to increase his speed and headed towards the Tian Yuan mountain range. In the meantime, in the Tian Yuan mountain range, the great battle was also nearing its end. Boom! The black sledgehammer broke through the void and smashed into the barren plains, and in a flash, the barren plains flew horizontally like a meteor, piercing through dozens of large mountains before stopping. 3 existences of the same realm surrounded one person, and Desolate Plains was initially able to barely resist, but as time passed, the disadvantage became greater and greater, and they kept flying out horizontally. Desolate Plains, you killed my brother in the past. Today, I will destroy the Great Desolate Sect as a sacrifice for my brother. Yin Miao fell down from the void, hanging in front of the barren plains, the victor's general posture overlooking the barren plains. He did not have too much nonsense. Direct action, to kill the barren plains, so as not to cause trouble. I can't imagine that the Great Desolate Sect, which has been passed down for 6 million years, is going to be destroyed today. It is said that 6 million years ago, the founding father of the Great Desolate Sect was still the #1 heavenly pride of the Sin State, stepping into the realm of immortals and repelling the demons. Success is also his. Defeat is also his. The siege of the Great Desolate Sect by the 3 clans is too strange, but it is bound to be inseparable from the Desolate Seal, and that ascended person from the lower realm. The various forces gathered in the 4 directions whispered with great emotion. Chapter 69, The Wreckage Calms Down. Divine or Transformation. The Great Desolate Sect, to perish at my hands. At this time, the desolate plain was miserable, covered in blood. The laws in his body had collapsed, and he had no resistance at all in the face of Yin Miao. He was filled with despair and couldn't think of anyone else who could save the Great Desolate Sect. Giggle. Just then, a yin and yang recluse light flew from the distance, from small to large, and in a moment, it appeared in the middle of the crowd's field of vision. Patriarch Yin Sen loudly begged for help from afar, as if he had seen a lifesaver. However, Yin Miao seemed to have misinterpreted Yin Sen's meaning and looked towards the wasteland, sneering, "Looks like it's all over." Just then, put, a Xian Huangqi pierced through the void. The eerie figure in the distance stopped, and then fell violently. Boom, smashed into the earth. What's going on? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect is dead. Something big is going on. The smile on Yin Miao's face froze. On the side, the Heavenly Yuan Sect Master and the Divine Flame Sect Master. Their faces also stared into the distance with a sense of foreboding. Wow! Far away, a golden road across the dome of the sky, quickly approaching. The horror of the pressure swept heaven and earth. As the golden light closes, the pressure is more and more horrible, as if all the people in the depths of the seabed, the enormous pressure to make their bodies click sound. It's, what? The crowd of small forces in the 4 directions exclaimed in shock. The pressure was too terrifying, pressing down on the body. It was impossible to resist, and a group of people directly knelt down. Not only them, even the 3 sect masters were disturbed and their figures were imprisoned. The desolate tower. Yin Miao looked into the distance as a figure came with a tower. His face was incomparably gloomy as he recognized the tower as the Great Desolate Sect's greatest treasure. The Desolate Tower, the 6 million-year-old supreme treasure, the Desolate Pagoda, was too terrifying. The 2 faces of the Yin Yang sect patriarch and the Tian Yuan sect patriarch grew more and more somber. The 3 sects' greatest treasures went to suppress the Desolate Tower, and now that the Desolate Tower had appeared and the 3 sects' greatest treasures were nowhere to be found, the meaning of which was self-evident. His Majesty the Qin Emperor, Arakan exclaimed in disbelief. Emperor Qin was unharmed, came with a pagoda, and killed the Grand Elder of the Yin Yang sect. Does this signify that the Great Desolate Sect is also safe and sound? Qin Feng stepped out in the void and came to the sky above the Tian Yuan mountain range. His gaze swept over the various forces and finally landed on the 3 great sect heads as he fatally said, "I will give you an opportunity to submit to Great Qin." Ho ho ho! Yin Miao laughed coldly, as if he had heard a shocking joke. With you, a 9th level of the cave void, you also want to make this seat submit. Put. The desolate pagoda bloomed with light and a Xian Huangqi flew out. Yin Miao looked down, looked at the hole in his chest, and then looked up at Qin Feng, not daring to believe. You! Bang! Qin Feng slapped his hand and Yin Miao's head flew up. The heavens and the earth were steeply silent, watching Yin Miao's corpse being put into space by Qin Feng. The eyes of the crowd of the 4 directions forces widened as they swallowed their saliva. Yin Miao, who was at the peak of divine harmony, had fallen just like that? Are you kidding me? The Heavenly Yuan Sect Master and the Divine Flame Sect Master were even more pale.
Yin Miao's strength was on par with the two of them, and now that he had been killed by a single Xianhuang Qi from Emperor Qin, it showed that if he had made a move against them, the result would have been the same. Emperor Qin, our clan has been passed down for millions of years, how can we submit to others? The Heavenly Yuan Sect Master held back his inner fear and tried to show the temperament of a Sect Master, saying, "This siege of the Great Wasteland, Great Qin, it is indeed our fault. I am willing to hand over this divine mine." But, the voice came to an abrupt halt. Emperor Qin, I am willing to lead the Divine Flame Sect and submit to Great Qin. The Divine Flame Sect Master Yan Yan looked at the Heavenly Yuan Sect Master, who was like Yin Miao and whose chest was pierced by the Xianhuang Qi, and his face turned white, and he didn't speak half a word of nonsense, directly submitting. Emperor Qin, we are also willing to submit. At the same time, all forces shouted in unison. Originally, they had planned for the three sect leaders to resist, but now that two of the three sect leaders had died and the remaining one had directly knelt, they naturally knelt as well. After planting the demonic seed on Yin Yan and letting him manage the various forces, Qin Feng arrived above the divine mine. This divine mine is not small. Suddenly, Qin Feng's face showed a look of surprise as he seemed to have discovered something interesting. Brush! The heavy pupils' divine splendor flowed, breaking through all obstacles and illusions as Qin Feng saw the deepest part of the divine mine. In the purple divine mine space, a small purple rabbit was sleeping. Suddenly, the bunny seemed to sense something and awoke from its slumber, about to leave. Boom! The earth shook violently. What happened? The crowd exclaimed. The divine mine in front of him unexpectedly moved, living as if it was alive, flipping like a dragon, and then it unexpectedly rose up and flew towards the distance. Sure enough, this divine mine gave birth to a spirit. Qin Feng's heavy pupils blossomed with divine light, his palms pinched seals, runes filled the air, and a force of laws gushed out. Boom boom boom. The divine mine was imprisoned in the air, constantly struggling, yet it was unable to get out of the trap. Where can you go? Anyone who finds you will refine you. Submit to me, and I can keep your spirit intact. Qin Feng came to the top of the divine mine, his gaze piercing through the heavy obstructions and looking straight at the location of the purple bunny in the divine mine. This is the divine mine born of the spirit of wisdom, extremely valuable, only to reach a certain size of the divine mine. There is a certain chance of the birth of the spirit of wisdom. Once the birth of the spirit of wisdom, the divine mine in a sense will have a life, and can continue to improve, and can even be like a cultivator general cultivation. Heavenly devil world once there is a divine mind cultivated into a great power. Are you telling the truth? A half-hearted voice rang out. The divine mind stopped struggling and quieted down as a small rabbit flew out of the divine mine and looked timidly at Qin Feng. Wow! Qin Feng waved his hand. The void rippled, and a spatial portal appeared out of nowhere. Ha! The little rabbit looked at the Sumeru Arabidopsis world within the portal with incomparable curiosity. Qin Feng said, I never lie. Enter my small world and provide a constant supply of spiritual qi, and I can guarantee you 1,000,000 lifetimes without worry. Yes, the little rabbit showed hesitation, but after some struggle, it still made a decision. The Sumeru Arabidopsis world is indeed safer than the outside world for it. No need to worry about being refined by others, just need to stay inside and provide aura. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the huge divine mind flew towards the portal. Divine vein transformation. Just then, unexpected voices resounded through the heavens and earth. Two silhouettes came from the distance at great speed, one after the other, and instantly appeared above the crowd. What a divine vein incarnation! The young woman looked at the old crone on the side and said with both eyes glowing, Master, if this spirit vein is detained in the sect, it will definitely be a great achievement. Rather an unexpected pleasure indeed. The old woman's face looked calm, but her heart had already set off shock waves. This merit might help her become the next patriarch of the sect. Master and disciple dialogue, such as idle chat, as if the divine mind is their bag of goods, not the slightest Qin Feng in the eyes. Chapter 70 Tai Wu Sect. Wow! The young woman even made a direct move. The power of the laws surged. Spiritual light erupted, and a giant hand probed out from the void, appearing above the divine or to forcefully take it away. Would Qin Feng let her have her way? Giggle. Big sleeve waving, a sword chi cut through the void. Poof sound. The giant hand was directly chopped into two halves. Countless blood splash, toward the earth sprinkle. A mournful scream resounded through the mountain range. The young woman's entire arm exploded, and even the small half of her body cracked. Very miserable. She looked at Qin Feng incredulously. She was at the divine harmony realm, but she was unexpectedly broken by a cave nine and had an arm chopped off. Giggle. Suddenly, a sword chi broke through the void and killed one after another. Master, save me. The young woman's face paled. This sword chi was too terrifying. If she was in an uninjured state she might have been able to dodge it,
but now that she was seriously injured, she was unable to defend against it. What a ruthless brat! A cold voice rang out. The old crone's figure transformed and appeared in front of the young woman. Her palms spread out and countless spiritual lights erupted as a gray shield blocked the immortal execution sword intent, killing at every turn. Boy, you're acting too overbearingly. The old woman waved her hand. The gray shield shook. A mysterious law erupted, and the shield dissipated together with the immortal execution sword chi. Bully, Qin Feng said lightly. Taking from me deserves to die. Me? The old woman froze and said, you're the lord of the dynasty? This side of heaven and earth, the dynasty cause and effect is too great, and for the rules of heaven and earth cannot be allowed, and the qualifications and battle strength of this guy in front of me has already surpassed the Tianhai city's heavenly pride. How is it possible that is the lord of the dynasty? Wah! Qin Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly sacrificed the desolate tower. The Xian Huangqi filled the heaven and earth and suppressed towards the two. The desolate tower. The old crone changed color, recognized the tower, and hastily exerted her divine ability to resist. But the might of the desolate tower was too terrifying, and she was suppressed and kept retreating, while the young woman on the side wasn't so lucky, and was directly suppressed by a wisp of Xian Huangqi, and her body was broken into two, and her body fell down towards the earth. When the old crone saw her disciple being killed, she instantly became furious, and a horrifying killing intent filled the sky and earth. Kid, do you know who I am? Giggle. However, the only thing that answered her was the outburst of the desolate tower, and in the face of the desolate tower, even though this old crone's cultivation was heavenly, she was still being sent flying sideways continuously. I am an elder of the Taishu sect. Kid, you still don't stop. The old woman bellowed and directly reported her identity. Elder of the Taishu sect. Someone exclaimed, incomparably shocked. Many forces converged in Tianhai City, but there were only 6 clans that truly ranked: the Great Desolate Sect, Divine Inferno Sect, Yin Yang Sect, and Heavenly Yuan Sect were among them. However, these 4 clans were only second-rate clans, and the other 2 clans were the true hegemony of Tianhai City, and the Taishu sect was clearly one of them. Kid, stop immediately, hand over the divine minds again, and come with me to my Taishu sect to ask for forgiveness, and I may be able to spare your life. The old crone kept retreating, but she continued to be tough-talking and instructed Qin Feng with a superior stance. Anyone else might have been truly intimidated by the Taishu sect's name, but to Qin Feng, everything was illusory and only he himself was the master. Old thing, you don't seem to recognize the situation. Qin Feng coldly opened his mouth, lifting the desolate tower violently smashed down. Boom sound, the old woman's body spirit light broken, spitting blood. The whole person was directly smashed into the ground. The earth are cracked. Spiderweb cracks toward the 4 directions. The 4 directions of forces were shocked as they looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the air. Is this one so raw? Even the elder of the Taishu sect dares to kill? Your Majesty, she's dead. Wasteland flew over trembling, his scalp tingling. An elder of the Taishu sect. This was an existence above the divine harmony realm. Qin Feng's eyes blossomed with divine light, passing through the heavy obstacles and peering at the scene underground. The old crone transformed into a recluse light, rapidly shuttling through the ground, having left the range of the Tianyuan mountain range, 1,000 meters away. Not yet, but soon. Qin Feng's voice was flat. This kid, what exactly is his origin? When did Tianhai City have such a demon? Underground. The old crone recalled the scene just now, her face incomparably ugly. The desolate tower is a famous treasure in Tianhai City. The Taishu sect had also coveted it, only that no one could manipulate this tower. The Taishu sect gradually stopped, and this cave realm kid could even catalyze the desolate tower? Not only that, this kid also has many secrets in his body. His battle power is too amazing. The old crone recalled Qin Feng's earlier strike, which did not utilize the desolate pagoda, but rather offered a sword chi and beheaded her divine harmonization realm disciple. This kid called me. He's the lord of the dynasty, yet he's not restricted by the dynasty. There's a great secret in this kid. In that case, divine mineral transformation seems to be less of a secret than what this kid is carrying. The more the old crone thought about it, the more excited she became, and she planned to bring people over immediately after returning to the sect to catch this kid and force out the secret. Wow! A sudden change occurred. The earth layer in front of him suddenly changed. A majestic spatial force erupted, and then a spatial portal appeared out of nowhere in the ground. It's that kid's trick. The old woman recalled that Qin Feng had used this very portal to devour the divine or before. Her face changed, and she immediately stopped her form and turned to flee in other directions. Wow! A portal appeared in all directions, blocking off all of the crone's locations. Playing God. The old crone shouted. The power of the law erupted, bombarded in all directions. However, these portals did not move at all, like a black hole swallowing everything. Not only swallowed the old crone's divine ability, but also erupted a powerful suction, swallowing the old crone all in. In the meantime, in the sky above the Tianyuan mountain range, Qinfeng disappeared into thin air. Next moment, he appeared in a purple world, Sumeru Arabidopsis space. This space was originally gray and cloudy, but with the divine mind, the divine mind's light reflected all of this space into a purple color. This is spatial divine power. Shocked cries rang out. The crone looked at the four directions in disbelief. Spatial aptitude. The most esoteric can wield spatial aptitude, few and far between. Even if they can control the space they can create is very small. How can there be such a large side of the world? What was even more amazing was that this world could accommodate living beings. It's almost a real side of the world. I'll give you a chance to submit. Above the world, Qinfeng's expression was indifferent as he looked down on the crone. A cave void. And you presume to make my old self submit? Giggle. The old woman laughed coldly and made a direct move. The radiant runes erupted like a torrent suppressing towards Qinfeng. Chapter 71, Establishment in the Upper Realm. Li Si. Qinfeng stood in place, facing the crone's tactics with a calm expression, without the slightest movement. Under his feet, a portal appeared into which the flood of runes poured in as much as they could. Same time, a portal appeared behind the old woman and a torrent of runes surged out, using the same method as the other. Qinfeng used the Sumeru Arabidopsis space technique to directly return the crone's means, and the crone seemed to have expected it. Her body flickered and directly disappeared in place. If you hadn't brought my old body into this space, with the desolate pagoda, my old body might really be no match for you. But you have brought me into a piece of space. With your realm of the 9th level of void, how strong can this space be? A few fluctuations are enough to destroy this space, and the desolate pagoda can't be used here. The old woman sneered as she wanted to break through the upper limit of this small world with her countless divine abilities. Wow! Palms pinched seals, runes filled the air, a divine ability was offered, and the bright spiritual light illuminated this small world as if it was daytime. Boom! It was as she expected. As a divine ability rampaged through this small world began to vibrate, seemingly reaching its limits and being just one step away from collapsing. Ha ha ha, kid, your end is near. The old crone was overjoyed and immediately increased her efforts to break this world with a single blow. However, in the next moment, the vibrating space suddenly stabilized, letting her destroy it however she wanted. This small world remained motionless and steady as a mountain. You have a good idea, but with you can't reach the limits of my world. Qinfeng opened his mouth without emotion. His eyes flowed, the power of his heavy pupils erupted, and the spatial skeleton of the Sumeru Arabidopsis world came to be visible in his eyes. Brush! A ray of divine light shot out from the heavy pupil and disappeared into the skeleton of the small world. Originally, the skeleton that had constructed this small world had cracked due to the crone's maddening attack, but with the heavy pupil divine light to make up for it, these spatial skeletons quickly healed and became even stronger, allowing the crone to bombard the small world with one law divine ability. And this small world did not move at all. Heavy pupil. The old woman's face changed drastically. It was only at this time that she noticed that Qinfeng's eyes, the kid in front of her, was actually a heavy pupil person. Wow! Qinfeng's body gradually became illusory as ripples rippled around him. No! My old body is willing to submit. Looking at Qinfeng about to disappear in the Sumeru Arabidopsis space, the old woman suddenly panicked. Once Qinfeng left, this space would completely turn into a cage to confine her, calling out to the sky and the earth. But Qinfeng did not even return his head and directly disappeared into the Sumeru Arabidopsis space. He doesn't say the same thing twice to a person. And he doesn't give a person the same opportunity twice. Your Majesty, the 3 great clans as well as 30% of the smaller forces in Sky Sea City have now all submitted to my great Qin. The remaining 70% of the small forces, and now all of them have defected to the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect. In the Golden Palace, Ningyi reported. Ever since Emperor Qin strongly suppressed the 3 sects 3 days ago, the balanced pattern of millions of years in Tianhai City was broken, and the many forces were divided into 3 camps, with Great Qin on one side, and the other 2 being the 2 first-rate sects of Tianhai City, the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect. In the Great Hall, the civil and military officials were incomparably excited. Ascending to the upper world less than 2 years, Great Qin has such a large territory. When it is incredible. Taishu sect and Wuji sect, how strong are they? Qinfeng inquired. Your Majesty, these 2 great sects are first-class sects in Tianhai City. Powerful. Even in the entire Sin continent, they have a great reputation. Arakara introduced the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect. These 2 clans were too powerful. The lowest elder realm in the clans was the late Divine Harmony realm, and there were more than a dozen existences above the Divine Harmony realm.
In other words, for these two major sects, any random existence above the Divine Harmony realm would be enough to wipe out a second-rate sect like the Great Desolate Sect. Inform Li Si and have him lead the Great Qin Iron Cavalry to ascend to the upper realm. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as he issued his decree. Great Qin now occupies 1/3 of the territory of Tianhai City, which is dozens of times that of the lower world, and already has a foothold. And it's time to let the hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen in the lower world come up. Your obedience. Ning Yi was agitated. As the commander of the Brocade Guards, although he had ascended to the upper realm, there were still Brocade Guards in the lower realm, and he could be said to know the affairs of the lower realm like the back of his hand. I have to say, Li Si is a talent. The lower world of Deqin in Li Si's administration, the development of rapid, and now there are 1 billion Deqin Iron Horsemen, all practicing the absolute heavenly war scriptures. 100 million of the Deqin Iron Horsemen have reached the Jindan stage. 100 million Great Qin Iron Horsemen spreading the perimeter Star Dipper formation. Even those two first-class sects also dare not underestimate. The court meeting is over. Qin Feng returned to Wafang Palace to cultivate. The Great Desolate Sect became the past tense and was completely changed to Great Qin. All the buildings were replicated according to the Great Qin in the lower world, but the scale was 10 times bigger. Many forces have submitted, and Great Qin's fortunes have risen another level. Qin Feng executed the heaven-swallowing devil technique to devour a Dao fruit of the divine harmonization realm, and as soon as he started, he felt that the devouring speed was much faster again compared to before. At this rate, we'll be able to step into the Tawny realm in half a month's time. In the meantime, in the lower world, in the Golden Palace, Li Si was at the head of the 100 officials and was presiding over the court. The dragon chair above hangs empty. Even though Emperor Qin was not present, Li Si still abided by his duties as a courtier, and he led all the officials in bowing and saluting to the dragon chair at every court meeting. If there is nothing else, today's court meeting ends here. In 2 years, Li Si's aura has also become more and more terrifying, and in the position of chancellor, he enjoys the Great Qin's qi and the power of Great Qin's beliefs that is only surpassed by the Emperor of Qin, alongside several marquises. Lord Chancellor, it's been 2 years and still no word from His Majesty. Suddenly, a peculiar-looking official walked up to Li Si with a pleasing look on his face. What are you trying to say? Reese turned his head to look at the other man, his face expressionless. This is nearly a year. Suddenly appeared officials, named Yensong, write a handful of good words, in the Qin quite famous, coupled with smooth behavior, and therefore promoted quickly. The great powers of the upper realm are in the clouds. As far as my subordinates know, before His Majesty traveled to the upper realm, he offended the old ancestor of the Demon Spirit sect, and now that His Majesty hasn't been heard from for 2 years, he may have met with an untimely end. Lord Chancellor is in charge of the affairs of Great Qin, and no one in Great Qin can match Lord Chancellor's prestige. So in my opinion, why doesn't Lord Chancellor take his place and become the Lord of Great Qin? Seeing that Li Si didn't say anything, Yensong spoke even more vigorously. Kings and lords, orders have seeds. The Qin Emperor was regicide and patricide to ascend the throne. Why can't Lord Chancellor take his place? Then, you come to replace this official and become the Prime Minister of Great Qin, right? Li Si looked at Yensong and suddenly said. Yensong's color changed and he hurriedly said, my subordinates are all doing everything for the sake of your excellency. For the sake of Great Qin, there is absolutely no dissent. Giggle. Li Si suddenly struck out, and an aura directly jerked Yensong out of the room, heavily impacting the stone pillar. My lord. Yensong looked horrified, spewed blood in his mouth, climbed up and knelt down to Li Si, and said, everything my subordinate has done is for Great Qin and for your excellency. Reese faded. Come on people, pull Yensong down, lynch him and raise 9 clans. My lord, my lord. A group of generals came and escorted Yensong away. The sound of begging for mercy faded away. Reese looked to the east and sighed in his mind. It's been 2 years since His Majesty ascended with the 100 officials, and he's still in the lower realm. So I don't know when he'll be able to ascend. As for taking the throne as emperor, but anyone who had been following His Majesty the Qin Emperor and had witnessed His Majesty's divine might would not have such thoughts. Reese, weren't you the least bit moved by that guy's offer just now? A voice rang out. Reese was just about to chortle. Suddenly, his whole body froze. Today, there are not many people who dare to call him by his name. Chapter 72 Billions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen soar. Wow! The void rippled as a brocade-robed man stepped out of the void. Commander Ning, the person in front of Li Si, exclaimed out in shock, unable to keep calm. Excited, you came down to the world for. Ning Yi nodded, writing himself. The Qin Emperor has decreed. Li Si hastily knelt down and bowed his head to listen to the decree. Ning Yi announced the decree. Great Qin in the upper realm has already struck a territory, stood firm, His Majesty the Qin Emperor has ordered that you lead the Great Qin Iron Cavalry above the Jindan realm.
To go up to the realm at once. Reese wept with joy and nodded heavily. Li Si, obey.
Soon, the news of Emperor Qin's decree from the upper realm spread throughout the lower realm.
In just 2 years' time, Your Majesty has gained a foothold in the upper realm and struck a territory?
The children of Great Qin exclaimed in shock.
And a group of cultivators were even more wide-eyed in disbelief. What's 2 years enough for? Many people were unable to break through a great realm, and Emperor Qin had already made such a great move in the upper realm? If you are on top of the Golden Dan, you can ascend. Ha ha ha, I'm on top of the Golden Dan. I never thought that one day,
I would be able to ascend to the upper realms. Many were cheering that their realms had met the requirements and they could ascend to the upper realms.
Damn it, I'm the 9th level of Foundation Establishment.
Likewise, many were sighing in frustration that their realm fell short of the ascension requirements. There's no need to be too chagrined. His Majesty the Qin Emperor has decreed that in the future, you will ascend once a year, and when you reach the Jindan realm, you will be able to ascend. Really? This day, Great Qin was completely seething. Deep in the East Sea, Li Si led hundreds of millions of Great Qin's iron horsemen in full gear. Commander Ning, can such a large number really ascend together? After the excitement, Reese was a little apprehensive. This continent had not seen anyone ascend for tens of thousands of years before His Majesty the Qin Emperor, so it was clear how difficult it was to ascend.
Today is a different day.
Ningyi looked towards the firmament and respectfully said,
Please, Your Majesty, open the heavens.
Buzz! The sound of a crisp sword chime resounded through the heavens and earth. A sword chief flew out from the heavenly sea city in the upper realm,
tearing through the sky, and a huge passageway appeared in the sky above the East Sea. Ascend!
In the golden palace of the upper realm, Qin Feng opened his mouth indifferently, but his voice rang in the ears of Li Si and the other hundreds of millions of Great Qin soldiers. It's His Majesty the Qin Emperor.
Hearing this voice, the hundreds of millions of iron horsemen of Great Qin were exuberant.
Reese growled,
Ascension!
A silhouette rushed up into the sky and stepped into the Ascension channel.
Upper world. Ascension Square.
Tens of thousands of ascendants gathered in the center of the square.
What's going on? How is this after the ascension?
A group of young ascended masters looked at the guards around them and showed bitter colors. This was different from the upper realm he had imagined.
This is the Sin State,
and all ascendants who come here have to dig for the upper realm clans for 1,000 years before they can be free.
Someone explained in a low voice. Digging for 1,000 years?
A crowd of ascetics screamed.
They've been practicing for hundreds of years now. This digging took longer than their cultivation time. Are you kidding?
Of course,
there are other ways to get out of mining. Someone whispered. It is said that 2 years ago, there was an ascender who didn't know what he took out, and the Great Desolate Sect directly sent people to pick him up, and after that, they even submitted to him, and the Great Desolate Sect all changed its name, as if it was called something. Great Qin, the Great Desolate Sect recognizes a lower realm ascender as its master? Are you talking about a mythological story? The crowd of ascended ones didn't believe it at all and scoffed at it. Other than that, just the guards around the square were all cave void realm existences. How could an ascended person from the lower realm make an upper realm sect submit? Wow! Just then, the Ascension platform flickered with light, and a silhouette stepped out from the Ascension platform. Transfiguration? Can the God Transformation realm break the Ascension barrier?
The crowd of ascended masters were all shocked when they saw Li Si's realm.
Since when can the Transformation God realm also ascend?
However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. A group of Jindan realm neatly flew out from the soaring platform.
Jindan realm? The crowd of ascended masters looked at the general who stepped out from the Ascension platform, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Can even the Jindan realm ascend? Clap clap clap. Just then, the light of the Ascension platform flickered continuously, as if it was pumping,
and then a line of Great Qin iron cavalry dressed in uniform armor stepped out from the Ascension platform.
10,000, 100,000 people, millions, billions of Great Qin iron cavalry from appeared in the square, densely packed. A glance could not be seen to the end. Like a black cloud, the vast Ascension Square for the first time was filled with standing. Are you kidding? The crowd of ascended ones looked at the vast Great Qin iron cavalry and their scalps went numb. Billions of Jindan realm cultivators? How could a small world's cultivation resources support such a Jindan realm cultivator? No. Why did they get to leave?
Billions of Great Qin iron cavalry left the Ascension Square and flew towards the distance. The guards around them directly ignored and did not stop them, which made a group of Ascensionists very dissatisfied. They could all be the pride of the lower realms. Regardless of their qualifications and realms, they were all higher than these Jindan realm generals. These are His Qin Majesty's most loyal generals. They are his own people. Of course they can leave. Upon hearing the guard's words, the group of ascended masters looked at each other in disbelief. Emperor Qin, Great Qin, could it be true?
I, Li Si, greet your majesty. Long live the emperor. In the golden palace, Li Si kowtowed to the Qin emperor on the dragon chair, excited beyond words. After nearly 2 years, he had finally arrived in the upper realm. The smell of this upper world just smells good. Chapter 73, Li Si remains chancellor. Billions of soldiers set up the perimeter Star Dipper formation. You've done well in the lower realm. In the upper realm, you'll still be my great Qin chancellor. Qin Feng's voice was flat as he announced that the candidate for the great Qin chancellor would remain unchanged. I will fulfill your majesty's trust, and do my best and die for my majesty and for my great Qin. Reese's nose was sore. Earlier, he was worried whether Emperor Qin would leave him out in the cold when he had new henchmen in the upper realm. And now it proves that the Qin emperor has not forgotten him. How is the perpetual Star Dipper formation practiced? Qin Feng looked at the 6 generals. Your majesty, the hundreds of millions of great Qin's iron cavalry have mastered the perpetual Star Dipper formation to the point of proficiency. Bai Qi replied. And there was a hint of excitement in his expression. Zhou Tian Star Dipper Grand Formation is really horrible. Can be hundreds of millions of great Qin iron cavalry strength cohesion, outbreak 10 times or even 100 times the war power. The lower world has long been unified by the great Qin. There is no enemy, and even they don't know the strength of the great Qin iron cavalry has reached what level. Qin Feng couldn't help but gain some interest when he heard this. A few moments later, Qin Feng appeared in front of the Qin Palace on the Endless Square, looking down at the 100 million great Qin iron horsemen, said, Come, run the great formation of the stars and buckets of the heavens and strike at me with all your might. The 6 generals of Bai Qi were shocked and worried about hurting the Qin emperor. Ning Yi, who was at the side, could see the concerns of several people and said, Don't worry, His Majesty's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Nothing will happen. Ning Yi, as the closest person beside Emperor Qin, naturally knew Emperor Qin's means, not to mention the desolate tower and Emperor Qin's own terrifying battle power. But with that Sumerian Arabidopsis space alone, Emperor Qin would be invincible. Hearing this, the 6 generals of Bai Qi no longer hesitated and ordered. Formation. Boom! Billions of great Qin iron cavalry breath convergence, condensed into a pillar of light rises up to the sky. This dome of the sky are changing. A star hanging high, dense, endless, as if in the universe. This is, the various small forces that were subservient to great Qin flew out, all stunned by this scene, and the terrifying destructive aura even made them shiver, and the laws in their bodies seemed to be shattering. Hiss! So many Jindan realms. This number is afraid to be 100 million, isn't it? Someone exclaimed. It's not just the numbers. Their formations are extraordinary as well. Many people had research on the line of formations. Looking at a star silhouette on the void, they were incomparably curious, wanting to explore the secrets. But in the end, they found nothing. This great formation was too profound, containing the reasoning of the universe, using the power of the stars. It had already transcended the rules of a party's world, and touched on the higher laws of the universe. It's worthy of being a great formation of the demon court at one time. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the aura of the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation. At this point, the billions of stars in the void operated. The light flickered. Brush brush brush, a star power from the void dropping, like a divine waterfall, rushing heaven and earth, to destroy everything in the world. Giggle! Qin Feng's palms spread out and spectral light erupted as a black curtain coalesced and rose up to the sky, resisting the power of the stars. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The power of the stars was extremely terrifying. Directly breaking through the first black curtain, the momentum was like a crack. A black curtain was pierced through, and bright starlight erupted, shrouding the area. Is His Majesty alright? Li Si and the others worried. The perimeter Star Dipper formation set up by 100 million Jindan was too terrifying, with the power of billions of stars converging as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Although Ningyi had full confidence in Emperor Qin, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried at the moment as he watched the huge commotion in the distance. Not bad. A faint voice rang out. Qin Feng stepped out from the area flooded with spiritual light, his black dragon robe immaculate. The killing power of this formation has reached above the divine harmony realm. Qin Feng nodded his head in praise. The Xian Ember Spectre realm was a supreme defensive divine ability. The billions of star power from the party was enough to destroy 1,000 Xian Ember Spectre realms before it was consumed. And even the divine harmonization realm was unable to make it this far. But, whether or not one could reach above the divine harmony realm would have to be actually verified. Just in time. There really was an existence above the god and realm now. Again! Qin Feng commanded as billions of star power coalesced once again in the void and violently blasted down. Qin Feng waved his large sleeve and the void rippled as a portal appeared. In the world of Sumeru and Arabidopsis, the old crone's entire body was going crazy.
The divine means she offered would all be swallowed by space and then attack from another direction.
In less than a day's time,
this small world had almost been filled with one of her divine means.
And now she only dared to defend and didn't dare to attack. This kid is going to let me out? Looking at the portal in front of her, the crone was shocked and very skeptical. She didn't believe that Qin Feng would be so kind. If we don't get out,
it's only a matter of time before we're ground to death in this space.
Could it be that someone from the clan came and forced this kid to let the old body out? In a desperate situation,
the crone eventually managed to convince herself to imagine a bright possibility, and flew towards the spatial portal without any hesitation.
Boom! However, the truth was always too cruel,
and the crone had just stepped out of the portal and into the outside world when she saw billions of stars dropping down.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before she could react, her entire body was directly struck by billions of starlight, falling towards the earth like a meteor. Sure enough, it does possess a battle power above divine harmony.
Qin Feng appeared at the very bottom of the abyss,
observing the old crone lying on the ground unable to move. At this time, the old woman, very miserable, flesh cracked,
the whole body is densely packed wounds. The power of the stars is like thunder in the flickering and wandering. The wounds did not have a drop of blood out. All the blood was abraded by the power of the stars. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the crone sort of understood that the other party was experimenting on her.
Cough cough. Small animal.
Qin Feng waved his hand and directly chopped off its head,
put the body away and disappeared into the abyss. Taishu Sect. In the main hall, a figure loomed, emitting an ethereal aura.
Patriarch, Elder Lin's fate card is shattered. A disciple flew into the main hall and said with an anxious face,
"This junior, acting too wildly." An elder in the great hall had an icy expression and said, "He dares to disobey even my Taishu Sect's orders."
It wasn't a secret that Qin Feng captured the old crone on the Tianyuan mountain range. It was seen by countless pairs of eyes, and the Taishu Sect also sent someone to contact Great Qin yesterday, asking Qin Feng to release the old crone, but it was directly rejected by Qin Feng. The Taishu Sect thought that Qin Feng's move was to gain favors like the Taishu Sect, but he didn't expect that he would actually dare to kill that old crone.
Not only that,
he also forcefully annexed 30% of the forces of Sky Sea City.
What is he trying to do? Turn the heavens over?
Many of the elders in the Great Hall were very dissatisfied with Qin Feng.
A guy who ascended from the small realm dared to disrespect the Taishu Sect?
Chapter 74, The Secret Realm of Time and Space.
Do not underestimate this kid. A Taishu Sect elder scorned. This kid can mobilize the Desolate Tower.
The 10,000 Laws realm is not his opponent, and this kid's own combat power is also incredibly amazing.
Without borrowing the Desolate Tower, he can also kill the Divine Harmony realm,
and he also controls a spatial aptitude.
And Elder Lin was taken away by this spatial aptitude. Silence fell in the Great Hall.
Many of the elders looked grave. Above the Divine Harmony realm was the 10,000 Laws realm. The Taishu Sect was a first-class sect in Sky Sea City, but there were only 10,000 Laws realm existences.
To be precise, it should be 9,
and one had just died. Elder Lin's revenge is naturally to be avenged.
However, there is no hurry now.
Above the Great Hall,
the Taishu Sect Patriarch opened his mouth and said, "The Spacetime Mystery Realm is about to open.
It is imperative that we enter the Spacetime Mystery Realm and capture the Spacetime Tower. As long as we can obtain the Spacetime Tower, the strength of my Taishu Sect will be ushered in by leaps and bounds.
And at that time, what is that brat worth?" "Nice." The great elder of the Taishu Sect nodded and said, "The Spacetime Mystery Realm is crucial. Whoever can obtain the Spacetime Tower within the Spacetime Mystery Realm will be the master of Tianhai City and even the entire Sin State in the future. It's unwise to clash with that brat at this juncture, and it will only cheapen the Wuji Sect as well as the sects outside of Tianhai City for nothing." The Patriarch and the Grand Elder were in agreement. So naturally, the group of elders of the Taishu Sect no longer insisted on taking action against Qin Feng. The Taishu Sect Patriarch said, "Next, discuss how to be in the secret realm of time and space. The Emperor of Qin has ordered that you, Taishu Sect, are limited to submit to Great Qin within 15 days, and if you don't submit when the 15 days are up, Taishu Sect dies." Suddenly, the arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire Taishu Sect, and on the square of the Taishu Sect, the disciples who were practicing were stunned. "Limit my Taishu Sect to 15 days of submission? Great Qin is crazy, right? Where did they get the nerve?" The crowd of disciples couldn't believe it. It was simply heavenly. In all the years that the Taishu Sect had been established, it was the first time that someone dared to speak to the Taishu Sect like this. This kid, he doesn't know how to die. In the main hall, the Taishu Sect Patriarch and a group of elders burst into a rage when they heard this. It's no wonder they're angry. The clan elders had been killed, and they hadn't even sought revenge on Great Qin yet. Results: Great Qin has turned its nose up and made the Taishu Sect submit? The Taishu Sect Patriarch said in a chilling voice. Let this brat bounce around for a few more days. When the secret realm of time and space ends, this seat will make this brat's soul fly away. In the Golden Palace, the group of ministers gathered. Today's Golden Palace was dozens of times the size of the lower realm. And rather than a palace, it was more like a square. The officials were lined up in 2 rows, like 2 long dragons, which could not be seen at the end of the line. Such a grandiose courtroom spectacle had long since exceeded the level of a mundane imperial dynasty, moving forward towards a demonic dynasty. How do the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect answer back? On the dragon chair, Qin Feng's voice rang out. Your Majesty, both the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect said that they need to think about it for a few days. Ning Yi said. My subordinate believes that they are stalling for time, and their purpose is to enter the secret realm of time and space. Immediately, Ning Yi reported out the information on the time-space secret realm that he had explored. The secret realm of time and space. A secret realm left behind by a person named the Time and Space Immortal in the Sin State millions of years ago. His innate magic treasure was the Time and Space Tower, which was rumored to be extremely extraordinary, containing the power of time, and the flow of time inside the tower was several times that of the outside. Oh, Qin Feng's face showed a strange color. Treasures involving space and time were extremely rare. There was only one in the heavenly demon realm in his previous life, but there was one in the land of sinful states? It seems that quite a few extraordinary characters have appeared in these 6 million years in the Sin State. Treasures involving space and time. If we can obtain them, the speed of cultivation will be further increased, and Great Qin's strength will grow even faster. In that case, it seems that the secret realm of time and space is a trip to make. 15 days later, Qin Feng came out of the gate and stepped into the Divine Harmony realm from the 9th level of Cave Void. Hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen had gathered long ago, and Bai Qi's 6 generals stood in front of the hundreds of millions of Iron Horsemen, listening to Ho Qin Emperor's orders. Pass on my decree to travel to the secret realm of time and space. Yes. The Black Dragon chariot crossed the sky and left the Qin Palace. Behind them, hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen followed, rolling away like black clouds, their terrifying pressure making the air freeze. In the meantime, a mountain peak at the entrance of the space-time mysterious realm was dotted with densely packed silhouettes, occupied by forces from all sides, among which the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect. The ones they occupied were clearly the peaks closest to the space-time mysterious realm. Void Kunzi, I heard that your Taishu sect elder was beheaded by that junior who ascended up from the lower realm, and that you were also restricted from submitting within 15 days. Can your Taishu sect also endure this? The Wuji sect patriarch, Extreme Daozi, looked at the Taishu sect patriarch on the opposite mountain peak and mocked. Didn't you Wuji sect also hold back? Void Kunzi's expression was calm, not the slightest bit moved by anger. He had learned that long ago. Great Qin had not only sent a decree to the Taishu sect to submit, but had likewise given a decree to the Wuji sect to submit. Extreme Daozi didn't deny it, provoking the 2 first-class clans of Tianhai City at the same time. It seems that after so many years of not making a move, everyone has forgotten about you and my clan. The secret realm of time and space is over. Exterminate that brat's forces. A few conversations. The 2 first-rate sects of Tianhai City reached an agreement that sealed the fate of Great Qin. The forces were alarmed and very confused. Where did this Great Qin get the guts to offend both the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect? Boom! Suddenly, bursts of roaring sounds rang out from afar, like thousands of horses and armies rushing in, with a magnificent momentum. Emperor Qin, coming! Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Far away, the Black Dragon chariot crossed the sky and flew towards the secret realm of time and space, and below the Black Dragon chariot, hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron cavalrymen had a shocking murderous aura, and their breaths and hearts stayed in unison, like the thunder roaring in heaven and earth, offending both the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect at the same time. Emperor Qin still dares to appear here. I've long heard that Emperor Qin has billions of Jindan realm henchmen under his command, and now it seems to be true. Many forces looked at the hundreds of millions of Iron Horsemen and were shocked. It was hard to imagine that this was a huge force that could be born in the lower realm. So what if the number of Jindan realm is large? They're just ants. Some of the power mavens were disdainful. The Jindan realm was no different from a mole cricket to them, and they could slap a bunch of them to death with a slap of their hands. However, next moment, their faces changed. A black palm print flew out of the Black Dragon chariot, grew larger against the wind, and appeared above his head in an instant. Help! The great powers of the various forces, who had just been very disdainful, looked at the large palm print that covered the sky above their heads. Their faces turned pale, and they hurriedly begged for forgiveness from the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect on the side. Boom! A huge boom resounded through the sky and the earth shook. Several mountain peaks directly disappeared, and the huge palm print plunged into the ground for an unknown number of meters. Divine Harmony Realm. The 2 of them, Void Kunzi and Wuji Z,
looked at Emperor Qin in the void and their faces changed slightly. 15 days ago it was only the 9th level of K-Void, and in just 15 days it had broken through to the Divine Harmony realm. What kind of horrifying rate of enhancement was this? Even more appalling. They had just made a move to rescue them, but they were blocked, and the divine abilities they offered were directly worn out by Emperor Qin. Qin Feng stepped out of the black dragon chariot, his hands behind his back, his black hair fluttering about as he looked down on the earth and spoke indifferently. When you see me, why don't you worship? Chapter 75. Billions of great Qin iron cavalry showing their might. The small forces from all sides looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the air, their hearts appalled. How many years had it been? When had anyone in Tianhai City ever dared to disrespect the Taishu and Wuji sects? Only Emperor Qin dared to say such words and make the two sects submit. Bully! It's too bossy. Emperor Qin, being too arrogant can sometimes kill you. Void Kunzi said coldly. Wu Jizi also said, young man, it's better not to be too angry. Wow. Qin Feng did not say anything, waved his big sleeve. The earth flew sand and stones, the grass and trees in the mountain range rolled up, covering the sky and the sun. The immortal execution sword intention. Shashua. The grass and trees were transformed into a divine sword, such as rain towards the peaks occupied by the forces of all parties to cover down. Emperor Qin, you seek death. The two of them, Void Kunzi and Wuji Zi, were furious. A large hand was raised and countless runes erupted, holding up a spiritual light canopy across a mountain peak to protect his side. Clang, clang, clang. A roaring sound rang out. The spiritual light canopy rippled and the light flickered continuously. Under the impact of countless shashua, grasses and trees, the spiritual light canopy unexpectedly cracked, and some places were even pierced through, and some people were hit and directly exploded. How could Emperor Qin be this strong? The tones of the great powers from all sides trembled, incomparably terrified. The two patriarchs, Void Kunzi and Wuji Zi, had taken action, but neither of them were able to block Emperor Qin's means. These two were the limits of Heavenly Sea City, peak existences of the 10,000 Laws realm. Giggle. Qin Feng's palm vainly pressed. A mysterious ripple swept in all directions. Bang sound. The already shaky spiritual light canopy, under this strong impact, instantly collapsed. Qin Feng, who had stepped into the Divine Harmony realm, had taken a qualitative leap in battle power, and could suppress even the 10,000 Laws realm. Do it together. Void Kunzi and Wuji Zi shouted, their faces grave. At this moment, the two of them tacitly agreed. Qin Huang was too demonic. His battle power had increased too rapidly. He must be wiped out. If they didn't kill Qin Huang today, it would be their two clans that would be destroyed in the coming day. The elders of the two sects also struck out together, and a divine ability rose up to the sky, with laws filling the sky and earth and blazing light flooding space and time. Emperor Qin, even though your battle prowess is amazing, what can you do with you alone? Boom boom boom. The immortal execution sword intent was washed away, and shashua, grass, and trees were instantly reduced to pieces as they were worn down by the divine abilities of hundreds of divine harmonization realm as well as hundreds of thousands of Dharma realm elders from the two clans. My billions of iron horsemen, are you blind to them? Qin Feng faced the sweeping aptitude with an indifferent expression, his hands behind his back. He didn't continue to move, intending to let the great Qin iron cavalry fight it out. Perimeter Star Dipper formation. Behind Qin Feng, hundreds of millions of iron horsemen hissed in unison, their breaths converging, leading straight to the sky, and above the sky, star shadows appeared in the white sun, clear to the extreme, with countless star power spilling down towards the bottom. Boom boom boom. The roar resounded through the heavens and earth, countless star power and a divine ability blasted together, erupting bright spiritual light, and the powerful spiritual power fluctuations obliterated a mountain peak outside of the spacetime mysteries. How? Possible? The various forces stared wide-eyed. It's so amazing it's unbelievable. The billions of Jindans that ascended from the lower realms were able to block the elders of the Taishu and Wuji sect. Are you kidding me? It's beyond anyone's knowledge. They didn't block it and have been injured. Void Kunzi detected an abnormality. Hearing Void Kunzi's reminder, the crowd fixed their eyes on it and let out a sigh of relief. The faces of the hundreds of millions of great Qin soldiers were blanched, and many of them had blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths, obviously suffering from minor injuries. Make a move and directly grind down Emperor Qin along with these mole crickets. Wuji Zi spoke coldly. Originally, he only had boundless killing intent towards the Emperor of Qin, but now he also had boundless killing intent towards the hundreds of millions of iron horsemen of Great Qin. These hundreds of millions of iron horsemen had really exceeded his expectations. Just the Jindan realm could explode such combat power. If these people's realm was elevated and they stepped into Yuaning and transformation of God, how terrifying would they be? At that time,
Will the Wuji sect still be able to survive under these Iron Horsemen of Great Qin? Giggle. This time, not only the elders of the two sects, along with the disciples of the two sects all struck out, bright spiritual light erupted, countless magical powers and magic treasures suppressed down towards Great Qin, vowing to overthrow Great Qin. Qin Feng remained aloof, standing in the void with his hands behind his back, regarding everything as nothing, and the 6 generals of Bai Qi roared up to the sky. Marquis Bai Qi of Wuan, lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Marquis of Wucheng, Wang Jian, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Marquis Han Xian of Huayin, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Changping Marquis Wei Cheng, lend me the power of faith of Great Qin. Marquis Xinping Lian Pa, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Champion Marquis Hua Zaiwei, lend me the power of Qin's faith. Accompanying the voices of the six white faith forces flew from the direction of Great Qin and did not enter the six. Their realm is rising. There were exclamations of disbelief, with that white silk floss not being inside their bodies. The realm of Bai Qi's 6 was climbing crazily, having already risen by 2 large realms and still rising. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Centurion Li Hu, lend me the power of Great Qin's faith. Captain Zhao Tian, lend me the power of the Great Qin faith. Shirchang Sunstrong, lend me the power of the Great Qin faith. Hundreds of millions of Iron Horsemen of Great Qin hissed in unison. Countless white faith power from the Qin palace flew out, such as a white ocean covered the dome of the sky, did not enter hundreds of millions of generals of Great Qin body. Jindan 5, Jindan 9, Yuaning 1, Yuaning 5. The hundreds of millions of Iron Horsemen of Great Qin were also using the power of Great Qin's faith to raise their realm. These Great Qin Iron Horsemen were not as official as Bai Qi's 6 generals, and the power of Great Qin's faith that they could borrow was not as much as Bai Qi's 6 men. But even so, their realms climbed, crossing a large realm, all stepping from the Jindan realm into Yuaning. This, outside the space-time mystery, all the cultivators were stunned. What kind of anticlimax is this? How could it allow hundreds of millions of cultivators to raise their realms at the same time? Wow! The perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation was in operation. The stars were in motion, and countless starlight spilled down. Boom boom boom. The roar was unceasing. Outside the secret space-time boundary, an unprecedented battle broke out. The lower realm ascender shook the 2 first-class sects of Tianhai City with his Jindan realm. Above the dome of the sky, the power of the stars and countless divine abilities bombarded together. The scene was extremely terrifying and shocking, as if it was really going to destroy the heavens and the earth. How is that possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. It was just a matter of those 6 generals being able to instantly boost their strength. Why can all these billions of Iron Riders be lifted as well? A mole cricket is still a mole cricket. But today, the mole crickets gathered and actually shook the tree. Ha ha, you guys are nothing but that. The hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen laughed heroically, incomparably unrestrained. Original. They thought that after stepping into the upper realm, they could no longer serve Emperor Qin with their own cultivation, and were very gloomy. And now they have proved that they are still useful and can still fight for His Majesty the Qin Emperor. So what if it's an upper realm clan? In front of His Majesty the Qin Emperor and in front of the Great Qin Iron Horsemen, one must still bow down. The morale of the hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen was high, and the perimeter Star Dipper formation erupted once again, with rounds and rounds of star power spilling down like a meteor shower falling, not only covering the Taishu and Wuji sect, but also covering all the forces from all sides. Void Kunzi, Wuji Z, have your 2 clans fallen so low? A bunch of ascended beings in the lower realm are able to step on your heads? Suddenly, a faint voice rang out. The void rippled as a magnificent to the core immortal boat flew out of the spacetime rift. Chapter 76, Star Luo City Star Yang. Clang! A golden sword chi flew out from the immortal boat. Bang sound! Directly chopped everything. Hundreds of millions of star power and countless aptitudes were broken, turned into a ray of spiritual light dissipation. A youth with a full head of blonde hair, knife-like features, and a handsome appearance stepped out from the immortal boat. Star Luo City Star Yang, someone exclaimed, incomparably shocked. There were many large city-states in the Sin State, and Star Luo City was the city close to Tianhai City. And unlike Tianhai City, Tian Luo City did not have many forces, and only had one clan, the Star family. The Star family had been in charge of Star Luo City for millions of years, deeply rooted and powerful, far above Tianhai City. Void Kunzi and Wuji Z's faces changed drastically when they saw the youth. This was the top pride of the young generation of the Star Luo City Star family. At just 100 years old, he was already at the peak of the 10,000 Laws realm, and his battle power was even more incomparable, allowing him to cut down the enemy across large realms. The blonde-haired youth ignored the two as his gaze landed on Qin Feng and laughed. I heard that you ascended up from the lower realms, and in just 2 years, You stepped into the Divine Harmony realm. And you even suppressed the Taishu and Wuji sects. You're extraordinary. Obviously. He had some understanding of Qin Feng and had even investigated him. I, Star Luo City, have always loved heavenly pride. So this prince can give you a chance. As long as you become my prince's protector, this heavenly sea city will be given to you by my prince. Xingyang spat out shocking words, actually wanting to give Tian High City to Emperor Qin. The two of them, Void Kunzi and Wuji Zi, changed color. If the Star family really had such thoughts, their two clans would definitely not be able to defend against them. Not to mention the fact that there was also a Qin emperor. The two of them looked at Qin Huang nervously, and it could be said that their fate was at Qin Huang's whim. Send? Qin Feng's expression was cold. I will take what I want. Why do I need you to deliver it? You made the wrong choice. Xingyang smiled as he heard this, but a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Void Kunzi and Wuji Zi and laughed. You guys are lucky Tian High City is still owned by your two clans. Do it. Those Jindan mole crickets will be handed over to you guys. And this kid will be handed over to this Gongzi. Thank you, Mr. Xingyang. Void Kunzi was overjoyed. It's almost as if it's desperate. He didn't think that Emperor Qin would be stupid enough to do this. Even if he pretended to promise Star Luo to destroy his Taishu sect and Wuji sect first. Wuji Zi, strike together. Wuji Zi ignored Void Kunzi and looked up at Star Luo above him, and without being subdued and in a forceful tone, he said, a moment ago, because of Emperor Qin, he wanted to destroy my Wuji sect. In the next moment, let me, the No Infinity sect, destroy Emperor Qin again. Lord Xingyang, although my Wuji sect is not as good as your Star family, it is at least a great sect with millions of years of inheritance. It is not at the mercy of your Star family's teasing. When Void Kunzi heard this, his expression was gloomy. Although Wuji Zi's words were not directed at Void Kunzi, in Void Kunzi's ears, it was naked mockery, mocking him for not having a backbone and allowing the Star family to tease him. Starla couldn't keep the smile off her face and blushed a little. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this Wuji Zi to still have some backbone. Seek death. Star Luo coldly snorted, condensing a golden divine sword in his hand. A bright golden aura erupted. The golden sword aura cut through space and time, suppressing towards Wuji Zi. Have to say, Star Luo was worthy of being the Star family's pride. His strength was truly terrifying. The same peak of the 10,000 Laws realm, but his battle strength exceeded Wuji Zi's by several times. A sword chi chopped out, and Wuji Zi struggled to resist it. His blood stained the air, and he was sent flying out with a single strike. Today, am I going to die here? Is the Wuji sect going to die by my hand? Wuji Zi looked at the golden sword chi sweeping towards him with a desperate expression. Clang! At this moment, a white sword chi ripped through space and time and struck the golden sword chi horizontally. And with a bang, the golden sword chi was directly chopped into pieces. Wuji Zi looked incredulously at Emperor Qin in the air. Don't you want to fight me? In the void, Qin Feng opened his mouth, his tone calm. Kid, you seek death. Star Luo's expression was cold. First, he was rejected, and now he was blocked from beheading Wuji Zi. To him, this was a disgrace that had never been seen before. Clang! The golden sword in Star Luo's hand bloomed with bright golden light. The golden inscriptions on the sword body flowed. Countless runes filled the air. A golden sword chi tore through the void. The terrifying killing power swept across the sky and the earth. The faces of a group of cultivators outside the spacetime mysteries turned pale. Even though Star Luo wasn't aiming at them, just these residual power made it difficult for them to resist. Emperor Qin, be careful. This is the Star family's supreme treasure, the Golden Sun Sword, no weaker than the Desolate Tower. Wuji Zi was reminding. For Emperor Qin, he had very complicated emotions. But no matter how complicated it was, if it wasn't for that sword just now, he would have been turned into a corpse at this moment. Wow! Qin Feng waved his big sleeve. A golden yellow aura flew out from his sleeve, growing larger against the wind. It was precisely the Desolate Tower. A terrifying divine might erupted. A Xian yellow aura overflowed. Boom boom boom. In the void, the golden sword chi and the Xian Huang chi were fighting, and space and time were being stirred up, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. No distinction. Giggle. Qin Feng catalyzed the Desolate Tower, piercing through the void as golden light erupted like a divine mountain suppressing towards Star Luo. Clang! Star Luo sacrificed his golden sword and maneuvered it with the art of sword control, which traveled through the void like a golden lightning bolt. Boom boom boom. Deafening roars resounded through the heavens and earth as the two supreme treasures continued to collide in the void, the golden light surging like a golden ocean. I've long heard of the name of the Desolate Tower. It's really extraordinary. Star Luo's eyes blossomed as he looked at the desolate pagoda that was on par with the Golden Sun Sword. If he could pocket the Desolate Tower and carry two supreme treasures, who else could stop him?
Kid, a supreme treasure is just an external object. If you just have a supreme treasure and you can't do it on your own,
it's still an empty game in the end. Star Luo laughed coldly. His terrifying aura erupted. The power of laws filled the air, and a yellow wing coalesced behind his back as he crossed the void and killed towards Qin Feng. He was confident, not placing Qin Feng in his eyes. So what if it's a pride? He, Star Luo, was also a heavenly pride. What about crossing the border to kill the enemy? He, Starla, can also cross the border to kill the enemy. With his cultivation at the peak of the 10,000 laws realm, could it be that he couldn't suppress a kid who had just stepped into the Divine Harmony realm? Chapter 77, Prisoner's Finger. Celestial Prisoner Wang Tang. Giggle. The golden yellow wings behind Star Luo vibrated as space and time were torn apart, appearing above Qin Feng, his palm blooming with radiant white light and filled with runes as he slapped down at Qin Feng's head. This was all too quick, and in the flash of lightning, the crowd of cultivators in the field didn't react. Qin Feng raised his head to look upwards, his expression bland, his heavy pupils blossoming with divine light. Everything in the world slowed down in his eyes. Star Luo's sudden attack became even more of a slow motion in his eyes. Starlight-colored. Giggle. Qin Feng pointed out with a finger, and golden streams of light flashed at his fingertips. Ah! The light on Star Luo's palm was broken, and his palm was directly pierced through, and then a mysterious force spread rapidly from his palm, and his entire arm twisted, like vines on a tree. How is that possible? Star Luo's entire body flew out horizontally, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually lost, or was defeated by a kid who was a great realm below him. A supreme treasure is an external object. One's own strength is the essence. You're right, but your strength, it's weak. Qin Feng stepped forward in the void, closing in on Star Luo, his fingertips blossoming with golden divine light, once again pointing towards his brow, a seemingly ordinary finger, but it seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and the earth in general. This technique is called the Prisoner's Heavenly Finger. Founded by a top power in the immortal realm in the previous era, it is the top few finger techniques in the heavens and the worlds, and when practiced to the extreme, a single finger can break the stars and the universe. Qin Feng got this art, to say the least. It was also a coincidence that immortal realm powerhouse and a great devil in the heavenly devil realm were fighting. The commotion was so great that it attracted countless people to watch the battle at that time, and Qin Feng was also one of them. The finger art has always been rare, especially the high-level finger art. It is even more rare, so Qin Feng analyzed the art with his heavy pupil. Bang! The imprisoning heavenly finger was too terrifying, and Star Luo's offering of a defensive aptitude directly shattered and dissipated into a spiritual light. A bit of golden light was like lightning, going forward, falling towards Star Luo's brow, and the terrifying killing power made the space and times freeze. Wow! Suddenly, bright golden light emerges. Star Luo body condensed out a golden armor. Prisoner of the sky finger point in the head armor. Thud sound. A horror fluctuation toward the four sides escape. Star Luo whole person flying out. Star Luo utilized this huge force to violently storm back, maintaining an extremely long distance from Qin Feng before he had a slight moment of peace of mind. Battle armor? Qin Feng's face was expressionless. It was battle armor no weaker than that golden sword, blocking his heaven imprisoning finger. This guy. Star Luo looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the distance, his gaze especially landing on Qin Feng's hand, incomparably scornful. This finger was too terrifying. If not for the golden sun armor protecting his body, he would have already been turned into flying ash. Even if he was as strong as the golden sun armor, a crater appeared on his head armor, caused by that finger just now. Wow! Suddenly, the void trembled. A mysterious force since in the mountain range in the sky exploded. A colorful vortex suddenly appeared, with extremely terrible speed in the expansion, like a black hole, will be four sides of everything wrapped into. The secret realm of time and space is about to open. Someone shouted in excitement. Colorful vortex. Just like what is recorded in the ancient books, this is the entrance to the spacetime secret realm. When the colorful vortex covers the entire mountain range, the power of spacetime will appear, bringing this area to a certain section of the long river of spacetime, and the secret realm of the spacetime immortals will be hidden in this place. Affecting this spacetime? The secret realm is hidden in a certain section of the spacetime river? Qin Feng muttered to himself, a hint of disdain appearing in his eyes. Even in his previous life, he was unable to influence a piece of spacetime at the immortal realm, let alone interfere with a certain section of the long river of spacetime. Could a single immortal from the Sin state alone do this? There is bound to be a trick. Someone is counting on it. The secret realm of time and space. It has indeed opened. A faint voice rang out from afar. A golden chariot crossed the sky like a golden meteor, instantly appearing over the spacetime mountain range, and a young man in black robes stepped out from the golden chariot. Wang Chang Wang Tan,
Many people exclaimed out in shock at the sight of the black-robed man, even more shocked than when they saw Star Luo.
Is this Wang Tong extraordinary? Someone was curious and inquired. Of course it's extraordinary. This Duke Star Luo is strong enough, right? But regardless of family power, background, or natural talent, Duke Wang Tang is far above Duke Star Luo. Your Majesty, the King City Sin State is ranked among the top 100 city-states in the Sin State. Its strength is far above that of Star Luo City, and it is controlled by the Wang family. Wang Tang is the divine son of this generation of the Wang family. It is said that when he was a young man, he received a great opportunity, which is suspected to be an immortal's inheritance, and this golden chariot of his is said to be the inheritance object of that immortal. Behind Xin Feng, Ningyi explained about Wang Tang's origin. As the commander of the Brocade Guards, coming to the upper realm for the past 2 years, he had already expanded the Brocade Guards once again, nearly having spread out all over the Sin State, and he knew all the forces in the Sin State like the back of his hand. It's rumored in the outside world that Wang Tang has the qualifications of an immortal, and that in this life of the sinful state, Wang Tang will become an immortal. His chi, indeed, is more prosperous. Xin Feng looked at it. This Wang Tang's chi was going to be above that Tang San he met at the Ascension Square. Your Majesty, do you mean to say that this Wang Tang can really become immortal? Ningyi was somewhat shocked. Immortal. This is the topmost existence in the Sin State, with heavenly means and endless lifespan. The number of immortals born in these millions of years in the Sin State is only a handful. Becoming an immortal requires many conditions, and chi is only one of them. Xin Feng spoke in a calm tone and said, you cultivate well, and one day, you may also become immortal. Ningyi, Bai Qi, and the others were shaken when they heard this. Immortals are high above the world, overlooking the world, hanging above the 9 heavens, an unattainable existence. They, too, can become immortal? We shall cultivate well and follow in your Majesty's footsteps. If they were to say that they could become immortal, they would certainly not believe it and would scoff at it. But what His Majesty the Qin Emperor says, they believe. Brother Wang Tang. Star Luo was overjoyed to see Wang Tang. His Xing family and the Wang family were not very close, and there was someone else in his Xing family's ancestry who had married into the Wang family. So to put it mildly, he was still related to Wang Tang. Star Luo, can a lower realm ascender make you so wretched? Wang Tang spoke in a cold tone, directly ignoring Star Luo as his gaze fell on Xin Feng in the distance. Starla's face stuttered. Wang Tang's character was arrogant and he had known it for a long time, but he did not expect that this guy would not give him any face in front of so many people. This fellow is extraordinary. There are many secrets in his body, especially that finger art he used just now. It's at an extremely high level. After all, Star Luo had a request from Wang Tang, forcibly holding back the anger in his heart and squeezing a smile on his face. He said, when we enter the spacetime mystery realm later, you and I will make a move together to suppress this brat. You're teaching me things? Wang Tang coldly hailed. Suppressing a lower realm ascender and having to bully the few with the many? If this matter was spread, how would the sinful state's heavenly pride look at him? Wang Tang? Starla's face was grim. This guy was sick, wasn't he? At this moment, all of his hatred towards Emperor Qin had lessened quite a bit, and if Emperor Qin opened his mouth, he was even willing to immediately join hands with Emperor Qin to kill this fellow Wang Tang. Another heavenly pride is coming. Someone exclaimed as several silhouettes stepped into the air in the distance. All of them were young men and women with powerful backgrounds. Even if they were not as good as Wang Tang, they were not as weak as Star Luo. Luckily, my lady is not late. Just when the crowd thought that Wang Tang of Wancheng would be the strongest backdrop of this spacetime mystery realm, a mischievous voice rang out. The void was torn open, and a pair of white jade feet stepped out from the void before a slender silhouette appeared in the crowd's field of vision. This was a young girl with a long purple dress, a purple veil on her face, soulful eyes with a hint of cunning, and 3,000 purple hair spilling behind her like a waterfall. Chapter 78, The Secret Realm of Time and Space opens. Which, the moment the purple-skirted girl appeared, it caused a commotion, and even Wang Tang's face changed slightly with a hint of scorn. Who is this person? Why do the crowd of celestial pride seem to have tightened up when they see her? Someone noticed the reaction of the crowd of heavenly prides. Since the appearance of the witch, the crowd of heavenly prides in the field, including Wang Tang, were all on guard, and they could not help but feel a pang of curiosity as to what kind of origin could cause these heavenly prides to change color. You don't even know about the Herculean witch? Someone whispered, explaining. She comes from the devil cult. She's the devil cult's holy maiden of this generation. And the devil maiden is on the human subterranean dragon list arranged by the Sin State. Her ranking is on par with Wang Tang. Hiss. The sound of pouring cool air rang out. It's really that the reputation of the potential dragon list is too loud. There are countless city-states in the Sin State, and the heavenly pride is like a sea. To be able to be on the potential dragon list, all are dragons and phoenixes among people, absolute demonic qualifications, and they all become top-level great powers in time. Sister, won't you show yourself? The witch ignored the murmurs around her as she looked towards a void and narrowed her eyes. Who have you been watching while lurking here for so long? Is it Duke Wang Tung? Or is it Emperor Qin? What? Someone is lurking in this place? Everyone in the arena was stunned by the witch's words. The brows of the crowd of celestial pride were furrowed. If there was someone lurking in this place and they hadn't realized it, one could imagine how terrifying that person should be. Witch, you're babbling again. I've only just arrived. A clear, cold voice rang out. The void rippled as a silhouette stepped out of the void. This was a young girl, a white dress that was snowy, wearing a white veil, with an air of transcendence, not like a mundane person, like a fairy, sacred to the extreme. Fairy Qin, Star Luo exclaimed, incomparably shocked at the appearance of the white-clothed girl in front of him. Qin Yiren. Even Wang Tang was no longer calm, looking at the white-clothed girl with scorn in his eyes, as well as other special emotions. And who is this fairy? The crowd was horrified. This white girl looked very different from the witch, as if two opposite sides. A fairy looked harmless, but even Wang Tang was so scornful of it. Qin Yiren, someone whispered. It is said that this is a fairy from another state other than the Sin State. For some reason, appeared in the Sin State 2 years ago. Her strength was extremely terrifying, suppressing many of the Sin State's celestial pride, and becoming the Sin State's double fairy with the Demoness. Sister, are you also interested in this space-time secret realm? The corner of the witch's mouth curved up in a smile. Why don't we cooperate and directly exterminate these heavenly prides, and then the two of us will fight over the ownership of the time and space tower. How about that? Witch, don't bring me along on your plan. We don't know each other well. The white-skirted girl's face was clear and cold, with a hint of a smile on her face, lightly brushing aside her relationship with the witch. Sister, you really don't know what you're doing. The witch swept her gaze over the crowd of heavenly pride, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. Her gaze finally landed on Qin Feng and laughed. Emperor Qin, since my sister is unwilling, how about we cooperate? Kill these heavenly prides and capture my sister. At that time, the time and space tower will belong to me and my sister will belong to you. How about that? Sister's such an earthly fairy. I don't know how many people's dream girl, profane in their dreams, than a time and space tower but much more precious. When the white-clothed girl heard this, her face turned slightly red and she seemed to be a bit moved. Suddenly, screams rang out, drawing everyone's attention. The witch jumped up and down. The spilled purple long hair ignited a divine fire. In a rapid spread, in an instant has died a small portion. This divine fire is very strange. All kinds of magical powers cannot be extinguished. The witch can only endure the pain to chop off the long hair. Emperor Qin, even if you're not willing to cooperate, there's no need for you to lay such a heavy hand, right? The witch stared at Qin Feng, revealing her small tiger teeth in a very menacing manner. With a hint of sultriness, the hearts of the people in the arena were shocked beyond measure. Is the Qin Emperor's tactics so brilliant? How can you endanger a witch? Just now, they hadn't even seen how Emperor Qin had struck. The white-clothed girl also looked at Qin Feng with a hint of probing in her eyes. What the witch had said earlier was not entirely incorrect. She did conceal herself for a moment when she came here, and during this moment of her concealment, apart from the witch, it was Emperor Qin who looked over to where she was. The devil girl and she fought several times. Her breath and means have long been known to her. It is not surprising to be able to find her. But the Qin Emperor even managed to find her. This is really amazing. And now it has even injured the devil girl. The strength of the devil girl she is very clear, very terrifying, but it is even injured by the Qin Emperor. Qin Feng did not answer the witch, but instead looked at Qin Yiren with a slight frown. Somehow, he suddenly felt that there was something familiar about the person in front of him. Wow! Right at this moment, the colorful vortex had wrapped up the entire space-time mountain range, and the field of vision was filled with colorful rays of light, flowing like water, a splash of water, and within each splash of water, there were countless images flickering. This is the river of ages flowing. We are truly in the river of time and space, traveling to an unknown point in time. Someone exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The eyes of the crowd of celestial pride also lit up, and even Wang Tang, the Demoness, and the others were unable to remain calm. Your Majesty, this space-time immortal tactic is truly unimaginable. Ning Yi marveled, incomparably shocked. There's no such thing as a long river of space and time, but it's just a small world with an extremely hidden entrance. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, and under the heavy pupil, all tricks became empty. Ning Yi was stunned. Regarding Emperor Qin's words, he naturally wouldn't doubt them, and seeing the excited appearance of the crowd of celestial pride in the distance, Ningyi couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. The fact that Emperor Qin was able to discover the difference. But Wang Teng, the Demoness, and Qin Yiren, all of these reputable heavenly prides, did not discover it, showed that these heavenly prides were far from being able to rival His Majesty, the Emperor of Qin. Ah, wow. Just then, the ripples gradually fell back and returned to calm. The surrounding scene no longer changed, and the colorful vortex gradually dissipated. The river of time and space stopped flowing, and we really came to a secret realm of time and space in a certain period of years. There were cries of alarm. Chapter 79, Trial Level. Forced Leap. This secret realm is really amazing. Surrounded by knife-sharp mountains, magnificent palaces. Magical is that these mountains, palaces are floating in the air. Into the eyes are a suspended mountains and palaces, immortal mist, immortal cranes flying, such as a fairyland. Is this the secret realm of the immortals? It's really extraordinary. Excited voices rang out. Someone appeared in a large mountain. The outside world is rare to see the spiritual medicine. A glance at the past saw a dozen plants. Immediately went to pick. Welcome all of you to the secret realm of the old man. Suddenly, a voice rang out, bringing the mesmerized crowd back to their senses. In the void, a storm of aura surged and eventually transformed into a giant face. Time Immortal. Many people exclaimed in shock, not realizing that millions of years had passed, and that the Time Immortal still existed. This isn't a real immortal. It's just a wisp of the Time Immortal's residual thoughts. Star Luo said with incomparable calmness. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Seeing that the crowd of celestial pride, and even Wang Teng, the Demoness, and Qin Yiren all had a wary look in their eyes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction in his heart. These heavenly prides who had ascended to the subterranean dragon ranking were no better than that. It seems that Emperor Qin is a long way ahead of these heavenly prides. Star Luo realized that Qin Huang's expression was calm and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at the Time Elder. He immediately felt that it was nothing to lose at Qin Huang's hands. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that Qin Huang was too strong, and Wang Tang and those others would end up the same as him when they faced Qin Huang. But what he didn't know was that Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this wasn't a remnant thought of the Time Immortal, but a complete immortal divine thought. Just, immortal divine thoughts were nothing more than that in his eyes. For an immortal to be reduced to counting these heavenly prides of the later generations who had yet to set foot on the path of immortality was truly a disgrace to the immortal's identity. This heavenly pride is right. The old man has long since fallen millions of years ago. This is just a wisp of residual thoughts left behind by the old man that will dissipate after helping you heavenly prides to control the space-time mysteries. The Time Immortal was all smiles. He was still thinking about how to explain it, and the other party directly all explained it for him. Do you all see there? The Time Elder pointed into the distance. Time and Space Tower. A crowd of celestial pride exclaimed. At the end of a mountain peak and palace in the distance, a divine tower as white as snow hung in the air. Time and space forces flowed in all directions, and the nearby grass and trees grew and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, merging into the soil, and then sprouting again. Realizing the cycle of reincarnation, the power of time, the eyes of the crowd of celestial pride were glowing, itching to obtain this tower immediately. Once they obtained this tower, the same amount of time in the outside world, they would gain several times the amount of time in the outside world inside the tower. Not bad. This is the Time and Space Pagoda, the original treasure of the old me. The Time Immortal was very satisfied when he saw the crowd's reaction. The flow rate inside the Time and Space Tower is far faster than that of the outside world, and whoever can obtain the Time and Space Tower will gain several times the cultivation time of a person of the same generation, far exceeding those of the same generation. It's worthy of being an immortal's item. A crowd of celestial pride marveled, their eyes glowing. Wang Teng, the Demoness, Qin Yiren, and the other figures of the subterranean dragon ranking were also unable to remain calm. The functions of this tower were too heaven-defying. Whoever was able to obtain this tower would have a huge advantage in this generation's competition. This tower is real. Qin Feng's heavy pupils blossomed with divine light as he glimpsed the essence of this space-time tower. This was indeed a time supreme treasure, and time flowed differently inside and outside the tower. However, an immortal is still unable to refine this kind of space-time supreme treasure. In his previous life, Qin Feng had stepped into the realm of immortality, carrying heavy pupils, supreme bones, and was proficient in all kinds of divine laws in the world, and it would not be too much of a stretch to say that he was the strongest immortal in the ancient world. But even he was unable to refine this kind of spatio-temporal treasure. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the old man of time and space saw the smile in his eyes become even more intense and said, "A treasure such as the Time and Space Tower, once it falls into the hands of someone with an improper mind, it is bound to cause a great disaster. That's why the old man has laid down several trial levels.
Whoever can break through these levels and walk to the time and space tower will become the new master of time and space. This trial path is divided into 3 levels:
testing the physical body, the divine soul, and the state of mind. Wow! With the words of the Elder of Time, a white staircase appeared in the air, leading all the way to the time tower. Gentlemen, please begin. Climb the ladder. Whoever reaches the bottom of the space-time tower first is the master of the space-time tower. Many celestial pride couldn't wait and directly stepped onto the ladder to start breaking through. Wang Tong, the Demoness, and Qin Yiren were more cautious, and it was only after the group of celestial pride had traveled a certain distance on the ladder and were safe and sound that they soared and stepped onto the ladder. Little friend, although I see that your realm is not as good as theirs, your foundation is incomparably thick, and your future accomplishments are bound to be no less than theirs. So why don't you step onto the ladder and try to compete for it? Elder Time looked at Qin Feng and compelled him. This ladder barrier relies on more than realms. Once you step in, the realm will disappear and everyone is at the same starting line. Qin Feng said indifferently, I've come to fetch the time and space tower. Why do I have to break in? Emperor Qin is crazy, isn't he? The crowd of celestial pride on the steps were incomparably dismayed when they heard this. How dare you talk to a time immortal like that? Even though the time and space immortal had disappeared into the river of time and space, and this was only a wisp of residual thoughts today, the immortal was bound to have left behind layouts and means, and any one of them would be able to kill Emperor Qin countless times over. The smile on the time immortal's face froze, obviously not expecting Qin Feng to say such words. Little friend, since you've come to old man's spacetime mystic realm, you naturally still have to abide by the rules of the spacetime mystic realm, or else, old man will have no choice but to expel you. Expel me? Are you qualified for that? Qin Feng's voice was cold as he stepped in the void, to fly directly over the white steps, rapidly approaching towards the spacetime tower. Little friend, time and space tower all around, are blocked by the terrorist killing array. Only this ladder a channel. I advise you not to seek death. The time immortal's voice came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening as he looked at Qin Feng with disbelief. How? Possible? Above the void. Qin Feng confidently stepped forward, easily crossing over the crowd of celestials on the steps below, moving towards the spacetime tower at an extremely fast speed. This kid, how is it possible? The time immortal's face was incomparably ugly. This was completely out of his expectation and broke his plan. What? You don't have to break through the barrier to reach the time tower. The crowd of celestial pride all froze when they saw Emperor Qin flying past overhead. That's a hell of a way to break into the trial steps. Some people directly leapt up from the steps to fly to the time and space tower just like Qin Feng. However, he just leapt up. Boom! The void shook. Countless law power surging. Poof sound. This person directly exploded, turned into a cloud of blood mist. What's going on? Why is Emperor Qin unharmed? The crowd exclaimed, very confused. The route taken by Emperor Qin happens to be an area that cannot be covered by the killing array. A celestial pride discovered the essence and directly leapt up, appearing at the location where Emperor Qin had walked, following the route that Emperor Qin had taken. Unharmed. It's true. Ha ha. Just follow Emperor Qin and you'll be able to reach the time and space tower. More celestial pride left the white jade steps to follow Emperor Qin's shortcut. However, next moment, poo poo poo, a succession of explosions rang out. The killing formation was activated, and a force of laws enveloped the void, chopping dozens of celestial pride into a bloody mist. Chapter 80, Climbing the Tower. A piece of flesh and blood. Why is that? The crowd of celestial pride on the steps were appalled, and almost they followed them. The killing formation here is changing every moment. Just because it was a safe zone there when Emperor Qin left doesn't mean it's always been a safe zone. Crisp sounds rang out. The crowd sniffed and looked, and the one who opened her mouth was actually Qin Yiren. Her eyes blossomed with light. The power of mysterious laws flowed. Apparently this her pair of eyes is also very extraordinary. Can see what others cannot see. But compared to the heavy pupil, still much worse. She can only detect abnormalities, but cannot be like the heavy pupil general peeping into the essence of the killing array. In the killing array to find out a channel to. Why was Emperor Qin able to find the passage? Many people wondered, but in the end, they couldn't get an answer because the enemies who knew that Emperor Qin was carrying heavy pupils were all dead. In that case, wouldn't the time and space tower belong to Emperor Qin? The crowd of celestial pride was depressed and very unwilling. Don't worry, Emperor Qin broke the rules, and the time and space immortals won't easily hand over the time and space tower to him, someone said in a deep voice. As he said, the time immortal in the air looked at Qin Feng's back. His face was incomparably ugly, and he directly dissipated his steps in place. Little friend, you're so unruly, when really not I'll exterminate you. In front of the time and space tower, the time and space elder coalesced out and stared at Qin Feng with a deadly stare. His face no longer in the same immortal stance as before. but replaced by an incomparable shade and coldness. A crippled immortal trapped in the time and space tower. How dare you act recklessly in front of me? Get out! Qin Feng rebuked, not giving the other party the slightest bit of face. The might of the human emperor surged, and the body that the timeless immortal had just condensed was directly washed away. Qin Feng stepped forward and entered the time and space tower. In a split second, the surrounding scenery changed, no longer as beautiful as the outside world, only a white space. This tower, indeed, involves the laws of time. The moment he entered the tower, Qin Feng then felt that the flow of time here was different from the outside world. About one times the outside world. Giggle. Suddenly, a temporal blade cut across the room. Brush. Qin Feng's body flickered and easily avoided it. Immediately, a ladder appeared under Qin Feng's feet, leading to the second level. Space-time ladder. This is the real barrier. If you haven't broken through the barrier, you can't go to the second level of the space-time tower at all. Qin Feng stepped onto the ladder and arrived at the second level. The moment he stepped in, he felt that the time on the second level was a bit faster than the first level again. 2 times. There are 99 floors in the space-time tower. If the flow rate of each floor is increased by this much, then the flow of time at the topmost level will be 9 times that of the outside world. 1 year of cultivation in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation within the time and space tower. Today's Qin Feng, today's Great Qin, what it lacked the most was time. With this tower, Qin Feng and Great Qin's strength would inevitably see an extremely terrifying period of enhancement. Brush. Suddenly, 2 blades of spacetime coalesced and chopped towards Qin Feng from different directions. Qin Feng easily dodged it. A step reappeared before his eyes. Qin Feng ascended the steps to the upper level. Next, as Qin Feng expected, every time a layer was raised, the time flow rate would be raised by 0.1 compared to the next layer. And as the number of layers was raised, the number of spacetime blades increased, and on the 9th layer, there were a full 9 spacetime blades. But, in front of the heavy pupil, these blades of time and space could not touch Qin Feng in the slightest. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the 30th floor. Brush it off. Dozens of spacetime blades chopped at him, very different from the previous floors. From this floor onwards, all spacetime blades became invisible, impossible to see with the naked eye, almost completely blocking off all directions. Qin Feng's heavy pupils could only look for 1 or 2 gaps. Step into the 31st floor. The time tower was vastly different from before. These were all top-notch powers in their lifetime. But unfortunately, the passage of years in the time and space tower has accelerated, and they have weathered away. On the ground, a streak of blood appeared, along with some mutilated white bones. Apparently, there had been someone who had intruded here and was decapitated by the blade of time and space, and his strength was so strong that even after the passage of years, his corpse had still not been completely worn out. Qin Feng didn't stop here and continued on his way. As the layers rose, there were more and more white bones on the ground, and the bloodstains became more extensive and vivid. 49 floors. Qin Huang, you actually managed to break through to the 49th floor. You can be called a demon. Now retreat. There is no need to ascend the tower. As long as you break through the trial ladder, the old man will pass on the spacetime tower to you. A familiar voice rang out. Space rippled, and the time immortal reappeared. A piece of remnant body. And you dare to talk about the time and space tower inheritance? Qin Feng's voice was cold and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he ignored the other party and continued to ascend the tower. Emperor Qin, what are you babbling about? The time immortal reappeared and looked at Qin Feng. Threateningly, if you persist, I will wipe you out here. 89th floor. Emperor Qin, you've reached it if you can climb up to this point. Now quit and the old man will pass on the time and space tower to you. The timeless immortal kept opening his mouth, proposing all sorts of tantalizing conditions. And now it was even going to directly give the time and space tower to Qin Feng. If it were someone else, they might actually quit, because having reached the 89th floor, the temporal blade here was terrifying to the extreme. And once it was swept, even immortals would fall. But for Qin Feng, his decision would not change. Keep climbing. 90th floor. As soon as Qin Feng stepped in, he saw a field of blood, bright red to the extreme, and a piece of flesh on the ground, emanating strong fluctuations. A time immortal? Qin Feng said indifferently. A piece of flesh and blood. How dare you call yourself an immortal? Kid, you're looking for death. A cold voice rang out. The time immortal's silhouette disappeared, and the mass of flesh and blood not far away squirmed. And it was from this piece of flesh and blood that the grim voice came out. Obviously, the so-called time and space immortal is this piece of flesh and blood. The real trial is only the time and space tower, and the trial steps in the outside world, which did not exist, are only made by this mass of flesh and blood in front of me. A mass of flesh and blood, posing as the master of the time and space tower.
laying down trial levels. This is selecting suitable flesh bodies. Once those people break through the trial steps, instead of obtaining the time and space tower, they will be branded by this mass of flesh and blood and become this mass of flesh and blood's new flesh body. Qin Feng spoke in a flat tone, revealing the calculations of this mass of flesh and blood. Chapter 81, Broken Immortal. Black blood. Ha ha. Flesh and blood epileptic laughed out loud. Heavy pupil. Really extraordinary. Can survey everything in the world? Even the time and space tower can't stop the heavy pupil. However, starting from this layer, the blades of time and space will be all over every area, and will also be even more terrifying, so even if the heavy pupil, he won't be able to find out another safe passage, because there is no safe passage at all. Do you really think that I am afraid of you coming here? I just don't want to see such a perfect flesh body destroyed. Heavy pupils, a path to invincibility. Unfortunately, there are no more heavy pupils in the world. Flesh and blood lamented. It turned out that he had been counting on Qin Feng all along, only to obtain Qin Feng's physical body. With his immortal background, if he obtained the heavy pupil again, he would definitely be able to step above immortals in this life. Wow! Just then, this layer of temporal blades began to coalesce. Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed as divine light flickered. This piece of flesh and blood did not lie. This layer of spacetime blades was extremely terrifying. Not only was it spread out and blocked off everywhere, but the killing power exceeded the previous layer by several tiers. Kid, die. Flesh and blood were watching the show, as if they had already foreseen the scene where Qin Feng would be chopped to pieces by the blade of time and space. The immortal realms him couldn't even withstand the temporal blade at this level. So how could a god harmonization realm Zant be able to go against the heavens? Brush. The blade of time and space finished coalescing, breaking through the void and chopping with an impenetrable and mysterious trajectory. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. His hands were behind his back and he did not make any movements. This blade of time and space is indeed powerful and can cut down immortals. Even if his battle strength was amazing, it was simply impossible for him to harden himself against the blade of time and space nowadays. But, although he couldn't harden the blade of time and space, he had an item on him that could break it. Wow! Incomparable black gas rose from behind Qin Feng like a black ocean, violently tossing, and a small black flag slowly coalesced above the ocean. A broken flag that also wants to resist the blade of time and space? Flesh and blood disdained and opened his mouth to sneer. Even his immortal rank supreme treasure had turned into flying dust in front of the blade of time and space. And a broken flag wanted to block the blade of time and space? Giggle, giggle, giggle. At this time, the blade of time and space chopped on the small black flag. There was no imagined huge movement. The small black flag did not move, without the slightest damage. How is that possible? Shocked cries rang out. Flesh and blood emanated intense mood swings. Unbelievable. The power of time contained in the blade of time and space enveloped the small black flag. The surrounding space-time flowed rapidly, and the river of ages emerged. This was to use the power of time to wear down the small black flag. No matter what treasure you have, in front of the merciless time, there will be a day when it turns into dust. However, the color of the small black flag remained the same, hanging above the black ocean, as if it had never been extinguished and had existed with the world for a long time. Even this seat's immortal rank supreme treasures can't defend against this layer of temporal blades. So how come you're able to block it? Flesh and blood panic. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Not even the power of time was able to wear down this small black flag, and the river of ages was trampled under its feet. What kind of grade of supreme treasure is this? Little friend, I am an immortal. I can teach you the art of becoming an immortal. With the assistance of the old man, in this life, you will definitely be able to stand out, suppressing all the people of the same generation, and stepping into the realm of the immortals. Realizing that the situation was not good, this piece of flesh and blood changed its attitude drastically, no longer as arrogant as before, and began to submit. Giggle. Qin Feng raised his hand and the 10,000 soul streamer broke through the void, directly now above the bloody flesh. A terrifying devouring force enveloping this piece of flesh. The art of becoming immortal? How dare a crippled immortal speak of the art of becoming immortal in front of him? Ka-ching! This piece of flesh and blood erupted with the remaining power of the immortal Tao. However, in front of the devouring power of the 10,000 soul streamer, the power of the immortal Tao instantly collapsed, instantly detaching itself from the ground, and flew towards the 10,000 soul streamer uncontrollably. Little friend, stop. The old man knows a lot about the heavy pupil. With the old man's assistance, your heavy pupil will be fully developed, and the power of the heavy pupil will far exceed that of now. Flesh and blood hissed madly. This small black flag was too terrifying. Its grade far exceeded the immortal rank. He had a premonition that once he was devoured, what awaited him would be a great terror, and there was absolutely no possibility of getting out of the trap. In order to survive, he lived here with a piece of flesh and blood, And it took millions of years to set up the trial steps.
And now everything is going to come to nothing. However,
in front of Qin Feng, the temptation offered by this piece of flesh and blood,
the pie it paints, is garbage. Developing heavy pupils? Is there anyone in this world whose knowledge of heavy pupils exceeds mine? Accompanied by Qin Feng's faint voice,
this piece of flesh and blood was directly swallowed by the 10,000 soul streamer.
This is, inside the 10,000 souls, the piece of flesh and blood looked around and felt horrified, and all it could see was infinite darkness. What exactly is this thing? And why can't even this seat's immortal Tao divine sense explore the border?
Well, that's,
flesh and blood are terrified.
It was only then that he noticed that there were other beings present below.
Grievous spirits, to be precise, densely packed, infinite grievous souls, hundreds of millions of them.
As if it were a world of grievous souls, these grievous souls were constantly fighting.
And every moment, there were grievous souls standing out, in the process of upgrading their ranks. Could this be?
This piece of flesh and blood thought of the horrifying legend recorded in the ancient books of the heavenly demon realm that was slaughtered by Empress Yaoqi 6 million years ago. Although the heavenly demon realm disappeared in the river of years, the 10,000 soul streamer and the heaven-swallowing demon technique controlled by the heavenly demon realm demon emperor and demon empress completely disappeared from the world. And in the past 6 million years, countless people from all heavens and all realms were searching for the 10,000 soul streamer, which is the supreme treasure, and the heaven-swallowing demon technique, which is the technique. But none of them searched for the traces of the technique.
10,000 souls, heavy pupils. Flesh and blood's voice trembled at the thought of some horrible possibility.
You are the reincarnation of the demon emperor's son from 6 million years ago.
How can? Aren't you dead?
Ah, the hissing echoed through the dark space. This piece of flesh was incomparably desperate. How could he have never thought that he would be so unlucky as to meet such a horrifying existence as Qin Feng?
Being in the 10,000 soul streamer, there was absolutely no chance for him to get out of the trap.
A piece of flesh and blood from the immortal realm. Although after 6 million years, too much immortal power has been lost.
Nevertheless,
the energy contained far exceeds that of all the Tao fruits that we met earlier.
Qin Feng muttered to himself, this is a surprise and will be of great use. Continue climbing the tower. As the levels increment,
the temporal blade became more and more terrifying.
Come above the 95th floor. Not to mention the immortal realm, even before the realm above immortal,
it would not be able to resist anymore,
and would be decapitated by the blade of time and space.
This verified Qin Feng's earlier suspicion that this space-time tower
could never have been forged by an immortal realm, and the one who could forge this tower was definitely above the immortal realm.
Giggle, giggle, giggle. A blade of time and space chopped at him, all of which were dissolved by the 10,000 soul streamer.
Qin Feng topped the 10,000 soul streamer and kept climbing the tower as he idly walked. Eventually, he came to the 99th floor. This is the topmost floor of the time tower.
There were no temporal blades or any killing moves on this level.
It was empty. But Qin Feng wouldn't really think that there wasn't anything here. He looked a short distance away.
There was a drop of blood there, nearly pitch black,
emitting an incomparably eerie aura, and it was unknown how many years it had existed. Quiet. There was no response.
Giggle. Qin Feng waved his hand and the 10,000 soul streamer flew out,
flying towards the drop of blood as a terrifying devouring force enveloped it. Boom!
This drop of black blood sensed the threat and came to life,
emitting a terrifying and cold aura, constantly twisting and distorting, manifesting various forms, wanting to break free, but in the end, it was still no match for the 10,000 soul streamer, and was devoured by the 10,000 soul streamer.
Black blood.
Qin Feng's face underwent some rare changes.
Black blood. This was an extremely terrifying substance in the world of the heavens. No one knows what it is or where it came from. Even the name black blood was given to it by the worlds of the heavens. Once contaminated by the black blood, the flesh, soul, and will be infected and become diseased,
growing in a weird direction. Some will grow into meat packs the size of planets,
with scarlet flesh and blood piled up on their bodies, and densely packed with tentacles, and will be contaminated wherever they pass by.
Contaminated and turned into the end of cultivation. More will emit a kind of spiritual pollution.
The living spirit of the divine sense or gaze once touched this mutant.
The spirit will be directly contaminated. The loss of all wisdom,
reduced to these mutants of the vassal. Even the top existences of the heavens and the worlds could not resist. Once there was an immortal emperor accidentally stained the black blood. His body continued to grow strangely, and eventually filled a world, and then even broke through the space barriers, wandering in the depths of the universe. Wherever he passed, all the creatures and spirits were diseased, and were reduced to his subordinates.
Chapter 82, Refining the Spacetime Tower.
Trying to wear out this drop of black blood with the power of the ages,
but unfortunately, this drop of blood cannot be worn out.
Qin Feng guessed why this spacetime tower existed here and why there were terrifying spacetime blades on every floor.
It's not a test. It's a block. Someone had placed this drop of black blood at the top of the time and space tower, laying down heavy barriers with the intention of preventing living beings from entering the top floor and coming into contact with this drop of black blood. Even a supreme treasure of the heavens like the 10,000 souls streamer can't wear out this drop of black blood.
It can only trap it. Qin Feng stored this drop of black blood separately within a certain layer of space of the 10,000 soul streamer. There was only this drop of blood in this space. Only in this way could he ensure that this drop of black blood wouldn't contaminate the billions of wrong souls within the 10,000 soul streamer.
Immediately, Qin Feng pinched his seal and began to refine the time and space tower with the divine ability of the weapon clan. Just as Qin Feng was making the offering. Why is there still no movement? What exactly is happening inside the time and space tower? Within the space-time mystery, beyond the white jade steps, a group of celestials stared at the distant space-time tower, very confused. At first, they thought that Qin Huang would be beheaded soon, but the result made them incredibly depressed. It had been 3 days since Qin Huang had entered the tower, and the time and space tower still had no movement. Could it be that Emperor Qin really obtained the time and space tower and is refining it now? A heavenly pride guessed. No way. When this statement was made, there was an immediate rebuttal. Have you forgotten what Fairy Qin said? There is something wrong with this white jade staircase. It's a reckoning. Once you go the whole way, you'll be planted with bizarre means. And 9 times out of 10, the old man of time and space that appeared earlier is also problematic, and it's highly likely that he's an immortal who died inside the time and space tower. In short, this time and space tower is so bizarre and full of strangeness, that even immortals have died within it. So how could Emperor Qin possibly have survived? 9 times out of 10, Emperor Qin died in it, but why hasn't that time immortal come out yet? Could it be because Immortal Qin saw his calculations, so he just stopped coming out? A crowd of heavenly prides were talking. In their opinion, Emperor Qin's fall was inevitable. Commander Ning, His Majesty in the direction of the Great Qin camp, the crowd was filled with sadness and incomparable worry as they heard the discussion of the heavenly pride in the distance. Most of these people were from the upper realm and only later submitted to Great Qin. Ning Yi's expression was bland as he said indifferently, "What? You have no faith in His Majesty?" "No." The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. They were still incomparably fearful of this commander of the brocade guards. "We are only worried about His Majesty the Qin Emperor." "Commander Ning, everyone's concerns are not entirely unfounded," a voice rang out. Ning Yi looked towards the person who had spoken. It was Yen Yen, the Divine Inferno sect master who had submitted not long ago. "Yen Yen, what do you mean?" Ning Yi said expressionlessly. When Yen Yen heard Ning Yi's icy voice, his body suddenly went cold. But when he thought about the fact that Ning Yi was only in the Divine Separation realm, while he was in the Divine Conjunction realm, and he was a full 5 great realms ahead of Ning Yi, what was there to be afraid of? Could it be that Ning Yi could still cross 5 great realms to kill him? "Commander Ning, I'm sure you've heard that even immortals have fallen in the spacetime tower, and His Majesty Emperor Qin has been in there for 3 days. Do you think he'll still be able to come out? Is it hard to believe that Emperor Qin is even stronger than an immortal?" "So?" Yen Yen laughed. "Emperor Qin has unified the 4 clans. His credit is invaluable, but the country cannot be left without a master. We need to keep Great Qin in existence. Otherwise, Tianhai City will be plunged into war and chaos again." Ning Yi said disdainfully. "You mean you're coming to be the Lord of Great Qin? Ha ha, nowadays, in Great Qin, this seat is the highest in the realm. So besides this seat, who else can be the Lord of Great Qin?" Yen Yen looked at the crowd and laughed. "Don't worry, all of you. If I am the Emperor of Qin, your official positions will remain unchanged," said. Yen Yen looked at Ning Yi again and smiled. "Commander Nings, although your realm is a bit lower, but your qualifications are extraordinary. This seat will let you serve as the deputy commander of the Brocade Guards, and the position of Brocade Guards commander is one that the old man himself will take up when he ascends the throne." "Your Majesty." Ning Yi's expression was icy cold as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, he looked into the distance, his eyes widened with surprise, and with a thud, he knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor!" Billions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen also knelt down in unison, excitedly shouting, "Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor!" Yen Yen froze. Are these guys that smart? Especially Ning Yi, who usually seemed to be loyal to the Emperor of Qin, had submitted to him so quickly. It really was a case of knowing the face of a man and not knowing his heart. "Ha ha ha," Yen Yen laughed. "All level off. Emperor Qin is dead. There is no need to wait. Follow me out of the secret realm of time and space." "Me?" A faint voice sounded from behind. "Not bad. I am the Qin." The rest of Yen Yan's words stuck in his throat. Such a familiar voice. Yan Yan's body was cold. A piercing chill rose from his heels to the back of his neck. He turned his head trembling, and suddenly his face was pale, without any semblance of blood. Far away, a silhouette stepped out from the time and space tower and waved his hand at it. And in a flash, the towering time and space tower transformed into the size of a fist and was taken into the silhouette's palm. This silhouette was no other than Qin Feng. Guys, I've been a little busy the last few days, so I'm taking a day off tomorrow. Chapter 83 Immortal Talent. Wang Tong. Qin Huang.
Yan Yan's voice trembled and his face was pale.
It's been 3 days. Why isn't Emperor Qin dead?
If he had known that Emperor Qin wasn't dead,
he wouldn't have dared to pop out even if he had 10,000 guts.
Qin Feng said indifferently.
You're going to, rebel? Emperor Qin, everything is a misunderstanding. I just wanted to test them for you.
Yan Yan flopped on his knees.
Said an extremely lame reason. Really what he did cannot be explained. Put. Qin Feng then slapped Yan Yan's dantian and said, over to you.
For this kind of mole, he was too lazy to bother with more words and directly handed it over to Ningyi.
Yes. Ningyi led the order and looked towards the agonizing Yan Yan, the corners of his mouth grinning. You like to test? Since that's the case, then you test the hundreds of millions of people of Great Qin forever. Men,
stand him in front of the Qin River and lynch him every day.
And from now on, anyone who joins my Great Qin will be lynched. Emperor Qin, spare my life. Lord Commander, spare my life. Yan Yan's face turned pale and horrified when he heard this punishment.
That's worse than killing him. The Jinshuai came forward and took him away directly.
Emperor Qin, hand over the time and space tower. Suddenly, a celestial pride suddenly opened his mouth. And not only him. At this moment,
everyone in the spacetime mystery realm looked at the spacetime tower in Qin Feng's hands,
their eyes burning. The rule of time is one of the strongest rules in the world. The treasure that involves time is even more above many magic treasures, for all cultivators have an infinite attraction.
A supreme treasure such as the time and space tower is not for you alone to monopolize.
Wang Tong also opened his mouth and coldly said, considering that you have made a merit in refining the spacetime tower, now hand over the spacetime tower and tell what happened inside it.
This Gongzi promises that he will not injure your life and will protect you without any worries.
Prince Wang Tang is still too open-minded.
Quite a few heavenly prides fawned over Wang Tang and turned to chide Qin Feng.
Qin Huang, you should cherish this opportunity. If you were someone else, you wouldn't be reasoned with at all. You would be directly tackled and have your soul searched to get a cut. Noisy. A faint voice rang out. Before these guys finished,
Qin Feng raised his hand and a sword chi chopped out.
Pff. One after another. Explosions rang out, and dozens of Heaven's Pride were directly decapitated,
turning into a mass of blood mist.
The scene was extremely frightening. The crowd's pupils slammed in fear. These heavenly prides were all at the Divine Harmony realm. With astonishing battle prowess, but they were actually cut down by a single sword chi from Emperor Qin. You're looking for death. Golden light filled up in front of Wang Tang's body, blocking the immortal execution sword chi. He took a step and directly disappeared in place. Next moment, appearing in front of Qin Feng, his expression was cold. His palm bloomed with bright golden light. Slapping at Qin Feng, along with Wang Tang's means, a golden silhouette emerged. These silhouettes were evolving divine abilities around them. Runes filled the air, and the terrifying killing power shattered space and time. The immortal inheritance that this Wang Tang has obtained. The golden immortal seal. Some people exclaimed, very shocked. These shadows are equivalent to a Wang Tang. All of them can explode with great battle power. Wang Tang once used this technique to kill a celestial pride and climbed up the submerged dragon ranking. The seal of the golden immortal is a powerful one. Wow!
Qin Feng's face did not change. His hands were behind his back,
and a black curtain manifested out of thin air in front of him.
Wang Tang's eyes were cold.
Facing his golden immortal seal, he still dared to be so arrogant. I don't know what to do. Boom boom boom.
Wang Tang slapped his palm on the black curtain,
and a golden shadow did the same, erupting with infinite golden light. The result was unexpected by all. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned in disbelief. Blackout. In the slightest, Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he looked at Wang Tang and said, you're still okay in terms of qualifications. I'll give you the chance to submit. You seek death. Wang Tang became furious.
He was the #1 heavenly pride of the King City. He had obtained the immortal inheritance since he was young and had the qualifications of an immortal. It was always him who said such words to others.
When was he treated like this by others? It's a strange shame. Giggle. Wang Tang's body shape changed, like a golden lightning, appearing in Qin Feng's 4 directions in different time and space. Golden palm prints continuously slapping down. Boom boom boom. The roar was unceasing, like divine thunder exploding in the 9 heavens. Qin Feng was calm and relaxed, not making any movements, but Wang Tang's terrifying killing moves just couldn't touch him. No matter where Wang Tang appeared, a black curtain coalesced out of nowhere, blocking all of Wang Tang's means. How? Possible? Shocked cries rang out. The crowd of onlookers looked above the void in disbelief. What exactly is this black curtain's divine power? Why can't even Wang Tang's golden immortal seal break through it? The most terrifying thing is not this point. Rather, it's the fact that Emperor Qin seems to be able to anticipate Wang Tang's methods. No matter where Wang Tang appears, he will be detected in advance by Emperor Qin. Sister, this Emperor Qin is really mysterious. The witch appeared beside Qin Yiran at an unknown time and said, ascending from the lower realm to the Xin Prefecture. In just 2 years he has crossed several great realms, and he was able to refine the time and space pagoda. Even Wang Tang was unable to capture him. Qin Yiran said, Witch, what are you trying to say? The witch laughed. Sister, aren't you curious about the secrets on Emperor Qin? How about we cooperate and capture Emperor Qin? Qin Yiran's face was expressionless, seemingly in thought. Eventually, she declined the witch's offer. I have no grudge against Emperor Qin. Why should I capture him? If you want to capture Emperor Qin, why don't you go help Wang Tang now? There's still a chance. Qin Yiran looked into Qin Feng's eyes, her brows slightly furrowed as if she was pondering something. Not bad for a sister. Smart as always. The witch's mind was torn apart without a care in the world, and she naturally would not help Wang Tang. I don't know. This great battle. Which one will win or lose? Boom boom boom. A roar resounded through the sky and the void. Wang Tang not only executed the golden immortal seal, but also offered up various immortal inheritance means, as colorful spiritual light erupted to suppress Qin Feng. However, a black curtain that coalesced out of thin air was like the strongest city wall in the world, blocking out all his means. Ha ha, Emperor Qin, you finally revealed a crack. Wang Tang was ghostly as he stepped out of the void. He found an opportunity and the golden immortal seal fell against Qin Feng's head. This time, the black curtain did not appear, and Wang Tang drove in. Yes? The ghostly voice rang out. Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed. All the origins of the world were penetrated by him, and Wang Tang's divine ability and protective golden light were all explored by him. What Wang Tang thought was a chance was nothing more than his wishful thinking. Giggle. Qin Feng pointed out a finger. Countless runes erupted, and the power of laws filled the air, converging towards one spot. Boom! The great collision erupted. This finger directly pointed in the center of Wang Tang's palm. The horror of God's might erupted. Infinite power surging. Poof sound. Wang Tang's protective golden light instantly shattered. The palm of the hand exploded, and then the whole arm exploded. Ah! Came the cry. Blood stained the sky as Wang Tang flew out horizontally. Giggle. Qin Feng performed the rock technique, and a golden winged shadow emerged behind him, like a shooting star, following closely behind. Put. Another prisoner heavenly finger. Wang Tang offered a shield in front of his body. It was directly pierced through. The prisoner heavenly finger fell and half of Wang Tang's body exploded. Ah! Wang Tang screamed miserably. Incomparably miserable. Drenched in blood, the upper half of his body almost disappeared, with only his skeleton left to support him. His belief in invincibility was broken, and he could no longer rise up with the slightest bit of resistance as he flew towards the golden chariot in the air. This is the Immortal Tao Supreme Treasure, an item inherited from the Immortals, which can withstand all means. One more step. Wang Tang looked at the golden chariot that was close at hand and was agitated. However, this step is the end of days. Wow! Qin Feng pointed a finger at Wang Tang's brow. PFF sound. Wang Tang's head exploded. Red and white things splashed. Chapter 84 One Emperor battling fairy devils alone. Stop. Qin Feng was about to put the corpse into the Sumeru Arabidopsis space. Suddenly, heckling sounded. White light erupted from Wang Tang's corpse, and a jade pendant flew out, manifesting a silhouette that resembled Wang Tang for a few moments, but was much older and more majestic. The silhouette looked at the headless body in Qin Feng's hands and let out a sigh of relief. There's still a glimmer of life left in the flesh. The divine soul hasn't been completely worn out. There's still a chance. Immediately, the silhouette's face was as gloomy as water. Killing intent filled the air as it looked towards Qin Feng and said in a chilling voice, immediately send Tenger's physical body back to the royal city and hand over the time and space pagoda. This seat may. Wow! Rolls of demonic chi surged out from Qin Feng's body and did not enter Wang Tang's body. Ah! Accompanied by an unwilling scream, Wang Tang's divine soul was directly dispersed by the rolling demonic chi, completely disappearing from the world. So, okay? Qin Feng looked at the silhouette and said indifferently, Tanger. The silhouette hissed, its face incomparably fierce as it stared at Qin Feng in death. You're looking for death. This seat swears to kill you. Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. Good. I'll wait for you. Strike that. He raised his hand and directly dispersed the silhouette. The heavens and the earth fell into a silence. In the secret realm of time and space, the crowd was filled with horror as they looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the air. Wang Tong, who was an immortal's capital, received an immortal's inheritance, and ascended to the sinful state potential dragon ranking, was killed. Qin Huang is only at the divine harmonization realm. Wang Tang is already at the peak of the 10,000 laws realm, and he was still suppressed by Qin Huang. Just what kind of level has Qin Huang's battle power reached? In that case, all of these heavenly prides on the subterranean dragon ranking are not as qualified as Emperor Qin? The crowd murmured as their gazes fell on the Demoness and Qin Yiren in the air. These two were also the pride on the sinful state potential dragon ranking, and compared to Wang Tong, these two were even more mysterious. As for Qin Feng, after resolving Wang Tong, his gaze also fell on the Demoness and Qin Yiren as he faintly said, "Submit, or die. Emperor Qin, can we only fight and kill each other? Can't we just sit down and drink tea?" The witch laughed mischievously. Giggle. Qin Feng took a step across the void. "Emperor Qin, you're really unreasonable." The witch watched Qin Feng kill, not panicking in the slightest, rolling demonic qi overflowing from her body, runes filling the air, to leave this place. However, next moment, her face changed, the flow of time around her changed, and her movements became even slower than ever. "It's the Time Tower," the witch exclaimed. At some point, the Time Tower had appeared above and interfered with the area. Giggle. Qin Feng offered the 6 reincarnation fists, and radiant fist light erupted as the void was shattered. Under the Time and Space Tower, the 6 Paths reincarnation fist was even more terrifying, and its power was vastly increased. Boom boom boom. Rolling demonic qi erupted, covering the sky. Which knuckles down. The moment. It was only then that she sensed just what kind of terrifying existence Wang Tong was facing. "Sister, strike together, or you won't be able to get out today either," the witch shouted. Wow, the witch is right. Emperor Qin is too vicious. After suppressing the witch, it's her. Qin Yiren no longer hesitated and directly struck out. 3,000 hair strands flying, her entire body blossoming with crystalline splendor. Like a deity, she stepped in the void and killed towards Qin Feng. Boom boom boom. A divine ability suppressed towards Qin Feng. The two rivals, the Demoness and Qin Yiren, had joined forces today. These were two extremely strong opponents, even tougher than Wang Tang. The two of them joined hands and surprisingly blocked Qin Feng's attack. Break the Time and Space Tower first. Qin Yiren waved her jade hand, and a white long diamond flew out of her sleeve, erupting into a brilliant haze, like a divine waterfall that rose up into the sky. Clang! The witch also offered a magic treasure, which was also a tower. The body of the tower was as black as ink. Countless black runes filled the air. Once it appeared, the temperature in the sky and the earth seemed to have lowered. Boom boom boom. The heavens shook and spacetime shattered. The 3 supreme treasures collided greatly in the void, and the terrifying energy fluctuations spread in all directions, as if they wanted to destroy everything. The white damask and the black tower were extraordinary, and they had actually dragged the spacetime tower down. Emperor Qin, isn't it good to hand over the Time and Space Tower now so that the 3 of us can penetrate it together? The witch showed no mercy. The gongfu she practiced was extremely profound. Her body transformed into a black mist, like a ghost, sneaking and weaving in the void. All kinds of devilish laws were continuously offered, evolving all kinds of devilish beasts pouncing towards Qin Feng. Do you know that sister is transcendent in the world? I don't know how many heavenly prides want to sit and discuss with sister and catch a glimpse of sister's face under the mask. And now you have such an opportunity. Maybe, you'll even get a hug. The witch kept tempting, and Qin Yiren frowned slightly. It wasn't because of the witch. She was long used to the witch's molestation. It was the Qin Emperor she was worried about. She and the Demoness joined forces. Although they were able to suppress Emperor Qin and were in the upper hand, but Emperor Qin was too calm and collected, as if he had everything under control. It's time to end it. A faint voice rang out. Clang! Qin Feng raised his hand. Radiant light erupted. Countless runes filled the air, and a sword chi chopped out, pointing straight at a certain place in the void. Emperor Qin, it's time for it to end. But it's you who will be suppressed by me and my sister. Put. The witch was still laughing one moment. The next moment the voice came to an abrupt end, where the immortal execution sword chi chopped through. Blood splattered. The witch's figure was passively manifested, and there was an additional sword mark on her exquisite body. You can break through my laws? The witch stared at Qin Feng with a horrified, incredulous expression. The dharma she practiced was extremely profound, and in the entire Sin state, there were not many dharma disciplines that could surpass it, and now it had unexpectedly been penetrated by Emperor Qin. He's a heavy pupil. Qin Yi looked into Qin Feng's eyes with an incomparably grave expression. Until this moment,
She finally understood why Qin Huang had been able to peacefully break through the killing formation in the section of the void heading to the spacetime tower earlier. All because of the heavy pupil. Chapter 85, Killing and Decisive. Slaying Demonesses and Fairies. Giggle. Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed as divine light blossomed. Not only had he gained insight into the Demoness technique, he likewise gained insight into Qin Yiren's technique, and with a finger pointing out, radiant golden light erupted, piercing through the void, directly breaking Qin Yiren's divine laws and landing on Qin Yiren's chest. Put! In a flash, Qin Yiren's chest exploded. Blood splattered. Her white dress blossomed into a blood-colored flower, and her entire body flew out backwards. The two of them, the Demoness and Fairy Qin, combined their attacks on Emperor Qin and lost. Shouting sounds rang out. The crowd of celestial pride looked at the scene in the void. Their faces filled with horror and their hearts trembled. This is just too unbelievable. Counting Wang Tung, Qin Huang had already defeated 3 heavenly prides on the subterranean dragon ranking in succession. Emperor Qin is also too unsympathetic, and his hands are so brutal even in the face of goddesses like the Demoness and Fairy Qin. Many people were very intolerant as they looked at the witch and Qin Yiren who were withering like flowers. Giggle. Qin Feng executed the rock technique and rode on his victory, appearing in front of Qin Yi's person in an instant and swinging his reincarnation fist to kill him. What fairies and devils! In front of him is no different from a skeleton. Not to mention that he will not be merciful and compassionate. Bang bang bang. Qin Yiren cupped a seal with one hand. Immortal light blossomed. Although she was heavily injured by Qin Feng, her battle power was still strong, especially her eyes, which blossomed with divine light. Obviously, Qin Yiren also possessed some sort of divine pupil physique. The moment, her expression was even more incomparably cold, carrying a cold killing intent. Sure enough, it's you. Qin Yiren uttered an extremely bizarre sentence. So what if it's me? Qin Feng responded with a bland expression. Young lord, not far away. The witch looked towards Qin Feng, her eyes bright and blossoming with radiant luster, incomparably excited, and exclaimed in shock. She no longer joined forces with Qin Yiren to fight, nor did she leave, but stopped to watch the battle. Such a scene caused the crowd of celestial pride in the arena to be incomparably stunned. Why is the witch suddenly not doing it again? Heaven-swallowing devil technique, truly terrifying. Worthy of being the #1 devil technique in the heavens, to be able to make you step into the divine harmony realm from a mortal body in just a few years, and to regenerate your heavy pupils. Qin Yiren was once again sent flying, her blood splattered, her aura dimmed, and she fell in the void like a falling leaf, but she remained calm, for she already knew Emperor Qin's greatest secret, and the purpose of her trip had been accomplished. Giggle. Qin Feng pointed out a finger. A golden rainbow penetrated through space and time, and a blood flower exploded in the void. With a boom, Qin Yiren crashed to the ground violently, smashing a mountain peak to pieces. Qin Feng's figure flickered and appeared beside the giant pit, looking at Qin Yiren below and faintly said, "You're the first, but not the last." From the technique that Qin Yiren practiced, Qin Feng had already guessed the other party's origin. This was someone from the immortal realm. Emperor Qin, your time to die has come. Qin Yiren's expression was calm as she just coldly said this. This is just one of her Dao bodies. The witch came to Qin Feng's side and hastily reminded, "Your Highness, kill her. We can't let her pass her memories back to the main body. Killing me won't change the ending." A rare smile, very eye-catching, like a blooming flower, appeared on Qin Yiren's face as she said, "When the Dao body falls, the memories will likewise be transmitted back to the main body. Which, you and those remnants of the old era behind you have been searching for millions of years with great care. But in the end, it's still futile." The witch sniffed and blanched. "Yes?" Qin Feng spoke coldly. "Wow." A small black flag coalesced from the void, and countless black mists rolled, centered on the small flag, like ocean waves, escaping in all directions. In an instant, the sky above was filled with blackness, and the entire spacetime mystery realm was plunged into darkness, with a mysterious force shrouding the entire spacetime mystery realm, completely isolating the spacetime mystery realm from the outside world. What is this? A crowd of celestial pride was terrified. The small black flag in the sky was so terrifying that just by looking at it, they felt that their own laws were about to collapse and their divine souls were about to collapse. 10,000 souls. Qin Yiren's face changed when she saw this small black flag. This first supreme treasure of the Devil's Path was too prestigious. She had seen only a few words in the ancient books, but only felt terror when she witnessed it with her own eyes today, cutting off heaven and earth, severing the connection between her and the subject. Giggle. Qin Feng's eyes blossomed with divine light as he used his heavy pupil to gain insight into the memories in Qin Yiren's divine soul, but unfortunately he got nothing, and didn't find half a bit of information about the immortal realm in Yao Qi. Qin Yiren faintly said, "No need to make futile moves. This is just a Dao body. You won't get anything."
Qin Feng raised his hand and directly decapitated him. Young lord. The witch looked towards Qin Feng and said excitedly, the demon ancestors are all looking for you. If they knew that you hadn't fallen and reincarnated, they would definitely giggle. Qin Feng's palm pierced through the void and directly locked onto the witch's throat. Young lord. You. The witch's face flushed red, her eyes wide with disbelief. Whether or not you are truly descended from the heavenly demon realm, next time you see me, put on your smarts. Otherwise, I will make you truly wear out. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. His palm exerted force and directly crushed the other party's neck. The witch did not lie. At least, under Qin Feng's heavy pupil, he did not find any problems with this Tao body of the witch. But, even if there was no problem and the other party was truly the descendant of those heavenly demon realm demon ancestors at one time, he wouldn't contact them at this point in time, and it was extremely foolish to trust his life on others. The Demoness and Fairy Qin are dead too. The crowd of celestial pride scalps were numb and their bodies were cold. Wang Tong, the Demoness, and Immortal Qin, which one of them was not a huge head, with extremely terrifying forces behind them, and Emperor Qin killed all three of them. Was he crazy? And Heaven-swallowing devil technique and 10,000 soul streamer. What exactly are they? Many people heard the conversation and were filled with curiosity as to why even Immortal Qin was so scornful of him. It seems like I've read a glance in an ancient book. Someone said in a trembling voice. What is it? In the Yaoji Empress biography, these two things were mentioned. Yaoji, the Empress. Hearing this, the crowd of celestial pride changed color. Who is this? A terrifying existence above the heavens and the worlds, supreme and overlooking all beings. Even though Emperor Qin was astonishingly talented, how could he possibly be associated with a supreme being like Empress Yao Qi? The man trembled as he explained. 6 million years ago, the Yaohi Empress slaughtered the heavenly demon realm. This was the starting point for the rise of the Yaohi Empress, while the 10,000 soul streamer is the heavenly demon realm demon emperor's most precious treasure, and the devouring heavenly demon technique, on the other hand, is the demon empress's technique. The crowd swallowed hard, their hearts pounding. Not only did it involve the Yao Qi Empress, but it also involved the 6 million year old heavenly demon realm, which had such a terrifying origin. Emperor Qin, we swear that we will never spread the word of today's events. Some of the more responsive celestial pride had already realized that their situation was extremely dangerous, and their faces turned pale as they hurriedly assured themselves. The rest of the celestial pride reacted, their faces pale. Emperor Qin, we swear by our souls that we will forget today's events. Compared to your promises, I still believe that only the dead can keep secrets. Qin Feng laughed. Gentlemen, please also enter the 10,000 soul streamer. Boom! Above the void, the 10,000 soul streamer erupted, pulling in all directions, and the black ocean that covered the sky set off 10,000 black waves, a terrifying devouring power enveloping the earth. Ah, came the scream. A silhouette flew uncontrollably towards the air, and all divine abilities and magic treasures crumbled under this terrifying suction force, turning into spiritual light and dissipating. Emperor Qin, if you dare to kill us, you are an enemy of the entire Sin state. People were constantly hissing threats, but to Qin Feng, these threats were like jokes. Emperor Qin, we are willing to submit. The cacophony of voices gradually diminished, and along with the last person being devoured by the 10,000 soul streamer, the heavens and earth returned to peace. Chapter 86. Entering the Spacetime Tower to cultivate. This harvest, it's not small. Inside the 10,000 souls, bodies all over the place. There were hundreds of thousands of people up and down the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect, and although the number of heavenly prides from the other city-states numbered sparsely, only a few hundred, the lowest of these heavenly prides were at the divine harmonization realm, and there were nearly 5 at the 10,000 Dharma realm, such as Star Luo. Sure, the ones with the highest realms belonged to Wang Tang, the Demoness, and Qin Yiren. All 3 of them were at the true Dharma realm. These Tao fruits are enough for me to step into the true Dharma realm. Qin Feng thought of the piece of remnant immortal flesh and blood. Although after millions of years, much of the essence of the immortal Tao had passed away, the Tao fruit it contained was also extremely terrifying and might be able to help him break through above the 10,000 laws realm. In that case, there's no rush to get out. Nearly all the heavenly pride of the Sin state had fallen in the secret realm of time and space, and if he walked out at this point, anyone would know that these were his doing, especially the Demoness and Qin Yiren, who were extremely powerful behind the scenes, and with the strength of him and great Qin today, he was not yet able to resist with them. Wow! Qin Feng waved his large sleeve. Intense spatial fluctuations erupted, and the Sumeru Arabidopsis world portal appeared. Within the Sumeru Arabidopsis world, the space was extremely vast. For every great realm raised, the space here would expand tenfold. From the initial 100,000 square meters,
It had expanded to the current 1 billion square meters,
enough to accommodate Great Qin's billions of iron horsemen. Although it is the space of the Sumeru Ring,
but there is no difference between this place and the Qin capital.
Everything is built according to the original.
Effective immediately, you will cultivate in this world.
Qin Feng gave the order. My subordinates obey.
The hundreds of millions of iron horsemen of Great Qin hissed in unison. The hundreds of millions of iron horsemen of Great Qin would not question His Majesty's orders at all.
Wow! Qin Feng raised his hand, and the time and space tower flew out of his sleeve, growing larger against the wind. In the Qin Palace, Ning Yi,
the space-time tower allows you to enter different layers for cultivation according to your Qin official position.
The specific details will be handled by you. With the exception of the 99th layer, all of you can step into it. My subordinate obeys.
Seeing that His Majesty trusted himself so much and entrusted such a great matter to himself,
Ning Yi was incomparably moved. After the accounting,
Qin Feng flew directly into the 99th floor of the space-time tower.
Just stepped in.
Qin Feng then felt nine times the flow of time. A space-time supreme treasure, worthy of being the most mysterious supreme treasure in the world.
Being here, my cultivation time will be shortened again. Wow! With a wave of his big sleeve,
several Dao fruits appeared on the ground as Qin Feng revolved his heaven-swallowing devil technique and began to cultivate. As strands of Dao fruits entered his body, his realm rose by leaps and bounds, and under the 99 floors of the time and space tower, under Ning Yi's arrangement, there were also people entering them one after another to cultivate. However, due to the limited number of floors of the space-time tower, especially the higher up you go, the narrower the space becomes. Therefore, Ning Yi controlled the time so that he could cultivate in the time and space tower for a few hours a day at most, and in this way, it was guaranteed that everyone would be able to enter the time and space tower to cultivate for a few hours. And the overall strength of Great Qin was rapidly increasing. And just as the entirety of Great Qin was accelerating their cultivation in the Sumeru Arabidopsis world, the outside world is completely blown away. Hiss! Have you guys heard? Something big has happened there in Sky Sea City.
Sky Sea City?
That kind of remote city-state.
What big deal can there be? Saying it out will shock you.
A secret realm appeared there, called the Space-Time Secret Realm. Rumor has it that there is a space-time supreme treasure inside, called the Space-Time Tower, which can change the flow of time. And the pride of many city-states in the Sin State all went there. And guess what? Now everyone has disappeared out of thin air. No news. No one alive. No body.
Hiss. Really?
Of course it's true. There are also 3 other shining figures on the subterranean dragon ranking among the heavenly prides who are traveling to the secret realm of time and space this time.
Hiss. Who? Wang Tung of Wang City, the Demoness, and Fairy Qin. Hiss. This is going to be a big mess in the Sin State.
Countless cultivators were discussing the matter of the space-time mystery realm.
At first, they didn't care, thinking that there could be any major events in a place like Tianhai City. The result surprised them.
Just such a remote place. Hundreds of heavenly pride were buried. Even the 3 characters on the submerged dragon list died there. This huge contrast made this matter spread even more widely.
In the meantime, a terrifying aura flew out of the city-state, coming from all over the Sin State outside the space-time mystery. Damn! Who the hell is it? My son, Wang Tung, has the talent of an immortal? How could he fall? The father of Wang Tang roared as his majestic pressure swept through the heavens and earth. His divine thoughts probed every part of the secret realm of time and space, searching for clues, but nothing. This place is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. All information has been cut off. Who the hell did this? In the void, several indistinct figures looked down on the earth.
Some people pinched their seals, runes filled the air, and countless laws shrouded this space in time, in order to retrace what had happened here with great magic power.
However,
just as he retraced his steps, a terrifying backlash struck him from the past, and the silhouette shook violently before it directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining few silhouettes' scalps tingled when they saw the scene, and a few of those who were preparing to pinch their seals to return to Shao immediately stopped their hand movements. Not only did he cut off all traces, but he also left his hand in the River of Ages. This person is either the owner of the Spacetime Tower, laying out and calculating with the Spacetime Mysteries, or he's one of the people who entered the Spacetime Mysteries, and he refined the Spacetime Tower. Who do you think it could be?
Wang Tung, the witch, and will it also be Qin Yirun? Whoever it is, since he dared to calculate, he will appear again.
Send someone to stay in Tianhai City and monitor every move here.
Do you guys have a feeling? Suddenly, someone looked around and said, "It seems someone is spying on us." Chapter 87 Time and Space Tower Cultivation. Successive breakthroughs. It should be an illusion.
The remaining few denied it.
Immediately, several silhouettes disappeared into the void. However, a quarter of an hour, several silhouettes reappeared. and the one who had been spied on earlier frowned. Could it be, really, that I'm wrong? You are overly concerned. If someone is really spying on us and we can't detect it, his power must be one great realm above ours. In that case, why doesn't he make a move? This time, several people literally disappeared into the void. Sumeru Arabidopsis world. Inside the time and space tower, Qin Feng withdrew his sight, closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. And with many celestial pride falling in the spacetime mysterious realm, all the forces had sent people to stay in Tianhai City. Tianhai City, which was in a remote place, was so lively for the first time in millions of years. Great Qin, in the Golden Palace. Chancellor, how is His Majesty? The civil and military officials were incredibly anxious and gathered around Li Si. His Majesty's whereabouts are unknown for the time being. However, I believe that with His Majesty's strength, nothing will happen to him. We shall each fulfill our duties and return to our positions, and manage Great Qin for His Majesty before his return, Reese said in a hushed voice. When the civil and military officials of Great Qin heard Li Si's words, their panicked hearts calmed down a little. Lays said, pass the order down. From now on, our Great Qin stops attacking and closes the country's gates to wait for His Majesty's return. No communication with the outside world without instructions. Yes, the civil and military officials led the way and retired. Wait for everyone to leave. Li Si's palm spread out and a small golden tower appeared in his palm. It was the Desolate Tower. Reese couldn't help but think of yesterday. He was just as flustered as the civil and military officials when he heard the news of the secret realm of time and space. Right then and there, suddenly a familiar majestic voice rang out, telling him to manage Great Qin. At the same time, the void rippled as the Desolate Tower flew out of the spatial crack and appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, don't worry, as long as I am here, Great Qin will be here. Time flies. Because of the secret realm of time and space, Skyhaven City has changed dramatically. Many city-states in the Sin State sent many great powers to Sky Sea City. The three local forces of Tianhai City Great Qin, Taishu Sect, and Wuji Sect had been dealt a huge blow, especially for the Taishu Sect and Wuji Sect, due to the fact that the two sect masters had brought half of their sects to the spacetime mysterious realm and all of them had fallen. The strength of the two sects had plummeted. In just a month's time, it was completely carved up by foreign forces and became a stronghold of foreign forces. Great Qin was not immune and was also targeted by foreign forces. Under Li Si's orders, the whole of Great Qin did not clash with foreign forces and voluntarily gave up most of its territory, and the civil and military officials, the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions all retreated back to the Qin capital. But even so, after the many boundaries of Great Qin were divided up, Qin capital was still inevitably targeted. 3 months later, boom! A huge roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and a terrifying pressure swept through the four directions. This is, in the Sumeru Arabidopsis world, Ning-E, Bai Qi, and the others looked toward the top of the spacetime tower with excited expressions. Is this another breakthrough for Your Majesty? The time and space tower was too powerful, speeding up the flow of time. It was simply a divine artifact for cultivation. 3 months on, almost every day, thousands of Great Qin generals broke through. However, the one with the highest frequency and the greatest commotion was His Majesty Qin Huang on the topmost floor of the time and space tower. The 99th floor of the time and space tower. The black mist rolled and churned like an ocean, filling this layer as countless devilish laws rioted and pitch-black runes filled the air. Qin Feng opened his eyes. 2 streams of refined light shot out, and his already mysterious heavy pupils were now even deeper and more ancient. The piece of flesh and blood floating in front of him had completely lost its splendor. As I expected, I have indeed stepped above the true Dharma realm. Qin Feng was very satisfied. 3 years. He devoured all of the high-grade Dao fruits and stepped into the true Dharma realm, then devoured the piece of immortal Dao flesh and blood. And that piece of immortal Dao flesh and blood did not disappoint him. Although it was just a piece of flesh and blood, the Dao fruit it contained was simply terrifying, directly allowing him to break through the 10,000 laws realm. 3 years inside the time and space tower. 3 months have passed in the outside world. It's time to go out. Qin Feng had already sensed that the Great Qin in the outside world was under siege through the human emperor streamer and the desolate pagoda, and he directly stepped out of the time and space pagoda. Your Majesty, Ning-E, Bai Qi, and the others were incomparably exuberant to see the Qin emperor, and they immediately knelt down and said, Welcome, Your Majesty. Billions of Great Qin also crowed kneeling, hissing in unison. Looks like you guys haven't been slacking off all this time. Qin Feng swept a glance at a few people who had all stepped into the divine harmony realm. Ning-E, in particular, practiced the bloodshed demon technique, and with the flesh and blood of many heavenly prides, his realm had risen even faster, and he had already reached the peak of divine harmony. If it weren't for Your Majesty's grace, we would never have stepped into this realm in this life. Ning-E, Bai Qi, and the others spoke sincerely, except for Ningyi and the others. The hundreds of millions of Iron Horsemen of Great Qin had also improved tremendously this time, and their realms had been universally raised to the Yuaning realm. It's time to return to Great Qin. Qin Feng waved his large sleeve. Everyone left the Sumeru Arabidopsis space and appeared in the outside world. 3 months have passed, and there's still no sign of movement here, so as I see it, we can't wait for anything at all. Within the space-time mysteries, all the forces had dispatched great powers to garrison the area. At first they were nervous that someone behind the scenes would show up, but 3 months passed peacefully and they all relaxed. Speaking of which, the once every 5 years subterranean dragon ranking Heavenly Pride competition is about to begin again. I wonder how many Heavenly Prides will come out of nowhere this time. The space-time mysterious realm buried 3 Qianlong ranking Celestial Pride, vacating 3 slots. This time, the battle for the Qianlong ranking is bound to be incomparably intense. The great powers from all sides gathered together and whispered. Suddenly, the voice of the man who had spoken ended abruptly, and he looked up into the air, his mouth wide open in incomparable horror. That's Old Lu. What has frightened you like this? A group of people teased and followed Old Lu's gaze into the air. Next moment, everyone's face went pale and a chill rose from their heels to the back of their necks. This, above the void, densely packed and uncountable silhouettes covered the sky, just like heavenly soldiers and generals descending to the world. Qin, Emperor Qin. Someone recognized the Qin Emperor at the head and his voice trembled. Emperor Qin, not dead. How? Possible? Qin Feng didn't look at these people, and with his hands behind his back, he directly crossed the void to leave the spacetime mysterious realm. The 6 generals of Bai Qi looked down at the group of cultivators below and faintly said, "Kill!" Boom boom boom. Above the Qin capital, roars were unceasing, bright spiritual light erupted, and countless laws and runic powers caused space and time to split apart. Great Qin White Tiger Ho Bai Shun, lend me the power of faith. De Qin Vermilion Bird Marquis Nie Xiaoqian, lend me the power of faith. The civil and military officials of Great Qin hissed and raised their battle power with the help of the power of faith. The White Tiger Battalion and the Vermilion Bird Battalion operated the circumstantial Star Dipper formation. Li Si was holding the desolate tower. His breath was disordered and his body was stained with blood, as he fought against several enemies and kept flying out backwards. Lord Chancellor, the enemy is too powerful. There are 10,000 Dharma realms. We can't defend against them at all. An official spewed out blood in a large mouth, mixed with all sorts of broken pieces, ready to fall at any moment. Soon, dozens more officers flew backwards to Reese's side, one more seriously injured than the other. Lord Chancellor, retreat, otherwise all of us will die here. Reese's face was white, but his eyes were full of determination. Death. I will also defend the Qin capital for His Majesty. Li Si was a great Qin Zizi. He was very clear. The capital of Qin is of vital importance to Great Qin. Even the human emperor's streamer hangs above the capital of Qin. Once you give up the Qin capital, Great Qin's qi would be greatly affected, and the human emperor's streamer would even be shaken. Anyone who dares to say anything about retreating will be killed without pardon. Say it. Reese went straight for it. Seeing this, the 100 officials clenched their teeth and also joined the battlefield once again despite their injuries. Chapter 88 Strong Return. Suppressing the incoming enemy. This Great Qin, it's really unexpected. Above the void, the great powers from all sides sat in their seats, overlooking the battlefield below with surprise written in their eyes, instantly raising the realm. The power of faith actually has such a function. Imperial dynasty cultivation is incompatible with heaven and earth, but these people from Great Qin, not only are they not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, but instead they are able to utilize the imperial dynasty's qi. Look at the qi on these people. Even those ordinary pawns have qi that exceeds the unusual heavenly pride. According to these people's qualifications, it was never possible for them to reach today's realm, but all of these people have broken the shackles. The more the parties looked at it, the more they were shocked beyond measure. Imperial cultivation. The power of faith. Great Qin has opened up a new cultivation method. Some people couldn't help themselves and made a direct move to capture the Great Qin officials and force out the way of faith. Wow! A sky-covering hand poked out from the spatial crack and grabbed towards Lise. Lise's face turned pale and his body stiffened as he watched the sky-covering hand come crushing down. The enemy was too powerful, and just the pressure alone made him unable to move. His soul trembling. Your Majesty, Lise is useless and ultimately failed to defend the Qin capital. Reese sighed in his mind and closed his eyes in despair. However, Reese waited a long time, but was slow to wait for the imaginary giant hand to grab him. He opened his eyes. In a split second, the entire crowd was stunned, full of disbelief and excitement. Your Majesty! Above the void, a black dragon-robed figure stood alone. A finger pointed out, and the giant hand covering the sky above Lise's head was broken. his big sleeve waved, and thousands of demonic chi surged out. Wow! These magic chi seems to have life, not harming the people of Great Qin, but sweeping toward the cultivators of all forces. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the heavens and earth. The devil gas is too horrible. Wherever it passes, no one can block. Body protection spirit light and magic treasure in front of these devil gas as fragile as paper. Instantly crumbled. A body like rain towards the ground falling. The scene is extremely creepy and shocking. In an instant, a great battle subsides. The civil and military officials of Great Qin, the soldiers of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird battalions were all ready to sacrifice. How could I not have thought of that? The situation was instantly reversed, and the powerful enemies turned into corpses in a matter of moments. The void. As the great powers from all sides looked at Qin Feng, their bodies tensed up, no longer relaxed and cozy as before. Their faces were incomparably grave as they spoke in hushed tones. Emperor Qin, you're surprisingly not dead. The fact that Emperor Qin didn't die and came out of the secret realm of time and space and reappeared on Earth already said it all. What terrified them even more was this. They were all at the true Dharma realm, but they were unexpectedly unable to see through Emperor Qin's realm. As far as their information knew, Emperor Qin was only at the divine harmonization realm when he stepped into the spacetime mysterious realm 3 months ago. Qin Feng said indifferently, I'll give you a chance. Submit or die. Emperor Qin, are you going to make an enemy of the entire Sin state? A mighty man braced himself and chided. Within the spacetime mystery, what on earth is happening? How exactly did the 100 cities' heavenly pride fall? And why are you the only one who survived? The rest of the powers from all sides also questioned. Looks like you guys want to die. Qin Feng raised his hand and brilliant white light erupted as 10,000 feet of immortal execution sword chi cut through the sky. Poo poo poo. A burst of dull sounds rang out. Blood stained the sky, and broken limbs and arms crashed down towards the earth. Is it bad to be alive? Qin Feng said indifferently. The heavens and the earth returned to peace. When Li Si and the others saw this scene, they were filled with shock. They couldn't cope with just these men alone. Results. These people were like ants in the hands of His Majesty, and were directly beheaded by a sword chi. 3 months. Is His Majesty's strength so much more terrifying? However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Great Qin hundreds of millions of iron horsemen flew from the distant sky. A huge piece, like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Magnificent. Genji, the 100 officials exclaimed. In just 3 months, Great Qin's hundreds of millions of iron horsemen have stepped into the Yuaning realm. And even some of them have stepped into the Harmony realm. What kind of horrible speed is this? Commander Ning and the others. And seeing the realm of Ning Yi and the others, the 100 officials even cried out in shock. Ning Yi and the 6 generals of Bai Qi had unexpectedly stepped into the Divine Harmony realm in unison. What is going on in the secret realm of time and space? The moment. The crowd was incredibly curious. Inside the Golden Palace, Qin Feng sat high above the dragon chair. Li Si led the 100 officials to salute. Excitedly. Long live the Emperor. Be free and level yourself. Qin Feng raised his hand. A white light shot out of his sleeve and flew out of the Golden Palace, growing larger against the wind and eventually transforming into a towering white pagoda that sat atop the mountains of the Qin Palace. This is the Time and Space Tower, and the flow of time inside the tower is far faster than the outside world. You and others who have been meritorious in guarding the Qin capital this time may enter the tower for cultivation. Hear that? The civil and military officials breathed heavily. The 3 words Time and Space Tower were as loud as thunder. The greatest treasure in the secret realm of time and space. The root cause of the last 3 months of unrest in Tianhai City. It could be said that the fall of the heavenly pride of all forces was because of this tower. And now, this tower was actually obtained by His Majesty, and they still had the opportunity to enter the tower to cultivate. Many thanks for Your Majesty's grace. The civil and military officials were excited. Qin Feng said, Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Han Xin, Wei Cheng, Lian Pa, and Hua Zhaodi. I am here. You immediately lead the army. Split into 6 directions. Recover the lost land of Great Qin. Kill all the offenders. I want to let the Tianhai City territory. All erected my Great Qin's flag. I obey. The 6 generals of Bai Qi were excited. After practicing in the Time and Space Tower for close to 3 years, they had long been hungry and thirsty, and couldn't wait to have a big battle. Ning Yi, subordinate is here. Ning Yi stepped forward. Qin Feng said, go and investigate the matter of the subterranean dragon ranking contest, and in addition, inform the 10 cities near Tianhai City that they are restricted to submit within 3 days, and that those who submit will prosper, while those who go against will perish. Your obedience. Chapter 89 Recovering Lost Ground. Unification of Tianhai City. With Qin Feng's command, Bai Qi's 6 generals led Great Qin's hundreds of millions of iron horsemen out in force, billions of Yuaning realm generals, proficient in the perimeter Star Dipper formation, and also able to elevate their realm with the power of Great Qin's faith, were simply terrifying. Even if the mighty realms of the forces from all sides stationed in Sky Sea City were high and profound, but against such a large number of Great Qin armies, there would still be bloodshed. 100 million baby realm cultivators. This Great Qin, what kind of monster is it? Above the void of Heavenly Sea City, the great powers from all sides fled in panic, their faces filled with horror. They had never imagined that one day they would be chased by a low-ranked cultivator. The information shows that 3 months ago, these Great Qin generals were only Jindan. Billions of Jindan cultivators stepped into Yuaning in 3 months. How did this happen? It must have something to do with the Time and Space Tower. The Time and Space Pagoda was obtained by Emperor Qin, and the 100 City Celestial Pride was killed by Emperor Qin. Let's go. Quickly spread the news. Offending the 100 dynasties. Even if Great Qin has billions of iron cavalry, it will go up in smoke. A transmission note was crushed. The news that Emperor Qin hadn't fallen and had stepped out of the space-time mystic realm spread out. But these cultivators were not so lucky. Hundreds of millions of iron horsemen of Great Qin set up the perimeter Star Dipper formation, and above the void, star shadows flashed, directly blocking the 4 directions of space and time. The heavens and earth were transformed into a cage, and countless star power drooped down. These star power might not be able to kill a great power in a single strike, but they were superior in number, and there were billions of star power in a single round. Between breaths, then there were hundreds of rounds of star power dropping down. Thousands of star power blasted at one person. Ah, what the hell kind of formation is this? There were screams and screams. If 10,000 channels of star power didn't work, then 100,000 channels. If 100,000 ways don't work, then a million ways. The great powers from all sides continued to fall and die in the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. 3 short days, Great Qin's lost land is recovered as much as possible. 10 days later, the entire Tianhai city had become the Great Qin territory. The earth was dyed red with blood, and the rich smell of blood filled the entire Tianhai city. In the meantime, the order from the Jinui also reached the 10 city-states near Tianhai city. This Emperor Qin has gone too far. In the Great Hall of Star Luo City, the 10 city lords were gathered, and each one of them was furious. A fellow who has ascended from the lower realms for only 2 years. How dare he mouth the words to make us submit? A city lord roared, and a terrifying pressure erupted, directly causing the void to shatter. What's there to think about when 10 city-states like us join forces and directly overthrow that Great Qin? This guy may be rampant, but he's quite something, an old city lord with gray hair said in a deep voice. Throughout the entire secret realm of time and space, he was the only one who survived. Many heavenly prides were bound to be buried in his hands. Among them, Wang Tong, the Devil Woman, and Fairy Qin are all at the true Dharma realm and have extremely terrifying battle prowess. Even they couldn't survive from Emperor Qin's hands. Do you guys think that you're even stronger than these 3? This statement was made. The hall fell silent, and the faces of the people were somber. They were all in the true Dharma realm. But there is also a difference between the true Dharma realm and the true Dharma realm. They were not even comparable to the celestial pride on the subterranean dragon rankings such as Wang Tang, the Demoness, and Qin Yiren, not to mention Emperor Qin who could suppress these 3. In addition, the Time and Space Tower must have fallen into his hands as well. The old city lord with white hair said in a deep voice. This is a supreme treasure involving the rules of time. Emperor Qin disappeared for 3 months in the outside world, but perhaps it was just a few years in the Time and Space Tower. His realm is bound to have skyrocketed. That's right, a city lord nodded, his tone grave. This seat has received news that Emperor Qin's realm has risen tremendously, and it is highly likely that he has stepped above the true Dharma realm. Not only the Emperor of Qin, but all those hundreds of millions of iron horsemen under his command have also reached the Yuaning realm. And not only are they proficient in a terrifying killing formation, but they can also use the power of faith to violently elevate by one realm. And those Great Qin officials are even more capable of elevating several realms with the help of the power of faith. There are no impermeable walls. The news about Great Qin's hundreds of millions of iron horsemen going on a killing spree and unifying Tianhai city within 10 days had spread. The circumstantial Star Dipper array and the power of faith were also rumored. And that's exactly why. It was only then that the 10 cities would gather together to discuss how to deal with Great Qin. Star City Lord, what do you think? The crowd looked upwards at Star Luo City Lord. Star Meteor. Among the 10 city-states, Star Luo City was the most powerful. Likewise, Starfall's hatred for Emperor Qin was even more monstrous. Xingyang was known as Star Luo City's #1 heavenly pride for thousands of years, and at only 100 years old, he was at the peak of the 10,000 law realm, and one step further would be the true law realm. Once he stepped into the true Dharma realm, he would have a chance to enter the Subterranean Dragon ranking and become the only heavenly pride to enter the Subterranean Dragon ranking in Star Luo City in the past 100,000 years. But now he was buried in the hands of Emperor Qin. Great Qin has become a climate. It's very difficult to deal with him with our 10 city-states. Starfall's complexion was gloomy and his eyes were cold. But if we can't deal with him, someone else will. He killed the 100 cities' heavenly pride. He carries the time and space tower. And that faith cultivation method. I don't know how many forces in the Sin State are salivating over him. We just need to hunker down, sit back and watch the tigers fight. And when they're pretty much done fighting, we'll step in and reap the benefits. Have to say, Starfall is indeed not simple. Parent and child killed, but still managed to keep his sanity. Not bad. There are many people who want to destroy Great Qin anyway, so there is absolutely no need for us to fight Great Qin to the death. The crowd of city lords couldn't help but calm down as well. Even more, we can use the trick to pretend to submit to Great Qin, and when Great Qin is attacked, we can then attack Great Qin from the inside. Right, if we pretend to be subservient to Great Qin, we might even be able to learn the secrets of this power of faith of Great Qin. The more the group talked, the more excited they became. Snap! Suddenly, the sound of clapping resounded in the Great Hall. This is a wonderful plan. The crowd of city lords froze and looked at each other. Who's applauding? Who is talking again? Not them! Cold sweat broke out violently from the 10 city lords, and a chill rose from their heels to the back of their necks. Wow! Ripples rippled through the Great Hall as a silhouette stepped out of the temporal rift. A black dragon robe with a cold expression looked down on the 10 people in the Great Hall. Emperor Qin. The faces of the crowd of city lords turned white as they looked at the sudden appearance of Qin Feng. How dare you come here? The world is so big. Where can't I go? Qin Feng's voice was flat as he waved his 6 paths reincarnation fist, and a terrifying white fist print instantly enveloped the 10 people. No more nonsense. Just do it. This was Qin Feng's usual style of behavior. Poo poo poo. Dull explosions rang out. In front of the present-day Qin Feng, these true Dharma realms were like ants, as the 6 paths reincarnation fist blasted out, and the divine abilities offered by the 10 people instantly shattered. Put, Emperor Qin, you, stepped above the true Dharma realm. On the ground, the bodies were all over the place. Only Starfall still had a breath left and looked at Qin Feng with a face full of shock. Without a word, Qin Feng put his hands behind his back and took a step, his figure directly disappearing into the Star Luo Great Hall. It's just a dead man. There's no point in talking to him. Next moment, Qin Feng appeared above Star Luo City. Wow! Waving his big sleeve, boundless demonic chi rolled out, condensing into a black curtain that spread rapidly in all directions. The originally daytime Tianhai City quickly fell into shadow. This is... What? Shocked cries rang out. Countless cultivators in Star Luo City looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror as a black curtain rapidly expanded. In an instant, shrouding the entire Star Luo City. Chapter 90, Great Qin's Chi Prosperity Again. The human emperor streamer is newly promoted. It's Emperor Qin. Many people saw Qin Feng in the void and looked incomparably terrified. Emperor Qin's means had become so strong that a divine ability covered the entire Star Luo City. Wow! At this point, in the distance, the crowed Great Qin Iron Cavalry crossed the void and appeared over Star Luo City. These Great Qin Iron Cavalry had just recaptured Tianhai City and had gone through a great battle. Their armor was drenched in blood, and they were murderous. Come here. Its purpose is self-evident. Emperor Qin, we are willing to submit to Great Qin. It's all because that old dog Starfall is blocking it. It has nothing to do with us. Countless cultivators in Star Luo City turned pale and knelt down to beg for mercy. Kill. Qin Feng ignored the pleas for mercy and said faintly, then disappeared above Star Luo City. Your obedience. The 6 generals of Bai Qi respectfully sent off Emperor Qin, then looked down at the Star Luo City cultivators below and grinned. His Majesty the Qin Emperor gave you a chance. Blame it on your city lord. Do it. Not a single one. A big battle breaks out. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry is too ferocious, killing gods and Buddhas. Under the blockade of the Xian Anxious Spectre realm, the cultivators of Star Luo City couldn't even escape if they wanted to, and they could only fight with the Great Qin generals. But in the face of hundreds of millions of Great Qin Iron Horsemen, they were ultimately unable to resist. On the other hand, the Great Qin soldiers who practiced the absolute heavenly battle scripture became more and more courageous as they fought more and more, and their realm soared. 1 month, Star Luo City was directly captured. The remaining 9 cities were also blocked by Qin Feng with the Xian Anomalous Spectre realm, and not a single fly could fly out. Hundreds of millions of Great Qin's Iron Cavalry slaughtered Star Luo City and headed directly to the second city. This time, it took only 20 days to slaughter the city-state, and then came the third city-state, the fourth city-state. Your Majesty, all 10 city-states near Tianhai City have been slaughtered. Qin Palace. In the Golden Palace. Reese reported excitedly. My Great Qin's hundreds of millions of Iron Horsemen have fallen 30 million after this battle, and the rest have all stepped into the harmonization realm. The civil and military officials looked exuberant and incomparably worshipful as they looked at the figure on the dragon chair above them. A few years ago, Great Qin had just stepped into the upper realm and was huddled in the Great Desolate Sect. Who would have thought? A few short years. Not only did Great Qin dominate Tianhai City, but also the 10 city-states surrounding Tianhai City as well? Qin Feng also revealed a look of satisfaction. In just 3 short months, Great Qin destroyed 10 city-states, and now there are 11 city-states under the seat of Great Qin. Great Qin's qi is even more prosperous to the extreme. Mindfulness. The human emperor streamer above the Qin capital erupted with blazing white light, sweeping across the heavens and the earth, taking Tianhai City as the center and spreading towards the 4 directions before enveloping the 11 city-states in it. Great Qin's qi has been elevated, the faith together has been perfected, and the human emperor's streamer has a new divine effect. Qin Feng was in the Golden Palace. However, he could sense countless faith individuals, blooming with glittering white light, of which the brightest part of the light was in the Golden Allies, while the rest were spread out in the vast territory. These individuals of faith are the civil and military officials and the people of Great Qin. Nowadays, Qin Feng could erase these individuals of faith and deprive them of their lives with a single movement of his mind. In other words, but whoever joins Great Qin and receives the power of faith, no matter how far apart they are, life and death are at Qin Feng's whim. Beyond that, the human emperor streamer also had an additional, even more heaven-defying divine effect. However, anyone who joined Great Qin and practiced the way of faith would be constantly influenced by the power of faith, and would become more and more fanatical about the way of faith. Pathfinder Qin Feng and Great Qin. Even when they initially joined Great Qin, their hearts were full of evil intentions and plots, but as long as one cultivates the way of faith, one will be constantly disturbed by the way of faith and eventually become the most loyal subject of Great Qin. In Qin Feng's opinion, this new divine effect of the human emperor streamer was the most heaven-defying. No matter what power you are a spy sent by, you will eventually be naturalized by Great Qin and become its most loyal subject. Great Qin, there will never be a traitor, and all the people are united, following his orders alone. Such a Great Qin is the most impeccable Great Qin. One day, Great Qin will unite the heavens and the worlds. When all the living beings in the heavens practice the way of faith, they would never betray him for all eternity. And now the plan can begin. Qin Feng looked towards Ningyi and said, "Can you count the number of lower realms of heaven and earth under the control of the 11 city-states? Back to your majesty. There are a total of 8 ascension platforms and 80 subordinate small worlds in Tianhai City. Star Ocean City has 20 ascension platforms and 200 subordinate small worlds. The 11 city-states under my Great Qin's command have a total of 200 subordinate small worlds. There are a total of 1,000 human city-states in the Sin State, and a total of 120,000 subordinate small worlds." Ningyi reported the information he had scouted out truthfully. The number of Jinyui had long surpassed 1 million people, not only penetrating the Sin States, but likewise spreading throughout the small worlds below. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, "Continue to open the Ascension channel, this time expanding the number of Great Qin soldiers ascending in the lower realm to 1 billion. Civilians and military officials listened to the order. I am here." The civil and military officials immediately knelt down. Qin Feng said, "You lead 1 billion Great Qin Iron Cavalry to the lower world. I want these 1,200 small worlds, all for my Great Qin territory. Those who are obedient will prosper. Those who are disobedient will perish. Small worlds may be small, but they are superior in number. After the domination, Great Qin's qi will definitely be more prosperous, and it will also be able to provide Great Qin with a constant supply of troops. Moreover, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry that had just ascended was in a lower realm, so these small worlds were just right for practicing your obedience." The 100 officials of the cultural heritage were beyond thrilled, slaughtering small worlds. These are all credits. As Great Qin's qi continues to prosper, the more they realize the importance of official positions. As long as the official position is high enough, even if you are a wasted body, with the Great Qin qi luck from the official position, you can still surpass the heavenly pride, and your realm will rise by leaps and bounds. The great competition of the subterranean dragon ranking. When will it take place? Arrangements for the lower world. Qin Feng asked about the subterranean dragon ranking. This is the Sin State Human City-States event. When the Sin State Human, thousands of city-states will gather in the Invincible City. Hundreds of millions of heavenly prides to fight for the position of the Submerged Dragon List. But whoever can enter the Submerged Dragon List will be able to get the Sin State Heavenly Dao Qi luck. Regarding this matter, Qin Feng was still quite interested. Great Qin was developing rapidly, and what it needed was heavenly pride. Sure, if these heavenly prides were unwilling to submit, It would be great to be transformed into his Dao fruits, Ning Yi said. Your Majesty, the great competition of the subterranean dragon ranking begins in a month and a half, Qin Feng said. In a month and a half, head to Invincible City, issue the Great Qin order to the surrounding city-states, restricting them to submit within 1 month. Violators, kill. Chapter 91, The Strongest City-State of the Sin-State Human Race. Invincible City. The Sin-State human city-state is divided into 10 regions. The area in which Tianhai City was located was called the 10th region, with a total of 100 city-states. The destruction of 10 city-states by Great Qin had also spread throughout the 10th region. What is Emperor Qin doing? Is he going to unify the 10th region? A group of city lords gathered together, their faces filled with worry. Star Luo City's strength belonged to the forefront of the 10th region. Even Star Luo City was unable to stop Great Qin and was easily overthrown by Great Qin. So one could imagine the terror of Great Qin. Fear him. Barbarian City Lord Savage Mang roared as his muscles exploded like an ancient ferocious beast. With so many city-states in the 10th region, are we still afraid of him? A single Great Qin? The Great Hall was quiet. The crowd of city lords looked at Barbarian Mang, their eyes releasing green light as if they were staring at a treasure. What's wrong with you guys? Barbarian Mang looked around at the crowd of people with strange expressions. His brows furrowed. The words just fell. Giggle. The crowd of city lords fiercely struck out, offering all sorts of divine abilities and suppressing them towards Barbarian Mang. Put. Before Barbarian Mang could react, his entire body flew out horizontally. Barbarian Mang, don't blame us. A city lord looked at Barbarian Mang and shook his head, laughing. Great Qin is too powerful. We don't want to become corpses like those 11 city-state lords. It's too shabby to submit to Great Qin with empty hands like this. You'll be a dead man if you rebel against Great Qin anyway. So why don't you lend us your head as a meet and greet gift for joining Great Qin? The other city lord laughed. You guys. When Barbarian Mang heard this, his eyes turned red and he was about to vomit blood in anger. Why didn't you tell me when you submitted to Great Qin? I can submit too. Tianshui City. This Emperor Qin, does he really think he's invincible? How dare you put out a rant to make all the city-states in the 10th district submit? In the middle of the Great Hall of Tianshui City, the Tianshui City Lord was instantly enraged after receiving a summons from the Brocade Guards. If it weren't for the fact that the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest was about to begin and the many city-states in the Sin State had no time to care about him, would he be allowed to be so arrogant? The Grand Elder's gaze flowed as he said, Lord City Master, the strength of Great Qin cannot be underestimated. The strength of the Qin Emperor is even more unfathomable, and he acts extremely overbearing. If Tianshui City does not submit, I'm afraid that it will be massacred by all of the Great Qin's iron cavalry. The potential dragon ranking competition will begin in a month and a half. When the potential dragon ranking competition is over, the forces behind Wang Tang, the Devil Woman, and Immortal Qin will never let Great Qin go, and Great Qin will undoubtedly be annihilated. Tianshui City Lord's voice came to an abrupt end, looking down at the divine spear that had pierced into his chest, and then at the Grand Elder in front of him, his eyes wide in disbelief. Great Elder, you. The Grand Elder shook his head. Lord City Lord, don't blame me. I'm also doing this for the sake of Tianshui City. I don't want the hundreds of millions of people in Tianshui City to die under the Great Qin Iron Horseman. Say it. The Grand Elder directly drew out his divine spear and decapitated the head of the Heavenly Water City Lord, and said to the group of elders in the Great Hall, take the City Lord's corpse and we'll head to Great Qin together. Yes, sir. The group of elders replied without the slightest hesitation. Obviously, a group of people have been united for a long time. Same scene happens all over the 10th district. One can only say that Great Qin's slaughter of 11 city-states, leaving no one behind, was too great a deterrent. No one wants to follow in the footsteps of these city-states. The lord of the city doesn't submit? His men directly revolted and submitted to Great Qin with the head of the city lord, which is equivalent to having a credit in their hands just after joining Great Qin. So much for that. It directly led to the city lords who originally didn't want to submit to Great Qin to also submit of their own accord. After all, instead of being carried by his men to Great Qin, he should just join and forget about it. Time passes. With Great Qin slaughtering 11 city-states and issuing a subjugation order to the 10 districts, 1 month had passed. In the Golden Palace, civilians and military officials gathered. How many city-states have submitted to my Great Qin nowadays? Qin Feng asked as he sat on the dragon chair. Reese stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, 30 city lords have taken the initiative to submit to our Great Qin, and another 40 city lords were unwilling to submit, but were killed by their men and eventually submitted to our Great Qin. And there are still 19 city-states that are stubborn and unwilling to submit. These city-states are, to a greater or lesser extent, very close to the powerful city-states outside the 10th region, and by virtue of this relationship, These city-states have ignored the Great Qin Order. Qin Feng looked at the 6 by Qi people and said, since you are unwilling to submit, then destroy it. Your obedience. The 6 by Qi men led the order, looking excited. They couldn't wait for these city-states not to submit to Great Qin. Otherwise, the Great Qin Iron Cavalry had nowhere to conquer, and their realm advancement would be slowed down. Qin Feng looked at Li Si and said, I'm going out. Li Si, you are in charge of the affairs of Great Qin. The Subterranean Dragon ranking competition was about to begin, and it was time for him to go forward to meet the billions of celestial pride of the Sin continent. One day later, the Black Dragon Whisker flew out of the Qin capital, leaving Tianhai City and flying all the way to the east. 15 days later, the Black Dragon chuffed to a halt. Ahead, a giant ancient city sat on top of the barren plains. Its walls were 10,000 feet high, towering into the clouds and surrounded by immortal mist, as if it was connected to the heavens. The city walls were cast from unknown metals, and the walls were inscribed with dense and complex inscriptions, emitting a glistening splendor. On top of the city wall, a tall figure in battle armor stood with an indifferent expression, guarding this city. A powerful sense of oppression swept over. Ningyi looked at the city in front of him with shocked eyes. Rather, he had followed Emperor Qin and had seen countless great scenes, but seeing this invincible city, one was still shocked. These guards on the city walls were surprisingly all existences at the 10,000 Laws realm. To know, previously, the 2 first-rate sects of Tianhai City, the Taishu sect and the Wuji sect masters, were only at the 10,000 Dharma realm, and there were only 20 10,000 Dharma realm members in the 2 sects combined, and the 10,000 Dharma realm guards on the walls of this peerless city numbered 1,000. Your Majesty, this invincible city is too powerful. However, for such a powerful human city-state, who on earth could leave a sword mark on the city wall? Ningyi was very curious. The walls of Invincible City were as smooth as mirrors, and even the years had left no traces on the walls. However, at the main gate of the city wall, there was unexpectedly a 10,000 foot sword scar, tens of feet deep, spanning across the city wall, very conspicuous and abrupt. The inscriptions on the city wall had a repairing function, constantly blooming with light as countless energies surged towards the 10,000 foot sword mark, wanting to repair it. However, the residual sword Dao laws in this sword mark were extremely powerful, and the city wall had just been repaired a little bit before the residual sword Dao laws wore down the repaired portion. Chapter 92 Invincible City bans flights. This invincible city, having existed for ages, is considered to be the oldest human city-state in the Sin state. Qin Feng looked at that sword mark on the city wall with a calm expression. 6 million years have passed, and the city remains the same. Even the sword marks he left behind didn't change in the slightest. Get in there. Qin Feng was also curious about the forces in Invincible City today. I don't know if there are still people who remember the ancestral teachings they once had. As in the case of the Great Desolate Sect, the Black Dragon Chariot crossed the sky and flew towards Invincible City. Wow! Just the moment the Black Dragon Chariot left, the void rippled as thousands of magnificent immortal boats flew out of the void cracks. All the immortal boats had the same big word engraved on their hulls, King. The Wang family of King City, one of the top 100 powerful city-states of the human race in the Sin state, was also the city-state that Wang Tang was in. Father, look! Thousands of immortal boats ahead. On the most massive immortal boat, the young woman looked at the Black Dragon whiskey in the distance. Her complexion gloomy and killing intent filled the air. It's Emperor Qin's car. He even dares to come to Invincible City. The Wang clan had not given up on the Subterranean Dragon ranking competition after Wang Tung's death, and were brewing up a major event. Thus they had no time to travel to the 10th region to seek revenge on Great Qin. But, they had a lot of information about Great Qin and the Qin Emperor. And this Black Dragon Whisker was clearly the most obvious feature of the Qin Emperor. The middle-aged man beside the young girl looked at the Black Dragon whiskey and said with an expressionless face, originally, I planned to kill him after the Subterranean Dragon ranking competition, but now it seems that he's going to die before the old man even makes a move. So it's cheap. No flying in Invincible City. For millions of years, but anyone who dared to fly above Invincible City had all turned into flying dust. Wang Qitian, your Wang family's unicorn son Wang Tang is dead. And you still dare to come to the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest? Suddenly, jeers rang out across heaven and earth. Wow! Thousands more magnificent and incomparable immortal boats flew out from the spatial cracks, obscuring the sky. Countless figures stepped out of the flying boat and landed on the barren wasteland earth, and a terrifying aura converged, causing this space and time to crack open. At the head of the group was an old man with gray hair, looking at the middle-aged man from the Wang family and scoffing. If I were you, I'd be a shrunken head turtle now, lest I come to Invincible City and make a fool of myself. Wang Qitian faintly said, who told you that my son Wang Tang is the only one in my Wang family? This time,
My Wang family will not only participate in the subterranean dragon ranking contest, but also take first place, the white-haired old man said. Ha ha, who else in your Wang city besides Wang Tang can take it? Is the Zhou family junior? At this point, a faint voice came out from the Wang clan's largest immortal boat. Back then, when your Zhou family ancestor Zhou Shintong saw this seat, he also needed to bow respectfully. Wow! A figure stepped out of the Wang clan's largest immortal boat and landed on top of the wasteland. This was a young man, dressed in white, with a face like a knife, a plump god like jade, and clear eyes, yet with a hint of vicissitudes, as if he had gone through countless years. The white-haired old man looked at the youth in front of him. His face changed, as if he thought of something, and his pupils shrunk violently. You are the little ancestor of the Wang clan? You have awakened? The youth said faintly. I can't imagine that after 6 million years, there's still someone who remembers this seat. The white-haired old man's color changed, and then he bowed respectfully to the youth. Zhou Yong of the Zhou family greets Senior, Wang's little ancestor, a horrible person from 6 million years ago. This is not to say that he lived for 6 million years, but that he fell into a deep sleep 6 million years ago through some special means. This is the usual tactic of many human city-states, dusting off the heavenly pride when the city-state is prosperous, and when the city-state is weakened or suffers a crisis, it will be awakened by the descendants of the future generations, so that it can maximize the preservation of its strength. The youth directly ignored the white-haired old man and looked at the Black Dragon whiskey toward Invincible City, faintly saying, Is this the kid who killed Wang Tang? Wang Qitian nodded and said, Back to little ancestor. It's exactly him. He ascended from the lower realm in just 2 years. His realm skyrocketed, and he even counted the heavenly pride of the heavens in the secret realm of time and space, and the Tower of Time and Space also fell into his hands. The youth's expression remained calm as he faintly said, The number of human races in the lower realm is huge. And in the past, there have been many demonic-level heavenly prides, who still have great winds of glory after coming to the Sin State, even surpassing the Sin State's native heavenly prides, so there's nothing unusual about it. Wang Qitian hurriedly said, even though Emperor Qin is a demon, in front of little ancestor, he's nothing but a mole cricket. Even if he participates in the subterranean dragon ranking contest, he will definitely be beheaded by you, little ancestor, only he doesn't have that chance anymore. Flight is forbidden in Invincible City. Since the beginning of time, no one who dared to fly over Invincible City has ever survived. Emperor Qin will surely die. The Wang clan's little ancestor shook his head, a look of remembrance appearing in his eyes as he said, In fact, there is a person who has flown over Invincible City, unharmed. The people in the arena were all stunned. See that sword mark on the wall? The Wang family's little ancestor said, 6 million years ago. The owner of this sword mark flew into Invincible City and no one dared to stop him. Little ancestor. Who the hell is this? Wang Qitian looked at the sword marks on the city wall with incomparable scorn. The walls of Invincible City were made of mysterious metals, and the walls were even engraved with countless reinforcing inscriptions, so they were indestructible, and even above the true Dharma realm, they couldn't leave a trace on the walls. Just what kind of terrifying existence could leave a 10,000 foot sword mark on the city wall? The Wang family's little ancestor said. This person's origins are mysterious. No one knows his identity. We only know that he is very powerful, proficient in all sorts of divine laws, and that a single sword chi suppressed hundreds of millions of cultivators in Peerless City. The crowd sucked in their breath. Could it be that this is an immortal? The Wang family's little ancestor said. More than an immortal? Back then, there were several immortals sitting in Invincible City, but in front of him, they still bowed down. Right. This seat remembers that back then, the strongest immortal in the Sin State was Desolate Ancient of Sky Sea City, known as the first immortal in the Sin State for millions of years, amazingly talented, with superb battle prowess, but in front of him, there was still no power to fight back, and with just a single finger, he suppressed Desolate Ancient. Speaking of which, the Wang clan's youngest ancestor's eyes all showed a hint of awe. 6 million years ago, he was fearless in regards to the Desolate Ancient, and firmly believed that one day he would be able to surpass the Desolate Ancient when he became an immortal. But for that one, he didn't have half the confidence to go beyond that. Just by looking at that person, fear was born in his heart, and his invincible faith was almost broken, and that's exactly why. It was only then that he chose to fall asleep and avoid the man. The crowd listened in awe. Immortals were already the strongest existence of the Sin Continent's human race, towering over the world. And now, surprisingly, someone could easily suppress an immortal. It was a huge shock to them and simply shattered their usual perceptions. Arakan. A surprised voice rang out. Smokey, what's wrong? Wang Qitian looked at the young girl beside him. Wang Yener said, Emperor Qin, after he ascended to the upper realm, He went to the Great Desolate sect founded by the Desolate Ancient Immortals, and he still has the Desolate seal passed down by the Desolate Ancient Immortals 6 million years ago. With Wang Yan's words, the air fell into a silence. No flying in Invincible City. An icy chortle sounded. On the walls of Invincible City, thousands of 10,000 Dharma realm guards rushed up into the sky and surrounded the Black Dragon chariot. Those who disobey will be killed without pardon. Giggle. Thousands of 10,000 laws realms struck out at the same time, sacrificing various divine abilities, as brilliant spiritual light erupted and countless forces of laws suppressed towards the Black Dragon chariot. Chapter 93, Conquering the Invincible Guardian. Chen Clan. Wow. Inside the Black Dragon chariot, Qin Feng waved his hand casually and thousands of pitch-black demonic chi rushed out of the Black Dragon chariot. Bang bang bang. A roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A divine law was directly shattered by the demonic aura and dissipated into aura. And the pitch-black demonic aura bombarded these guards of Invincible City. In a split second, thousands of silhouettes flew out horizontally, crashing on top of the wasteland, smashing out a meteorite-like giant crater, worthy of being a Qin emperor who came out of the secret realm of time and space. Surprisingly, he has already stepped into the royal law realm. An ice-cold voice came out from Invincible City. A middle-aged man in silver armor flew out from within the city walls. Above the 10,000 Dharma realm was the true Dharma realm. And above the true Dharma realm was the royal Dharma realm. To be able to step into the royal law realm was already a top-tier existence of the Sin State's human race. The city lords of the 100 great city-states of the Sin State's human race were usually only at this realm. The middle-aged man looked at the Black Dragon whiskers and said, Emperor Qin, considering that you're new to Peerless City and don't know my Peerless City's rules, you can be spared from death. However, capital offenses are forgiven, but living offenses are not. Fall down at once, and follow this seat forward to the city, where you will be judged by the Temple of Discipline. The middle-aged man was in love with Qin Feng's talent, ascending to the upper realm in just 2 years. From the harmonization realm to the current royal Dharma realm, spanning 7 great realms, the cultivation speed was simply terrifying and unheard of. Once such a heavenly pride grows up, it will definitely be able to lead the rise of the human race and get rid of the miserable situation of being the human race's blood food for the demons. The Temple of Discipline? I'm afraid I can't try me, Qin Feng said indifferently. Arrogant. The middle-aged man was furious and didn't bother to talk nonsense. He directly made a move to suppress Qin Feng. Wow. He sacrificed a silver divine spear. A little bit of cold aura arrived first. Then the spear came out like a dragon. Countless talismanic cultures became a silver dragon, pouncing towards the Black Dragon chuffing. Inside the Black Dragon whiskey, Qin Feng's heavy pupil divine light flowed. After stepping into the royal law realm, the heavy pupil divine might became more and more powerful. In an instant, he then gained insight into the essence of the middle-aged man's gun technique laws. Giggle. Qin Feng casually raised his hand, and a small sapling in the wasteland shot up into the sky, breaking through the void like a divine spear. Surrounded by countless forces of law, transforming into a black demonic dragon and killing towards the middle-aged man. The two demonic dragons collided together, erupting with terrifying might, and the terrifying fluctuations caused the void to collapse. However, next moment, with a boom, the silver dragon shattered and dissipated into spiritual light. Huge magic dragon directly toward the middle-aged man bombarded. Click sound. Silver gun. Silver armor broken. The magic dragon bombarded in the middle-aged man. Directly will be blown away 10,000 feet away. How? Possible? The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the sapling nailed to his chest, his face pale and his eyes full of disbelief. The same as the realm of the royal law. He was actually defeated by his opponent with a single move. And it was only a sapling that defeated him. What shocked him even more was this. The means used by the opponent was his divine ability. Shan Yi, the Invincible City Guardian, was suppressed by Emperor Qin with a single move? The wilderness. The crowd looked at the scene in the distance, all of their eyes wide. Are you kidding me? Shen Yi was also once a famous pride in the Sin State, but at the age of 500, he stepped into the royal law realm, and his battle strength was even more amazing. Even in the Invincible City's crowd of royal law realm is also a leader. And it is precisely for this reason that he can become the Invincible City's guardian. Results. And lose so easily? What shocked them even more was this. Emperor Qin had actually stepped into the Imperial Law realm. How on earth did he do that? The white-haired old man Zhou Yon was very puzzled. It should be related to the Time and Space Tower. The Wan clan's young ancestor looked at Qin Feng in the distance, the color of interest in his eyes growing stronger as he said, I'm looking forward to meeting him at the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest, and at that time, I'll make him voluntarily hand over the Time and Space Tower. You're in charge of the Invincible City Guards, so you must be a descendant of Chen Guanzi. Qin Feng stepped out of the Black Dragon chariot and walked to the middle-aged man. So what if it is?
although the middle-aged man is seriously injured.
Life and death are in Qin Feng's thoughts.
But quite a backbone. Sneered. With you are also worthy of calling your ancestor's name?
Qin Feng said indifferently.
Since you are a descendant of Chen Guanzi, have you forgotten your ancestral training?
The middle-aged man frowned slightly.
Why tease me when I'm not as skilled as you are, and I'll kill you or die as you please? Giggle. Qin Feng did not say anything.
His big sleeve was raised and the sapling on the middle-aged man's chest flew out, shooting towards the wall of Invincible City. The middle-aged man was very puzzled when he saw this scene.
Even though Emperor Qin's battle power was amazing,
the walls of Invincible City were even more impenetrable.
Not to mention the royal law realm.
Even immortals were unable to leave traces on the city walls.
Since the construction of Invincible City,
only that great man had left a sword mark on the city wall 600 years ago.
Boom! Suddenly, deafening roars resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the entire peerless city shook, causing even a piece of the wilderness to tremble.
Next to the sword marks on the wall of Invincible City,
a small sapling was nailed into the metal wall.
The middle-aged man's eyes widened.
Emperor Qin, how could he shake the walls of Invincible City?
He stared at the sapling dead in the face. To be precise, it was the sword intent on that sapling, exactly the same as the one contained in the sword mark on the city wall.
How? Possible?
The middle-aged man retracted his gaze from the city wall and looked at Qin Feng.
At this point,
the anger was no longer on his face.
Only excitement. You are that lord's descendant?
The middle-aged man recognized Qin Feng as the descendant of the Qin Feng of 6 million years ago.
You can't blame him for that,
because the Qin Feng of today and the one from 6 million years ago were worlds apart.
Your Chen family's ancestral motto. Why?
Qin Feng's voice was flat.
He didn't explain the identity. After all, the rebirth was too unbelievable. Again, now is not the time for him to reveal his identity. As for the man in the center,
when he heard Qin Feng mention the ancestral training once again, he directly knelt down towards Qin Feng despite the serious injuries on his body.
Chen Yi of the Chen clan. Meet your excellency. Ancestral tradition of the Chen family.
If someone was able to execute the sword intent on the city wall's sword marks,
the Chen family needed to unconditionally follow the other party's orders.
Giggle. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with Chen Yi's attitude and raised his hand as a white spirit light flew towards Chen Yi.
Chen Yi did not resist in the slightest and allowed the white light to enter his body. He's very clear. With Emperor Qin's strength, if he wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. As the white aura entered his body,
the injuries on his chest were rapidly healing.
Hiss. Chen Yi let out a soothing sound. Not only that, the life essence he lost was surprisingly quickly made up for. Thank you, my lord. Chen Yi was incomparably shocked. He was well aware of the terror of his gun rules. Once hit, the power of the rules would constantly prevent the wound from healing. And even more so, it would constantly consume life essence. With such serious injuries as his, if you want to be cured, you need to be in seclusion for at least 1,000 years. I didn't expect this white aura to be so magical. This white aura was naturally the power of faith. Qin Feng was not afraid of Chen Yi leaking out the power of faith. The other party was already obedient to him because of the Chen family's ancestral training. Plus the power of faith would subconsciously change the other party. Chen Yi will be more loyal to him.
Chapter 94, a deceased person from 6 million years ago.
My lord, Chen Yi has the audacity to ask your lordship to spare their lives? Chen Yi pointed at a respectfully injured 10,000 Law's realm guard in the wasteland and pleaded. These are my Chen family's heritage. If they fall in this way, my Chen family's power will be greatly reduced. Chen Yi submits to him.
On behalf of these Chen clan, these 10,000 Dharma realms also submitted to him.
For such requests, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse.
Waving his large sleeves,
a path of demonic chi rose from the wasteland. Thank you, my lord.
The tens of millions of Dharma realm guards cast grateful glances at Qin Feng.
And without the demonic aura,
their bodies were able to move.
And one by one,
they rushed up from the wasteland and returned to the top of the Invincible City's walls to guard them.
Chen Yi then invited Qin Feng to enter the city. The subterranean dragon ranking brawl will not begin until 3 days from now. He invited Qin Feng to live in the Chen family first. There's no rush.
Qin Feng turned his head,
looked toward the flying boat in the distance, and said indifferently, there's a mole snooping around. Settle him before entering the city. In the meantime, the wilderness. How? Possible? How could it be him? Qin Feng, who was in the distance of the Wang clan's little ancestor, blanched as if he had seen something terrifying. Little Joe, what's wrong with you? Wang Qitian looked at little ancestor, his face full of surprise. Ever since Qin Feng used that sapling to disappear into the walls of Invincible City, Xiao Zu's face became pale and disoriented, repeating the words how can this be possible under his breath. It's him. He's back. The Wang clan's youngest ancestor looked at Qin Feng in the distance, his face without any semblance of blood color. his eyes full of fear, his body unconsciously stepping back. He recognized Qin Feng.
This was the terrifying existence that suppressed several immortals in Invincible City 6 million years ago. Even though Qin Feng's appearance and realm had changed dramatically,
but Qin Feng's divine soul pressure was something he would never forget. 6 million years ago, it was this pressure that nearly shattered his Tao. You know me?
Qin Feng stepped in the void and arrived in front of the Wang clan, looking at the Wang clan's young ancestor and faintly said, "Asshole, what are you doing with?" The young girl beside Wang Qitian immediately rebuked Qin Feng when she saw that he dared to be rude to her little ancestor.
Only,
she hadn't finished her sentence.
Wow! A terrifying pressure erupted from Qin Feng's body, sweeping across this wilderness like a sea wave.
Put! The young girl directly turned into a cloud of blood mist,
and then a succession of explosions rang out,
as one of the young disciples of the Wang clan blew up like firecrackers, leaving only a cloud of blood mist in place.
Wang Qitian and the other group of Wang clan powerhouses' bodies trembled under this pressure, and the spiritual energy in their bodies solidified as bean-sized sweat rolled down, their faces filled with panic.
The moment. It was only then that they realized how terrible Emperor Qin was.
It also finally understood why Qin Yi would be suppressed by Emperor Qin with a single move.
Little Zhou.
Some of the Wang family called out, pinning their hopes on Little Ancestor.
Little Ancestor was a heavenly pride from 6 million years ago.
The people of the Wang clan firmly believed that as long as the Little Ancestor made a move, he would definitely be able to resist Emperor Qin. However, the next scene,
straight away they were dumbfounded.
Emperor Qin, you
should have recognized the wrong person.
I do not recognize. The Wang clan's Little Ancestor shook his head repeatedly,
his tone very humble,
even claiming to be under.
But,
even so,
he couldn't hide it from Qin Feng either.
No more than 100 years old.
But the signs of age on his body are very obvious.
Far more than 100 years old. Qin Feng's eyes flowed with divine light, and through his physical body,
he directly glimpsed the other party's divine soul origin.
The traces of age on your body. At least millions of years. It would be more accurate to say 6 million years. Qin Feng had only come to Invincible City once. 6 million years ago. Obviously, all water falls out.
The other had seen him then and was extremely impressed. Even though there was a huge change between the present-day him and the young lord of the heavenly demon realm from 6 million years ago, the other party still recognized him at once.
But, Qin Feng, however, didn't have the slightest impression of this kind of griffin anymore.
Flop.
The Wang clan's Little Ancestor directly knelt down to Qin Feng and said in a trembling voice, "Emperor Qin, I wish to submit."
Little Ancestor.
The Wang family crowd looked at the kneeling Little Ancestor. Their eyes reddened, feeling like the sky had collapsed. "Submission is not necessary. You might as well go to hell." Qin Feng's voice was devoid of any emotion.
For such a person who guessed his identity,
he must not be kept. Brush. He sacrificed his heaven-imprisoning finger,
and the tip of his finger bloomed with bright golden light,
pointing towards the Wang clan's young ancestor's brow, without any obstruction, directly piercing through his brow. This is what happens when the heart of the Wei is broken. Facing Qin Feng, the Wang clan's little ancestor simply couldn't rise up in resistance. "Gosh, it's you!"
The body of the Wang clan's little ancestor fell backwards. It was a finger technique that he would never forget.
6 million years ago, Qin Feng was the immortal who suppressed Invincible City with a single finger. "Little ancestor!" A mournful hiss rang out.
The eyes of the Wang family were red with disbelief.
They couldn't figure it out.
Why did the astonishingly talented little clan not even have the power to fight back when facing the Qin Emperor? The Wang family had gone through a great deal of pain and expense to awaken the little ancestor, and had planned to participate in the subterranean dragon competition to win the championship.
Results: he died outside before he could even enter the Invincible City. "Emperor Qin, you broke the rules of the subterranean dragon competition by killing contestants outside of Invincible City. Invincible City won't let you go." Wang Qitian hissed. "Rules?" Chen stood up. Wang Qitian angrily shouted, "Chen Yi, as the Invincible City Guard commander, you're bending the law." Chen Yi faintly said, "What's with the favoritism?
When you don't have the strength to break the rules
are made for people like you, and your honor, by breaking the rules, is above them. You can only be blamed for being too weak." When Wang Qitian heard this, he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Chen Yi of the Chen clan,
who had always been known for his fairness and strictness, was able to say such shameless words.
"Kill it!" Qin Feng flew towards Invincible City. Chen waved his hand.
Thousands of 10,000 Dharma realm guards above Invincible City rushed up into the sky and flew towards the Wang clan. These thousands of 10,000 Dharma realms were like ants facing Qin Feng.
But for the Wang family, it was the Senate Beast, the beginning of a one-sided slaughter. "Which families are in control of Invincible City today?" Qin Feng asked. "Back to my lord." Invincible City is still under the control of the 5 elders. The 4 families of Chen, Xia, Zhao and Xia remain the same. No changes have occurred, but the Li family has been replaced by the Xian Yuan family. Chen Yi personally piloted the Black Dragon Whisker and crossed the sky above Invincible City. Isn't Invincible City off limits to flights? There were cries of alarm. Chapter 95, Entering the City. The 5 Elders' Calculations. In Invincible City, countless cultivators were attracted by the Black Dragon carriage in the air. Black Dragon Chariot. Isn't this the seat of that Qin Emperor from the 10th district? Emperor Qin? Who is this? You don't even know about Emperor Qin? It's that guy who counted many heavenly prides in the secret realm of time and space and decapitated Wang Tang, the Demoness, and Fairy Qin. Many forces had gathered in Invincible City, and many of them had seen their heavenly prides die at the hands of Emperor Qin. Thus, Emperor Qin's prestige in Invincible City far exceeded that of an ordinary city lord. That's him? How dare he come to the subterranean dragon ranking competition? Not afraid that the forces behind those heavenly prides will kill him? Where is Chen Yi? As the guardian of Invincible City, he has always emphasized the rules, and the people who died in his hands for breaking into the city did not have 100,000, but also 10,000. How come I don't see Chen Yi come out to block the way? That's not right. Look at the man driving in front of the Black Dragon chariot. Does he look like Lord Chen? Hiss. Throughout the Invincible City, it instantly blew up. Are you kidding me? The Qin Emperor has done so many evil things, and with Chen Yi's nature, not killing Emperor Qin would be Emperor Qin's good fortune. Results. Chen Yi gave Qin Huang a drive. The moment, countless people felt like their worldview had collapsed. Brush. Suddenly, a jade talisman flew out from the temple of Invincible City in the distance and fell into Chen Yi's hands. After reading the information on the jade talisman, Chen Yi's face was suddenly a bit complicated. Turning his head to look at Qin Feng, he said, "My lord, I'm afraid the old ancestor won't be able to see you for a while. The subterranean dragon ranking competition will be held in 3 days. At that time, the 5 elders will meet with you." Your Qin clan ancestor said more than that, didn't he? Qin Feng said indifferently. Even if the jade talisman did not enter his hands, it was difficult to hide the message on the jade talisman from his heavy pupils. My lord, you. Chen Yi looked at Qin Feng with incomparable astonishment. The news in the jade talisman was indeed more than what he said. Before the old ancestor asked him to lead the adults to live in the Qin clan, there was another order. Take your lordship to the preceptor's hall and be punished. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the temple and laughed. It seems, you're the only one who remembers this ancestral motto. They've forgotten. In the meantime, in the middle of the temple, 5 indistinct figures gathered together. Their gazes looking through the temple building at Qin Feng above the peerless city. We're not going to get into trouble like this, are we? After all, he's that lord's heir. The Zhao clan's oldest ancestor had a worried look on his face. What's there to be afraid of? The Xian Yuan family's old ancestor coldly said. That lord you speak of only appeared once 6 million years ago, and he didn't even appear when several immortals who had submitted to him in the past fell. So do you decidedly think he's still alive? Regulus, what do you mean? The old ancestor of the Li clan was a woman, and although she had lived for nearly 10,000 years, she was as young as a 280 girl. This kid carries that lord's legacy. Aren't you all moved? The Xian Yuan family ancestor said. This kid is only at the royal law realm, but he was able to make a sapling insert itself into the walls of Invincible City. Even we couldn't do it. It's enough to see how powerful the sword Dao laws this kid controls are. And the speed of this kid's cultivation as well as the great Qin he created have all increased at a terrifying rate. If we can obtain that lord's inheritance from this brat, we will have a chance to step into the immortal realm, not to mention the transition realm. With the words of the Xian Yuan family's ancestor, the hesitant look on the faces of the remaining 4 gradually disappeared and was replaced by determination. They had been stuck in the hollow-breaking realm for thousands of years, and there wasn't much longevity left. If they couldn't break through to the transition realm, it wouldn't take long for them to fall. Regulus, what are you going to do? The Xian Yuan family's oldest ancestor laughed. Just in case that lord really isn't dead, we can deal with him by the rules. With the crimes he committed, the preceptor's hall would have sentenced him directly to death. If that lord didn't show up to save him, that means that lord is dead. If that lord shows up and saves him, then let's go out and apologize. Anyway, we're following the rules, and that lord can't blame us. This statement was made. The remaining 4 elders nodded in recognition. This is a wonderful plan. Instead, the Xian Yuan family's old man's eyes flashed with a bizarre color. My lord, there must be a misunderstanding. You don't have to go to the preceptor hall. Just go directly to my Chen family. Later, I'll go to the temple, seek an audience with the 5 elders, and make everything clear. Chen Yi racked his brain to explain. He was afraid that Emperor Qin, in a fit of anger, would disrespect the five elders and get into trouble. The five elders were all skybreaking realm powerhouses. The ceiling of the Sin State's human strength. It is the presence of the five elders. It's what ensured that the Sin State human race didn't perish. Even though Emperor Qin's battle power was amazing, it still couldn't match the five elders with their terrifying strength. Under the influence of the power of faith, Chen Yi became more and more loyal to Qin Feng. Even, it's all a bit beyond loyalty to the Chen family. It's not necessary. Qin Feng's voice was flat as he waved his large sleeve. It's only 5 hollow-breaking realms. How dare you put up a fight in front of him? When executed. Wow! Rolling demonic chi gushed out, coalescing into a black palm print above the void that covered the sky, suppressing the temple towards the distance. Emperor Qin, is this crazy? Shouting sounds rang out. Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City were stunned by this scene. Emperor Qin dared to make a move against the five elders. He's treating Invincible City like the 10th district, thinking that he can still be allowed to do as he pleases? With the strength of the five elders, a single finger can destroy him. Emperor Qin is dead. There was a lot of discussion among the great powers from all sides, and many of them were incomparably joyful in their hearts. My lord, Chen Yi was even more cold and sweaty. He knew that Emperor Qin had a violent temperament, but I didn't expect to be cranky like this. At this point, the 5 old men in the temple also froze in place one by one. How many years? No one dares to disrespect them. The Emperor of Qin, he actually made a direct move against them? What alarmed them even more was this. The power of this palm was far beyond the royal law realm. Even beyond the sky-breaking realm. Together, I don't know who yelled out. The 5 old men offered their respective divine abilities. Countless runes filled the air. Brilliant light erupted, and torrents of laws rose to the sky. The torrent of laws and the sky-covering palm imprint bombarded together. Bang bang bang. A deafening roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Next moment, the torrent of laws shattered and dissipated into spiritual light. The entire peerless city shook as if it was an earthquake as the pitch-black palm prince fell towards it. This, the 5 elders have lost. The temple that stood at the top of Invincible City had disappeared. In its place was a huge 5-finger palm print crater. The heavens and the earth fell into a silence. Billions of cultivators in Invincible City looked at the black dragon-robed figure in the air in unison, their faces filled with horror. Qin Feng stepped out in the void and arrived on top of the temple ruins. Chapter 96. Blood Sacrifice Formation. Cough cough. In the midst of the ruins, the 5 old men were covered in blood, miserable and incomparable. Emperor Qin, spare my life. Everything is all a misunderstanding. We have no malicious intent. The Zhao clan's old ancestor looked at Qin Feng above him, his heart overwhelmed with fear. Originally, they were prepared to count the Qin Emperor. Who would have thought? The Qin Emperor, unexpectedly, was strong to such an extent, directly breaking their calculations by strong means. Qin Feng's expression was cold and unreadable. Gaze swept over a few people. It eventually landed on the Xianyuan family's old ancestor and faintly said, a demon who infiltrated Invincible City and even became one of the 5 elders of Invincible City, controlling the destiny of the Sin State's human race. It's really interesting. What? The remaining 4 old men were all stunned when they heard this. All together, they looked towards the Xianyuan family's old ancestor who was not far away. The Xianyuan family's old man is a demon? How is that possible? The Xianyuan family's old ancestor's eyes flashed with astonishment, but he quickly returned to normal and said indignantly, Emperor Qin, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you want to kill old me, then do it directly. Why play these tricks of planting evidence, talking at the same time? His palm hidden underneath his body quietly pressed on the ground, and majestic demonic origin power surged into the underground of Invincible City. Wow! In a split second, a bizarre blood-red pattern, with him as the center, spread in all directions like a spider web, instantly filling the entire peerless city. It's... what? A shocked cry rang out. Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City looked at the bizarre blood-colored patterns under their feet and were filled with horror. The essence blood in their bodies unexpectedly flowed towards the bottom uncontrollably. Obviously, it was a bizarre grand formation that enveloped the entire peerless city, using this subterranean dragon ranking competition to countenance the Sin State human race. Ha ha ha! The Xianyuan family's old ancestor laughed violently, his entire aura changing abruptly, his demonic aura escaping in all directions, his flesh constantly twisting and distorting, rapidly expanding, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. A wolf-shaped demon with a body size of up to 100 feet and covered in black fur appeared. Its body was like a small mountain, covering the sky and the sun, and its body was covered with pitch-black hairs that stood up as if they were hardened steel needles, flashing with a cold luster. Demons! And it's the extremely powerful demon wolf clan among the demons. The old Xianyuan family ancestor is truly a demon. Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City were shocked and their faces turned white. A demon had actually entered Invincible City and had even become a fifth elder. It's unbelievable. Someone sensed that something was wrong and quietly backed away, planning to leave Invincible City. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out one after another in the Invincible City. Among the crowd, a terrifying black figure shuttled, like a god of death, and wherever it passed, a cultivator was decimated. It's the Demon Wolf Clan. The entire Xianyuan family is a Demon Wolf Clan. The crowd was terrified. Who would have thought? So many demons were hiding right under the noses of the crowd, but none of them were discovered. So much blood food. I've been lurking for so long. I've been suffocating for a long time. Countless demon wolves hissed, tearing the human cultivator's body, and then directly stuffed into the mouth to chew up, emitting click horror sound, blood flowing down the corner of the mouth. Horror to the extreme. These demon wolves were not as numerous as the human cultivators in Invincible City though. However, almost all of these demonic wolves had reached the 10,000 laws realm, and their battle strength was astonishingly astonishing. Even being able to fight against the human true Dharma realm with the 10,000 Dharma realm. Even though hundreds of millions of human cultivators quickly reacted and fought with these demonic wolves. But for a moment, surprisingly, I was at a disadvantage. Emperor Qin, I had planned to kill you in a few days, but since you want to die early. The Xianyuan clan's old ancestor's scarlet eyes stared at Qin Feng, crooked his mouth and laughed. This king can only fulfill you too, Qin Feng said lightly. With a second-grade demonic creature of your demon wolf clan, you dare to mouth off to me. The Xianyuan family's ancestor changed color. Emperor Qin actually knew the equal rank of his demon wolf clan? Looks like you know quite a bit. But it won't save your life. The Xianyuan clan's old ancestor roared furiously as he stepped out violently against the earth. Demon blood sacrifice formation. Unleash it on me. Refine these humble blood foods. Help this king step into the transition realm. Boom! As the Xianyuan clan's old ancestor stepped out with one foot, the blood-colored patterns on the ground of Invincible City violently erupted with blood-colored light, reflecting this heaven and earth into a blood-red color. Wow! Ground! The corpses that were decapitated by the countless demonic wolves quickly melted, and the blood flowed into the blood-colored lines, converging towards the center in unison and not entering the Xianyuan family's old ancestor. With countless essence blood pouring into his body, the Xianyuan clan's old man's aura continued to climb. The realm was even breaking through at a rapid pace. Broken Sky Realm 2. Hollow Breaking Realm Triple. This king originally intended to activate the formation on the day of the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest and refine all of the sinful state's human races in one fell swoop. I didn't expect to be spoiled by you, but it can't hurt. The Xianyuan clan's old ancestor looked at Qin Feng, his long tongue licking his face as he laughed sardonically. Your essence blood alone exceeds these mortals a billion times over. Qin Feng ignored the demon and instead looked towards Ningyi in the distance and said, You've been following me. For how long? Ningyi froze. I don't understand why His Majesty the Qin Emperor would suddenly ask this question. Still, he answered truthfully. Your Majesty, it has been 5 years and 3 months since my subordinate followed His Majesty from the heavenly prison. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, As the commander of the Brocade Guards, your realm is still too low. I will, today, send you a chance. Strike that. Qin Feng's fingertips lightly tapped the void. Prisoner of Heaven Finger. An extremely bright golden pillar of light pierced through the void and shot towards the blood-colored pattern on the ground. Seeing this scene, the old ancestor of the Xianyuan family said with disdain, Emperor Qin, once this demon blood sacrifice array is activated, the defense array will also be activated in tandem, and no one will be able to destroy it. Even the king himself can't destroy it. Wow! The blood-colored patterns on the ground erupted violently, and countless bloodlights converged, transforming into a blood-colored barrier. Boom boom boom! A loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The golden light pillar blasted at the blood-colored barrier. The entire peerless city shook as if the earth's dragon had turned over. How is that possible? The Xianyuan family's ancestor changed color. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and part of the blood-colored pattern was damaged, pulling the whole body. It caused the entire demon blood sacrifice formation to unexpectedly terminate. Countless amounts of essence blood stopped being channeled. You know the eye of this formation? How is that possible? This is my Demon Wolf Clan's exclusive blood sacrifice formation. How could you possibly know about it? The Xianyuan clan's old ancestor bellowed, his face full of disbelief. Giggle. Without a word, Qin Feng pointed out another finger, the tip of which flashed with golden light. In a split second, a golden pillar of light pierced through the void and shot towards the Xianyuan family's old ancestor. Chapter 97 Immortal Bone Supreme Treasure. Heaven Swallowing Devil Technique. Damn it! Emperor Qin, you spoiled my big plan. This king kills you.
The Shenyuan family's old ancestor saw that the blood sacrifice array that had been laid out for a long time had been broken,
and immediately went crazy, roaring up to the sky. His majestic demonic power erupted, and his gigantic claws slapped down fiercely against the golden light pillars. However, blood stains the sky. The demonic power was directly broken by the golden light pillar, and the black giant claws directly exploded. The Shenyuan family's old ancestor shrieked miserably and his huge body retreated back and forth. Giggle. Qin Feng's expression was cold and indifferent as he used his finger instead of his sword to slash out. The immortal execution sword intent transformed into 10,000 feet of sword chi and rolled away. Roar! The Shenyuan clan's ancestor hissed as his mouth opened wide and spat out a white shield. Buzz! An icy aura instantly swept through the four directions. In a split second, the temperature between heaven and earth had dropped by dozens of degrees, as if the polar night had come. Boom! The immortal execution sword chi chopped on the white shield, startling incomparable energy ripples, causing the void to collapse. The sword energy dispersed. The white bone shield was unharmed, only leaving a sword mark. Immortal bones. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with divine light, discovered the extraordinary nature of this white bone shield. This is a shield forged from countless human bones, especially that sternum in the middle part of the shield, emanating the rules of the immortal way. And this immortal rule, he's still familiar with it. Ha ha, Emperor Qin. Good eye. The Shenyuan family's oldest ancestor laughed maniacally as he held his shield. I can't believe I can recognize an immortal bone. Speak up. This immortal bone is still somewhat related to you. It's the sternum of one of those 5 immortals who submitted to the ancestor back then. Chen Guanzi, the Chen clan's oldest ancestor, exclaimed in shock when he heard this. Ancestor. The Shenyuan family's oldest ancestor glanced at her and grinned. 6 million years ago, when 4 immortals from Invincible City left the Sin State one after another for a short period of time, our clan guessed that the last immortal would leave as well, and set up a great formation outside the Sin State. In the end, the result was not what my clan expected. Your Chen clan ancestor, Chen Guanzi, really did leave the Sin State shortly afterward as well, falling into the trap laid by our clan. According to my clan's records, Chen Guanzi was very backbone, and even after being captured and tortured through 999 years of boundless territory, he was unwilling to give an account of what he left the sinful state for. My clan could only refine the skin and bones into a Dharma artifact. When the Chen clan's old ancestor heard this, his eyes turned red. Ancestor. Chen Yi's fists were clenched and his nails pierced into his palms. Ha ha. The Shenyuan clan's old ancestor laughed maniacally as his palms swept across the room and another white bone spear coalesced. Clang. As soon as this gun appeared, an overpowering killing intent enveloped the entire peerless city, and the void continuously shattered. He looked towards Qin Feng and laughed maniacally. This is the leg bone of Chen Guanzi, refined into an immortal gun. This gun executed in the hands of my clan's ancestor, killing countless great powers of the human race. Officer Chen. Qin Feng looked at the white bone shield and the bone gun and spat out these 3 words under his breath. He looked calm, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. But countless forces of dark laws, however, surged out from his body and turned into substance, like a black iron chain, waving in the void. A horrifying dark shadow manifested behind Qin Feng. The ancient devil emperor, the dark devil hall, the extreme devil soldier, all sorts of things, just like the devil's path to hell. When killed, Qin Feng spoke coldly. The Shenyuan clan's old ancestor's heart trembled as he looked at the vision behind Qin Feng. The demon clan loved to kill, far beyond the ordinary demon cultivators, but he saw the dark shadow behind Qin Feng. Surprisingly, a fear was born. Tiny human devil cultivator, how dare you pretend to be a god in front of this king? Destroy it for the king. The Shenyuan family ancestor forced himself to calm down. Holding a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, he rushed up to the sky and killed directly towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood in place with his hands behind his back, letting his opponent kill him. He did not make any movements. Boom boom boom. Countless devil Dao laws waved like demonic chains, and the white bone divine lance stabbed into this area, unable to advance the slightest bit. What is it? The Shenyuan clan's ancestor's color changed and his face was filled with horror. His form was imprisoned, as if he was in a swampy place, unable to move. However, what alarmed him even more was this. His body's essence and blood, demonic power, realm, life essence, and so on were all draining away, transforming into strands of white Dao fruits that surged into Emperor Qin's body. Emperor Qin's aura was rapidly rising. The realms were surprisingly all slowly rising, and the demon blood sacrifice formation that he had calculated for many years before he had fully set it up could only devour essence blood, devouring other people's Dao fruits to elevate the realm. The scarlet eyes of the Shenyuan clan's old ancestor widened as if he had thought of something, and his face was filled with horror. It's swallowing. Giggle. A magic chain of laws swept down. Poof sound. Xianyuan family ancestor's mouth exploded. The rest of the words can never be said. Wow. Qin Feng's palm clenched in vain and countless dark runes filled the air, transforming into a large black hand of runes. A mournful scream rang out. The Xianyuan family ancestor's divine soul was directly forced out of his physical body, and he continued to struggle in the void, trying to escape. However, under the terrifying rules of the heaven-swallowing demonic technique, the #1 demonic technique in all the worlds, all struggles are in vain. Your demon wolf clan has been torturing Chen Guanzi for 999 years. I will make you fall into hell forever and ever. Qin Feng's voice was cold as he waved his large sleeve. The divine soul in the air disappeared, and within the boundless dark space of the 10,000 soul streamer, there was an additional divine soul. What is this place? This level 2 demon wolf demon god soul looked around the dark space, very wary in his heart. Ooh-hoo. Suddenly, weepy voices rang out. A wronged soul of the 10,000 laws realm also wants to deal with this king? As this level 2 demon wolf looked at the ghosts and monsters that had appeared, the vigilance in its heart instantly loosened a lot, and a disdainful look appeared on its face. However, next moment, his face changed. Ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo. A mournful hissing sound resounded through the heavens and earth. Behind the 10,000 Dharma realm ghost monster, a dense and countless number of ghost monsters appeared, as if it was a black ocean that could not be seen at a glance. Such a horrible amount. Not to mention that he's a hollow-breaking realm. Even if the transition realm came, they would be eaten clean by these ghosts and monsters. How is that possible? What magic treasure in the world can hold so many ghosts and monsters? This grade 2 demon wolf's face was pale, as if it had thought of something and was incomparably terrified. This is the first supreme treasure of the Devil Dao, the 10,000 souls flag. The words fell. Billions of ghosts and monsters swooped in, and after, the miserable screams of this grade 2 demon wolf were continuous. Countless ghosts and monsters were constantly tearing at his divine soul, and this kind of pain that penetrated deep into the divine soul was definitely the most brutal criminal law in the world. And there are mysterious rules in this dark space of the 10,000 souls. Even if he was torn to pieces by countless ghosts and monsters, he would be coalesced again by the 10,000 soul streamer, and so on and so forth, constantly experiencing this extreme pain. This is the real eternity of eternal hell. Chapter 98, Killing the 5 Elders. Enshrining the Invincible Marquis. Suppressing the 5 Elders and killing the king of the demon wolf race. From today onwards, the sin-state human race Qin Huang is #1. An ascender from the lower realms has not only stepped into the Dharma realm in just a few years, but he also has the combat power of the sky-breaking realm. How exactly did Emperor Qin cultivate? The sky-breaking realm is only the upper limit of the 5 elders, not the upper limit of Emperor Qin. Not bad. Emperor Qin suppressed these 5 people with ease, and between the lifts of his hands, his true battle power may have already touched the transition realm. In the invincible city, numerous cultivators were lamenting with incomparable shock. The Emperor's experience is like a heavenly book. No, even if it's a heavenly book, it wouldn't dare to be written like this. Likewise, some of the great powers that had a grudge against Qin Feng and the city-state's heavenly pride had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. At this moment, one's face was incomparably ugly. Original. They intend to submerge after the dragon ranking competition, go to the 10th district to behead Emperor Qin and then seize the Time Tower. Today it seems, it's simply not possible anymore. Qin, Emperor Qin, we were all compelled by that demon. Seeing that Emperor Qin had suppressed this demon wolf, the 5 elders of Invincible City, it should be the 4 elders to be precise, who immediately started begging for mercy. Emperor Qin, mindful of the relationship between our ancestors and your forefathers, spare our lives, said. Several people kept kowtowing. Buzz. Qin Feng didn't bother to say much. Raising his hand, a sword Qi chopped out. Blood splattered and 4 heads flew up high. Such stupidity. It's better to be dead. Wow. Qin Feng waved his large sleeve. The white bone shield and bone lance floating in the air flew in front of Chen Yi. My lord. What is this? Chen Yi looked at the 2 objects in front of him with an excited expression. He vaguely guessed something, but can't believe it. To know. These 2 items were supreme treasures cast from immortal bones and were incomparably precious. If it appears in the state of sin, it would definitely cause countless people to fight over it. Since this is the bone of your ancestor, naturally you are in charge. Qin Feng's voice was flat. 2 immortal artifacts were nothing in his eyes. To be precise, in front of the 10,000 soul streamer and the human emperor streamer, it was difficult for any supreme treasure to make waves in his heart. Thank you, my lord. Hearing that Emperor Qin really rewarded himself with these 2 supreme treasures, Chen Yi was incredibly excited. It wasn't just because of getting 2 immortal artifacts. More importantly, these 2 immortal artifacts were the bones of his Chun family's ancestors. back in his hands. It was also equivalent to the return of the ancestor to the Chen family, and the ancestor could rest in peace. Does Emperor Qin not even look at immortal artifacts? 2 immortal artifacts were even given away just like that? Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City looked at Chen Yi with envious faces. Earlier they were puzzled. Why would Chen Yi personally drive for Emperor Qin? Now they understand. Chen Yi, this guy is a thief. Early on, he could see the terror of Emperor Qin, and what they envied even more was yet to come. Qin Feng looked at Chen Yi and asked, "Will you submit to my great Qin?" Without hesitation, Chen Yi knelt down at Qin Feng and said, "I, Chen Yi, pay my respects to Emperor Qin." Just kidding. His Majesty the Qin Emperor gifted him both immortal artifacts. People like that. Who doesn't follow? What's more, even without these 2 immortal artifacts, by virtue of the Chen family's ancestry, he will also follow the Qin Emperor. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, "I'll make you the invincible Marquis of Great Qin." As of today, Invincible City abolishes the 5 Elders system. You, Chen Yi, will be in charge. The words fell. Wow! Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City then saw a white pillar of light break through the void, dropping down like a divine waterfall. It didn't enter Chen Yi's body. Boom! In a split second. About the way of faith and the uses of the power of faith, countless pounds of information poured into Chen Yi's mind. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. Your Majesty's great kindness." Chen Yi has nothing to show for it. Chen Yi was agitated. The way of faith is too scary. Not only can you elevate your realm with the power of faith, but you can also accelerate your cultivation. The moment. It was only then that he realized what the 3 words Invincible Ho stood for. Even if it's the position of Lord of Invincible City, it was not even a millionth of the title of Marquis of Invincibility. Emperor Qin is too overbearing, isn't he? Invincible City is the #1 city of the human race in my Sin state, the holy land of the human race, and has always been controlled by 5 great powers, all of which are also the best of the human race. How can it be held by Chen Yi? That is, Old Me recognizes that Emperor Qin is the #1 person in the Sin state, but for him to directly designate Chen Yi as the peerless city lord is a bit too overbearing, isn't it? Chen Yi has submitted to Great Qin and is now Great Qin's invincible marquis. Doesn't this mean that Invincible City has also submitted to Great Qin? Many city-state great powers that were hostile to Emperor Qin were whispering. It was very dissatisfied with the Qin Emperor's approach, but they do not dare to come out directly against it. He only dared to stir up trouble in the dark, hoping to provoke the hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City to oppose Emperor Qin together. After all, the Qin Emperor is even more powerful, nor is it possible to outweigh the 1,000 city-states of the Sin states. However, they imagined it beautifully. Reality is harsh. Someone made a direct move to behead a cultivator who was slandering Emperor Qin behind his back, and then he raised his head high in excitement. Emperor Qin, this person defamed Great Qin and was killed by me. I wish to submit to Great Qin. It was an old man with gray hair and a stooped frame. Old Man Tianji. The crowd looked at it and were shocked. This old man named Tianji Old Man, Sin State famous loose cultivator, not only the realm of profound, but also proficient in the art of Qi lookout. No one knows how many years he has survived. Mysterious and unpredictable, and never joined any forces or organizations, even if the Invincible City's 5 old families invited and promised many benefits, but Elder Tianji also refused without hesitation. Nowadays, how dare you take the initiative to request to join Great Qin? It's a no-brainer. Wow! Qin Feng waved his large sleeve. Another pillar of white light dangled down from the void, and it didn't enter the man's body. This pillar of light was only 1/100th as thick as the previous one. However, after not entering Hunter's body, there was an explosion in Hun Ta's body. A yoke was rushed away, and a terrifying pressure swept through heaven and earth like the waves of the sea. Ha ha ha, Old Me has finally broken through and stepped into the Imperial Law realm. Elder Tianji looked up to the sky and laughed. He is well versed in the art of looking into the air. After that white pillar of light had disappeared into Chen Yi's body, he then realized that Chen Yi's qi had increased dozens of times. It's unbelievable. A person's qi is innate. It's much harder to change it later in life. For example, this subterranean dragon ranking contest, the winner of the championship. It was only then that he could receive a strand of qi rewarded by the heavenly Tao of the Sin state. And this chirography, compared to Chen Yi's elevated qi, it was simply a small stream compared to a river. Not even 1/10,000th as good. A column of white light was surprisingly so divinely effective. Elder Tianji instantly realized Emperor Qin's terror and directly chose to submit, as the power of faith didn't enter the body. The realm he had been stuck in for years had unexpectedly made a direct breakthrough. It was as he expected. This white power of faith was too divine. It doesn't just boost your qi, it also helps people to practice and break the original limitations. Chapter 99, The Crowd Submits. Improved Blood Sacrifice Formation. Old Man Tianji. See your majesty.
Elder Tianji was incomparably respectful. Qin Feng said indifferently, seeing as you were the first to submit, and the first to submit to my great Qin's skybreaking realm, I appoint you as my great Qin Tianji Star, one of the 36 heavenly deities. I bow to your majesty's great favor. Will always be loyal to your majesty and to great Qin. Elder Tianji bowed in a hurry, although he didn't know what this Tianji Xing was, but with the Qin Emperor's enthronement, he felt an invisible divine force not enter him. His connection to great Qin has become even stronger, and, surprisingly, he was also able to use the power of great Qin's faith to enhance his own battle power. Even, it could touch the level of the transition realm. In a split second, the old man Tianji was even more in awe of Emperor Qin, of great Qin, and of this faith way of great Qin. Skybreaking realm? Elder Tianji has actually broken through the skybreaking realm? There were cries of alarm. Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City were stunned. Since state for so many years, only the 5 elders had stepped into the skybreaking realm. And now, surprisingly, there was a 6th person who had stepped into the skybreaking realm. Elder Tianji has been stuck at the royal law realm for many years. His lifespan is approaching and his life essence is nearly depleted. How could he break through to the skybreaking realm? A lot of people don't understand. On Elder Tenji's terms, it was almost impossible to step into the skybreaking realm. All of the cultivators in Invincible City could be the best of the Sin State, and all of them were very smart. It was instantly associated with the white pillar of light that Emperor Qin had bestowed upon Elder Tianji. Hiss! Elder Tianji is well versed in the art of Qi looking, definitely saw what that white pillar of light was doing. That's why it's voluntary submission. This old den. Sneaky. The crowd of cultivators in Peerless City were envious and jealous. Next moment. Put. A head was decapitated. Emperor Qin. This man disrespected you earlier. Intending to provoke the people against great Qin, countless cultivators raised their heads and scrambled to be the first to submit to great Qin. Even an extremely cautious old smoothie like Elder Tianji had submitted to great Qin. They have hesitation, my ass. 4 monks. De Qin naturally came to the rescue. But, it was naturally impossible for these people to be ranked among the 36 heavenly deities like Elder Tianji. Qin Feng gave them much lower official positions. Even so, after getting the power of faith, there are still many breakthroughs in realms where people have been stuck for years. In a split second, there was a spectacle in the Invincible City. Many great powers broke through in unison, and a terrifying pressure swept through the 4 directions. And in this way, there are more wanting to join great Qin. To the end, there aren't enough people to kill. And so, the crowd placed their gazes on the demonic wolves that the people of the Xianyuan family had changed into. A bunch of lowly animals. What do you want? Seeing a group of humanoids eyeing their side intently, a huge-sized demonic wolf chortled. The crowd of cultivators saw this and retreated. It wasn't these demonic wolves in front of them that they were afraid of. Rather, it was the demon wolf clan behind these demon wolves. The demon wolf clan was so powerful that it was rumored to have an immortal realm existence, and was by no means comparable to the Sin State's human race. Bunch of livestock, and dare to rebel? Seeing a group of cultivators retreat, hundreds of thousands of demon wolves had a look of disdain on their faces. The demonic wolf that was the largest in size then looked towards Qin Feng and grinned. Human boy, you've already caused great trouble by killing the king-level commander of my clan. If you don't want to die, let us go immediately. Follow me to the clan to ask for forgiveness. Swear to become a slave of my clan, and you might still have a chance of surviving. Otherwise, wait for the immortals of my clan to get angry. Not only you, but the entire Invincible City will become a piece of ash. Put. Red and white things splashed. The voice ended abruptly. The field was silent. The crowd looked at the demonic wolf and their faces changed. The head of the demonic wolf that had just been screaming had disappeared, leaving only a headless corpse standing in place, with blood gushing like a spring from its neck. The crowd of demon wolves were also stunned. I didn't expect Qin Feng to dare to make a move. Human. Are you really not afraid that my clan's immortals will descend on you? Qin Feng said indifferently. All of them? Kill them. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd of demonic wolves panicked. No longer arrogant, a look of horror appeared on his face. Human, how dare you? Put. Elder Tianji took the lead, offering a tortoise armor that blossomed with brilliant green light and blasted down towards the group of demonic wolves. At once, hundreds of demon wolves turned into blood foam. Bunch of dogs, you're the livestock. I've wanted to kill you all for a long time. Elder Tianji laughed out loud. As for whether or not he had wanted to kill these demonic wolves for a long time, there was no way to know whether it was true or not. But Emperor Qin helped him break through the sky-breaking realm. Now he is Emperor Qin's licking dog. The turtle armor once again erupted with terrifying green light,
and one demonic wolf was cut down. As an existence of the sky-breaking realm, Elder Tianji was naturally able to kill these demon wolves of the 10,000 Laws realm, and with Elder Tianji's strike, the group of cultivators in Invincible City also no longer hesitated. Fear the hammer. After so many deaths, the Demon Wolf clan will definitely not stop and will not let us go. Why don't we kill these first? Not bad. Even if I have to die, I have to kill these first. The malice of the human race in the sin state towards demons was engraved in their bones. It just wasn't strong enough to fight off demons in the past. Now with Emperor Qin backing him up, plus getting to this point, the crowd all let go. A killing spree against these demonic wolves. For a moment, the Invincible City's blood flowed and rolled, and the blood aura rushed to the sky, coloring the dome of the sky red. Giggle. Qin Feng's heavy pupils flowed while a demonic chi struck into the ground of Invincible City. Wow! In a split second, the dull blood-colored patterns on the ground instantly bloomed with light. The ripples that had been shattered by Qin Feng earlier, and now that they had been mended by the demonic chi he had struck out, the demon blood sacrifice formation had unexpectedly rerun. All of the blood on the ground seeped into the blood-colored patterns, converging towards the center of the grand formation like a small river. This formation, it's too rough. Qin Feng disliked it. A random blood sacrifice formation from his memory. The transformation efficiency was also tens of times higher than this big formation. Wow! Qin Feng waved his large sleeve. A channel of demonic chi struck the ground. At once, the blood-colored patterns on the ground were slowly changing their layout, becoming more complex as a divine power enveloped Invincible City. This time, it's not just blood. The corpses on the ground were melting, turning into life essence that merged into the blood-colored patterns and converged towards the center of the grand formation. After such a simple alteration by Qin Feng, the effect of this blood sacrifice formation was directly increased by more than 10 times. Not only that, the original blood sacrifice formation had many drawbacks. The elevation was too rough, belonging to the forced elevation of the realm, affecting the foundation, and it would be impossible to step into a higher realm in the future. And after Qin Feng improved it so much, all the cons are pretty much removed. Qin Feng looked towards Ningyi and said, "Ningyi, come forward." Ningyi was agitated. He understands. The chance that His Majesty said he would gift to him before is this one. Without hesitation, Ningyi walked directly to the center of the altar. Wow! Countless blood chi essences surged into Ningyi's body. In a split second, Ningyi's breath was rapidly becoming stronger. This grand formation was originally used by that demon to prepare for its breakthrough to the transitional succession realm, and now it's being used by Commander Ning. The crowd of cultivators from Invincible City looked at Ningyi in the center of the grand formation, their faces filled with envy. It's conceivable. Go through this formation. Ningyi's realm would be soaring by leaps and bounds now. Even a leap to become the most powerful batch of great powers of the Sin State human race. Do you think this Emperor Qin? Is it the one? Among the hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City, a group of people surreptitiously sized up Qin Feng and were communicating with each other using voice transmission. The moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. At the same time, and some excitement, it was as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Chapter 100, Qin Palace, Demon Sect. The demonic Tao laws as well as the dark world void that he manifested earlier when he suppressed that king-level demonic wolf were definitely that legendary technique. Sure enough, to be able to surge forward in such a short period of time, only that no technique did it. Daring to reckon with the 100 cities' heavenly pride in the secret realm of time and space. With such a boldness, there is only the one from 6 million years ago. A group of people were communicating in a voice transmission, incomparably excited. They have discovered the shocking secret. It involves the highest empress of the heavens, Yao Qi. It would be a great credit to spread this kind of news. The reward received will be immeasurable. You guys are really shady. Suddenly, the ghostly voice rang in his ears. These people's faces suddenly changed. Herb just realized. Emperor Qin, who was in the distance, actually appeared beside them at some point. A pair of dark eyes watched them without any emotion. Heavy pupils. Qin Huang, you. A group of people were horrified to the extreme when they saw this double pupil. Put. Qin Feng waved his large sleeve and a head exploded, splashing red and white objects in all directions. Brush. The heavy pupil divine light blossomed as Qin Feng directly peered into the hidden memories of these divine souls. Boom. A powerful energy fluctuation swept out from these divine souls, and dozens of divine souls unexpectedly exploded directly. These people have all been planted with prohibitions in their souls. Once someone probes the memories, these prohibitions will instantly detonate, stopping the secrets from leaking out. This was a common tactic of the powers of the heavens. Qin Feng had also expected it. He looked at the other half of his divine soul, the heavy pupil law flowing. As long as the prohibition had been triggered,
There would be no secrets to speak of in front of the heavy pupil.
In an instant,
Qin Feng then broke the prohibitions in these divine souls while checking up on these people's memories.
Qin Palace. To think that an organization was even set up specifically to search for me.
Qin Feng had gained insight into quite a lot of useful information from these divine souls.
One of them is the Qin Palace organization. Surprisingly,
the immortal world was founded for him. For mere vain speculation. Then it became an organization that searched for me for 6 million years.
That's pretty persistent. Qin Feng's expression was cold.
Explore from the memories of the souls of these people. The Qin Palace is not only found in the Sin state,
but also all over the heavens.
And the lord of the Qin Palace.
It was Qin Iran,
who had previously had one of her Dao bodies decapitated by him. The opponent's Dao body was not just found in this part of the Sin state.
Instead, it is like the Qin Palace, spreading all over the heavens and the worlds. Extreme Dao transforms 3000.
Qin Feng thought of this technique, a renowned top-level technique in the heavens and the worlds.
The higher the realm, the more Dao bodies that can be manifested.
And while these Dao bodies obeyed the orders of the main body, they also possessed their own consciousness and could cultivate and sense different laws of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to having countless selves practicing at the same time. And as this Qin Iran was able to project a Dao body in all the heavens and all the worlds, her own realm must have already reached an extremely terrifying point.
But Qin Feng was fearless. The opponent's means are through the roof. He has just as many tricks up his sleeve. To Qin Feng's dismay, Qin Palace these people's memories. Surprisingly, there is also no information about Yao Qi.
Yao Ji seems to have completely disappeared in these last million years.
What is this woman calculating?
Qin Feng frowned slightly.
In this heavenly realm,
if there was anyone who could make him fearful,
the only one left is Yogi.
But soon he stopped dwelling on that.
Yogi is counting on something. When he walks in front of the Yao Qi, he will naturally know.
The people of the Qin Palace have all shown up.
Won't you demon cult show yourselves?
Qin Feng looked to another place and said indifferently.
From the memories of these people,
he learned about the Qin Palace organization.
He also learned about another organization,
the Cult of the Devil.
That is, the organization of the witch he killed before.
And the Qin Palace have been fighting each other for millions of years.
From the memories of these people in the Qin Palace, the witch's Dao body hadn't lied to him that day.
The Devil Palace was indeed founded by some great devils of the heavenly devil realm.
6 million years ago, the immortal realm invaded the heavenly demon realm in a big way and decimated all the living beings in the heavenly demon realm.
However, the heavenly demon realm still had many demonic cultivators traveling in the heavens and the worlds,
thus dodging a bullet.
Afterwards, although the immortal realm hunted down and killed the heavenly demon realm's demonic cultivators in all the heavens and all the worlds,
however, the number of demonic cultivators in the heavenly devil realm was simply too many.
It can't be slaughtered after all.
And the demonic cultivators of the heavenly demon realm who survived ended up becoming a demonic sect in order not to be killed by the immortal realm one by one.
Millions of years have been spent in the shadows fighting against the immortal world.
Young lord, it's really you.
There were cries of alarm.
The crowd of the devil sect looked at Qin Feng with agitated expressions.
In fact, they had already guessed about the technique Qin Feng had performed. But the Qin Palace had used this tactic more than once in the past to lure the people of the demon sect to show themselves. Thus they are very cautious. Now see the Qin Emperor. They knew that this was not a bait laid by the Qin Palace, because even the Qin Palace, there could also never be a demon like Emperor Qin.
Young lord, back then,
when the old ancestors traveled through the heavens and learned that the heavenly demon realm had been destroyed, they were grief-stricken and thought that the demon emperor,
demon empress,
and you had all dissipated along with the heavenly demon realm.
Later,
when they learned that the immortal world had not found Lord Devil Emperor's 10,000 soul streamer, the elder ancestors realized that it must have been the Devil Emperor and Lord Devil Empress who had exerted their great magical powers and used the 10,000 soul streamer to protect your divine soul from reincarnation.
For 6 million years, the ancestors have been searching for you. Today, you have finally shown yourself.
There is hope for the recovery of my heavenly demon realm. The people of the devil cult were incomparably excited, and their expressions were sincere. If all the old ancestors knew that you had revived,
they would certainly be incomparably happy. Young lord, come along with us to meet all the old ancestors.
Less than. Qin Feng's voice was calm as his heavy pupils blossomed with divine light,
directly failing to enter the brows of several people from the demon sect. Young lord, you. The crowd of the demon sect was stunned by Qin Feng's sudden strike, and at that moment,
Qin Feng was probing the memories in these people's divine souls.
The human heart is unpredictable, even the heavenly demon realm in the beginning, nor is it ironclad. Ordinary people have their own little minds.
Not to mention those existences that stepped into that profound realm.
Everyone is deep-minded, easily able to lay out and calculate a sight of the world. Chapter 101, Sinful State Submission.
Closed door breakthrough.
After a bit of probing, Qin Feng's expression eased slightly. According to these people's memories, some of these former devil ancestors of the heavenly devil realm did indeed develop descent. The reason for searching for him. It was also for the 10,000 soul streamer and the heaven-swallowing demon technique. But there are also some of the demon ancestors. Loyalty remains. So much for that. He fell back on some extra help. Clang! Qin Feng raised his palm and 10,000 feet of sword chi chopped towards the demon sect's crowd. Young lord. The eyes of the demon sect's crowd were wide, filled with horror and disbelief. They couldn't figure it out. Why would the young lord do anything to them? Only they'll never know. Sword chi chopped down. The Devil Dao crowd was directly chopped into blood clots and scattered all over the ground. And Qin Feng's reason for killing these people was simple. Don't want to reveal your identity too early. He wanted to raise his realm as high as possible before the forces of the Qin Palace and the demon sect found him. At least step into the immortal realm. Just step into the realm of the immortals. With his battle power he could battle above the immortals. When facing those immortal realm demon realm ancestor level existences that had survived for millions of years, even if it's unbeatable, and at least the ability to leave. The Qin Palace and the demon sect have lost so many people here. Identity can't be hidden for much longer. Need to get stronger as soon as possible. Qin Feng looked downwards, with Elder Tianji taking the lead. A large number of cultivators had taken the initiative to join Great Qin. But, in terms of the billions of cultivators in the entire peerless city, the number only accounted for less than 10%. Most of them were also casual cultivators. There were hardly any submissive city lords in the 1,000 cities of the Sin State. From this day forward, 1,000 city-states in the Sin State. All of them are Great Qin land. You choose to submit, or die. Qin Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. There was no unnecessary nonsense in, and he directly and forcefully ordered. The Sin State 1,000 cities city lord's face was ugly. The Qin Emperor's appetite is not too big. Bottom line, just their power inherited for millions of years to submit to Great Qin. Who can be willing, however, let them stand up against Emperor Qin? Looking at the blood-stained ground. Who dares? With 1,000 city lords pushing each other around, the Lord of Peerless City stood out, squeezing a smile out of his face as he said, "Your strength is well known, Emperor Qin, when it comes to being the strongest of the human race in my Sin State. But the Sin State's 1,000 city-state pattern has been maintained for millions of years, so breaking it easily is really a bit of an imposition. And it's not a good thing for the entire Sin State either. As I see it, perhaps a compromise can be made. We, the 1,000 cities, would like to serve Emperor Qin and Great Qin as the Heavenly Kingdom, and obey the call of Emperor Qin and Great Qin, but the 1,000 city-states will remain under our own command." The idea of the Lord of Peerless City was beautiful. This move appears to be submitting to Great Qin. The truth is only nominal. The real power in the city-state remains in their own hands. The remaining 1,000 city lords also nodded their heads in great recognition when they heard the words of the Lord of Peerless City. However, just as they were about to open their mouths in agreement, pass the word to Bai Qi. Massacre Wushuang City. Leave no one behind. Qin Feng's voice did not carry the slightest bit of emotion as he gave his orders. Your obedience. The brocade guards lurking in the Peerless City immediately transmitted the Qin Emperor's decree back to Great Qin. The words that the 1,000 city lord was just about to utter were now all swallowed back. There was a pang of gratitude in his heart. That was close. And when the Lord of Peerless City heard this, his face turned white and he forced himself to calm down. Emperor Qin, you slaughter cities at every turn. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Sin State's human race? Said. He looked around at the 1,000 city lords, trying to pull these people together to stand up to the Qin Emperor. However, what made him giggle was this. None of them are standing. The 1,000 city lord who was still standing just now, somehow all had fallen to their knees, all the while yelling, "Greetings to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. We are willing to submit to Great Qin. Greetings to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. We are willing to submit to Great Qin. Greetings to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. We are willing to submit to Great Qin." Hear the 1,000 voices. The heart of the Lord of Peerless City was completely cold. The mind wanted to curse out a million profanities. These mother asterisk heirs. It's simply using him as a test subject. Let him come forward to convince the Qin Emperor. If it works, everyone benefits. If it fails, these guys don't give a boom. Just the moment the 1,000 city lord submitted, Qin Feng sensed that the human emperor streamer over the Qin capital shook violently, and the great Qin Qi and the power of faith skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. And that was just these people in invincible city submitting. If the Lord of the 1,000 cities returns to the city-state, let the hundreds of millions of people in the city-states return to Great Qin. Sessions. Great Qin's Qi will also skyrocket. Wushuang. His Majesty the Qin Emperor is a majestic lord unseen in all of eternity, saving us from the demons. It's an honor for us to serve His Majesty the Qin Emperor. How dare you object? An ungrateful person like you really brings shame to my sin-state human race, a group of city lords chided. There were even people who made direct moves to kill the Lord of Peerless City as a way to curry favor with Emperor Qin. Wow! Qin Feng didn't care if these people were really loyal. With a wave of his big sleeve, rolling demonic chi surged out like an ocean, covering the entire invincible city. The heaven-swallowing demon seed was planted in billions of these cultivators. Once the demon seed is planted, even if you have evil intentions, you cannot do anything harmful to Great Qin. The subterranean dragon ranking competition continues, with you presiding over it. Qin Feng explained Shen Yi, and then he had Elder Tianji sit in Invincible City. Subsequently, he disappeared directly over Invincible City. Entering into the Sumeru Arabidopsis world, he stepped onto the topmost floor of the Time and Space Tower. Wow! Qin Feng waved his large sleeve. A body appeared in front of him. Among them, there were dozens of corpses from the Royal Law realm alone, and 5 corpses from the Skybreaking realm. These Dao fruits are enough for me to step into the Skybreaking realm. I wonder if I can break through the transition realm. Qin Feng muttered to himself. If one merely stepped into the Skybreaking realm, he didn't need these bodies of the Royal Law realm at all. Just directly devour these 5 Hollow Breaking realm corpses. However, he wanted to use this opportunity to directly enter the transition realm. The only way to pile up Dao fruits was to use a large number of bodies from the Imperial Law realm. Accomplish qualitative change with quantity. Wow! The heaven-swallowing devil technique was in operation. Rolls of demonic chi surged out from Qin Feng's body, covering the corpse of the Imperial Law realm in front of him. As Great Qin's chi luck rises, the cultivation speed of Great Qin's children was getting faster and faster, and Qin Feng is the lord of Great Qin. The chi is even more prosperous to the extreme. Wisps of white Dao fruits quickly flowed into the body. His aura was increasing at a terrifying rate. Just 10 days later, Qin Feng's body exploded with a boom. The shackles of the realm were broken, and a terrifying pressure erupted from Qin Feng's body. He stepped into the second level of the Imperial Law realm. Keep practicing. Chapter 102-9 Heavenly Pride of the Demon Wolf Clan. Subterranean Dragon Ranking Scramble. After Qin Feng entered the Time and Space Tower to retreat, when the realm soared, the outside world is also treacherous and rapidly changing. The civil and military officials of Great Qin led the 1 billion Iron Horsemen of Great Qin that had just descended, and divided their troops into 100 directions, strongly attacking a small world. Facing the Daqin Iron Cavalry, which had a terrifying number of people, was well versed in the great formation of the stars and buckets of the heavens, and was also able to use the power of faith to enhance its combat strength. These small worlds below had no resistance at all. It was almost as if the Great Qin Iron Cavalry had descended. One by one, the lower worlds then submitted. Very few resisted. It will also be flattened by the Iron Horsemen of Great Qin. Just 1 month, the Great Qin civil and military officials have already conquered 10,000 small worlds by leading the Great Qin Iron Horsemen. At the same time, these 1 billion Great Qin Iron Horsemen were in the midst of the conquest, and their realm was rapidly rising, except for the lower world. The Sinful States' 1,000 city lords also sent the news of their submission to Great Qin back to their respective city-states. For a moment, countless human races in the Sin State have submitted to Great Qin. Great Qin's chi was skyrocketing at an extremely terrifying speed. In the meantime, north of Invincible City, the demonic frontier beyond the human race, the Demon Wolf Tribe, in the middle of the ancestral land. Knock, knock, knock. A fierce-faced demonic wolf stepped out from the void. These demonic wolves are hundreds of feet tall. The breath is even more terrifying. The body naturally escapes the demonic force, so that the 4 directions of the void constantly collapsed. The one lurking in the Invincible City was compared to these demon wolves. It's like the difference between a child and an adult. Second brother. What is the matter with Big Sister's sudden summoning of us? A demon wolf kept stuffing things into its mouth chewing with a constant clicking sound. A large amount of blood flowing down the corners of its mouth, and a hideous smile appeared on its face. Those animals in captivity are ripe for the picking. I don't know. Of a group of demonic wolves, the tallest sized demon wolf shook his head. Big Sister has been in seclusion for 100,000 years, and this time, there is bound to be something big. Speaking of which, it should be time for those human livestock in the Sin State to make their offerings, right? Another demon wolf grinned, and said, as opposed to all that livestock in captivity, this seed still prefers the wild free-range ones. They're more flavorful, with an aroma emanating from their blood and flesh. Nice. Many demon wolves nodded their heads and said, these animals in captivity lack fight and conviction and have an odor. The 8 demon wolves murmured. The topics talked about were cold and creepy. In words, treating the human race like livestock rations. Wow. Suddenly, the void rippled. A huge claw tore through a crack in space. Immediately, a devil wolf of enormous size, close to 1,000 feet, stepped out from the spacetime rift. Big sister. When the 8 demon wolves saw this demon wolf that was close to 1,000 feet, they immediately put away their playfulness and laughter, and one by one, they stood up and shouted in unison. Big sister answered, opening the door. 10 is dead. This statement was made. All 8 demon wolves froze. Little 10. This was a disgrace to the demon wolf clan. Their father was a demon wolf clan immortal realm powerhouse. The children are also all proud. All of them stepped into the transition realm. Among them, the eldest sister was even at the peak of the transition. It was only a step away from the immortal realm. The demon wolf clan's 9 heavenly pride not only had a great reputation in the demon clan, the same fierce reputation in the 3,000 states. However, the 10th son of the partial demon wolf clan immortals, breaking the legend of the demon wolf clan's heavenly pride. The 10th son is mediocre. All resources and means have been exhausted to stimulate potential. It had also only broken through to the sky-breaking realm. The hollow-breaking realm was considered a party of great power in the eyes of the onlookers, but as the son of an immortal, the hollow-breaking realm represents waste. Thus, the entire demon wolf clan was disdainful of this 10th son. A few moments later, a demonic wolf murmured, although little 10 is a waste, but how is he still a member of my demon wolf clan? If you dare to kill little 10, you are an enemy of my demon wolf clan. Big sister. I wonder who did it, the Fire Raven clan? Or the Titans? This demonic wolf guessed quite a few demonic races in the Sin state. Big sister shook her head, saying, the one who killed little 10 was a human race from the Sin state named Shin Fong. Human? All 8 demon wolves froze. The wolf, who was eating a snack, looked at the snack in his hand. Such a griffin was able to kill little 10? Little 10. This waste thing has disgraced my demon wolf clan. And the gray face of the wolf's hand snacks appeared blood color. Desperate eyes filled with disbelief. A glimmer of life surfaced. Ha! When this demon wolf saw this, a teasing look appeared on its hideous face. Feeling hope from this guy named Shin Fong? Original. He was going to eat the snack and it was already on his lips. But now, he was going to let the other man live a little longer, because he loved to see these animals give birth to hope. And then the despair after the hope was dashed. Such livestock has a different flavor. Do not underestimate the other side. Big sister admonished. Judging from the image of the moment when little 10 was killed, this one called Shin Fong is quite extraordinary. It's only the Imperial Law realm, yet it easily suppressed little 10. I can't get out of it for a while, just to be on the safe side. You all go together to the human invincible city and kill that brat. The Sin state will never allow such a human pride to exist. Hearing this, the 8 demonic wolves looked at their big sister in unison and said excitedly, Big sister, could it be that you're about to cross the threshold? Big sister nodded her head and looked above the void, saying, the aura of the heavenly calamity has been sensed. It won't be long before it arrives. Perhaps, when you return, the apocalypse is coming. When the 8 demonic wolves heard this, they immediately rejoiced and said, congratulations, big sister. I'll carry that human brat's head later as a sacrifice for big sister's passage to immortality. Immortals, live with heaven and earth for all eternity. Immortal means are even more terrifying. Once Big Sister stepped into the immortal realm, the demon wolf clan would have 2 immortals. Such strength belonged to the top tier even amongst the billions of demonic races. Invincible city. Void ring. Boom boom boom. A roar shook the heavens. A divine ability and magic weapon bombarded together, and bright spiritual light flooded the area. Countless forces of laws erupted, causing this piece of space to collapse. The Subterranean Dragon ranking contest brought together hundreds of millions of pride of the Sin state human race. This was the biggest event for the human race in the Sin state. Because of the appearance of Emperor Qin, there have been some twists and turns in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest. It was even overshadowed by the 5 elders and the demons. But this time, the Subterranean Dragon ranking competition was even more intense. According to the Peerless Marquis, this time around, the celestial pride that makes it to the top of the Subterranean Dragon ranking list will receive a reward from His Majesty, the Qin Emperor, in addition to the previous rewards. Countless cultivators were talking as they looked at the heavenly pride that was fighting in the ring. Oh, I wonder what the reward is. Many people were curious, but they didn't really care too much. The most precious reward for the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest has always been the Heavenly Dao's reward of Heavenly Dao Qiluk. The Emperor of Qin gave more rewards. Is it hard to be higher than heaven? Chapter 103, The Descent of Heaven? Son of Heaven? Those who are ranked on the list of potential dragons. You may enter the Time and Space Tower to practice. You can get the Supreme Technique. You can get a great Qin official position. The higher the ranking, the higher the number of floors into the Spacetime Tower, the more profound the rewarded technique, and the more honorable the official position. Especially the last reward for the official position is the most important. Those who get the official position of Great Qin can enjoy the Qi of Great Qin. With the addition of Qi luck, cultivation is twice as easy with half the effort. And there are many other marvelous things. Earlier, Elder Tianji and so many loose cultivators submitted to His Majesty the Qin Emperor for this Great Qin Qi luck. The Heavenly Tao is stingy. And the Heavenly Tao's Qi fortune bestowed is simply inferior to the Qi fortune bestowed by Great Qin. A cultivator spoke of Emperor Qin's reward. His tone excited and his eyes full of envy. Hiss. The group of cultivators who weren't too concerned earlier all sucked in a breath of cool air now. His Majesty the Qin Emperor. What a big deal. In that case, these celestial pride entering the subterranean dragon ranking will be even more powerful, with the many opportunities bestowed by His Majesty the Qin Emperor, and will even be able to break their own original limits? The crowd of cultivators were incomparably envious. Can't wait for it to be them in the ring. However, this power of Qi is the authority of the Heavenly Tao, and the Great Qin founded by His Majesty the Qin Emperor controls the Qi. So wouldn't this be splitting the authority of the Heavenly Tao? Suddenly, questions were raised. This statement was made. The crowd, which had been excited a moment ago, also froze. Just then, boom, 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 a huge roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Above the vault of heaven, the white clouds in the sky dispersed. True dragons, colorful phoenixes, unicorns, and other mythical beasts rushed about. The magnificent and ancient immortal palace shadow manifested. A golden auspicious cloud came from all directions, covering the entire invincible city. The blazing golden light dyed this heaven and earth with a layer of golden frost. A terrifying heavenly Tao pressure swept through the heavens and earth. The subterranean dragon ranking contest has ended, and the heavenly Tao has appeared. Shouting sounds rang out. Countless cultivators looked up at the sky, their faces filled with horror. Why does it feel like this time the heavenly Tao will of the Sin state is different from the past? In the past, the will of the heavenly Tao descended in a very peaceful and soothing manner. This time it seems to have come with a mighty pressure and killing intent. Could it be that it's really because Great Qin has divided the authority of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao is displeased? The crowd murmured and looked fearful. Tendo. Supreme. It is not a living being and does not possess 7 emotions. It represents the basic laws that govern the operation of the world, such as the change of seasons, the cycle of life and death, the cycle of cause and effect, and so on. No one can say exactly what the way of heaven is, but what can be learned is this. The reason for the existence of the heavenly Tao is for the functioning of heaven and earth. All living things live under the way of heaven. The heavenly Tao couldn't make a direct strike against a particular being though, but if a living being is disliked by heaven, the Qi will be deprived, calamities will haunt you, and your cultivation will be limited, making it difficult for you to move an inch. Even more so, every time one breaks through a realm, a lightning tribulation will descend. Once a living being is rejected by the heavenly Tao, it is declared a death sentence, with no possibility of survival. Heaven's way came down this time. Obviously they were coming to deal with Emperor Qin, a foreigner. Wow, wow, wow. Just then, golden clouds surged in the firmament, and strands of golden Qi dropped down like a divine waterfall, not entering each and every one of the heavenly pride. As per the past, after descending the reward, Tendo will then disappear. But this time, the heavenly path did not dissipate. Qin Feng, a voice without any emotion resounded through the heavens and earth. The voice was cold to the core. It's intimidating. This is the sound of the will of the heavenly Tao coalescing. Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City's eyes were wide with incomparable horror. Tendo actually spoke. To be precise, not talking. Rather, the will of heaven is manifesting. Steal the power of heaven. Destroy the order of heaven. The crime is unforgivable. The unemotional voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once again. This time, it's more straightforward. The crowd was horrified. The heavenly Tao directly points out the Qin Emperor's crime. This is something unheard of and unheard of for ages. Is this the heavenly Tao's way of breaking past practices and directly striking out at His Majesty the Qin Emperor? Just as the crowd was speculating with trepidation, suddenly, the heavens' will's words changed. The unemotional voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Qin Feng, open the law of faith. Perfect the heavenly way. Credit where credit is due. The heavenly Tao grants the position of the Son of Heaven, along with the fall of the heavenly Tao's voice. Above the vault of heaven, the golden auspicious clouds surged violently, like a golden ocean setting off 10,000 waves. Wow! 3 divine objects coalesced out of the golden auspicious clouds, hanging above the firmament. Heck yeah! The golden crown of the Son of Heaven coalesced from the Qi. The Qi coalesced into the golden dragon robe of the Son of Heaven. The Qi luck condensed into a golden heavenly sun sword. This, the heavenly Tao has recognized His Majesty the Qin Emperor's way of faith, and has even bestowed 3 divine artifacts of Qi fortune? The invincible billions of cultivators were stunned. This was far from what they had suspected. Look at the way Tendo is coming on strong.
They thought that the Heavenly Tao was going to make a move against His Majesty the Qin Emperor.
Results. Nonetheless, it didn't make a move.
He also gave the Qin Emperor the position of the Son of Heaven and 3 divine artifacts of Qi.
As long as His Majesty the Qin Emperor accepts it.
Great Qin's Qi authority is given by the Heavenly Tao. Emperor Qin is also known as the Orthodox, who has been recognized by the Heavenly Tao.
The son of the Heavenly Tao. His status is honored to the extreme and his future is bright. The crowd was incredibly excited, looking forward to His Majesty the Qin Emperor. With the blessing of heaven, Great Qin will inevitably develop more rapidly and prosper in terms of Qi. Son of Heaven? The unemotional voice rang out. Wow! A portal appeared in the void.
Qin Feng stepped out from the portal and stood above Invincible City, looking directly at the Heavenly Tao with a cold expression and a disdainful tone.
I am, for the Emperor of Men, for the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, for the King of the Heavens and the Earth? By you, want me for a son too?
Qin Feng coldly grunted. The tone was dismissive, the Son of Heaven in his eyes.
It's just a slave of the Heavenly Tao. He acted, but from his heart, without restraint, as he pleased. How can we be limited by the ways of heaven? Last sentence. The sound is like a big bell. The heavens and the earth are shaking. Wow! Qin Feng waved at a direction.
10,000 miles away in the sky above the capital of Qin.
Wow!
The void shook violently.
The human emperor's streamer condensed its body and directly disappeared in place. Next moment,
the human emperor streamer crossed the void and fell into Qin Feng's hands.
Wow! Qin Feng waved the human emperor streamer.
Blazing white light erupted like an endless white ocean,
sweeping towards the 3 golden Qi divine artifacts in the air.
Buzz! The 3 Qi Luck divine artifacts also erupted with brilliant golden light,
and 3 pillars of light shot out. Boom boom boom! Above the void, white Qi and golden Qi collided greatly. Countless rules manifested. Brilliant light flooded the area.
The void was collapsing, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The human emperor streamer and the 3 golden Qi divine artifacts were fighting. This was a great battle between Qi Fortune divine artifacts and Qi Fortune divine artifacts.
Soon, the gap between the 3 golden Qi divine artifacts and the human emperor streamer then became apparent.
The golden Qi was suppressed by the white power of faith and lost ground.
The crowd was dumbfounded. The world is changing so fast.
They're almost too much to look at. The Heavenly Tao first sealed the Qin Emperor's position as the Son of Heaven and bestowed 3 divine weapons of Qi.
Results. His Majesty the Qin Emperor has refused? Even more amazing.
The small golden streamer in the hands of His Majesty the Qin Emperor,
surprisingly suppressing the 3 Qi divine artifacts condensed by the Heavenly Tao, 3 celestial artifacts, and dared to rival the human emperor weapon? Break! Qin Feng coldly hailed. His own Qin Emperor's Qi rolled and impacted. With a bang, the 3 golden lights violently retreated. The white power of faith violently bombarded the 3 Qi Yin divine artifacts. Under the impact of the majestic power of faith that erupted from the human emperor's streamer, the 3 Qi divine artifacts condensed by the Heavenly Taos will quickly dissipated, and the golden particles were washed away and float away like sand. The 3 Qi artifacts condensed by the Heavenly Tao have been shattered. Hundreds of millions of cultivators in Invincible City were stunned. They looked toward the small golden streamer in Emperor Qin's hand, their faces filled with horror. What kind of god thing is this? How dare you even shatter a Qi divine artifact condensed by the Heavenly Tao?